This is a 3S class black witch despised by everyone. Yet the king invited her to bless the newborn princess and spent a huge amount of money to create golden plates for her meals. Everyone thought the king was truly mad, but only you knew that this would be the key to rewriting everyone's destiny. As an outsider from beyond the world, you are well aware of how fate in the future will unfold. In this fairy tale world, you are the most astute seer and prophet. According to your knowledge, at the celebration of the princess's birth, the uninvited black witch harbored resentment, stormed into the scene, and cursed the princess on the spot, causing her to die by pricking her finger on a spindle at the age of 15. Therefore, at your suggestion, the king directly invited the black witch to the palace this time, and even had the old craftsman urgently make a new set of golden plates. Despite making these changes, you were still uneasy and prepared to add an extra layer of insurance on the witch's blessing. At this moment, one by one, the witches walked up to the stage to offer blessings to the little princess in the cradle. With each witch's blessing, the hall was illuminated by a dazzling light. The witches seemed to be listing all the wonderful qualities of the world and giving them all to the little princess at once. In order to avoid repeating the blessings offered by the previous witches, the witch who took the stage later had to rack her brains to come up with new blessing content. By the time the blessing process was halfway through, most of the common and good qualities of the world had already been used up. Another witch stepped onto the stage, her mouth twitching, at a loss for words. Come on, can you guys leave some blessings for me, like your colleagues before you? Why did you use up all the good qualities of humanity? Seeing the witch on the stage looking a bit at a loss, you deliberately coughed twice and said as if chatting casually with the queen beside you, "Thank you for the witch's blessings. Princess Aurora is definitely the most perfect child in the world, with the most virtues. I believe what Princess Aurora needs now is blessings to help her ward off external threats and live in peace and happiness." The witch, true to her nature, immediately understood your intention and redirected the blessing. Princess Aurora, all man-made and natural weapons in the world, swords and arrows, claws and fangs, none can harm you. The sharp blade couldn't leave a mark on your snow-white skin. The next witch followed closely, imitating, bestowing a blessing that made you impervious to water, fire, scorching heat, and extreme cold. You couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to see the witches in front of you casting all sorts of buffs on the little princess. Those who knew the situation understood that this was to offer the princess good blessings, while those who didn't thought they were creating the ultimate biological weapon. Or perhaps, the opportunity to create the ultimate biological weapon was actually just to let Aurora live a normal, happy life like an ordinary royal princess, which seemed somewhat wasteful. In the blink of an eye, all 12 witches offered their blessings, including the 12th witch who hadn't had the chance to do so in the original story. The eldest of the 12 witches, the Violet Fairy, presented the little princess with the gift of turning misfortune into good luck. According to the popular version of Sleeping Beauty, she was supposed to weaken the curse after the evil witch cursed the princess to die, using her final blessing to ensure the princess only fell into a deep sleep. In the end, there were only 2 sorcerers left in the magnificent hall who had not yet offered their blessings, the Dark Witch Marinfazan and the Court Magician Rhine, confirming that all 12 witches had already bestowed their blessings before her. The Dark Witch smiled. The woman in black, a cold witch, strode up to the cradle of the little princess and said in a sharp, somewhat piercing voice, "The other witches have all brought wonderful gifts, so what gift should I give to our beautiful, perfect, healthy, lucky, and golden-hearted little princess?" The Black Witch exaggeratedly gestured with her hands. "Oh, Princess Aurora, you bear the virtues of the world and will surely pass through 15 beautiful years of youth." The king, who always appeared composed but was actually highly strung, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the Black Witch's blessing. Everything seemed fine, no unexpected turns. However, the next moment, the Black Witch suddenly raised her voice, "When you turn 15, you will be pricked by a spindle and die on the spot." The Dark Witch immediately turned to the king on the throne, her laughter filled with blatant malice. "Along with the princess, this kingdom itself will perish. Oh, king, I curse your daughter and this land. Your beloved daughter will tragically die after being pricked by a spindle. This is a tool of weaving, not a weapon crafted by man or nature. After the death of the little princess, the curse shrouding this kingdom will fully descend, and every noble and commoner in the kingdom will meet the same fate. Anyone who dares to enter this cursed land will either be entangled by thorns or tripped by thickets, as if countless hands firmly grasp them, making it impossible to escape, and they will all eventually die in agony. The curse will forever linger over this once prosperous land." After speaking, the Black Witch smiled. Her smile was beautiful, with a kind of icy, ruthless beauty. As one of the 13 most skilled magical witches, a legendary wizard, she bowed deeply towards the king. "These are my blessings to Princess Aurora and your majesty. The silence was deafening. The air seemed to solidify, and the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Every noble, every foreign prince and princess, held their breath. "What are you doing?" The king stood up in rage. "Why? I invited you to this grand banquet, offered you a sumptuous feast, and yet you cast a curse on Princess Aurora and my kingdom." The king shouted, calling out to the guards around him, "Seize her, capture this ungrateful black witch." The guards raised their sharp weapons and surrounded the dark witch. The other 12 witches, equally solemn, raised their wands and turned warily in the direction of the witch. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The black witch cackled with laughter, her posture in disarray. "Yes, my honored majesty, you have invited me to the feast, given me a sumptuous dinner, and have I not repaid you with the best of blessings?" Snap! The black witch pointed her finger and a bolt of lightning struck the table, shattering the gold plate on it. It was the gold plate she had eaten on earlier. The ornately carved gold plate shattered open, revealing the silver-white color of the cheap metal within. "Oh honorable king, I know that you, like everyone else in this kingdom, are reluctant to give me the same treatment as the other 12 witches. The truth is, I don't even need your recognition. So what if I'm the king of a country? Your entire kingdom's army put together is just some little bugs to me." Looking at the broken plate on the floor, the king was confused. In the next second, he figured out why. "No, this is a misunderstanding. It's the artisan's fault. Originally this plate was supposed to be pure gold." The black witch continued to laugh. "Even if this is a misunderstanding, so what? Ha ha ha, what a perfect misunderstanding. I've been wanting to do this for a long time." The black witch's cold gaze swept over the 12 witches who stood at attention in front of her. "I am clearly the most powerful of all the witches, surpassing them all combined. But you fear me and dread me and slander me in secret only because I am better and can wield darker powers beyond their reach. Now, I offer a final gift before I leave this kingdom. The curse has been placed, and it can never be lifted unless I die." Ryan couldn't help but look at the black witch's twisted face and insane laughter. "That's totally a sensitive character. Neurotic female lunatic. Even if the gold plate doesn't go wrong, she might still be irritated by the other details." The 12 witches could no longer stand to see the black witch so rampant. "Don't think you're the only one who knows magic. Even if your magic is powerful, there's only one of you, the Violet Fairy, who was in charge." Pointed her wand at the black witch and loudly pronounced her sentence. "Since the curse will be lifted if you die, let's just let you pay for your sins here. Anyway, there's only one person on the opposite side, and after just releasing such a terrifying curse, she must have consumed too much. If we 12 witches join forces, would we still be afraid of her?" The king also commanded up the soldiers around him and surrounded the black witch. The black witch is fearless in the face of the 12 witches and the hordes of soldiers who break into the ceremony. "Be honored. You will have the opportunity to witness, with your own eyes, my most powerful stance." As the words fell from her lips, a miserable green flame flared up on her pitch-black cloak. The woman's thin, miserable body swelled up extremely fast and burst open. Rumble! In an instant, the black witch turned into a huge black dragon. The giant dragon's head reached the ceiling. The flap of its wings made the entire palace tremble as dirt, dust and debris fell. Foreign dignitaries and princes screamed. They either fled in all directions or hid under the tables in the halls of the palace. Without hesitation, Ryan hastily stepped in front of the panicked king and queen. "Dangerous! Back off quickly! Leave this place to me!" The soldiers fired at the evil dragon, and the sharp arrows hit the black dragon's scales and bounced off easily like eggs hitting steel. The 12 witches have been working their best magic. Red, white, gold, and blue. Brilliant luminescence simultaneously smashed onto the black dragon's scales, but only caused the black dragon's mountain-like body to tremble slightly. The witches' faces whitened, the corners of their mouths twitching slightly as they felt heartfelt despair. It was at this moment that the witches realized that even if they were known together as the 13 witches in the kingdom, there was an insurmountable gap between them and this fellow witch. The Marlene Fyson in front of him was a true legendary magic master who would overthrow a kingdom on a whim. The black dragon spat out miserable green flames that swept through the great hall in an instant. Large swaths of soldiers were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a scream. The 12 good witches barely used their magic to protect themselves, retreating back and forth, in a sorry state, their faces all smoldering black. Long gone were the noble, elegant and inscrutable looks of a moment ago. "My beloved King's Majesty, you don't really think that this rabble of your men can hurt me a hair, do you?" The black dragon that Marlene Felsen turned into laughed wildly. "Oh foolish king, you can obviously still honestly resign yourself to living another 10 years or so until the curse takes effect. Since you refuse to wait, you might as well become my ration now." In the next moment, the black dragon flapped its wings vigorously and swooped down on the throne where the king and queen were. And once again, bleak green incandescent flames erupted from its mouth. Crap! The Violet Fairy, the leader of the 12 witches, was horrified as she watched the black dragon spew flames and surge towards the throne. It was as if she saw that in the next instant, the king, the queen, and the timeless young man beside her, would be consumed by blazing fire. The queen was near unconscious in shock, looking toward the green flames that were about to engulf him. The old king, who had always been calm and collected, also turned white and couldn't help but close his eyes. However, the burning that seemed to consume him did not come. Chapter 11, The Child Who Carries a Curse. Ryan took a step across the room and stepped in front of the king and queen, chanting the spell aloud. The churning green flames changed into a green leaf in the air, no longer lethal when they fell to the ground. Metamorphosis. This is a magic learned from the Book of Transfiguration and Summoning. The old king opened his eyes and slowed down when he saw the back of the teenager draped in his magnificent robes. Fortunately, there is Lord Rhine, the skilled wizard. Awesome! Seeing his flames being picked up by Rhine alone, the black dragon was also a bit surprised. The silver-haired boy in front of him was too young just by looking at his appearance, but he was only 11 or 12 years old. While participating in the feast, the Black Witch had heard that the boy sitting next to the king was a wizard, but given the other man's appearance, it hadn't even been on her mind. Being able to fight against one's own power with one's own strength, even if it was a brief confrontation, was enough to show that the magical attainments of this little magician definitely surpassed any of the 12 witches. I really didn't expect it, old man. But you actually hit a hand. Your court advisor is actually such a powerful magician. The black dragon sneered. Rain caught the black dragon's product of surprise in the open and gently clapped her hands. Snap! The tables, chairs, plates, knives and forks, and stone statues, all the objects in the great hall seemed to come to life, either running or flying, and all of them swooped down on the black dragon, giving life. This is the magic that Rhine mastered after helping the king and queen realize that they wanted an heir. While the soldiers were fighting the 12 witches and the black dragon transformed by Marlene Fyson, Rain had been quietly casting spells to give life to the inanimate objects in the hall, creating a huge number of activated object soldiers, waiting for the moment to strike. It consumed most of Rhine's magic, but it was totally worth it. A large group of activated objects jumped up and down and surrounded the black dragon in the center. The massive stone statue drew its giant sword and slashed at the black dragon, its silver blade and fork endeavoring to pierce into the crevices of the dragon's scales. As the activated objects fought, Rhine raised her hand once again, and pure white light surged out from her palm, enveloping the entire hall and surging into the severely injured soldiers and witches to heal their injuries. The art of healing. The soldiers who had just been running in all directions, the gray-headed princes and nobles who had been hiding under the table, but the table had run away, regained their luster on their faces. Great! It's the magic of His Excellency, Kingdom Sage Rhine. Monsignor Rhine has held the wicked Black Witch in check. Wasn't my leg burned off? I can't believe it's coming back. Thank you, Rain-sama. Let's take this opportunity to get together. After getting a moment's respite, the 12 good witches also put their best foot forward, using all their underpinnings of magic to fight the terrifying black dragon together with the soldiers. That's annoying. The black dragon flapped its wings. The attacks from the activated objects, kingdom soldiers, and witches had yet to do any substantial damage to themselves, but it was still annoying to deal with them left and right. She had just unleashed a curse powerful enough to affect the entire kingdom, and even with the 15-year delayed self-purge, she had consumed the vast majority of her magic, and now had very little power left. In such a state, it really wasn't an easy task to crush this group of ants. Besides, who knew if that little wizard, whom he was not familiar with, was using his full strength? If this kingdom sage still has reservations, then if he continues to fight, he may be injured or have to use his bottom card. It's just a matter of why put in the effort to fight when the curse has been accomplished anyway. The black dragon roared and flapped its wings violently, toppling all the revitalized objects around it. Rumble! The dragon crashed through the ceiling of the palace and flew off into the stars in a cloud of flying dust. The black witch's loud laughter echoed through the vast, endless night. The curse has been established and is inescapable. Tomorrow, I will leave this dying kingdom. Farewell, your majesty, and die with your precious princess. The old king fell to his knees, looking at the palace ceiling that had been knocked out with a big hole in the flying dirt and dust, and the black dragon that had disappeared into the depths of the night sky. Powerlessness and despair grew in the bottom of his heart. Looking around, foreign guests from various countries scurried away. Many want to return to their countries and inform their home countries to stay away from the cursed land. The joy of the previous celebration, the scarlet lights, the celebratory songs, the aroma of the feast and the aroma of the wine were like a phantom dream, broken at the first poke. Why Why is that? The old king fell to his knees and cried out in pain to the heavens. The pallor of despair was written all over the face of this aged monarch. In her cradle, the little princess was awakened by a loud noise. Looking dazed and still unaware of what was happening, this firstborn princess royal is not yet aware of the curse she carries. She didn't fear or cry. Immediately afterward, both the king, the queen and the wizard Rhine witnessed an unforgettable scene in this life. Aurora, young and ignorant, waved her small, tender hands toward the sparkling river of stars above the palace. Beyond the ceiling hole, swaddled in her sleeping beauty, she let out a cheeky giggle to the starry sky. Chapter 12. Monsignor Rhine has one more chance for a blessing. Rhine pulled up her dusty cloak and walked slowly behind the king. It's a familiar story though, but actually experiencing it and witnessing the joys and sorrows of the crowd was something else, making the teenager a little sad. Compared to the more popular version of Sleeping Beauty, the curse inflicted by the Black Witch is far more brutal, not only killing the young princess, but bringing about the end of the entire kingdom. And the tragic death of the little princess, pierced through the fingertips by a spindle, was only the introduction to the fulfillment of a curse, the coming of a plague, the prelude to the opening of this grand ceremony of destruction. But come to think of it, such a curse is justified. According to the original development, it was the 12th witch who used the last chance of blessing to weaken the curse and change death to sleep. And even though the curse was weakened, the magic of the curse still put the entire kingdom to sleep after the young princess was impaled on her hand by a spindle. Afterwards, the whole kingdom was also filled with malignant thorns, thistles and vines, and became a cursed place where travelers dared not set foot. It wasn't until 100 years later that the destined prince cut through the thorns, broke into the cursed land, and kissed Sleeping Beauty to lift the curse. Since the weakened curse was able to put an entire kingdom into 100-year sleep, the original, of course, was able to destroy an entire kingdom. Is this magic? Powerful wizards can disgrace monarchs and bring down entire kingdoms out of the heat of the moment. Will I master such powerful magic in the future? Rhine was quite emotional. Just now, he had gone all out, yet he hadn't posed any substantial threat to the Black Witch. Even the Black Witch was clearly in her weakest and most exhausted state after having just unleashed a powerful curse. If she were in her prime, it would be easy for her to crush all of us. The Black Witch, Marlene Faison, is indeed far more powerful than the current Mia. Rhine sighed softly. The old king looked as if he had aged another 10 years in an instant, and there was no longer any semblance of blood on his face. He braced himself to stand up and look behind him at the 12 wretched witches, almost pleading, "Save my daughter and this kingdom. There are so many of you, and you all know awesome magic. There must be something you guys can do, right? You must be able to break this curse, right?" The 12 witches looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. The Black Witch's magic is too powerful for her spell. It's not something we can break, one of the witches said warily, her voice diminishing the more she spoke, and finally falling silent. Silence, dead-like silence hovered over the flying dust, debris-strewn, wrecked palace. Both the monarchs of a country and the witches of great magical power hung their heads and said nothing. Suddenly, the Violet Fairy, the head of the 12 witches, opened her mouth to break the silence. "No, there's still a way out of this. We have another way." The Violet Fairy looked to her side, the silver-haired wizard with an overly young appearance, clad in a pure white cloak. "We also have Han Rhine, the sage of the kingdom, the wizard of the court. Lord Rhine has yet to offer his blessing to the little princess." The king looked confused and didn't seem to understand what the Violet Fairy was saying. What's the time to be thinking about blessings? Princess Aurora won't live to be 15, either. Violet Fairy became more and more excited as she spoke. The curse was placed upon Princess Aurora. It was when she was pricked in the finger by a spindle and lost her life that the disaster of this kingdom came to a head. "We can have Lord Rhine offer a blessing to the little princess to counteract the magic of the curse." The other 11 witches heard the Violet Fairy's statement and their eyes froze at the same time, as if they saw hope. They knew the magical power of the blessing better than the king. "Yeah, there's that. I almost forgot. Lord Rhine is also an excellent wizard. Though all 12 of us have bestowed our blessings, His Excellency Rhine has not yet bestowed his." The original atmosphere of despair was washed away for a moment. Hope once again appeared in the formerly helpless looks of both the witch and the king. The gazes of the crowd fell on Rhine. Rhine could feel that when the flow of the christening ceremony was set and the blessing was to be offered to the little princess by the 13 witches and herself, a magician, the will of the world divided the power of this destiny into 14 equal parts, and the power of each blessing was limited to the appropriate level. The previous 12 witches all normally consumed a share of the power of fate to formulate a blessing. However, the Black Witch had a temporary change of heart, and instead of bestowing a true blessing, she imposed a curse, which did not consume the corresponding power of fate. Now if another blessing was offered by the last blesser, Rhine, it would consume the remaining 2 copies of the power of destiny at once, and the blessing would undoubtedly be stronger, allowing for a more powerful blessing to be formulated. The old king's eyes glowed as if he had grasped the straw that saved his life, and he hurriedly inquired about Fairy Violet. So, as long as Lord Rhine offers the blessing of curse lifted to Princess Aurora, the Black Witch's curse will disappear, right? He meanwhile kept a close eye on Rhine, who was looking down in deep thought. The boy's short, pensive figure against the wall trailed long shadows in the wavering lamplight. A few minutes ago, the seemingly soft child saved the day and saved everyone. Now, once again, he is everyone's last hope. Fairy Violet shook her head. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Even the power of the blessing cannot remove the powerful curse of the Black Witch. Every powerful curse has only a fixed method of lifting it. This curse can only be lifted by killing the Black Witch. And among us, we cannot find a warrior strong enough to challenge the power of Marlene Fyson. The look of loss reoccupied the old king's pale face. Fairy Violet hurriedly added, but Rhine's blessing can weaken the curse. With a few changes to the wording of the curse, we can convert a doomed disaster into a crisis that can be defused. Rhine, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Yes, I have one more chance to give Her Highness my blessing. What blessing, do you think, Fairy? Should I offer to resist this dark spell? I'm begging for a monthly pass on Monday. Therefore, when Zhou Yan returned to the Central State and went to the Central State Iron Blood Guard's headquarters to report on his duties, Ling Chongxiao did not ask any questions at all, and he directly let Zhou Yan return to the Tianjian city on his own. I'm afraid it's not simple for those who can reach Dan Bahrain. One is fine. If there are many, it will be troublesome, right? Shinfei used the hand he pulled out to turn the handwheel, and was stopped by Chaosi, who picked the man up without a second thought and sat himself in the wheelchair, with Shinfei slumped in his arms. At a time when the Far East branch was at its most certain visibility, Lord Otto sent 10 million euros in construction fees, and this icing on the cake was an act that Jianli felt greatly appreciated. Master, the yellow warbler from the city lord's mansion is shouting outside our mansion. It looks like she should have snuck out on her own, her hair not even combed. Just as Puyang Zhe was secretly chagrined, Dragon Scale's voice sounded outside. No big. Second sister can still earn in the future. Zhu Huar said, going to roast the fire on the side. Back when he fought against Barbados on the planet Corinne, Belial was still able to laugh about it, and even dared to go up alone to challenge the mountain like Barbados. Long Hiru, who was on the side, looked at Zhou Yuanbin, who had complicated eyes, and his face was gloomy again, especially when he looked at Zhou Zhu and Zhou Xiu. The killing intent in his eyes was obvious, but those people are piled up with thousands of gold. This is just a country girl. How do you also have this kind of style? Taking a look at Zhang Sen's WeChat message, it was about the Blood Corpse Man. Just a few words, Master Fan, did you really defeat the Blood Corpse Man? Followed by at least 50 to 60 shocked expressions. That wind blade swept on Luo Shaoguan's body. Although it didn't cut Luo Shaoguan's flesh, it really made Luo Shaoguan hurt. Shihan heard only White Crane some sigh of relief that she is not calm, thinking that Gu Nian may be inside. White Crane is also extenuating. Go home with you. You want to eat young grass. Dream on. Dare to touch me. I'll kill you. Originally intended to poison him first, and then the crime of treason to exterminate the Xian Yuan family full of doors, eradicate the scourge, and from then on all the military power in their own hands. All he had to do now was wait for the sky to darken. He sat on the bed with his knees crossed, his eyes closed, and he entered a state of cultivation. When Yen Haunted asked the sentence, his hands were nervously clenched into fists, quietly waiting for Wen Zimo's next answer. This thing only has the effect of transforming demons and warding off evil spirits. Fish Sisong didn't explain too much, just tied the red rope into a knot, passed her arm through it, and put it on her left hand as a bracelet. The silver-white substance that comes out after the Dan sand is purified mercury will change incredibly when it's poured onto wood. That's why you poured mercury onto the beams of the main hall, wanting to make the wooden beams collapse and destroy the entire main hall. If you had not changed the place of the ritual dance today, perhaps your plan would have succeeded. Well, and don't what but, now that the murderer has been collected by me, and this place is peaceful, at least this world has one less severe ghost, Fish Sisong said as she hurriedly cut off Uncle Wu's words. Though he seemed to cooperate, he was privately annoyed with her, disliking her for this and that, and putting himself down for nothing. With their eyes, they were still able to see the two even if they were 300 to 400 meters away from each other. I nodded my head and couldn't be bothered to have an opinion. After all, the next thing I knew it would be someone's family business. knowing that his troops would have to face more than 100,000 Saracen pursuers behind them and an unknown number of interceptions in front of them if they returned the way they had come. Su Shangnan immediately rerouted his troops, and under the guidance of the Yarman guides they rushed through the jungles of the south toward Munich. After we got to the tree, I don't know what tactics I used, but then I was told to hold my breath and not to speak. You're not going to steal it. Forget it. I have money on me. Zhang Shixin looked at Yi Tian with a worried face. Kair, what's going on here? Shi Hori looked at the villagers who were applauding for him in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The sun was shining brightly, and 10,000 rays of light shot straight down from the sky, making the originally sultry weather even more ringing. I was afraid that Officer Zhou would misunderstand that I was climbing up the ladder, thus alienating my relationship with him, so I told him about Wang Zi begging me. Shen Yuan Huang heard Shen Yu said so. His face once again bloomed a little sunshine, instructed the attendant around to open the curtain. A good guzheng was presented in front of the crowd. The fragrance of sandalwood was even more intense, and the little depression in Shen Yu's heart was dispersed with it. Marriage? After marriage, do you want to give birth to a baby for that old man to play? You are brain dead. Chen Yu jumped up and gave him a popcorn. In that case, I'm going to kill all of you today and return your chakra to my mother. You all have all this power today because of my mother. I'm going to wipe you all out today and return it to my fighting mother. Black Jedi's angry body gradually became huge. Sure, Maniac almost spat out blood in anger. If he wasn't a rival to Qingfeng, he would have started the fight directly now. Where would he still be so nice? Nianhui looked down and could see his near white handsome face, long eyelashes, and clear eyes. Lu Tianyi spoke this paragraph with impassioned words. His emotions were on point. His rendering was powerful, and he made himself a little hot. Although Aoi Minako didn't believe it, she couldn't find the right words to refute it. After leaving Hacheng, Zhang Nanlin had originally planned to rush back to Jinji Ridge immediately, but had to go around from here. Otherwise, there was no way for him to break through the Japanese blockade line with those men. Although the prince's salary is high, and I'm afraid he's been greedy for a lot of money over the years, he's not as rich as the Hua family. But how can they be richer than the Hua family? All he knew was that he liked Mono and didn't even think about it that much, nor did he want to. Chapter 13 The Prophet Who Knows the Future. The Violet Fairy bowed her head slightly, thinking briefly, what kind of blessing would be most effective against the Black Witch's curse at this point? Without waiting for her to give her answer, the little wizard suddenly imitated the tone of a Violet Fairy and said in a solemn tone, Princess Aurora, even if you were pricked in the finger by a spindle, you would not die, only fall into a deep sleep. Everyone else in the kingdom will also just fall into a slumber instead of dying. A kiss from someone who truly loves you will awaken you and lift the curse. The silver-haired boy turned his head to look at the Violet Fairy as the head which looked on in surprise. Is this the blessing you suggest I give? Yes, that's right, that's it. The Violet Fairy froze for a moment and said brokenly. This witch looked confused. How do you know what I'm going to say? I haven't even said it yet. Wait, no, I haven't even fully thought it out yet and you're doing it for me? The Violet Fairy felt that the content of the blessing given by Lord Rhine was impeccable. Exactly what one would give after much thought. She had no doubt that if she were in Rhine's situation right now, the blessing offered would be this. However, as a learned witch, Fairy Violet knew that certain magicians were proficient in the magic of mind reading and prophecy, so she didn't think much of it. Presumably Monsignor Rain has expertise in this area as well? Violet Fairy bowed to Rhine, sincere and excited. Lord Rhine, just as you have just worded it, please offer your blessing to Princess Aurora. As a good witch, she, like the king, does not want to see the curse come true. Moreover, the Violet Fairy herself, a member of the kingdom, was the object of the curse. The Black Witch herself was the one who placed the curse, and was certainly not affected by it when she left the kingdom. But Violet worries that the curse will trace its way outward, immortally, for them, the 12 witches and other kingdom residents, even if they leave the kingdom. Meanwhile, the old king got his act together. By the way, in addition to the blessing of Lord Rhine, I, as the king of a country, will also try to prevent the conditions of the curse from being fulfilled. I will seize all the spindles in the kingdom, and then forbid the princess to leave the palace, and never let her daughter have access to the spindles. As long as there are no spindles, Princess Aurora will not be stabbed by a spindle. The Black Witch's curse, surely, will not come true. Rhine concluded softly. So here's what you all think. I'll start by offering the blessing that I just mentioned to little Princess Aurora, changing the death that comes with the curse to slumber. Your Majesty then collects all the spinners in the kingdom, starting with the curse to reach the conditions. This completes the double insurance. That's how we fight the curse, right? The old king and a stunned queen, along with the 12 witches, nodded their heads. That sounds like the best and only way to fight the curse, right? Could there be any other better content for a blessing? Rhine sighed softly, and instead of rushing to start the blessing right away, she bowed to the king. "Oh, honorable sire, before I offer my blessing, do you need me to make a prophecy about the future? Am I required to observe the future that will befall us after we attempt to fight the curse in the manner described above?" After listening to Rhine's words, the queen suddenly remembered that when she first met this little wizard, he had made a precise prophecy. "I almost forgot. Our court magician, His Excellency Rhine, is also a prophet who specializes in prophecy and knows the future." With surprise in her tone, the queen introduced herself to the witches at the side. The witches and the king looked at each other for a few moments and turned to Rhine. "Of course, please, Lord Rhine, try to make a prophecy." Regarding the so-called prophecy, Violet Fairy, who was the head of the witches, didn't really care much about it. She also knew a few tricks of divination and prophecy, so she knew in her own mind that the so-called prophecies and divinations were not useful at all most of the time. Compared to ordinary people like the king and queen, prophecies get results that are basically vague and unambiguous. It is more common to lead to misunderstandings and reverse misinformation than to play a role. But since Lord Rhine also knows prophecy magic, why not give it a try? It's better than nothing. Rhine nodded softly, her heart snickering. He felt the power of a burning desire from the king and queen before him, a thirst for an unknown future. He deliberately led the king and queen to initiate this request, in order to take the initiative to facilitate the opportunity to realize their wishes and obtain rewards. "Allow me to unravel the mists of fate and glimpse the reality of the future." Only to see that the little magician chanted an incantation and his body floated up slightly. The wide cloaked vestments were windless, his chin raised, and his eyes blossomed with a silvery light. It looked so powerful. Never seen this kind of magic, Violet Fairy secretly wondered in her heart. After a few seconds, the teenager slowly fell back to the ground, the silver glow in his eyes fading out. "Honorable Majesty, I have penetrated the mists of destiny and seen a picture of the future. Allow me to show it to you all." Chapter 14, The Future in the Mirror. A ripple rippled across the silver mirror of Rhine's slender white palm. The king and queen, and the 12 witches, all came forward and saw the picture that gradually appeared in the mirror. The witches, including the most learned fairy Violet, looked quite surprised and stared at each other when they saw the scene in the mirror. Is Monsignor Rhine directing a concrete view of the future, in its entirety? Prophecy and divination. Are they capable of this? Violet Fairy knew well that when she herself helped people with their divination, she couldn't wait to be as vague as she could be, as godly as she could be. This maximizes future interpretation. And this little wizard does prophecies that actually play out future scenes directly? Of course, Rhine himself knew that he wasn't actually capable of accurately predicting the future at all. The vast majority of the sights he shows rely on the traveler's knowledge of the future of this story. On top of that, a small amount with a little bit of magic to add a reasonable amount of detail. As for the magic of eyes glowing silver, the only use for it is just to create visual effects. As for playing the scenery out, it was definitely considered rare for wizards in this world. But to Rhine, who had been baptized by 21st century movies, it was a random thought. In the mirror, it was like a movie screen was playing, showing scene after scene. The old king issued a decree to seize all the spindles in the kingdom and destroy them all. This has given rise to a large number of complaints from the public, but it couldn't change the old king's will. The soldiers, clad in their armor, rushed into the house, pushed the women still weaving to the ground, overthrew their children who fought back, and, amidst screams and cries, snatched away the only spinning wheel in the house. In order to prevent Spindle from having any more leaks in the folklore, the old king locked the little Princess Aurora in a small palace again, and did not allow her to step out of the doorway for more than half a step. As time passes, the little princess grows up day by day, and all the blessings of the witches are fulfilled in Aurora. She was intelligent and beautiful, with a gentle disposition and elegant manners, and was loved by all. She was wise beyond her years, a prodigious learner, and could not forget the contents of a book. However, this Princess Aurora, who gathered all the good qualities in the world, could not even step on the green grass outdoors and pounce on the butterflies to play since she was born. For as long as she could remember, she had been trapped inside a gorgeous prison cell herself. Aurora's entire life was blocked off between ornate marble columns and sparkling crystal lamps. The journey from the boudoir to the great hall was her whole world. In the mirror, the young Princess Aurora, who was in her teens, had gilt-colored hair that looked as if it had melted gold, and her turquoise eyes were bright as jewels, beautiful beyond compare. The queen trembled with excitement and couldn't help covering her mouth. Rhine was moved to see the queen's loss of composure. He certainly didn't know exactly what Aurora would look like when she grew up, But there are far too many works that have depicted what Sleeping Beauty looks like when she grows up, including many books, Disney movies, and animations. The appearance of the Mirror Princess is a version of these images mixed and mingled and embellished, then adjusted in detail to the features now exhibited by the blessed infant Aurora. Ryan also deliberately made the view in the mirror slightly blurrier, pulling the camera a little farther away so that the onlooker couldn't see the full details of Aurora's features. Even if there are subtle differences between Aurora's real appearance when she grows up and the appearance she shows herself now, that's more than 10 years away. It's impossible to compare the blurry view shown now with what it will really look like more than 10 years from now by memory alone. Moreover, after he really gives that blessing, the direction of the story of Sleeping Beauty will change completely. Aurora's temperament and image will change radically. Should I say I really do have a talent for being a godly prophet? Know how to fool people too. Ryan mentally laughed to herself. In the mirror, the young girl stood blankly, looking out again and again at the comings and goings that entered and exited through the gates, listening to the giggles and laughter that came from beyond her world. Her gaze was helpless and deep, like she was watching a visitor from another world. But Aurora didn't complain. She knew the cause and effect of the curse, and knew that she was carrying the fate of a kingdom on her back. She understood her father's decision, knowing full well that that gate was a forbidden area she should never cross. Seeing yet another group of people walk out the doorway towards a world they could never set foot in and disappear from sight, the little princess just sighed softly, smiled slightly, and turned back to her room. Outside the mirror, the 12 witches and the king and queen all saw the scene, saw the helpless smile at the corner of Princess Aurora's mouth, paired with the little princess's stunning face that made people fall in love with her. Several witches and queens couldn't help but be moved, their complexion eclipsed for a few moments. The young girl with the most perfectly healthy, good running body, with an amazing memory that she can't forget, who is loved by everyone and has a graceful demeanor, is grounded forever at the flowery age when she should be learning about the world the most. A dozen years in a row, Her Majesty the Queen, who loved her daughter most dearly, was already in tears at this moment. The king's face sank slightly at the sight of his weeping wife, but he remained certain. There's no need to be sad. This price Aurora paid is nothing compared to the miserable end the curse brought. The curse is triggered by Aurora being stabbed by a spindle before disaster strikes the kingdom. We did it to stop the curse from coming true, so that our daughter and everyone else could live. It's just a little necessary sacrifice. The queen nodded. Of course she also has a big picture, but just now she saw her daughter's future pavilion appearance. A momentary heartbeat. A little bit of heart cannot bear it. Yeah, it's all worth the price if you can stop the Black Witch's curse from coming true. Happy 4th of July. Darn it, trying to code, but realizing that there's only a little bit of writing half the time. It's been too long since I've written, and I can't keep up with the speed of writing to keep up with the demands of a normal web series. I'm always stuck on a sentence in a pointless place for half a day. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. After all, I don't write for a living, so forgive me and forgive me. It's okay, I'm just starting the book now, so I'll try to get back to the speed I had when online authors were updating normally, before it hits the shelves. Chapter 15 The Inevitable Curse. The scene in the mirror continues to play. The thing that interested little Princess Aurora most was listening to the erudite wizard Ryan and the other scholars, turning the pages of their books and telling stories of the outside world every night before bed. Whenever a bedtime story ended and the lights went out, the little princess would look out the window at the glittering river of stars. Does falling down the rabbit hole really arrive at an out-of-this-world wonderland? Are there really mermaids in the depths of the ocean? The giant's castle above the clouds, is it a legend or real? Father, mother, just wait until after my 15th birthday and the curse will be lifted and I'll be able to go out into the world, right? On the pillow, the young girl's jeweled eyes were full of hope. It was a promise she had been given for as long as she could remember. Tomorrow, it's my birthday. Aurora's tone was one of undisguised excitement. It was the day she had always waited for. Thousands of days and nights since she was born. Father, mother, His Excellency Wizard Rhine. Thank you. Wait until after my birthday tomorrow and the curse will be lifted. After that, I want to go out and see. There are so many things I want to see. So many places I want to go. And I want to see if what the books say is true. The image of the mirror is framed in the smile of a young girl with infinite visions of the future. The scene shifts to the next shot immediately afterward. Aurora is celebrating her 15th birthday. When the old king saw this scene, the stone hanging in his heart slowly dropped. It seems that one's defenses are really working. The fulfillment of the prophecy could be prevented by seizing the spindle from the entire kingdom and imprisoning the princess, theoretically eliminating all possibility of Aurora touching the spindle. Although I imprisoned my daughter for more than a decade, and the collection of the nation's spinners sparked resentment. It was totally worth it. The aged monarch's white beard trembled. Seeing the old king's excitement, Rhine sighed softly. The old king is still too young. How can so-called prophecy be avoided in such a simple way? In many myths and fairy tales, all attempts to resist prophecy by human means only end up contributing to its self-fulfillment. Your Majesty. On the contrary, the expressions of several witches were far less relaxed than the king's. They were casters who really knew magic, and vaguely, they could sense something bad. In the next second, the image in the mirror shifted abruptly. After the festivities of her birthday were over, and before the clock struck midnight, the little princess, still observing the injunction of the last half hour, wandered through the palace, roaming through the rooms, large and small, which she had seen hundreds of thousands of times since her birth. Finally, she came to an old palace building. Inside the palace building there was a very narrow staircase, and at the end of the staircase there was a door with a golden key stuck in it. Strange, I don't think I've walked here before? With confusion, Aurora turned the golden key and the door popped open in a flash. An old woman sat inside busy spinning. The princess had never seen a weaving tool before and inquired in disbelief. Hello, old mom, what are you doing? Spinning, the old woman replied. It's so much fun to spin this little gadget. May I see it? With that, Aurora curiously stepped forward and tried to pick up the spindle to spin as well. At the sight of this, the queen exclaimed in a high voice and reached out her hand, affixing it to the silver mirror in Rhine's hand. No, don't, daughter, don't go near that thing. The old king was also pale and alarmed. Wait, no, but how could Aurora, in the mirror, hear her parents' voices outside the mirror? To the despair and horror of her parents, Aurora touched the spindle and promptly pricked her finger. The spindle is not a weapon, and the blessing artificial and natural weapons cannot harm Aurora is naturally invalid. The next second, the blonde girl fell to the ground, unconscious. The curse was fulfilled. However, the blessing that Wizard Rhine had once offered also took effect. The princess did not die, but simply fell into a deep, dreamless and sound sleep. The king and queen are hurrying back at this very moment. They just walked into the hall and fell asleep with them. The horses in the stable, the dogs in the yard, the pigeons on the roof, the flies on the wall, all fell asleep with them. Even the fire in the fireplace stopped burning and went to sleep. The meat on the grill did not fry. Everything was still and all fell into a deep sleep. The spell of slumber enveloped the entire kingdom, putting every inhabitant of the kingdom into eternal sleep. Soon the land of the kingdom grew a great hedge of thistles. Year after year, the crazy plants grew taller and thicker, eventually covering the palace so tightly that even the roof and chimneys were covered. 10 years have passed. 20 years have passed. 50 years have passed. There is a legend circulating about this kingdom, the legend of a beautiful sleeping princess. Since then, a number of princes have come to explore the area, and they have been unsuccessful in their thorny attempts to get through the hedges to the palace. Every warrior who stepped into this cursed land was either entangled in thistles or fell inside by the bushes, as if there were countless hands firmly holding them that were hard to get out of, and they all ended up dying an agonizing death. Beyond the mirror, the old king was weak and powerless as he watched his kingdom ruled by thorns and thistles, a cursed place where no one dared to set foot. Why can't the curse be stopped? Why are there stairs and rooms that have never existed before within my palace? Why did a weaving granny appear out of nowhere? It's all so unreasonable. 2. The monarch of the kingdom, no longer looking like a king at the moment, lost his temper and roared and hid his face. It's as if you've just literally lived through decades of years. It's as if all the disasters have already happened. Chapter 16, The Legendary Warrior. It's all the fault of that craftsman who adulterated the gold plates. I'll break him into pieces. The king was clearly speaking atmospherically, but his voice was getting smaller and more feeble. Violet Fairy gently patted the king's shoulder in a comforting manner. No, sire, it is not your fault. A predestined curse is like a prophecy. Even with all the effort, it's hard to change the end. Seeing that the king was no longer interested in looking at the image in the mirror, Rhine also wiped away the image with a small swipe of her hand on the mirror. As for the more distant future, he couldn't be sure. If we were to follow the most popular version of Sleeping Beauty on the market, there would be a handsome prince who would cloak the princess and succeed in kissing her and lifting the spell exactly 100 years after she fell into a deep sleep. But even Rhine wasn't so sure that in this world, the story would perfectly follow the aforementioned good ending. After all, there are so many versions of fairy tales in circulation. For example, in the more primitive version of the Sleeping Beauty prototype, Sun, Moon, Talia, the subsequent development of the story is rape and cannibalism, which is really juvenile. Nor is it some prince who wakes the princess, but the rapist king of a neighboring country. The moment he withdrew the mirror, Ryan clearly felt the wish power sink into his soul and his own magic power rise again. With the foresight of a traveler, he succeeded in fulfilling the wish of the king and queen to see the future, even if the future isn't bright. When Ryan granted this wish, she likewise gained a glimpse of true prophetic power. Utilizing this new power, Ryan can detect sights in the distance or in the future. Only the information is very vague unless the proper medium is obtained. The queen looked at the little wizard who had silently put away the silver mirror and had long since sobbed. Lord Ryan, is this our destiny to be doomed? Is it possible that no matter what methods we use, we can't lift the curse, can't stop this doom from coming? As the crowd stared in amazement, Ryan shook her head. No. According to the principles of magic, any curse has a way to be lifted, otherwise it could not have been established from the beginning. When the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, placed the curse, it set the conditions for the curse to be lifted. All we have to do is fulfill this condition and the curse will be lifted without having to wait until Her Highness's 15th birthday. The 12 witches, as well as the king and queen, were silent at the same time. They certainly knew what the method to completely lift the curse from the little princess was. Kill the Black Witch and the curse will be lifted. But the Black Witch's magic is too powerful for us to fight against. The old king wailed sadly. He immediately thought of another possibility and asked tentatively, do you mean, Lord Ryan, that you were able to defeat the Black Witch, Marlene Faison? Could it be that Ryan was still hiding useless cards from the battle just now? Is he confident enough in himself to suggest this? Ryan smiled faintly and answered with certainty. Can't. The Black Witch's magic, which can wipe out an entire kingdom. Even with the addition of the delayed out of injury loss mold conditions such as delayed to take effect after 15 years and spells will be interrupted upon one's own death. It's still a terrible magic that is far beyond the terrible magic that is far beyond the limits of my magic power. Ryan spoke of strange words, but the old king could still understand the meaning of the teenager continued. Moreover, tonight we are fighting against Marlene Faison, who has just finished releasing a powerful curse and is extremely depleted. And even the Black Witch in this state is far more powerful than the 12 witches and I combined. If we challenge the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, afterward, she will only be stronger and more invincible than she showed tonight. Marlene Faison is a true legendary magician with a hierarchical gap from us. The corners of the old king's mouth twitched and his face turned ugly. Since the Black Witch is so powerful as to be almost unbeatable, what's the point of this, you say? Who could kill her? He also knew before that the Black Witch Marlene Faison was more powerful than the other 12 witches, but he did not realize that the gap between the former and the latter was as big as a rift. The 12 witches were equally somber as water. In the previous battle, the Black Witch's transformation into a giant dragon had left a deep impression on them. Even if they were the same casters who mastered magic, twisted nature, and reshaped reality, the gap between them was desperate. Even if an entire kingdom's army came together, it would instantly collapse in morale when faced with such an inhuman beast. There was no way to defeat a dragon with sheer numbers. Your Majesty. Scanning the circle of grim-faced people, the young wizard pulled up his white and gold robes and bowed softly to the king. It's true that I can't defeat the dragon that the Black Witch has transformed into with just my own strength, and the soldiers of the kingdom, but a blessed warrior can do it. After studying the grimoire, Ryan gained a deep understanding of the transcendent powers of this world. Not only can wizards use magical magic, but powerful warriors, likewise, are able to build a strong physical body far beyond that of earthlings. Ryan raised her pitch. Sire, I know such a warrior, braver and wiser than every knight under your command, bathed in powerful magic at birth. This warrior is physically superior, invulnerable to swords and spears, proficient in every sword-fighting art in the world, skilled in every type of weapon, armor, and shield, and may even know a little bit of magic. When this warrior draws his sword, only the gods can match him in swordsmanship. When he draws his bowstring, an arrow can penetrate his target across half the kingdom. When this warrior rides his steed on the sands, even scattered armies will succumb to his charms and follow his orders. When this warrior sings his war song before a routed and disorganized army, even a disciplined and deprived band will regroup and willingly die for it. I think such a warrior will be able to lead His Majesty's army, kill the Black Witch, and lift the curse from its roots. Chapter 17 Blessings. The king and queen froze after hearing Ryan's words. The 12 witches froze, especially the Violet Fairy. The head of the 12 witches was very much dismayed. This wizard, who seemed so young, still knew such a warrior? Remembering earlier, when Ryan had shown magic that surpassed her own, the Violet Fairy suspected that the boy in front of her was far less young than he seemed. It couldn't be an old wizard who has lived for centuries pretending to be young, could it? Lord Ryan, is it true what you say? So you know such a warrior. Why didn't you say so earlier? The old king's eyes dilated in amazement. This white-haired old man no longer had any semblance of the majesty of a king. He grasped at this last straw, grabbing Rhine's lapel and inquiring excitedly, "Please tell me, Lord Rhine, where is that warrior? In what kingdom is he now? I want to hire him, even if it means emptying the entire national treasury of gold. Oh yes, and I can betroth my daughter to him and make him the new master of the kingdom. I am willing to offer him my entire kingdom as a gift if he will help me defeat the Black Witch and lift the curse." Rhine's face was as normal as ever, and after a moment of silence, he said faintly, "Your Majesty, let me confirm this to you. Do you really want to meet this warrior, and are willing to pay any price, even if it means making him the future master of the kingdom?" The old king froze for half a second at the question. Then, the old man, who was growing older, nodded firmly, his eyes full of emptiness. "What is the use of a kingdom that would have been destroyed if the curse could not be lifted?" Rhine laughed. "Your honorable majesty, since you have made up your mind, let me take you, now, to the warrior, as the monarch of the kingdom, the queen of the kingdom." And the witches looked on. Rhine took a giant step forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The young wizard walked to the little princess's cradle. After the blessing of the 12 witches, Rhine opens her arms and offers the 13th and final blessing to the sleeping beauty in her swaddling clothes. "Your Highness, Princess Aurora, the blessed one who has gathered the 12-fold blessing, I give you 3 gifts, the gift of battle, the courage to go all the way, and the power to practice justice. I bless you to be what I have just described, a great warrior, to defeat the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and end the curse on you with your own hands." Rhine turned gently. "The above, that is, my blessing to Princess Aurora." Behind him, in the cradle and swaddling clothes, light so radiant that it was hard to keep your eyes open blossomed out, signifying that the blessing had been given. Deadly silence. Both the king and queen, who were the princess's parents, and the 12 witches, were all frozen in place at the moment, as if they had turned into stone statues. Can't blame them for being stupid and not thinking in that direction. It's really Rhine's approach that completely subverts the mindset that they, the fairy tale characters, have always perceived. Is this a blessing that would normally offer to a princess? Similar examples have never been heard of. Rhine looked natural, like she'd just done something she took for granted. It was the shock of the crowd that left him a little speechless. Didn't it go smoothly when you did it yourself? The only possible resource on your side now against the Black Witch is the last chance to give Aurora's blessing. Blessings, like curses, have a karmic law level of self-realization. Since the Black Witch could inflict an inescapable curse, his side could also take advantage of this and use the blessing to predetermine a good future. Wouldn't it be 100 times better to simply put the princess will kill the Black Witch and lift the curse in the blessing, rather than a negative defense like the princess will not die, but will only fall into a deep sleep? The king asked in wonder as he calmed down from his shock. "Lord Rhine, what are you?" Rhine beamed and pontificated. "Honorable Majesty, the future Princess Aurora, the perfect warrior of whom I have just spoken. The blessing of the witches has bestowed on Her Royal Highness Princess Aurora all the positive qualities of the earth. Your Highness has been blessed with a healthy body that never contracts disease or fatigue, and is therefore capable of being the most valiant of warriors. Her Highness has been blessed with an unforgettable memory and an amazing talent for learning, easily mastering the art of boarding swords and even magic. Her Highness has been blessed with a stirring voice and a charm that mesmerizes, so that she can be the commander who makes soldiers live and die together, the shining banner in the midst of 10,000 armies. If she is present, morale must be high. If she does not fall, the army will not be routed. Her Highness also has the blessing of being invulnerable to swords and water and fire, and she is the only one who was able to stab a sharp blade into a dragon's heart without being victimized by the fiery flames of an evil dragon. Coupled with the blessing I have just bestowed, Your Highness, Aurora, will surely become the best warrior in the kingdom, slaying the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and lifting the curse of being stabbed by a spindle at the age of 15 with her own hands." The old king stared for a moment, carefully recalling the specifics of what Rhine had just described as a so-called warrior. It does correspond perfectly to each of the blessings offered to the princess by the witches earlier, though it felt unexpectedly reasonable. The old king couldn't help but growl mentally. "That's okay?" Chapter 18 3 Things Accounted for by the Sage. After a series of mental exchanges, in addition to shock, the old king actually felt a few moments of gratitude. He had all but made up his mind to give the kingdom to a warrior he had never known. Nowadays, it seems that since it's for yourself being a child, as opposed to an unknown outsider, it's good instead? Retracting his gaze from the king, Rhine gave another blank look at the witches, who were still in a state of shock. "What? The blessing of invulnerability to swords and spears and water and fire was not added by you? What's so surprising?" Rhine coughed twice and continued. "Today, The blessing I bestow on Her Highness Aurora must be kept secret by all. It is not unlikely that the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, will continue to keep an eye on the curse after she leaves the kingdom. If the Black Witch knew that we had used the blessing to create a warrior who would kill her, she would surely find a way to thwart the realization of the blessing. Limited by the upper limit of the power of the blessing, I cannot guarantee that the prophecy will automatically be fulfilled if we do nothing. We must actively work to bring about its fulfillment, and that process will require us to work together. Long before the blessing was applied, Rhine had quietly cast a spell to summon the invisible spirit of wind, isolating the air and blocking out the sound. Thus the guards and others in the Great Hall were not able to hear the exact content of the blessing. It's not that Rhine hasn't thought of granting such outrageous blessings as absolute invincibility, kill everything in seconds, omniscience, omnipotence, and the ability to do whatever one wishes. But the power of blessings has an upper limit, and a blessing that can't even remove a single curse of the Black Witch can't even grant a power that directly exceeds the Black Witch's power. In modern gaming terms, there are only so many skill points. What matters is the direction of the additions, and it's useless to exaggerate the final effect. What's more, in various stories, blessings that were too exaggerated were either misinterpreted or suffered the backlash of fate and were taken down by inexplicable loopholes. The more invincible a blessing seems on the surface, the more likely it is to invite disaster. Rhine turned to the old king again. For the blessing to be successfully realized, there are 3 more things to trouble His Majesty next. The old king, true to form, had accepted the somewhat absurd truth at the moment. I beg the Honorable Rhine to give an account. The monarch of the kingdom himself probably didn't realize that after experiencing a series of events, after witnessing Rhine save the day in the battle with the Black Witch, and then making an accurate prophecy of the future, as well as using his imagination to offer Princess Aurora an unprecedented blessing, he had vaguely regarded the little magician in front of him as the only one he could rely on and hope for at this moment. If it weren't for Rhine, he might have actually thought that collecting the nation's spinners and imprisoning his daughter for a decade or so would stop the curse. Ah no, if it wasn't for this magician Sama, he, the king of a country, would have died under the flames of the Black Dragon just now. Therefore, when Rhine makes a suggestion, it is natural to feel that it should be followed. Rhine said slowly, "First things first, I ask His Majesty the King to block the news of this night, and not let the people of the kingdom know that this land has been cursed by the Black Witch, and that it will usher in its demise in a dozen years. Once the news leaks out, the kingdom will surely be on edge. Whether they are powerful nobles or wealthy merchants, all people desperately try to stay away from this cursed land whenever they can. There will never be a wise minister in His Majesty's court, there will no longer be a valiant soldier in His Majesty's army, and there will be no hard-working farmer to be seen in the lands of the kingdom. This way the kingdom will already exist in name only without having to wait for the curse to fall." Hearing Rhine's reminder, the old king nodded gently. "It's worthy of His Excellency, Rhine, to think of this layer right away. This is indeed a huge pitfall, but is this curse something that can be avoided by escaping the kingdom?" In that case, seeming to understand that the king had thought of something else, the teenager's aqua-colored eyes were slightly bleak, and he sighed softly. "The prophecy has been revealed to me. The curse of the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, cannot be avoided even by escaping the kingdom. But even if Your Majesty says so, people may not believe it and will only think it is a ploy by those in power. That being the case, it would be better to avoid people's concerns in the first place. Our goal is to lift the curse. But a backslidden populace is the greatest curse of all, and the kingdom can't afford to crumble under the curse called fear before the witch's curse strikes." After helping the king and queen to realize their wish of knowing the future and obtaining a hint of the power of prophecy as a reward, Rain used Princess Aurora in front of him as a medium of divination, and performed a quick prophecy against the curse on the little princess. He was sure that when the event of Princess Aurora's hand being pierced by a spindle was accomplished, all the subjects who had belonged to the kingdom, even if they were outside the country, would be traced by the curse within a few years, and die a miserable death in agony. The only exception to the curse that once belonged to a subject of the kingdom and was unaffected was the Black Witch Marlene Faison herself, the inflictor of the curse. A few of the witches visibly changed their expressions slightly when Rhine said this. Apparently, the words of the kingdom sage were also spoken to them, giving them a reason why they couldn't escape. Sweeping her eyes over the witches, Rhine continued where she left off. "Next is the second thing. Please, Your Majesty, pretend that I have not shown you the future or offered this special blessing to Princess Aurora." Everything went according to His Majesty's original plan, including the collection of folk spindles and the faking of Princess Aurora's confinement to the palace. And I, along with the 12 witches, will take Her Highness, Princess Aurora, out of the palace and raise Her Highness to be a king worthy of the throne and a warrior strong enough to defeat the dragon before the day of the curse arrives. Over the next few minutes, Rhine finished detailing her plan. The king accepted without objection, except that the queen was a little sad. The teenager went on. After that comes the third thing. Next, I will take her highness away from the palace for a long time until I raise her as a brave woman who can stand alone. During this time, please ask your majesty to spread my legend, which can be packaged and exaggerated somewhat. I had healed thousands of patients with magic potions and spells before I became a court wizard, but the scale of the impact was still far from enough. Besides, I need the lore now, with the addition of more important details. The point of these tales is to mention that there is a magician in the kingdom who can grant wishes. If a wish is strong enough in one's heart and the name of the magician is recited, it is possible for the wish to be granted and fulfilled. The following is my three-part honorific name: Sages of the World Beyond, Prophets of the Future, Wizards of Miracles and Wishes. Chapter 19, The First Legend of the Wizard. Hearing this request from Rhine, not only was the king confused, even the 12 witches, who were proficient in magic, were equally uncertain. Is it some sort of ritual to define a multi-part title and have others recite it? But it does seem that there is a mystical flavor to the story of a wish being granted by chanting a name. Of course it's no problem. It's a breeze. Lord Rhine, everything is as you wish. His Majesty the King did not refuse the request. It couldn't have been easier for him. Rhine's heart snickered. Having gained the power of prophecy, Rhine is able to actively detect things that are happening in the distance or in the future, only very vaguely. But if you use your self-defined title as a signpost, you can hear distant voices with clarity and integrity, virtually unencumbered by the shackles of space. Relying on the connection brought about by the title, he was also able to sense the extent of the supplicant's desire for the wish from across the room. Instead of searching for the protagonists of destiny like looking for a needle in a haystack, it is better to let the protagonists of destiny, who are hidden all over the world, come forward to pray to you. Even if the supplicant is not one of the protagonists of destiny, if the wish is strong enough, Rhine will help. As for the inspiration for the three-part honorific name, it naturally came from a certain novel. Unlike other magicians in this world, I have many novel ideas from another world and another era. As I fulfill more and more wishes and master more and more types of magic, those elements from Earth novels, anime, movies, and television can be replicated one by one. Rhine was mentally pleased. Years from now, I really don't know what the world will be like. Thinking about it, Rhine couldn't help but have a few moments of anticipation. After the battle with the Black Witch, Rhine deeply realized that compared to the truly powerful magicians in this world, he still had a long way to go. But he can improve infinitely as long as he keeps granting the wishes of the protagonists of fate, and it's only a matter of time before he becomes a legendary magician. That night the king's soldiers stormed the old artisan's residence, having been ordered to apprehend the counterfeiter and hang him. However, when they crashed through the doorway, they found that the old craftsman had hanged himself from the beams of the room. Upon learning of the tragedy at the feast, the old craftsman committed suicide in fear of his life. A suicide note left by the old artisan pleads for the mercy of the king and the sage Lord Rhine to spare his family, including his wife and his brother Oz, who works in the circus. In the blink of an eye, several weeks had passed since the great battle within the royal palace. The version of this event that has been circulating around has become the following. The infamous Black Witch, Marlene Fison, was invited to attend the christening ceremony of Her Highness, but suddenly went mad with rage and attacked the king's guards at the banquet, causing many casualties among the soldiers. Fortunately, the court's magical advisor, the kingdom's sage and grand wizard, Lord Rhine, was so powerful that he sheltered the king and queen. The court magician also led the 12 witches to save the day and repel Marlene Fison. Today, it is suspected that the Black Witch, Marlene Fison, has fled to another country. Any national who can provide clues to her will be rewarded with gold and silver. The key fact that the witch cursed the little princess and the whole kingdom was intentionally omitted. The sun rises as usual. The people in the kingdom continue their lives as usual, and no one knows that the shadow of death has long been hanging over the skies of the entire kingdom. During this time, another magical legend began to circulate amongst the taverns and campfires. Have you heard that story about the wish-fulfilling wizard? Could it be true? Come on, Jerry, you're not 3 years old anymore. How can such fairy tales be true? But I heard someone say that the wizard in the story who can grant people's wishes is the great wizard Rainsama, who once healed thousands of sick people in the southern region and later became a sage of the kingdom. It's normal for stories to have a real-life prototype. Moreover, how could Lord Rhine listen to the wishes of us commoners nowadays as an honorable court magician? There are all sorts of different versions of the legend, but none of them can be separated from a mysterious wizard boy who can grant people's wishes. And almost every version that circulates involves those three honorifics: the sage of the world beyond, the prophet who knows the future, the sorcerer of miracles and wishes. It is said that there really was a starving child who, when in despair, had recited the appropriate name and made a wish, and soon afterward a colorful bird of prey brought her bread and water. After a few instances of fulfillment, the legend spread by leaps and bounds, becoming for a time a pillow story for many children, and even tending to spread beyond the realm. But most of those who wished for it with just a try attitude failed to witness any miracle. While some doubt the truth of the legend, others believe that only particularly sincere wishes have a small chance of being answered. Chapter 20 Prayer, Oz. It's not a good time for Ozzy to be in good shape. This circus balloon pilot and signature magician spends his days terrified and disoriented. Oz, are you in some kind of big trouble? I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? A fellow circusgoer consoled an ashen-faced Ozzy from the sidelines. Don't. Leave me alone. Oz waved his hand, detaching the fellow officer. Only Oz knows that he can't mention his fear to outsiders. A few days ago, his older brother, the old craftsman who had served the court for many years, suddenly committed suicide. Outsiders aren't sure what's going on, but Oz vaguely understands that it's because his own older brother adulterated the gold plates and committed suicide in fear of his life. Even more frighteningly, according to the rumors Oz had inquired about, it was because of the adulterated plates that the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, had become enraged at the christening ceremony of the young Princess Aurora, that she had snapped and killed a large number of the king's guards. It's finished. It was my elder brother who provoked the Black Witch and caused this disaster. That's not even the scariest. The most horrible thing is that my elder brother seems to have been moved to fake it because of my thoughtless flirting. God knows if my older brother left a suicide note or something before he killed himself that would identify me. In case His Majesty finds out that I had something to do with this, I'll be dead. No, even if His Majesty doesn't find out, he may still be angry with me. I'm just a small magician. His Majesty the King wants to kill me. There's not a single chance of escaping. The more Oz thought about it, the more he shivered and cried. Mr. Oz, while I don't know what kind of big trouble you're in, I have a suggestion. You could try making a wish to a wizard from recent legend. Legend has it that only particularly strong heartfelt wishes are likely to be granted. In your current state, maybe wishing really works. The same colleague who had been detached a moment before, ran back at some point, poked his head out of the doorframe, and suggested, wish upon a legendary wizard? Oz froze, his eyes glowing slightly. He had recently heard the legend of the Wizard of Wishes. It doesn't cost anything anyway, so why not give it a try? But in the next second, Oz dismissed the thought. Are you kidding me? The archetype of this legend is said to be Rain, the kingdom's only sage, the king's advisor, and the court's great wizard. How thoughtful was it to pray to the king's advisor and court magician, Lord Rhine, when he was offended by the king himself? If this great wizard could really hear my prayers remotely, it would be merciful if he didn't strike me to death with a thunderbolt. Ozzy's heart was in his mouth, and he looked grim, his face full of miserable sadness. As the saying goes, daydreams and nightmares. That night, Ozzy didn't sleep well at all. He dreamed that he was captured by the king, sentenced to be hanged, and about to be hanged alive. In a nightmare of horror, Ozzy, crying in fear, recites the name of the legend in the spirit of beating a dead horse. Sages of the world beyond, prophets of the future, wizards of miracles and wishes, please, I want to live. Is there any way I can, safely, escape this kingdom? As the dream Oz recites them, the real world Oz makes the same dreamy statement. The main road in the distance. Gathering his things, he left the palace with the young princess, and halfway to the Rhine, on the bumpy carriage, he heard a distant prayer. During this time, through the use of the art of prophecy and the honorary name positioning, Rain was able to hear the sound of wishes from afar from time to time. Some wishes blaze like fire, while others are as faint as a glow, representing the intensity of the wish and the amount of wishing power it can provide. Every day, Rain identifies a few of the strongest of these desires, listens carefully, and brings them to fruition, using the knowledge imparted in shapeshifting and summoning. Instead of actually moving to where the wishbringer was, he could summon the essence of nature, assigning magical nature spirits to provide assistance. Steeply, he heard another prayer in the distance. What amazing wish power! Rhine shuddered. He knew what it meant. Such a majestic and thick wishing power was something he had only experienced in the king and queen before. This time the supplicant was a protagonist of fate. Chapter 20, The Magician of Oz, above. As the saying goes, daydreams and nightmares. That night, Ozzy didn't sleep well at all. He dreamed that the king's soldiers were coming to arrest him, and that he would be sentenced to be hanged and hanged alive. In a nightmare of horror, Ozzy cries out in fear and recites the name from the legend in the spirit of beating a dead horse. Sages of the world beyond, prophets of the future, Wizards of miracles and wishes, please, I want to live and escape this kingdom safely. As the dream Oz recites them, the real-world Oz makes the same dreamy statement. The main road in the distance. Packing up and leaving the palace with the young Princess Aurora, halfway to Rhine, he heard a distant prayer in the bumpy carriage. Every now and then, during this time, Rhine could hear the sound of a heart's desire from a distance. Every day he identifies a few of the strongest of these desires, listens carefully, and brings them to fruition. Instead of actually moving to where the wishbringer is, Rhine summons the spirits and birds of prey of weaker nature or gives direct orders to local officials to help indirectly. Steeply, he heard another prayer in the distance. What amazing wish power! Rhine shuddered. He knew what it meant. Such a majestic and thick wishing power was something he had only experienced in the king and queen before. This time, the supplicant was a child of destiny or a protagonist of destiny. Rhine had suspected that the so-called Destiny's Child was one of those characters that existed in fairy tales, but she had never had the chance to verify it. The teenager hastily closed his eyes and listened to Oz's prayers. Magician and balloon pilot named Oz? Works in a circus. Worried about being implicated in the gold plate forgery. After reading the contents of the wish, Rhine was stunned and laughed. What the heck? So was afraid of this. However, since you prayed to me in your dream, I'm going to fulfill your heart's desire. The teenager smiled quietly. The wish reads, to escape the kingdom to a safe place. Between thoughts, Rhine had many associations with Oz's identity. The name is Oz. Or is it Destiny's Child? A more timid personality, specializing in magic and balloon driving. Does that mean it's that Oz? The Wizard of Oz or Oz? The con man king of Oz, the magician of Oz. In this fairy tale, the protagonist Dorothy is blown by a tornado to Oz, a fantastic land far from the world, and embarks on a fantastical journey, making friends such as the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the Lion. There is a powerful witch in Oz to the east, west, north and south, and Oz, who lives in the Emerald City in the center of Oz, is said to be an even more powerful wizard. Of course, as the story progresses, following the perspective of the main character, Dorothy, readers will realize that the so-called Grand Wizard, Oz, is in fact a great liar, and that all the magic is just some magic tricks. Of course, crooks being crooks, Oz himself is still a nice guy. I didn't expect to actually meet Oz before traveling to Oz. Now there is not called Oz. After all, King Oz has not even gone there yet. As for the establishment of the Emerald City and the protagonist Dorothy stepping into Oz, I actually came to such an early time. The discovery was somewhat unexpected for Rhine. After all, according to the original, The Wizard of Oz takes place in recent times, and Oz's hometown is Omaha, USA. Of course, as far as Rhineland knows, there is no country named United States of America in this hybrid fairy tale world. It makes sense, then, that in a wizarding world that incorporates so many familiar stories, Oz's birthplace and part of his background would change. Collecting his thoughts, Rhine began to think about how he could fulfill Oz's wish. According to the original story, Oz would have descended on Greenfield because the hot air balloon went out of control. Oz dreamed that a large group of the king's soldiers were trying to come and capture him as the circus was about to begin, and saw that he was going to have nowhere to run. Before the circus begins, Ozzy sits in a light balloon that rises up to entice the audience to come and gather to buy more tickets. At the moment of crisis, the rope of the balloon carrying Oz suddenly breaks, and the balloon flies higher and higher, allowing him to escape from the king's pursuers. Wah-wah! Ozzy woke up in a cold sweat, startled out of his nightmare. Startled, he rushed to feel all over his body before realizing he was safe. It's okay, it's just a dream. Ozzy wiped the sweat off his face. Why do I remember that I seem to have recited the name of the wizard in my dream? It shouldn't matter, it was just a dream. Oz shook his head, leaving the dream behind for the moment. Today, the circus that Oz is a part of is holding its normal performances. Before the show began, Ozzy sat in a balloon to greet the incoming audience. Everything was just like the scene in the dream. At that moment, Oz heard someone in the audience shout, "Wow, it's His Majesty's soldiers. Do they come to the circus too?" Oz probed and saw a small group of soldiers heading this way. Crap, the nightmare has come true. His Majesty the King must have sent soldiers to come and take me. The talented magician looked as white as death and shivered in the balloon basket. The dream flashed through Oz's mind. By the way, there's the dream approach. He pulled out the pocket knife he had with him, ready to cut the rope that linked the ground and pulled the balloon in place. But at this moment, Oz hesitated again, his hand shaking as he gripped the knife, his palm covered in cold sweat. He didn't have the courage to cut the rope and float away with the wind. Oz was still hesitant when the rope snapped on its own. No way? The rope snapped by itself? Was that a precognitive dream I had before? The out-of-control balloon moves with the wind and rises high into the sky. The balloon just floated and floated and floated further and further away. Oh crap, how did the rope break? Oz the magician is still on the balloon. Who's going to save him? Chapter 22, The Magician of Oz. Below, the rising balloon and Oz, the magician, disappeared together at the end of the sky amidst the gasps of the audience. The hills in the distance. Ryan looked up and smiled in relief as she watched the balloon disappear into the clouds with Oz in tow. Hey, you don't even dare to cut the rope at this time. And you want me to help you personally. The silver-haired boy spread his hands helplessly and whirled around, flirting in the language of his former life. Dear Grand Wizard Oz, your wish to escape the kingdom safely has been granted. Remember to give a favorable review. Just now, it was Ryan who gave life to the rope, allowing it to tear itself apart. As for the soldiers who came to see the circus, they were of course secretly arranged by Ryan. In order to fulfill the wishes of my clients, I do all the tricks. How in heaven's name can there be a wizard as good as me? Ryan wasn't worried about Oz's safety. Anyway, he knows that, according to the original plot of The Wizard of Oz, instead of encountering danger on this journey, Oz is going to become emperor. Literally, just in case. He also performed a divination to determine that Oz's departure from the kingdom was an auspicious omen that brought about a change of fortune. Once again, having fulfilled the wish of the protagonist of destiny, Ryan once again felt the growth of power in her soul. A slight distortion appeared in space when the slender palm flipped. After granting Oz's wish to escape abroad, he gains a glimpse of the power of space. It looks like I can teleport as far as I want. Of course, it can't be somewhere I've never been or know anything about. In the future, even if the Black Witch Marlene Fyson does come to my door looking for trouble, even though I can't beat her, I should be able to take Her Highness Aurora and run away. There are still 15 years until the curse of death by spindle stabbing takes effect. When Princess Aurora grows a little older, I can take her with me and travel to other lands outside the kingdom. When that time comes, I guess the Emerald City of Oz has already been built. You can take her to Oz to see it. Smiling, Ryan looked up at the snow-white layered clouds and azure sky and couldn't help but think of the future. The balloon floated and floated and floated above the clouds. The currents in the air pushed against it, taking Oz to the sky outside the kingdom. Oh my god, the balloon is drifting farther and farther away. I don't know where it's going to float. Airborne Oz shivered from the high-altitude cold and fear. In this way, the balloon floated in the air for a day and a night. The next day Oz woke up to find that the balloon had flown over a beautiful and exotic land. After a few more hours, the balloon landed slowly and he was safe and sound. Ozzy realizes that he's landed in a strange group of people. They were dressed differently than any group Oz knew within the kingdom. On the men's heads, they wore round hats, with a little peaked top in the center, and little bells hanging on all sides, which jingled as they moved. The women wore white gowns, draped over their shoulders, with little stars glittering on them, like diamonds in the sunlight. Wow, did he come down from the clouds? Yes, I just saw it with my own eyes. At first he was so high off the ground it was only a small dot, then slowly descended. Sir, you can actually fly. You must be a great wizard, right? Honorable and great wizard, may I ask, why are you visiting our kingdom? The group of people dressed in strange clothes looked at Oz with envy and awe, obviously treating Oz, who had descended from the sky, as a great magician with high magical power. What magic? I'm just a magician. Oz was just about to say that when he stopped. This group seems to have a special respect for wizards and are pretty good at fooling them. I'm hungry and thirsty now, so wouldn't I be able to pose as a wizard and get a little food and drink from them? Oh well, the sky's the limit here anyway. No one can test what I say to see if it's true or not. Oz smiled slightly and crossed his arms, showing off his long years of stagecraft skills, making up a story to the crowd of onlookers without even having to draft it. That's right, I'm Oz, a magician with high magic power, from the kingdom in the west. I've been studying magic under the great wizard Ryan since I was 5 years old. Hey, you may not know, that's the most powerful grand magician in our country, and I'm Ryan's most honored disciple, inheriting all of his magic. The crowd of onlookers listened to Oz's story, all wide-eyed and stunned, with a few occasional gasps. God, Lord Ryan would kill me if he heard the lies I made up. Please bless me so he never knows what I said. Oz secretly bellyaches. Gosh, you really are a powerful wizard. The oddly dressed people screamed in excitement. Soon, the wizard-worshipping crowd had arranged a sumptuous feast for Oz. They offered the most delicious food and gave the hungry and thirsty Oz a good meal. You've had your fill, haven't you, Lord Archmagician? Sure, thanks for the food and water. Oz wiped his grease-covered mouth well. In a flash, a bunch of men and women pleaded with a crystal light flashing in their eyes. Then, Grand Wizard Oz, please use your powerful magic to help us defeat the Wicked Witch of the East and free us all from her enslavement. Ha? What witch? You have witches in this country? The ones who can actually do magic? Oz almost fainted in shock when he saw the look of sincerity in the crowd's eyes. I beat the Witch of the East. Really? Chapter 23, The Black Witch's Confusion. The crowd of onlookers listened to Oz's story, all wide-eyed and stunned, with a few occasional gasps. God! Lord Rhine would kill me if he heard the lies I made up. Please bless me so he never knows what I said. Oz secretly bellyaches. Gosh, you really are a powerful wizard. The oddly dressed people screamed in excitement. Soon, the wizard-worshipping crowd had arranged a sumptuous feast for Oz. They offered the most delicious food and gave the hungry and thirsty Oz a good meal. You've had your fill, haven't you, Lord Archmagician? Sure, thanks for the food and water. Oz wiped his grease-covered mouth well. In a flash, a bunch of men and women pleaded with a crystal light flashing in their eyes. Then, Grand Wizard Oz, please use your powerful magic to help us defeat the Wicked Witch of the East and free us all from her enslavement. Ha? What witch? You have witches in this country? The ones who can actually do magic? Oz almost fainted in shock when he saw the look of sincerity in the crowd's eyes. I beat up the Witch of the East. Seriously? Beyond the lands of the kingdom, inside an eerie, dark, gothic castle that reeks of horror, the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, sat on her obsidian throne and stretched, recalling her experiences in the king's city some time ago, just casually destroying a kingdom and cursing a bunch of guys I hate. It's not a big deal, there's no need to take it to heart at all. For a legendary-level magic master, the survival of a secular kingdom was only a matter of thought, but her supernatural instincts were vaguely aware of a hint of unease. Wait, am I forgetting something? Marlene Faison, the Black Witch, stood up abruptly, dripping with alarm. By the way, that night, there was one last chance for a blessing left. That little court magician, Rain, hasn't offered a blessing to Princess Aurora yet. How did I leave that out? There is no way that the magic of that group of mediocre people can directly lift the curse that I have placed, but if the opportunity to bless is utilized, it is possible to counteract the curse of my certain death. At that time, she deliberately waited for all 12 witches to offer their blessings before starting the curse because she did not take the small wizard Rhine, who was too young in appearance, in her eyes. But the battle that followed proved that Rhine's magical attainments surpassed even the 12 good witches. The blessing he offered to Princess Aurora only grew stronger. It's really troublesome. If they weaken my curse with the chance of a blessing, that's not good. The Black Witch Marlene Faison's eyes suddenly glazed over. Marlene Faison believes in the idea that if you do something, you have to do it perfectly. She would not allow her curse to fail. This Black Witch hastily closed her eyes and, with the help of the occult connection between herself and the curse, sensed the magic of the curse on Princess Aurora in the distance. Halfway through the day, the Black Witch opened her eyes. Something's wrong. The curse is actually not weakened? She clearly perceived that the power of the curse had not diminished one iota. The little princess will die at the age of 15 from a spindle piercing her finger. A prophecy on the level of the law of cause and effect still stands untouched and untampered with in the river of destiny. Now, instead, it was the Black Witch's turn to be confused. Don't you have one last chance for a blessing left? Don't even utilize it? It wouldn't be possible to completely ignore my curse and just offer a normal blessing to the princess normally, would it? That would be really stupid. The Black Witch sneered, not quite at ease. She pulled out another crystal ball and recited a magic spell. It is an ancient and dark prophetic magic that communicates the vision of the dark familiars, looking into the distance instead of the caster. Hundreds of crows, within the kingdom, became the eyes of the Black Witch, presenting the images they saw in turn on the crystal ball. The raven flew into the streets and alleys, in and out of taverns, gathering up the information the Black Witch needed. Have you heard? For reasons unknown, His Majesty the King has imprisoned the princess in the depths of the palace, allowing only specialized care and preventing anyone from entering or leaving that palace building. Really? His Majesty isn't crazy, is he? Yes, and lately the King's soldiers have been going door to door collecting spindles. God knows what His Majesty the King is thinking. Shoo, keep it down. What are you talking about? Muffled. It's too bad, sigh. It said that the little princess was once blessed by the witches and was the most beautiful child in the world. I wish I could see with my own eyes what this little beauty looks like. What are you guys thinking? Where is Her Highness for you to just see? Finding that everything was not different from what was expected, the Black Witch Marlene Faison terminated her magic with satisfaction, a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. Thinking that the curse won't be accomplished by keeping Princess Aurora from touching the spindle? Just as I expected. Something that stupid king would do. A predestined curse is one that comes inevitably and unavoidably. The Black Witch took one step down the rocky steps and out of the dark old castle, changing in moments into a giant dragon, wings flapping as she flew off into the dark heavens. all is well, but let's keep a little more vigilant. Speaking of which, after more than a decade of temporary residence in that crappy kingdom, I haven't been to see my sister friends in a while. Ha ha ha. Chapter 24, The Growth of a Little Princess. Rhine and the 12 Witches, with Princess Aurora in tow, traveled to a small town outside the royal capital. Relying on the illusions of one of the witches, the crowd slightly adjusted their appearance to avoid the risk of being recognized. Time flies, and days go by. The witches took turns switching off, taking over the job of caring for the princess. Rhine, for her part, always stood by Aurora's side, listening now and then for wishes from a distant land, either teleporting there to fulfill them and then returning, or summoning birds of prey and nature's spirits to do the work in her place. During the day, Rhine is the princess's tutor. At night, the witches take turns teaching the princess. Princess Aurora is growing up day by day. She did not know her honored and privileged status, but all the blessings were fulfilled in her. She is smart and beautiful and loved by all. She learns at an amazing speed and never forgets. Her body is ever healthy, as if it were a gift from God and tireless. In order to maximize the potential of this blessed body, Rhine set up a scientific exercise pattern. The witches, after reading Rhine's workout regimen, which was centuries ahead of its time, echoed the centuries ahead of its time sentiment. This is child abuse. She won't get tired or sick anyway. Does it matter if I work out 12 hours a day? I've already deducted time for eating and sleeping. What are you looking at me for? Isn't a perfectly healthy body a blessing you bestow? Rhine struggled to defend herself. Even in terms of magic, Princess Aurora likewise showed some talent. Although it wasn't as talented as Rhine, it really surprised the witches. In this world, there are 1 in a million people who are talented enough to learn magic. The vast majority of people, even after a lifetime of hard learning, are unable to unleash the simplest of spells. From time to time, Rhine and the witches would, using funds provided by His Majesty the King, hire teachers with expertise in different fields to teach Her Royal Highness astronomy, geography, mathematics, history, museums, and more. Every teacher, at least once, had been taken aback by the near unforgettable intelligence of the girl in front of them. Of course, even the most imaginative teacher didn't guess. The clever, polite and loving little girl in front of her is the princess who, according to the bard's legend, was supposed to be imprisoned forever in the deepest part of the palace. In the course of her teaching, this young girl showed a lovely understanding that was not age-appropriate. She was obviously still very young, yet she seemed to have a magic that made people sink, and every rise and fall of her voice was so endearing that she couldn't help but want to pour it out. There were even several occasions when the teacher preferred not to charge and was even willing to pay money backwards for the chance to give Princess Aurora another lesson. After the unforgettable little princess successfully completes a certain class study, it becomes a headache for Rhine and the witches to get the appropriate teacher out of the way. Please, this child of yours is a math genius. I don't want the money. Please make sure she becomes my sole disciple. Go go go. Don't think I don't know that you taught all you could last week. Put it off for a hard week, and now you're letting the kid teach you more or less. Yeah, it's okay to have your kids be my teachers. Get out. Sending off another hired private tutor, Rhine covered her forehead and lamented. Is this the transcendent charm granted by the blessing? It's also too terrifying. This kind of attraction that makes people sink is completely on the level of abnormal modality. Admittedly, Rhine must admit that his skin nowadays also has a kind of dusty beauty, but Princess Aurora's extraordinary charm comes directly from the double blessing of face and voice, which is almost supernatural and cannot be simulated by him at all. Princess Aurora is only 7 years old now, and the transcendental charm has already reached this level. It's even better when you grow up. Compared to the indigenous witches, it was Rain, who came from outside the world, who could most profoundly realize what a terrifying power Princess Aurora contained. The internet likes to call this power Chinese Phantom, which emphasizes the ability to kill men, women, children and the elderly, and the ability to answer the world's call in desperate situations. But Rhine is convinced that this is a super skill that has been used in both ancient and modern times. Your Majesty, your kingdom has a worthy successor. How can the army not be victorious with such a commander? And how can the country not be strong with such a monarch? After many more days, Rhine decided that Aurora had been properly exercised and her flesh was strong enough that she should formally learn combat skills, and hired a sword teacher for the young princess. On Earth, swords aren't considered much of a battlefield weapon, with less reach than long weapons and less armor-breaking ability than blunt weapons. But in this transcendental world, swordsmanship is the strongest and most versatile martial art. The one who acted as the little princess's sword teacher was the most famous sword master in the kingdom. His martial arts were unrivaled within the kingdom, and he certainly thought highly of himself. If it wasn't for the help provided by the old king, It would never have been possible to invite this famous sword saint of the kingdom with money alone. To my surprise, it was His Majesty the King himself who summoned me and ordered me to teach swordplay. With such a grave expression on His Majesty's face, I wonder which one of the valiant warriors needs my instruction. After receiving the king's secret appointment, the master swordsman couldn't help but brainstorm. Could it be that it's one of the valiant generals of the kingdom's army? Or a master in the king's personal guard? Chapter 25, Sword Master flees in flight. Upon seeing his student with his own eyes, the sword master's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "Ha? You guys mean you want me to teach this little girl swordplay?" Dumbfounded, the sword master pointed a trembling finger forward. A few meters ahead, the little girl with hair that seemed to melt like gold stood obediently. She was only 7 or 8 years old, elegant and polite, with a noble beauty in her quiet and elegant temperament. "Yeah, you guys have to do sword sparring every day." Ryan pulled out the wooden sword she had prepared long ago. "Do I use such a big, heavy wooden sword to slash against this little girl?" The sword master looked at the heavy wooden sword that was almost taller than the little girl and completely lost the ability to manage his facial expression. "Of course not." Ryan flatly dismissed the sword master's speculation. The sword master breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ryan tossed the wooden sword to little Aurora. "The wooden sword is for her. For fear of cutting you, you can just use the real sword." The master swordsman looked at his waist, the sharp sword with the lingering odor of blood. Another look ahead, at the little blonde girl who had raised her wooden sword higher than herself and was watching her opponent, intently. The master swordsman felt that the world was not quite real for a few moments. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Ryan shrugged with a matter-of-fact expression. "Anyway, the little princess has the witch's blessing of not being harmed by any weapon, so it's not like she'll be fine if she's cut by a real sword. It is this mortal sword saint who needs to worry about himself." A few seconds later, the master swordsman was knocked to the ground by Aurora with a terrifyingly monstrous force and felt the pain in his body before he finally realized, one is indeed not dreaming. Under the enchantment of the witch's blessing, Princess Aurora's unforgettable memory and far superior learning ability were on full display in her sword practice. Any move, once seen once, could be memorized. When it was used, it was as if it had been practiced a million times, smooth and fluent. It was even improved and superior to the blue. The blessing of perpetual health and the invulnerability of the sword, in turn, allows Princess Aurora to practice a variety of highly dangerous or potentially dangerous maneuvers without fear of injury or lingering effects. With all these factors stacked on top of each other, Aurora, who was learning combat skills, was like a monster in a young girl's skin, progressing at a rapid pace and growing every minute. Both Ryan and the witches were pleasantly surprised to see the princess grow. Honestly, the monster-like little Princess Aurora nowadays gave them many unreal feelings. The witches growled in their heads every time they saw Aurora knocking the master swordsman over like a true swordsman. "The blessing on the princess is really from us?" Watching Her Highness improve day by day, the only one who wasn't in a good mood was the swordsmanship master who was responsible for getting beaten up every day. This little blonde girl, God knows what species. Obviously she looks petite, but she's got all the freakish power. In the beginning, he was able to maneuver around Aurora by relying on his advantage in skill and swordsmanship. When Aurora gradually learned his swordsmanship, he was left with nothing but a beating. On this day, the battered and bruised master swordsman, lying in bed and tossing and turning, recalled a story that had been circulating among the kingdoms for the past few years. A story about, well, a wish-fulfilling wizard, sage of the world beyond, prophet of the future, wizard of miracles and wishes. "I pray to you. Here's my wish. I hope I wake up tomorrow morning with no pain in my body." That night, Ryan, who slept in the next room and heard the prayer, walked into the master swordsman's room in the darkness of the night and helped him with the most skillful healing magic. The next morning, the sword master's wounds all over his body were really healed. "No way. The legend is true? Prayers really work?" The sword master was ecstatic inside. Seeing that the sword master was recovering well from his injuries, Ryan was also satisfied. "That's great. This will work for a while longer." That night, the master swordsman lay on his bed and prayed, again wishing, "Let me end this secret mission of His Majesty's and stop practicing with this monster in a girl's skin." It is beyond regret that this time, the wish-fulfilling wizard did not send down his mercy and grant his heart's desire. And so, many more days passed. Today, the brave master swordsman fell away. Of course, the core reason he managed to leave was that Ryan had repeatedly confirmed that there was nothing more he could teach Aurora. It looks like there are no more teachers in the kingdom who can teach Aurora. Ryan had a bit of a headache. This is a difficulty that he did not expect when he proposed the Super Princess program. Her Highness learns so fast and at such a high level that no one can teach her. By continuing to stay within the kingdom, I guess Princess Aurora won't be able to learn anything. After a while, it's time to consider taking Her Highness out of the kingdom and traveling to various parts of the world. Anyway, I have the ability to teleport, so traveling is very convenient. There's also a side trip to gather information on the Black Witch Marlene Faison. I wonder what country she, the culprit who placed the curse, ran off to? There's been no information on the Black Witch in recent times, and the prophecies haven't yielded any clues, so she must be able to block the prophecies of outsiders. By the way, contact His Majesty the King to see if there is any useful information about the Black Witch. Rhine collected her thoughts and looked out the window at the fading, blood-stained sun, anticipating the prospect of taking Aurora beyond the kingdom, on an unknown, new journey. The scarlet evening sun reflected on the teenager's silver hair. By the way, where is Granny Rosa? It should be her turn to take over from you in a while, to take care of Aurora. Where has she gone? Rhine looked to one side at the Violet Fairy. Granny Rosa was the weakest of the 12 witches in terms of magic, and usually Rhine didn't pay much attention to her. Rosa mentioned it to me before she left, saying that she knew the whereabouts of a powerful magical item, and that she was going on a treasure hunt for a while, and that she would be back after obtaining that magical item. Violet replied, "A powerful magic item? What is it?" Rhine wondered. She didn't say what function that one magic item had, she only mentioned the general appearance of the item. The appearance of that item seemed to be, Violet Fairy looked down in recollection. A lighter box. Chapter 26 Soldiers in Flint Boxes. Flame box. The familiar term awakened Rhine's memories at once. The young wizard's heart clenched suddenly. No good. Call her back. Rhine was reminded of the classic Hans Christian Andersen fairy tale The Flintstones, sometimes called The Soldier and the Flintstones. In this story, a common soldier, with the help of a witch, obtains gold and a magical flint box from a hole in a tree. But instead of giving the flint box to the witch as promised, the soldier kills the witch who told him the secret, and takes sole possession of the flint box. Then, by the magic of the flint box, he gained wealth, killed the old king, became the new king, and married the old king's daughter, a beautiful princess who was imprisoned in the depths of the palace. Its plot formula can be said to be the standard picked up the golden finger after the beggar against the odds plot. The ending is not expected. And now, trying to get to the firebox, it's actually Granny Rosa. And the first act of the story of the flaming box can be the soldier killing the witch and commandeering the flaming box. What's wrong, Lord Rhine? Violet Fairy noticed Rhine's face change suddenly and tensed up all of a sudden as well. I see it. I see a dangerous future. Granny Rosa may be in danger. Rain squared her shoulders. Inform her quickly. But she's been gone for several days. May not have made it in time. Violet Fairy's face clouded over. The highway at the border of the kingdom. A stooped, white-haired old witch, looking into the hole in the big tree beside the highway, growled, "Did you fetch the lighter box?" The aged witch was no other than Granny Rosa. This 173-year-old witch has been living in the forest for a long time, and seldom shows her face in front of the public in the kingdom. Only the other witches, as well as the princes and nobles, knew her. Of the 13 witches within the kingdom, now 12 with the departure of the Black Witch Marlene Faison, Rosa's magic is the least skilled in combat. But she has her strengths all the same. Every now and then she hears some marvelous whispering sounds that contain useful knowledge. It was this knowledge that taught Rosa the magic to extend her own lifespan, allowing her to live to this day. Not long ago, the whispering voice told Granny Rosa a secret involving a chamber left behind by an ancient legendary wizard and a powerful magical item in the chamber. The flint box. The chamber is guarded by 3 magical and terrifying magical creatures, and the flint box is the prop that dominates them, worth far more than all the gold and silver in the chamber. A priceless treasure. Her Highness Princess Aurora is destined to be a valiant rider, and ordinary warhorses cannot withstand her battles. The magical beings summoned by the flint box are just the right ones to become Her Highness's mounts. Ha 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 ha, I didn't realize that an old thing that has lived for hundreds of years and has nothing to show for it, also contributed to defeating the Black Witch Marlene Faison. When I get the flint box, I'll give it to Aurora for her 10th birthday. Oh, I wonder how happy she'll be to receive this gift. Granny Rosa suddenly smiled as she fantasized about giving the flint box to Aurora. Her wrinkles were deeper because of the smile squeezing them together, as if they were etched by the winds and frosts of the years. In her mind's eye, Aurora's beautiful face and the young girl's beautiful singing voice as if it were heavenly music came to mind. Aurora's sinking, overwhelming voice was the very gift she had personally given to the little princess at her christening 10 years ago. The voice in her ear also told Granny Rosa how to get through the chamber, which involved an odd magical ritual. Just find the first person you see on the path, dressed as a soldier, on the right day for the astrological sign, and give him the blue plaid apron from the spell. by finding the first person you see on the path dressed as a soldier on the right day, and handing him a blue plaid apron after casting the spell. You can keep the magical creatures guarding the chamber at bay and take the money in the lighter box unhindered. Of course, Granny Rosa wouldn't let someone help with something for nothing. It didn't matter if all the money in the tree hole was given to the soldiers as long as they could fetch the flint box. Gold in a hole in a tree definitely counts as heavenly gold for an ordinary soldier. He could live a good life, eat good food, live in a good house, and use the rest of the money to marry a wife of his choice, have his own home and children, and just live in style for the rest of his life. Beneath the hole in the tree, there were sparse voices, with occasional exclamations of surprise and loud laughter from the soldiers. The exclamations come from the shock of seeing a huge dog, while the laughter is the ecstasy of seeing money. It looks like everything is moving forward in an organized manner, thought Granny Rosa. Just then, a soldier's voice came from under the tree hole. Pull me up. Old witch, have you fetched the flint box yet? Granny Rosa asked again quickly. Oops, I can't believe I forgot about it. The sound of remorse from the soldier came from below. After a while the reply came from below. I've got the flint box, pull me up. Granny Rosa pulled the soldier out, only to see that the soldier's coat pockets, leather boots, marching pouches, and hats were all filled with gold and silver coins. Well, thank you, handsome robust soldier. Now that all this gold is yours, hand me the flint box. Granny Rosa was all smiles. Instead of handing over the flint box, the soldier questioned vigilantly. What do you need this lighter box for? Since you value this flint box so much, it must be a priceless treasure. Granny Rosa hesitated and lowered her head, wanting to speak. She noticed the soldier's greed and didn't think it would be a good thing to tell the soldier what the flint box was for. In the next second, Granny Rosa's eyes widened. The soldier's long sword pierced her chest. Being a 173-year-old, Rosa was too slow to even react. As the weakest of the 12 witches in terms of magic, Rosa was not good at magic for combat, and naturally did not have a sword and spear spell on her skin. The soldier drew his longsword violently. Crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, hot as fire. This old hag cares so much about this flint box. It must be a good one. Now it's mine. The soldier laughed out loud. Then, armed with a flint box and money, and humming a brisk little tune, he headed straight for town. In a pool of blood, the 173-year-old's mouth hung open, still reeling from the shock of the sudden attack. Her eyes bulged and glared wider than any other day. Her pupils reflected the soldier's back as she watched him walk farther and farther away with the lighter box, and then her vision became more and more blurred. She hadn't expected the soldier to be insatiable to this extent. He's obviously become a very rich man from the gold in the hole in the tree, yet he has to spy on the flint box, to the point of killing himself for an item he has no idea what it's good for. Rosa Brahma closed his eyes. The soldier walked further and further away, mumbling in a low voice as he went. If what that German captive says is true, and the kingdom is truly cursed, and disaster will strike in a few years, then I can only enjoy it for a year or two, after which I will have to set out to escape this doomed country. 10 minutes later, making sure that the soldiers were completely gone, the old witch, who was lying in a pool of blood and was supposed to be dead, suddenly reopened her eyes. Chapter 27. What happened to Granny Rosa? He couldn't let her be embarrassed, so he could only make things difficult for himself. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to make Ling Jia obedient, but even if he uses his heart to the whole world, he won't use his heart to her. It's not that he can only, he just doesn't want to. Bean droplets of sweat, slowly sliding down from the forehead. Shin Hongtao, kneeling on the ground with a heavy face, lightly opened his mouth, then wanted to say something. A trace of anger flashed through Qi Tiancheng's heart. After so many years, he had long practiced his mind to the point where he wouldn't be easily angered. But Qi Yu was able to easily make him angry. Ji Liunian didn't think that Mrs. Chui would actually look for her. Could it be that something went wrong on Cui Shun Cheng's side? At this time, Ruyan's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone, said a few words, and her face changed. But understanding is one aspect, the heart is not comfortable is another aspect. In his mind these two are able to separate. There will not be any conflict at all. After a loud bang, the underground water erupted just as Lin Xiao had guessed when Banjira forcefully altered the mountain structure, and Arnold immediately used his powerful superpower to forcefully block the erupting underground water. When Yu Lu heard Wu Ling's inquiry in words, she suddenly didn't know what she should say to make it better. She was just able to look at Wu Ling with heartache, unable to say a single word. After a while, Zhou Xiaoxiao realized that she had heard correctly, and that it was impossible for Linda to deceive herself about such an important matter. Wanting to do just that, the three of them slipped the soccer ball between their arms and bodies and took a giant stride to their goal. Yuma surprisingly didn't stop by Ling's movements today. because on the day of the Beggar's Day, sprinkling the courtyard was a mandatory thing to do. There was no doubt that the two unlucky ones selected for the natural elimination field had to die for one to come out, and the other had to more or less hang on for dear life. And Zhang Half-Xian charges a very uniform rate. Just a pack of cigarettes no matter who comes. A large black mushroom cloud steamed up, and eerie smiling faces flickered from the depths of the mushroom cloud. The awakening ceremony was more than 20,000 meters deep in the ground, and he would have to enter the ground a few days in advance, with some time to prepare before then, coupled with the fact that Li Jiawei and Zhao Chuansheng don't agree. Then if you marry into such a family, you won't be able to think of having any restful days in the future. This was the first time Bang Xian had encountered someone breaking his weapon, and under his surprise, the talent given to him by the god of blades allowed him to use even a crippled blade as if it were his own. Legend has it that Fuxi used one to simulate Taiji, and then a painting opened the sky, and the creation of all things in the world and the birth of life depended on this painting. Since the famous Prince Fusu couldn't remember, Ying Chang was prepared to help Prince Fusu recall his memories this time. Tian Daimai, however, had an unhappy face. It's really an unruly people, to say such ridiculous things. If the court is full of some such officials, how can they govern the world? Press it down and lock it up, she said directly. Going on like this isn't a solution. Silver Maple frowned, and his face turned pale from White Knight's ordeal. At night, outside the tent, only White Knight and Fu Shang, who were on watch, were left sitting by the fire, while everyone else had already fallen asleep. In order to find out who actually threw the poison, Hu Jishir went to the government office to look at the body of the deceased. Tang Yufei knew that Hu Jishir came back and was a little angry, but when he heard that Zhou Jian was there to take care of it, he suppressed his anger, and now he also needs someone around him to help. I think there's something wrong with this matter. I'll ask Tian Daimai properly tomorrow. You take an early rest, Tang Yufei said and turned around. The wind blew the trees' fuchsias, and the flowers, which were originally drooping in the hot sun, suddenly came alive as if they had been injected with fresh life. Good. I'll give you some when I go back. The only capital I have on me now is my body. Do you want it or not? Wang Yunlong suddenly lifted the quilt and said to Sun Hui with a smile. The dark red points of light in the 7 bizarre bulbs flickered slightly. The owner of the black steel gloves spoke in an unkind tone. He pursed his lips. His chipped lips became white. The terrifying 14th ranked holy magical mentor. His body quietly changed at the sound of these words. Yanqing suddenly felt that someone was attacking from behind them and turned around furiously. But he saw Su Zigu waving his long sleeve and had already shaken the visitor away a few steps away. My name is Lu Shiyu. I'm a reporter from Tianhai City TV station. This is my reporter's ID. Lu Shiyu took out an ID and handed it to the police officer. In the eyes of a police officer, a reporter represented trouble. But the police officer didn't say anything, and after returning the ID to Lu Shiyu, he rode in the police car with Xiao Ming. Lin Xiaoxiao, the Chinese English finally let Su Qingyu board can communicate with foreigners normally. This time out of the door is not so difficult, but to some such as French-speaking areas and other places, Lin Xiaoxiao this foreign language and did not learn there is no difference, can only listen to the side of the Su Qingyu to her translation. What still leaves one? Yan Chang, who had just been on a walkabout, turned back just in time to hear these words. What? Where are you uncomfortable? Xia Mei said gently, that tone of voice, as if it was the most gentle lover under the sky, so caring, so warm, giving Yan Chang a dangerous feeling of being spoiled. Go to Sister Sama, but favors the perverted mind of a black man at a time like this. Ihan, you're here. Are you here to say goodbye? Dongfang Xiaobai hit the nail on the head with those first words when he saw Lang Ihan. In February and March, when Fashion Week was held, Lin Xiaoxiao naturally had to attend HD's new product release runway show during the period. Even though it felt pitiful, Tadori and Chai wore them anyway. There won't be anything amazing or cute, but it will probably just make people feel a little bit brighter. When they changed their clothes, the car had already entered the boarding gate of the Noah's Ark. The Grand Elder, whose energy shield was broken, could not recover the energy to reopen the shield for a while, so he could only watch as Xiong Qi pressed him to the ground and waited for death. However, what made the Grand Elder different was that after Xiong Qi struck this palm, his right hand was clenched into an iron fist and delayed to strike down, which made the Grand Elder be fearful. Question: what should I write where it's consistent with the original plot? I've never written, and basically never read, a homage before. Seems to have stepped in a bit of a hole. There are times when the plot goes in the same direction as the original, or there are only minor differences. It didn't feel good to just play this episode of the original over and over again, even though it says it's a free chapter. However, there are quite a few plots that it would be counterintuitive to just skip over or gloss over, especially if there are subtle differences from the original plot that have an impact on subsequent developments. And not everyone has read the original. Tried rewriting part of it, or writing it in my own words, but again, it felt awkward. Changing a ready-made sentence into a sentence with a change in the order of words is much slower than writing it yourself normally. Also tried expanding existing short content into something longer, but felt a bit watered down. Can you all make a little suggestion? I'll tweak it based on the suggestions. It's hard to overhaul what's already written in the stock manuscript, but it can be tweaked further down the line. There aren't many chapters in the saved draft anyway. Omega. The Wizard of Fairy Tale Land asks a question about what to write where it matches the plot of the original work. It's being hand-typed, so please wait a moment while after the content is updated. Please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 27, The Legend of the Prisoner Princess. Luckily, he didn't realize that an old woman who had been run through the chest, was actually still alive. Granny Rosa sidestepped and a scarecrow fell out of the witch's robes. The scarecrow's chest was pierced, as if a pocket shuriken had once penetrated the scarecrow. Luckily, there was a double who took the fatal blow in my place. The injury is not fatal. In this transcendental world, most spellcasters don't have strong physical bodies, but some rare magic can still protect them from dying easily. Granny Rosa was not like Sage Rhine, who had mastered a hint of the power of prophecy and was able to sense the danger in a few seconds ahead of time. And even if her body was penetrated, she could still heal quickly with the art of healing. She was not like the black sorceress Marlene Fyson, who had long ago alchemized herself into a dragon in human skin, and would not be harmed by mundane weapons at all and was immune to the vast majority of magical spells, and she was not like certain black sorcerers who were proficient in the art of necromancy and who stored their heart and soul stored outside of the body. The soul weapon is indestructible and eternally immortal. However, as a witch, she more or less had a little means to save her life. Granny Rosa struggled to brace her elbows on the ground and tried to stand up on her side, but failed unexpectedly. Ahem. The old man coughed up a large glob of blood. No, the scarecrow only deflected off the first damage. The one after that with the sword drawn was pretty fierce, and it hurt me pretty bad. Again and again the old man tried to brace himself to get up, either concentrating on summoning the coyote to drag himself away or the dodo to bring healing herbs. All attempts, however, failed due to poor physical condition. The sun was setting and twilight was in the air. The moon is like a silver disk and the stars fill the sky. The evening breeze was chilly. Under the moonlight, Granny Rosa, lying in the middle of the main road, shivered in the bleak, cold wind. The old man shivered a few times with every harsh evening wind that blew through him. I obviously survived. Am I going to freeze to death here alive? That's too ironic. Thinking of such an end, Granny Rosa felt a bit sad and couldn't help but close her eyes. It wasn't that long ago that I was thinking of celebrating little Aurora's 10th birthday. If I had known, I would have called the Violet Fairy and even Lord Rhine. I really shouldn't have come out alone. Wait, Rhine. Yes, steeply. Granny Rosa's cloudy eyes suddenly opened, and hope was rekindled in her eyes. Almost forgot. There's this way. As I recall, Lord Rhine once invented an extremely simplified ritual that could be done by even those without magical powers. Just recite the passage and he concept hear it. The old man turned his head sideways and looked at the bright moon in the sky, opening his lips and reciting the names that had been passed down in countless legends and stories. Sages of the world beyond, prophets of the future, wizards of miracles and wishes. Somewhere in a distant cabin, Rhine shuddered. It's Granny Rosa. I heard her. She's in this place. Rhine's eyes blossomed with a silvery light and she flew through a prophecy, using the connection established by her name to determine where Granny Rosa was. Really? Teacher, there's news of Granny Rosa. On Rain's side, Aurora, a young girl with blonde hair, was pleasantly surprised. She had just been worried about Granny Rosa's situation. Aurora had always had a good impression of this kind mother-in-law. Growing up, this mother-in-law always played the role of a grandmother and gave the young girl a lot of love and care. Therefore, after hearing the discussion between Fairy Violet and Teacher Rhine and realizing that something bad might have happened to Granny Rosa, Aurora had been worried sick. The prayers have a trill. Granny Rosa doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Rhine frowned. Violet, I've found Granny Rosa's location. Now go there right now. Aurora, come with me. Yes, Sensei. Aurora nodded and held Rhine's hand without hesitation. Over the years, Aurora had honored the timeless, silver-haired teenager in front of her as her teacher. She knew that this teacher had a lot of magic. She watched herself grow day by day, while her teacher's face remained the same. Her own height was getting closer and closer to the teacher, and she didn't know when she would surpass it. And Rhine and the witches did not deliberately change Aurora's name, but continued to call her Aurora. Anyway, the year Aurora was born. Many newborn girls were fond of this name. Nowadays, this name is quite common among girls of the same age in the kingdom, and no one would associate the plainly dressed Aurora with the princess of the kingdom who was locked away in the depths of the palace. Rhine faded with Aurora's figure flying. Today's Rhine can teleport to any familiar location within a certain distance of herself, and as a kingdom sage who had read fine maps and a great deal of introductory literature on the region, most of the locations within the kingdom were quite familiar to him. Beside Granny Rosa, the teenage Rhine, who was clad in pure white classical magician's attire, and the elegant girl with gilt-like hair, flew outlined. Granny Rosa, what has happened to you? Who attacked you? Teacher, please hurry up and help Granny Rosa heal her wounds. Aurora was heartbroken and angry at the sight of Granny Rosa's badly injured form. Rhine nodded gently and crouched down, a pure white light blooming in her hands as she cast the healing art. As Rhine healed, Granny Rosa gave a brief but quick description of what she had just encountered. Listening to Granny Rosa's description, Aurora's fists clenched slightly, and in her clear eyes, a trace of faintly visible anger flared. After killing the old witch, the soldier walked into town with all his money and his lighter box. The city was the very royal capital of the country. Stately and beautiful, the soldier checked into a large, luxurious hotel, took a most comfortable room, ordered his favorite meal, changed out of his old leather boots, which had been laughed at, and purchased new boots and new clothes. Instead of the original soldier in rags, there was a refreshed gentleman. The people of the inn often gathered in the bar on the first floor, discussing things big and small in the city, some of which were true and some of which were gossip, much of which had to do with the king or the royal family. Today, the topic of conversation is the king's daughter, Her Royal Highness the Princess of the Kingdom of Rose. It is said that she was an exceptionally beautiful one, gifted with many good blessings by the witches. Have you heard of it? That legend about Her Highness? A man in the tavern said. It is said that the princess of our Rose Kingdom is the little beauty who brings together all the good blessings, and so the conversation was brought up. The guests of the inn, left and right, recounted the legends they had heard about the beautiful princess. The soldier was so interested in the subject that he put down the ale in his hand and pricked up his ears to listen. Legend has it that when the princess was born 10 years ago, not only did foreign guests come, but all the witches and wizards in the kingdom came to offer their blessings to the newborn princess. The first blessing endowed the princess with overwhelming beauty, and the second blessing endowed her with heavenly music that made people sink. As for other blessings, people don't know. It was said that the princess was granted the only dance. It has been said that the princess was gifted with the kindest, gentlest, golden heart. In any case, everyone knows that Her Royal Highness certainly gathers all the best qualities of the human world. Where can we see the princess? The soldier's curiosity was aroused and he asked the chatting crowd. He knew that with his past status, he certainly didn't deserve to touch the princess, but now he was no longer a soldier, but a noble, wealthy gentleman. Geez, you actually want to see the princess? What are you talking about? The bartender looked surprised. Has the gentleman not been acquainted with the princess of the kingdom before? Everyone in the upstream community should know that. A series of boos rang out. No one is allowed to see the princess. Everyone in the tavern spoke in unison. The princess lives in the deepest part of the palace, in a palace cast in bronze, and only the king and queen both have access to that hidden spot. I've also heard that quite a few princes from foreign countries have learned that there is a princess in the Rose Kingdom who brings together all the beautiful qualities in the world, but is imprisoned deep within the palace. So, those princes took advantage of the late night to crawl into the palace just to get a glimpse of the legendary princess's beauty. Unfortunately, all the princes who came to risk their lives failed. No one can see the princess, not a soul. The more the soldier listened, the more puzzled and curious he became. Why did the king lock the princess deep in the palace? I don't know. It's said to avoid some terrible prophecy. There is a rumor circulating that on the day of the princess's birth, a witch prophesied that Her Highness would die a sudden and tragic death as she grew up, which is why the king wanted to protect her. It was too much for the king to bear. Who did you hear that from? And why is it different from what I know? Everyone replied in a word. Oh, it's too much of a waste that the princess whose beauty is unrivaled in the world and who brings together all the good qualities of the earth is actually locked up in the depths of the palace. I really want to meet her. The soldier thought. Soldiers live happily today. Now that he was rich, he indulged in food and drink and met many friends. These friends praised him as a man of honor. The soldier loved to hear these kinds of praises and he enjoyed the feeling of being respected and admired. Anyone who praised him would receive a small bag of gold coins as a reward. The foxes took the soldier to the gambling table and taught him this exciting form of entertainment, where they played all night long. Soldiers spend money like water every day, throw away money at the gambling table, and reward their friends lavishly. Just living the life of a rich man doesn't satisfy the soldier. Less than a week after living in the hotel, the soldier got tired of it and thought he should find something new and exciting to change this tasteless life. It was a particularly dark night. The soldier took out his flint box, the very same one that the witch had guided him to obtain under the hole in the tree, and rubbed it on the flint, trying to light the candle and illuminate the fire. Bang! Between flashes of sparks, the door to the room opened automatically. A dog with eyes the size of tea bowls and the color of copper appeared out of thin air right in front of him. It was the dog he had seen inside the tree. The soldier was stunned. He didn't have the witch's blue apron with him now. No, don't eat me. What I didn't expect was for the dog to put his head down and say respectfully, "What are the instructions, my lord?" The soldier was stunned at first, then suddenly understood something. "Get me a couple bucks." The soldier took a chance and tried to speak to the dog. With a whoosh, the dog disappeared. What an amazing lighter box and what an amazing dog. After a while, there was another whoosh, and the dog came back to him with a big pocket full of money in his mouth. After a few tests, the soldier understood that it was a magic-rich lighter box that could summon the 3 big dogs in the tree hole to his service. Rub it once, twice, 3 times to summon 3 different dogs each. The dogs obeyed him. The owner of the flint box. The gods hold there. "I'm no ordinary man now. I have a magical flint box and 3 magical dogs that serve me." The soldier couldn't help but drift off. It was late at night, and the soldier was once again struck with the idea of going to see the princess. If others can't see the beautiful princess, can't I? I can try and get the dog to bring the princess. Chapter 28, The Legend of the Princess. Have you heard of it? That legend about Her Highness? A man in the tavern said. It is said that the princess of our Rose Kingdom is the little beauty who brings together all the good blessings. And so the conversation was brought up. The guests of the inn, left and right, recounted the legends they had heard about the beautiful princess. The soldier was so interested in the subject that he put down the ale in his hand and pricked up his ears to listen. Legend has it that when the princess was born 10 years ago, not only did foreign guests come, but all the witches and wizards in the kingdom came to offer their blessings to the newborn princess. The first blessing endowed the princess with overwhelming beauty, and the second blessing endowed her with heavenly music that made people sink. As for other blessings, people don't know. It was said that the princess was granted the only dance. It has been said that the princess was gifted with the kindest, gentlest, golden heart. In any case, everyone knows that Her Royal Highness certainly gathers all the best qualities of the human world. Where can we see the princess? The soldier's curiosity was aroused and he asked the chatting crowd. He knew that with his past status, he certainly didn't deserve to touch the princess, but now he was no longer a soldier, but a noble, wealthy gentleman. Geez, you actually want to see the princess? What are you talking about? The bartender looked surprised. Has the gentleman not been acquainted with the princess of the kingdom before? Everyone in the upstream community should know that. A series of boos rang out. No one is allowed to see the princess. Everyone in the tavern spoke in unison. The princess lives in the deepest part of the palace, in a palace cast in bronze, and only the king and queen both have access to that hidden spot. I've also heard that quite a few princes from foreign countries have learned that there is a princess in the Rose Kingdom who brings together all the beautiful qualities in the world, but is imprisoned deep within the palace. So, those princes took advantage of the late night to crawl into the palace just to get a glimpse of the legendary princess's beauty. Unfortunately, all the princes who came to risk their lives failed. No one has seen the princess, not a soul. The more the soldier listened, the more puzzled and curious he became. Why did the king lock the princess deep in the palace? I don't know. It's said to avoid some terrible prophecy. There is a rumor circulating that on the day of the princess's birth, a witch prophesied that Her Highness would die a sudden and tragic death as she grew up, which is why the king wanted to protect her. It was too much for the king to bear. Who did you hear that from? And why is it different from what I know? Everyone replied in a word. Oh, it's too much of a waste that the princess whose beauty is unrivaled in the world and who brings together all the good qualities of the earth is actually locked up in the depths of the palace. I really want to meet her, the soldier thought. Soldiers live happily now. Now that he was rich, he indulged in food and drink and met many friends. These friends praised him as a man of honor. The soldier loved to hear these kinds of praises and he enjoyed the feeling of being respected and admired. Anyone who praised him would receive a small bag of gold coins as a reward. The foxes took the soldier to the gambling table and taught him this exciting form of entertainment, where they played all day and all night. Soldiers spend money every day without making any money, and the moneybags are overwhelmed by the throws of money at the gambling tables and the lavish rewarding of friends. Not many days passed before the soldier once again got hot under the collar at the gambling table and lost everything he had on him in a single breath of gold. It was too late when he returned to his room and pulled out another money bag as usual. only to find only a few copper coins inside. Soldiers had to move out of the fanciest rooms and into the cheaper attics. The good friends who had praised him as a noble gentleman suddenly didn't recognize him. It was dark as hell that night and there wasn't even an oil lamp in the place. I think maybe I should go back to that tree hole where there's a lot of money waiting to be taken. What a dreadful thing it is to be without money. I must remember carefully where that tree hole is. The soldier thought as he took out his flint box, the one the witch had guided him to obtain under the hole in the tree, and rubbed it on the flint, trying to light the candle and illuminate the fire. Bang! Between flashes of sparks, the door to the room opened automatically. A dog with eyes the size of tea-bowls and the color of copper appeared out of thin air right in front of him. It was the dog he had seen inside the tree. The soldier was stunned. He didn't have the witch's blue apron with him now. No, don't eat me. What I didn't expect was for the dog to put his head down and say respectfully, "What are the instructions, my lord?" The soldier was stunned at first, then suddenly understood something. "Get me a couple bucks." The soldier took a chance and tried to speak to the dog. With a whoosh, the dog disappeared. What an amazing lighter box and what an amazing dog. After a while, there was another whoosh, and the dog came back to him with a big pocket full of money in his mouth. After a few tests, the soldier understood that it was a magic-rich lighter box that could summon the 3 big dogs in the tree hole to his service. Rub it once, twice, 3 times to summon 3 different dogs each. The dogs obeyed him, the owner of the flint box. The next day, the soldier moved back into the plush room. All his friends immediately recognized him and complimented him more than ever. Just reliving the life of a rich man doesn't satisfy the soldier. And now, with his magical lighter box, he feels that he is no longer an ordinary man, and that he should find something new and exciting to change this tasteless life. The following midnight, in the dead of night, he was once again struck with the idea of going to see the princess. No one else gets to meet the beautiful princess, but unlike ordinary people, I have a magical lighter box and 3 magical dogs that serve me. Is it possible that I could, by any chance, get the dogs to bring the princess? Apologize. I wanted to say this in the author's words, but it got longer and longer and I realized I couldn't write it, so I'll say it in the chapter notes. Lost body bend forward. An apology for being watery and short. I used to write essays where the story basically didn't unfold by the time I got to this number of chapters. Anyway, the follow readers are not many. First squeeze a little bit every day to update the plot. When on the smart push, 3 rivers, the large force of readers will come. The current plot is also a bite to see the past. When it's almost on the shelf, then delete all the free chapter paragraphs that feel watered down earlier. There have been instances where several chapters have been deleted and then merged into one. But, this book has only just been released a few days ago because it's a homoerotic analog, and there are so many people following it. And with the same pacing, which is actually a lot faster, some people think it's watered down. Some people may ask why not just explode every day and push a big chunk of the plot. It's not really that I don't want to write more. It's that I can't keep up with the content capacity, not just typing speed, but also the speed of making up story ideas. Things like chapter testimonials, such as this one, fall into the category of being able to write naturally with feeling, but novel plots aren't, and require continuity with the previous text, which isn't as easy to make up. After all, I'm not a professional author who writes for a living. Writing is just one of my little hobbies, not as awesome as those great platinum gods, and I can't spend all day conceptualizing. I can't help it if my ability is limited. I also like to catch up on some of the biggest manga, novels, and games like King of Thieves, and I feel like every little beat on the internet nowadays gets put on a big scale, like Luffy had to do a big move to beat up an animal or something like that. And every time I put myself in the creator's shoes, I feel super powerless, because by that standard, my stories are only going to be worse, with 100 times the amount of spam. I didn't realize I'd run into this myself. 55,555. Anyway, it's still a free period, so if you think I'm watered down /short /wave incorrect, choose to keep the book for a while, or just leave without saying anything, or make up a Miyazaki, Shui, Yu, Exayan, Igeo, Foam, childhood story. I'll accept it, but don't spray me or even curse me, okay? Think about it differently. If you go to make up a story, one day suddenly cannot hold things, was scolded will also be very difficult. Back 3 years ago, I had a hard time writing an 800-word essay. Now I can write more than 1,000 words. Isn't that commendable? How is it possible to be inspired every day? Aoi. Similarly, very needy compliments to me are not necessary. I don't think I'm that good. I can't handle too much cupping at all. Goosebumps. Writing a novel is essentially the same thing. I share my own brainstorming ideas, to thousands of miles away from the network of people who do not know each other to look at, and have fun. If I don't get the right wave, then we'll part ways and not owe each other. If I do get the right wave, then I'll show my support. There's no such thing as going to the altar and falling off the altar. Is the altar of God some kind of public lavatory? In and out. I've seen too many authors whose minds explode because of reviews or stats. Not to mention I've been very emotional since I was a kid. So now I try to only stabilize my mind and put my energy into the creation itself. I believe that's the only way to bring you a good story. By the way, some readers have said that my chapters are too short, only half a chapter for others. It was suggested that I combine the 2 chapters each day, which I think is a good suggestion. All in all, since you're reading this chapter, it means that for at least that brief moment we were once right on the airwaves with each other. I'm glad for that. Thank you. New Winds of Learning Language. July 10, 2024. Chapter 28. The princess has been kidnapped and the kidnappers are dangerous. The soldier thought of it and did it right away. He took out his lighter box and rubbed out a spark. With a whoosh, the dog with eyes like T-bowls popped right out. The soldier ordered up the big dog. I'd like to see the princess of the kingdom then. Can you bring her here? The big dog nodded obediently and immediately ran out the door, disappearing in a blink of an eye into the deep night. The soldier was nervous and excited to see that the big dog didn't refuse the order. Ha ha ha, the treasure left behind by that old hag is really a good thing. Killing her to snatch this flint box is really a right choice. But after a few seconds, the soldier suddenly realized a problem. The big dog just went out and turned left, right? But shouldn't the royal palace be to the right? Turning left out of the gate is the direction out of the city. The directions are completely reversed. This dog is going the wrong way, isn't he? Asterisk 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 is really not very smart. The soldier covered his head, annoyed. God only knows what this misguided dog will bring back with him. The outskirts beyond the royal capital. 2 witches are conversing in a log cabin in a small town. It's no good. Aurora's gone. She was in bed earlier. Do you know what happened? I don't know. I'm a heavy sleeper. As agreed, the 12 witches sent 2 of them at a time to take care of Aurora with Lord Rhine, while the other 10 were free to go, rotating every few days. These days, they happen to be in charge. For tonight, Aurora is strangely missing. The 2 witches could only knock on Rhine's room and turn to the magical sage of the realm for help in locating Aurora's whereabouts with the art of prophecy. Lord Rhine, Aurora is missing. I got up in the night and tried to quietly open the door to my room to look at her, and I realized that Aurora was gone. When they pushed open the door to Rhine's room, they realized it was empty behind the door, and the only thing that passed through it was the lingering evening breeze. It's no good. Lord Rhine has disappeared along with him. The 2 witches hugged. I've heard that child traffickers are operating in the neighborhood. Her Highness wouldn't have been kidnapped. The first witch was nervous and offered a guess. It would be dangerous if Her Highness was kidnapped by human traffickers. The second witch looked out the window at the rich night color, her face showing worry. Wait, did I hear you right? Are you saying that Aurora is in danger? The first witch jerked her head around with an expression of incomparable surprise. Do you know what you're talking about? How can it be dangerous when Her Highness is so dangerous? Of course not. The second witch retorted forcefully, correcting the wording. I mean, the kidnappers of Her Highness are in danger. Oh, that one does. The first witch instantly felt reasonable and nodded. Which human trafficker is so desperate to kidnap other children, and in favor of Her Royal Highness Princess Aurora? The 2 conferred quickly for a moment and realized something else. Wait a minute, did this kidnapper also kidnap His Excellency Rhine along with him? Wouldn't that make the kidnappers more dangerous? Yeah, let's just get them back quickly. Otherwise, God knows what will happen. To the soldier's surprise, after he had waited for a long time, the dog really did return with a girl on his back. On the back of the big dog was a blonde girl who looked to be asleep. She was dressed in plain clothes that were no different from those of a commoner, and yet she was so beautiful that she looked like a figure from a dream. The soldier felt as if his soul had been drawn into it, as if his mind had been cleansed, just by looking at her sleeping face. Gosh, anyone can see she's a pure princess. The dog actually did bring back the princess of the kingdom. I thought she was going the wrong way. This soldier was excited. He was a man of honor, and after looking around, he made sure that the night was quiet, that no one was around, and that the princess was still asleep. He brought his mouth closer, trying to sneak a kiss to the princess before she woke up. Who are you? What do you want? Steeply, Aurora opened her eyes and raised her hand to block the soldier's rude gesture, gently pushing the soldier away, her eyes flashing with alarm and hostility. As it turns out, Aurora woke up halfway through, but she wanted to see where the dog would take her, and pretended to sleep the whole way, squinting her eyes to show a slit. The soldier shot up toward Aurora, bowing and greeting in a gentlemanly manner. Oh, hello beautiful princess. He wasn't at all frightened by the rude gesture he had just attempted to do to the princess. The soldiers believed that the princess, imprisoned for so many long years in the depths of the palace, inside the closed palace buildings, had probably never seen a man, her father, that king, being the only exception, or even a few people. He was apparently one of the few living people the princess had ever seen. One of the few living people. Soldiers love this ignorant creature, which means they can easily play the role of mentor in her life, teaching her about people and the world. For such a princess, imprisoned in her boudoir, uninitiated and illiterate, any ordinary person is capable of being her mentor. Aurora frowned slightly. She was trying to decide if "beautiful princess" was just a Playboy pickup line. "I don't know you. There's no need to call me by that meaty title." Aurora rose from the dog and stood alertly at attention, her eyes glittering in her turquoise eyes. The blonde girl's voice was unusually nice, like the song of a lark, or even euphonious music originating from heaven. But a pair of gleaming sharp eyes stared at the soldier a little bit numb. At this moment, the soldier even wondered once again if what the dog had kidnapped and returned was the princess of the kingdom. He believed that the princess shouldn't have that look in her eyes, at least not the way he had imagined it. It doesn't matter whether she's a real princess or not, the soldier thought again. Even if she was a real princess, she couldn't possibly be more charismatic than the girl in front of her. He had fallen hopelessly in love with the blonde girl back in the moment he saw her. The only downside, the blonde girl who was suspected to be a princess looked too young, no more than 12 at most. But it didn't matter. He could wait a few years before organizing the wedding. "Answer my question. Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" the blonde girl asked sternly. Aurora looked around to make sure she was in an inn within the royal capital. The dog with eyes the size of tea bowls now prostrated itself respectfully at the soldier's side. Unfortunately, since he was captured while sleeping, his personal sword and armor were not with him. He can also fight with his fists and feet, but not too well, and he can't guarantee to solve a lion or tiger at once. Aurora's gaze traveled sharply and landed on the soldier's matching sword hanging on the wall. The very same sword that pierced Granny Rose's chest. The soldier found Aurora's eyes darting around the room, her heart thumping, almost popping out of her chest. "Oh, she's such a beautiful girl. Even the curious movement of looking left and right is breathtakingly beautiful." She was curiously surveying my room. Luckily I'd been reaccommodated to the most luxurious room in the inn. If she's really a princess, I wonder how this place compares to the palace she once lived in. Even if it doesn't compare, this is a brand new place. It must be very refreshing for Her Highness. The soldier collected his thoughts and stood upright, ready to play the role of a good life coach, trying to make his accent and posture look like that of a true gentleman. Early on, when he ordered the dog to capture the princess, the soldier prepared himself for when the princess woke up from her dream and thought about what he should talk to her about. "Oh beautiful girl, I want to tell you a secret. This kingdom has up to 6 or 7 more years before it is destroyed. A horrible catastrophe will come in a few years, when both the king and queen, the scenic princes and nobles, and the peasants in the fields, will die, and I, the hero who came to save you, my dog has magical powers to protect us. We can leave this kingdom together and have a big wedding in another kingdom." In the empty room next door to the inn, Rain, who was holding a silver mirror in his hand and observing the next house through prophetic magic, heard the soldier's words and his eyes suddenly froze. He hadn't expected the soldier to talk about it at all. This is an episode that does not appear within the original fairy tale. There is no doubt that the disaster that destroys the kingdom, as the soldier calls it, is the curse of the Black Witch, Marlene Fison. The news should have been blocked, but he knew the secret. Sure enough, in this mixed magic world, after one's own intervention to influence fate, many details are subject to change, and one cannot absolutely rely on the traveler's knowledge of the future. Ryan collected his thoughts and continued to watch the scene in the silver mirror. Apparently, Ryan was not taken by the traffickers. After the incident with Granny Rose's injury, Rain speculated that the soldiers would send the dogs to the palace to capture the princess, as they did in the original. For this reason, Ryan quietly contacted the king, prepared the defense of the palace, and made preparations to stand guard to recover the flintlock. Miraculously, the dog summoned by the flintbox had some kind of weird perception and realized that the real princess was not in the palace, but ran to the town outside the capital and took Aurora away. Aurora herself doesn't even know she's a princess. Of course, Ryan had thought about the possibility of the dog coming for the real Aurora, and had defended herself in advance. As the dog took Aurora captive, Ryan followed, making her way to the inn where the soldiers were staying, watching in secret. It's bad luck to catch any princess, and catch Aurora, also bad luck. Ryan looked over at the arrogant soldier in the mirror and tried to suppress her laughter. He had confirmed with Granny Rosa that the magical creatures that could be summoned by the flame box were indeed considered monsters to ordinary people. However, in front of this sword unbreakable, monstrously powerful princess, it was no different from a small chihuahua. Chapter 29 Monster in the skin of a young girl, captured in the middle of the night and told by a strange man that the kingdom is about to fall. Aurora shows not the slightest bit of trepidation. Despite being quite wary of the soldiers in front of her, Aurora retained enough elegance and politeness. Her demeanor and words displayed a maturity that did not match her age, and she acted not at all like a young princess who had never been out of the palace and was as pure and ignorant as a blank sheet of paper. Why do you say the kingdom will be destroyed within a few years? Is there any proof? She asked. The soldier laughed. You may have heard of Germany, a neighbor with whom we have long been in constant friction. I used to serve in the army. A few months ago, my companion and I captured an German nobleman. He had been invited as a foreign guest to an event within the kingdom a dozen years ago. According to him, at that pageant, the Black Witch Marlene Faison cursed our kingdom of Rose to bring about the kingdom's destruction in a dozen years. Counting from now, it's estimated to be only 5 or 6 years. In time, the land of the kingdom will be covered with thorns and thistles, and all will die miserably with blood in their sevens. However, the king has deceived us and lied to us all. He did not tell the people the secret. The Kingdom of Rose is the name of the Kingdom of Sleeping Beauty. Obviously, the soldier didn't know the whole truth, or at least didn't know that Aurora in front of him was the source of the curse. That nobleman also said that Germany was thinking of revealing the secret and informing the people of our country of the truth about the curse. When everyone knows the secret of the curse, the whole kingdom will be in chaos. Everything will be a mess. But there is no need to be afraid. I can protect you and take you out of the kingdom ahead of time. Speaking of which, the soldier endeavored to straighten up and try to show his manhood. Honestly speaking, the soldier would also be skeptical about the captive noble's claim, but that didn't stop him from telling the princess in front of him as an established fact. He believed that a terrible crisis could panic an ignorant maiden, and this was his chance to capture the heart of the princess. Even if the girl didn't believe his words at all, he had the lighter box and could take the other by force. Anyway, there's plenty of time for bonding in the future. After listening to the soldier's sonorous speech, Aurora's expression was unmoving as if she was still in a state of disbelief. The soldier, feeling a little impatient, added, "It is the corpses of princes and nobles who have angered the horrible Black Witch, but it is we who are to bear the disaster. Let me be king, and I will do better, and never dare offend a powerful witch." Unexpectedly, this time Aurora retorted righteously, "Even if all you say is true, the culprit should be the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, who put a curse on the kingdom. If the king had committed any crime, it would have been the crime called cowardice. He should declare war on the Black Witch, even if he uses the entire country's army and hires every wizard he can get his hands on, to kill the culprit and end the curse. Even if everyone dies in battle, it's better than sitting around and waiting for the end to come." For 10 years, Aurora, raised by Rhine and the 12 witches, has loved the land and the country. She loves to listen to the babbling of streams, loves the people in the alleys, plays ball with the children of the town, and no one can beat her. Explores the long history of the kingdom with the scholars who are her teachers, and has been transported to the many sights of the kingdom by her magical tutor, Rhine. She has explored the long history of the kingdom from the pages of books with her teachers, and has been transported by her magical tutor, Rhine, to many of the most famous places in the kingdom. Although she wasn't sure if what the strange man had said was true, she still felt anger from the bottom of her heart when she heard that the kingdom was about to fall into chaos and be completely destroyed in a few years. The soldier froze. He didn't expect that this little girl, who was as beautiful as a flower and not even taller than his waist, would actually retort with such a harsh tone. They also said terrible things like gathering the power of the nation to kill the Black Witch and it's better to die in battle than to be a sitting duck. The soldier felt a twinge of discomfort. The stunningly beautiful blonde girl carried a certain, dangerous aura that frightened him. Who was she to contradict herself, to say such things? Wasn't she the princess who had been hidden away in a deep palace since birth and had never touched the world? No, it shouldn't be. She was clearly supposed to be obedient, cowering in fear and snuggling in her arms after hearing herself tell of the future of the kingdom. Again, he stroked her silky blonde hair by himself, soothing the trembling princess in his arms. The soldier felt a hint of displeasure. He was an adult, a soldier who had experienced life and death combat, and a mere little girl had no right to reason with him. "I'm doing this for your own good, your beautiful highness. If you really are a princess, you'll understand when the kingdom is in real turmoil." After that, the soldier ordered up the giant dog next to him with eyes the size of tea bowls. "Take the girl and get out of here." The soldier had used the dogs against robbers on the road and knew well the terror of these 3 dogs. They are incredibly strong. with skin stronger than rock and bones stronger than steel. The soldiers even suspected that 3 dogs alone would be enough to crush the king's guards. An unusual army needing 3 such monsters would break morale in a heartbeat. He could be the new king anytime he wanted to be. The dog opened a huge mouth the size of a vat and pounced on the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aurora, trying to take her by force. What I didn't expect was that the little girl, who was less than a soldier's waist in height, was unusually dexterous, skillfully dodging the dog's movements by dodging to the left. Aurora's movements were so fast that they dragged residual shadows through the air. Ha! The soldier's form shook in surprise. The girl's tumbling movements were too familiar, as if she had practiced them 1,000 times. Even he was completely unable to see it. What's going on here? Isn't she the beautiful princess? Why are you so good at what you do? As an uncompromising soldier, he knew full well that neither he nor his fellow soldiers in the ranks had this kind of stature. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a little girl. At most, it's a bit quicker. Would I be afraid of a little girl? The soldier comforted himself as he instinctively stepped back and distanced himself from Aurora. The young girl moved with a light touch, like a battle-hardened warrior, and with the momentum of rolling to the left, she pressed herself against the wall. The soldier's eyes dilated, suddenly understanding the goal of the blonde girl's movements. His sword hangs on the wall. In the next second, the rapier on the wall was pulled down with a crisp sheathing sound. Aurora stood with her sword. Nothing gives her more security than a weapon in her hand. The dog, bigger than a lion, did not forget the command he had just given and pounced on Aurora once more. The blonde girl's figure moved, and her sharp sword cut through the air, emitting a lingering sound of breaking air. In just a moment, a brief moment too fast for the soldier's naked eye to catch, the dog collapsed, falling into a pool of blood. The badly injured dog shuddered and struggled on the floor, letting out a wail of pain. Everyone in the entire hotel, no, the entire street was awakened. Hot blood gushed out like a fountain, instantly coloring the entire luxurious room. How is this possible? The soldier could hardly believe his eyes and even wondered if he was in a dream. Since summoning the dogs with the lighter cartridge, he'd never seen the 3 dogs shed even a drop of blood. These 3 big dogs are almost like wishing machine monsters that can do whatever it is they do. Aurora was seen standing over a pool of the dog's whimpering blood, which had stained her pure white nightgown scarlet. The blood-soaked blonde girl walked slowly. Her gilded hair and half of her beautiful face had become blood-colored, and the blood on her right hand's long sword slid down drop by drop, but her face was as calm as before, as if nothing had happened. This demonic and creepy scene transformed into a sharp blade called fear, piercing deep into the hearts of the soldiers. Monster! It's a monster in the skin of a girl. My God! What kind of creature did the dog capture? The soldier ran out of the inn in a panic, rubbing his lighter box several times in succession, his hands trembling with fear and nearly unable to hold the treasure in his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 other large dogs appeared in the night. One dog's eyes were as big as wheels and the other's eyes were as big as the top of a round tower. The soldier who went back on his word and injured Granny Rosa was really you. As soon as she saw the soldier pull out the flint box, Aurora instantly understood. All of it. The soldier in front of her was the culprit who had attacked Granny Rosa and snatched the flint box. Aurora came out after him, her eyes more glazed than ever. The soldier was afraid, utterly afraid, and he had never been so utterly afraid, not even when he was on the battlefield. The sharp, murderous aura was close to his back, making his undershirt wet with sweat. She's trying to kill me, 1,000 times over. She must be trying to kill me. The soldier fled in disarray to the end of the street and the depths of the night, almost crying out, "Dogs, attack her and protect me." As he fled, he gave orders to the dog, as if one step later the monster in the skin of a young girl would eat him. The 2 dogs pounced on Aurora in unison. The dog with eyes the size of water wheels bit into Aurora's shoulder, and this time the girl didn't dodge, but it didn't help. The sharp teeth didn't even manage to leave scratches on the young girl's skin. Eyes as big as the tops of round towers, the dog, too, sank his teeth into Aurora's body, but this was equally useless. The 2 dogs used all their strength to bite off the girl's body, but it was like they were biting into something harder than iron. Boom! The teeth of the 2 big dogs broke in unison. Chapter 30, A Soldier's Last Wish. Aurora raised her sword calmly and stabbed at the giant dog that had bitten her. Her swordsmanship is out of this world, better than the best sword masters in the kingdom, and everyone who sees her use it praises it as the best swordplay. The 2 dogs were bigger, stronger and more aggressive than the first, but Aurora, who had gone through training, was stronger than them. Cold nearlight flashed in the moonlight, and within a few strokes, Aurora had defeated the 2 horrible beasts. The 2 dogs fled, dragging their bloodied bodies with them. The blood they shed stained a street red. The workshops of bread baking, the workshops of alchemy, the luxurious inns, the homes of the people, the blood flowed into the river. and the river turned red. Since then, the kingdom has had a street of all red houses. The soldier ran and ran and ran, wildly through the streets under the moonlit night. The soldier thought back on the scene that had just happened, and it was like a dream. What a beautiful girl that was. Why was it so horrible? He thought, temporarily out of danger. The love and desire that he had just forgotten due to fear surged up again, and the soldier suddenly felt that he shouldn't have run so fast and so far. There was even some urge to turn around and go back. Maybe that girl can still communicate? She's the prettiest beauty I've ever seen, and it would be nice just to be with her. Just when the soldier thought he was safe and came to a slow halt, a piece of twine suddenly came to life in the street and swooped down with a whoosh, tying him securely. The twine was as if it had been given life, twisting like a snake, and no matter how much the soldier struggled, he could not break free. Quite an outstanding performance. To be able to defeat those 3 dogs, you are already a warrior capable of standing alone. Aurora! Rain came out of nowhere and applauded Aurora. He hadn't gone ahead and grabbed the soldier because he also wanted to verify Aurora's growth with his own eyes. However, there was no joy of victory on Aurora's face. Mentor, the story the strange man just told, is it true? Has the kingdom really suffered a curse? The blonde girl wiped the blood off her face as soon as she could. Ryan nodded gently. Yes, it was something that had to be told to Aurora sooner or later. What really worried Ryan was that the soldier had said that the hostile neighboring country, in Germany, was ready to make the truth about the curse public. Fear is a weapon more terrible than the sword. If people knew that the country would fall in a few years, the whole kingdom would surely be in chaos. Order would cease to exist, farmers would give up farming, and soldiers would not be willing to fight. Endeavor could then take advantage of the situation to plunder everything. Aurora sighed again with slight regret. It's a pity that the murderer who almost killed Granny Rosa got away. No, I've got him in custody and he'll get the trial he deserves, Ryan said Ryan, looking back at the inn room. On the floor, the badly wounded and wailing dog had disappeared. It was apparently still alive, but was nowhere to be found. As mysterious as it had appeared, it would only appear if summoned again by its master. From Ryan, the king and queen learned what happened when the soldiers plundered their daughter. They were unusually angry and arrested and put the soldier in a cell. Soldiers are kept in cells, which are dark and stuffy. Other inmates in the same cell said, "My friend, you will be hanged tomorrow." The soldier was horrified when he heard this, and he searched his entire body to find the life-saving lighter, only to find that the lighter was not on him. Gee, that's unfortunate. I remember. The lighter box fell out when I was tied up with the rope. It rolled into the ditch by the side of the road. The soldier despaired. The next morning dawned bright and early. The soldier saw through the small windows covered with bars that a number of people were pouring out of the city to see him hanged. He heard the thundering drums, saw the king's guard marching away, and saw the king and queen in their magnificent four-wheeled carriage. Large numbers of people were moving in the direction of the city. Even the king is here. And my kidnapping is really a princess? It can't be, can it? But the creature I saw didn't even look human. Could it be that the king imprisoned the princess because he didn't want people to find out that she was actually a monster? Soldier speculation abounded. By now, he was getting more and more confused about what was going on. At that moment, the soldier saw through the barred window that among those running toward the city, a boy in a hood and cloak was running particularly fast, the cloth hood hiding the boy's face. The soldier looked out from behind the bars. "Hey, little guy, why the rush? There's nothing to see until I get there, yeah." He turned to tempt the boy again. "I'll give you 4 copper coins if you fetch one thing for me, but you must swear that you will run as hard and as fast as you can." The soldier told the boy in the hood which street and which gutter he had left the lighter box in. The boy in the hood then ran to the street where the soldier had lived before. "Please bless me that the flint box hasn't been picked up yet." The soldier crouched in the dark, stuffy cell and knelt down to pray. Within moments, the boy in the hood came running back, much faster than the soldier had expected. The soldier nearly jumped for joy as soon as he saw the flint box in the boy's hand. Here's your flint box. Give me your coppers." The soldier happily pulled out the copper coin and slipped it to the boy, and slipped the lighter box into his pocket. "Ha ha ha, I still have my flint box. Still, as long as there's a firebox and 3 dogs, the king can't execute me." What the soldier didn't see, however, was the sudden, wry curve of a smile that appeared at the corner of the boy's mouth as he walked away from the bars of the barred window and turned his back on him. "Your wish has been granted." A few strands of silver hair showed under the hood, swaying gently in the morning breeze. Outside the city, a rough gallows had been erected, and around it stood the king's guards and many commoners. The king and queen were seated facing the jury in the most appropriate position to view the execution. On 2 magnificent thrones, the judge loudly pronounced the soldiers' 2 convictions. One was to attack an innocent person with a sword, and the other was to kidnap and attempt to molest an underage girl. The former seems to be about the attack on the old witch, although the soldier doesn't know how he was found out. The soldier was already standing on the execution ladder. As the executioner was about to put the noose around his neck, the soldier suddenly spoke up. I have heard that there is a tradition in the kingdom that a sinner sentenced to death can make a request before he receives his punishment. If it is a reasonable request, his wish should be granted. There is indeed such a thing. The old king in the stand said, I want a cigarette now. Especially, please, your merciful and just majesty. I want a cigarette so badly, and it's the last smoke I'll ever have in the world. Your majesty won't even refuse that request. The king agreed to the soldier's request. The soldier then reached into his pocket, took out his lighter box, and rubbed it several times in rapid succession. He couldn't stop the smile that filled his face. The soldier saw the future. Yes, a future beyond compare. All three dogs jumped to his rescue. One with eyes the size of tea bowls, another with eyes the size of water wheels, and another with eyes bigger than the first two combined. They may have been wounded, or they may have magically healed, but wounded or not, they were terrifying, powerful monsters. Those dogs would pounce on the judge, jury, and king's guard, bite off their legs, bite off their noses, and hurl them into the air, tossing them a dozen or so meters to make them all fall to pieces. The king and queen would suffer the same fate. He could have chosen to let the dogs eat the king and queen, or he could have chosen to spare the king and queen's lives if he had wanted to show his mercy. People would have praised him for his kindness. The guards who were still alive and the common people around him would fear him, embrace him, and take him in the king's four-wheeled carriage, with the three dogs guarding him by the side of the carriage. He would be the new king of the country. As for the blonde girl who I don't know if she's a princess, she's such a horrible monster, but I swear, she's also the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. The soldier thought, God knows where she is now. If possible, the soldier would like to re-establish a good relationship with the girl. After all, he was now the honored king, and there was no one better to be his queen than that girl. They were to have a grand wedding for 8 days and 8 nights, and the three dogs would be in attendance at their wedding, eyes whiter than ever. After becoming the new king, he would enjoy himself for 2 or 3 years before the disaster of the curse erupted and then flee the kingdom with his queen. He has 3 magical dogs and will live well in whatever country he goes to. The fantasy is over. The corners of the soldier's mouth opened, the momentary dream of beauty almost making him drool, eyes fixed on the lighter box in his hand. Rub, rub, rub. He wiped and wiped, but nothing happened. Not a single dog showed up. Why? How come? Why is my lighter box not working? The soldier trembled violently from fear. He even wondered if everything that had happened to him in the past month, including the magical lighter box and the 3 dogs, had been an early morning dream, an unrealistic fantasy just like the one he just had. Your lighter box looks waterlogged. It won't light. Let me light your cigarette for you. The executioner laughed. He pulled out a lighter, the most common, non-magical kind, and lit the soldier's cigarette for him. The cigarette lit in his mouth, but the soldier's legs went weak and he fell to the ground with a thud. He had a rare moment of truthfulness. It was indeed the last puff he had ever smoked in his life. The execution proceeded as usual. The executioner put a noose around the soldier's neck and hoisted him into the air. The common people who gathered around applauded. The people praised the king and queen, the judge and jury, for giving a deserving villain in the kingdom the trial he deserved. The soldier hanging in the air saw it, and among the old people watching and shouting from the sidelines were a few friends he had met at the hotel when he was a rich man before. A few days earlier, these friends had been praising the soldier's generosity, rewarding him with an extra silver coin from the hands of the rich man. Apparently, now, his friends didn't feel at all bad about their behavior because they no longer had to flatter to please the soldiers. The noose around his neck was strangling him so tightly that the soldier flopped his legs in the air. His eyes were indeed wider than usual, almost as big as tea bowls. Chapter 31, The End of the Lighter Box. Outside the city, among the onlookers, the silver-haired boy in the hood looked away from the hanged soldier. Looks like your lighter box is too damp to use it. The boy is naturally Rhine. After manipulating the activation ropes to bind the soldier, he removed the soldier's flint box. Afterward, when the soldiers came to him for help in getting the lighter, he just pretended to walk away for a moment, walked back, and returned the lighter. As a wish-fulfilling wizard, Ryan does literally grant the soldier's wish with a small twist. What he returned was the lighter box that had been soaked and dampened. Back when he first got the flint box, Ryan had performed a divination on the well-known magical item, and was sure that the dampened flint box would be temporarily ineffective for some time. Hey, how I'm like the devil in the story, taking advantage of the loopholes in the human heart, literally granting wishes but twisting them. the teenager whispered to himself. Summon the 3 dogs' flint boxes and I'll retrieve them. Rain flips her right hand, only to hear a fluttering sound. A cloud of mist gushed out, and the lighter box, which had just been in the soldier's pocket, appeared out of nowhere in his palm, retrieving objects that have been touched. This is a new magic that Rhine acquired after fulfilling the soldier's wish to retrieve the flint box. This even included items that Rhine had touched before she had acquired this magic. Rather an awesome concept-based ability then, the teenager thought to himself. Many interesting uses popped into his head at once. I don't know what to name it. I'm a super bad name grabber. I can't call it dromedary instant summon, can I? Return of things? Doesn't seem right either. Never mind. Rhine shrugged, putting the name thing behind her. After a few more moments, waiting for the dampened flint box to dry out again and regain its original magic, Rhine teleported with it to an uninhabited wilderness. Rub, rub, rub. 1, 2, 3. Rhine rubbed her lighter box several times in a row, and with a few whooshes, all 3 dogs appeared, their eyes bigger than one another. The dog had indeed recovered from all of its injuries, and its fur glistened in the sunlight, looking nothing like it had been injured. Truly magical creatures that heal themselves incredibly fast. Unlike before, the dogs crept up beside Rhine. Well-behaved and obedient, they seemed to have forgotten their old masters long ago, and were ready to follow the commands of this new master of the lighter box. This dog was actually able to discover that the princess was not inside the palace, but in the town outside the royal city. What a marvelous power! Do dogs always sniff out which way their masters have assigned them a target? Whether they are assigned to find money or something else? That's a few things that highlight the characteristics of dogs. You can try it sometime, just how far away from the target they can spot. This flint box will surely be of wonderful use in the future. It will soon be Aurora's 10th birthday. According to Granny Rosa's idea, let's make the lighter box her present. The space around Rhine suddenly warped, and her slightly thin figure once again vaporized and disappeared into the wilderness. 2 days later, Rhine held a big birthday celebration for Aurora. All 12 witches are here, reunited once again as they were 10 years ago when the girl was first born. They were not only gathered to celebrate their birthdays, but they were also quietly discussing together when it was time to tell Aurora about her status as a princess and the mission she was carrying, a mission that was too much for a 10-year-old girl, but it was sooner rather than later. Granny Rosa kissed Aurora on the cheek and handed Aurora the flint box herself, just as she had envisioned at the beginning. The aging old witch also thanked Aurora for defeating the soldiers who had nearly killed her. I heard that on the day of that soldier's execution, almost everyone in the king's city ran out of town to watch. It was you who gave the sinner the trial he deserved. All the witches knew about Aurora's defeat of the 3 big dogs and praised her as a wonderful hero. Almost like those heroes in the bardic legends and myths, Aurora was as brave as those heroes, as skilled as those heroes, and, above all, had a heart of gold like those heroes. Aurora, my dear child, you are already a hero in your own right. Just like in the stories, every hero has his own mount, and you can rub the lighter box right now to summon the magical dog that will be your mount. Granny Rosa gave Aurora a big hug. Violet Fairy, the leader of the 12 witches, also smiled broadly. Yes, you should try it. It would be a very pretty sight. Aurora nodded gently. She and the crowd went out into an open field and rubbed the lighter box on the spot. Rub, 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 rub. With a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound, 3 dogs appeared in turn. The smallest of them had eyes the size of tea-bowls. Aurora rode on the dogs with eyes as big as tea-bowls and harnessed them to run through the wilderness. 2 other large dogs followed the young girl. At first, Aurora's movements were a little rusty, but the blessing had given her a proud constitution and an amazing ability to learn, and in a short time she was as skillful as a skilled rider. What a valiant look! The dogs were running for joy, their eyes wider than ever. The birthday celebration is coming to an end. Aurora put her beloved lighter box away. She looked like she loved this birthday present of hers, but it was clear that there were still some worries and concerns, and even in the midst of her birthday ceremony, she still couldn't hide a worried look. What are you worrying about, my little Aurora now? Granny Rosa asked with concern. Aurora relayed all that the soldier said after she met him. Over the years, relations between Germany and us have gotten worse and worse, with small wars breaking out every now and then. If what the soldier said about that German captive is true, they may soon publicize the truth about the curse. When everyone knows that our kingdom of Rose is cursed, the country will be in chaos and it will be a disaster. Besides, even if the king and the royal family succeed in covering up the truth, everything will only get worse. If such a curse really exists, I've asked my teacher about it, and he says it exists 1,000 times over. When disaster strikes, there will be no more room for redress. At this point, Aurora did not look like a little girl who was celebrating her 10th birthday and was supposed to be in her butterfly season. And although her tone of voice was still childish, she looked like she was worried about her country. Rhine and the witches exchanged glances and frowned slightly. Even though the king had blocked the news and the people of the country were unaware of the full story and the existence of the curse during the princess's newborn ceremony, but there were also a large number of exotic guests in attendance at that great party 10 years ago. Expecting them to keep secrets is clearly impossible. If it were peacetime, it would be fine, but nowadays, the relationship between the Kingdom of Rose and the two countries of Endeavor is not a good one. Aurora's tone trembled slightly as she said this, her eyes gleaming as she held Rhine's gaze. It wasn't until this moment that the blonde girl realized that the teacher and adoptive father, whom she had respected for years and who had imparted her invaluable knowledge, wasn't much taller than her anymore. Teacher, why did the king and queen cover up the truth about the curse? A catastrophe will come to the Kingdom of Rose in a few years on time, and as such, shouldn't everyone know about it? Let everyone who is in a position to leave the kingdom, regardless of job, class, or gender, get as far away from this cursed land as possible. The more the girl spoke, the more agitated she became. Her petite fists clenched. Teacher, you once taught me the truth of being a human being. Since there really is such a curse, shouldn't we tell everyone the truth before the enemy country reveals the truth? The people of the Kingdom of Rose should have the right to know the truth and leave this cursed land early. When the last sentence was said, Aurora almost growled. And surprisingly, there were a few moments of imperturbability. The voice of the young girl empowered by the blessing, that heart-stopping, melodious voice, now surprisingly seems to have magic power, so that even Rhine could not help but fall in the mood. With the blessing added, Aurora is really a natural speaker. Even I, a person who knows the complete truth, almost agreed with her in a split second. Rain lamented in his heart. Seeing Aurora's excitement, the Violet Fairy rushed forward to calm and explain to her, telling her the fact that even if she escapes from the kingdom, the curse will never end, and she can only live for a few more years after death. Unexpectedly, Rhine made a gesture, stopping Violet Fairy who wanted to explain. Rhine remembered the look on the king's face 10 years ago, how the old king's facial expression had fluctuated when he had advised him to keep the news of the curse under wraps, reasoning that knowing the curse existed would cause people to race out of the kingdom. He was sure that the old king's first thought, too, was to flee the kingdom to escape disaster. It was only after Rhine himself stated that the curse could not be avoided by fleeing the country that the king was forced to give up the idea. Rain, the silver-haired wizard boy, stood up and placed a gentle hand on Aurora's shoulder. Aurora, I want to ask you, if you were ever to be made king of this country, to replace the king of today, would you do a better job than he did? Aurora nodded vigorously without thinking. Tell me, what would you do? Rhine asked. I can use a sword, and I know a tiny bit of magic, and I will find out where the Black Witch Marlene Fison is, gather as many warriors as I can, and enlist the help of you, Sensei, and gather the power of the entire country to challenge this culprit, defeat her, and force her to reveal the way to lift the curse, or, if this curse can be lifted simply by killing the one who cast it, that would be great. The corners of Rhine's mouth quirked up slightly in a pleased smile. But there are no ifs in the world. Aurora hung her head. The only ones who can be kings are the king's children. Following that, the little princess muttered something in a small voice that made the witches narrowly fail to control their facial expressions. At this point, even overthrowing the royal family won't help, it will only make the situation worse. Rhine put her hand up and stroked Aurora's small, soft blonde hair-covered head. You don't need to be a king to do what you say. I can set out with you right now. Go abroad, poke around for the Black Witch Marlene Fison, capture her, and defeat her. Chapter 32, Am I a Princess? Aurora's eyes froze. Us? Can we really defeat the Black Witch with just us? Within the kingdom, there should be many other warriors braver than me, as well as many magicians as exceptional as Sensei, right? She had heard the legend of the Black Witch, Marlene Fison, before, and the legend rendered Marlene Fison's hideousness at maximum length, a witch so terrifying that she was almost impossible to fight. So far, for lack of comparison, Aurora still lacked an adequate concept of her own power. Instinctively skeptical, Rhine chuckled. Aurora, you probably don't realize that nowadays, you are already the most warlike warrior in the kingdom, and I, in fact, am also the best magician in the kingdom. Suppose, back then, when he faced Marlene Fison, Rhine's level of magic was just about the same as one or two of the best of the witches. After fulfilling the wishes of countless people in the kingdom over the years that Aurora had grown up, now, on the path of magic, Rhine had gone much further. By himself, he was able to solve many puzzles that could only be cracked by more than half of the 12 witches joining forces. Rain added after a moment. Of course, Marlene Faison is a legendary sorceress capable of allowing magic to envelop an entire kingdom. And today you are nowhere near enough to defeat the dragon she has become. But you have an excellent talent and will grow untold times on your journey ahead. Rhine is confident that both herself, who can draw on the power of wishes, and the gifted Aurora will reap the rewards of this upcoming journey. There was light in Aurora's eyes and she nodded excitedly. In this instant, Rhine felt the unprecedented, sun-like blazing power of desire. This comes from Aurora's wish. Yes, teacher, please take me away from the kingdom. I want to become a true hero, find the Black Witch, defeat her, and return to this country. Seeing that the time was right, Rhine added an explanation that had not been mentioned earlier. Incidentally, I made a prophecy that the curse of the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, cannot be avoided even if one escapes the kingdom. Unfortunately, even if I say that, people may not believe it. So it's not a bad thing for the king to cover up the truth about the curse. If the people had known about the curse, the kingdom would have been thrown into great panic and chaos. It dawned on Aurora that she realized that she had just been too hasty and intentional in her assertion. Fairy Violet laughed. It seems that you will soon be taking Aurora out of the kingdom in search of news of the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and training Aurora to be a hero strong enough to fight Marlene Faison on your journey. I wish you well. This was something that everyone had planned for a long time ago, so Violet Fairy wasn't surprised. It looks like everything is now negotiated and within a few days, everyone will be ready to embark on their journey abroad. Just when the witches thought everything was agreed upon, Aurora spoke up suddenly. Wait, teacher, we can't leave so soon. I have one last thing to accomplish before I leave the kingdom. That soldier said that Germany is preparing to tell our citizens the truth about the curse in the near future. Immediately the kingdom will be in a mess. At that time, the armies of Germany, I should call them robbers, would be able to march in and plunder our wealth, our treasures, our cattle and sheep. Since my teacher said that I'm already the #1 warrior in the kingdom, I should lead the army and drive away the invaders before I set off on my journey. Lead an army? How are you going to be the commander of the army and how are you going to get the soldiers to follow your orders? From the looks of it, you're just a 10-year-old girl. Ha! Who would let you cloak yourself? Or have you already guessed that? Rhine's thoughts are turning over. Teacher, Aunt Violet, Grandma Rosa, everyone, I have a very, very important question, and I'm asking you all to be honest with me about the answer. Please. Aurora's gaze steeped in seriousness, and she bowed politely to Rhine and the witches. Oh, does little Aurora have any more questions? Feel free to ask. Granny Rosa revealed a kind smile. Aurora gulped, lifted her chin, and asked, word for word, seriously, excuse me, am I the princess of the kingdom? Am I the princess who, according to the rumors, was supposed to be imprisoned in the depths of the palace? And you, my teacher, are you the kingdom sage, Archmage Rhine, who, according to kingdom lore, once acted as an advisor to the king for 6 months before mysteriously disappearing? Silence, deadly silence. Yes, yes, Rhine nodded softly, her face not wavering. It was something that had to be told to Aurora sooner or later. Aurora breathed a long sigh of relief as if she were relieved, a pleased smile on her face. Great, otherwise I would have thought that I was a magical weapon that you created and used in battle. No wonder, I was born with such amazing gifts. No wonder. I share the same name as the legendary imprisoned princess, though those with the same name are everywhere in the kingdom today. When did you find out who you were? Rhine was going to ask that, but then she didn't think it was necessary. There are too many signs. Sooner or later, the clever Aurora will find out. I've heard from the people in the taverns, and from the children I play ball with, that the king's daughter is trapped in the Copper Palace, deep within the palace complex, and will never be able to set foot outside. I've often thought how lonely it must be for her to be stuck there, all alone, unable to see the outside world. Now I realize that it was a lie. She wasn't imprisoned at all. Aurora spoke to herself, her words filled with endless emotion. The blonde girl raised her slender but unusually strong hands and looked at Rhine and the witches again. Teachers, grandmother witches and aunts, my gifts come from your blessings, right? Thank you all. Now that Aurora is grown up, can you tell me what happened when I was born? Why is there a legend of a princess imprisoned in the Copper Palace? And what blessing have I been given? Rhine sat down and talked to the witches, one by one, about that thrilling night 10 years ago. That's a funny story. In it, there are grand banquets with delicacies and wine, witches, wizards, fire-breathing, unstoppable dragons, terrible curses and divine blessings, beginnings that are good enough for a psalm, twists and turns that fall suddenly from light to darkness, and even more unexpected endings. What appeals to Aurora most in the story are the prophecies made by the prophets. The prophets of the beginning are the teachers of the present day. And the prophecies of the beginning are the future she has not chosen. Aurora listened to the story quietly. She listened intently. So that's how it is. I'm the source of the kingdom's terrible curse. All of you saw the vision in the mirror and saw the misfortune of the future. So you ended up not choosing the blessing that was initially envisioned, changing death to slumber, and chose the other path that is available today. Aurora was thoughtful. Granny Rosa looked at the blonde girl's serious contemplation and couldn't stop the love and affection from gushing out from the bottom of her heart. Yes, the kingdom sage chose an unusual path given the scenario, to the amazement of the crowd, but it did seem to be one of the best choices. The king, the queen and they, the witches, also supported this decision, and step by step, the princess was raised to be a warrior strong enough to slay a dragon. But all of this is just wishful thinking on the part of the adults. Ryan is considered an adult here. What did Princess Aurora herself think? She is a living human being. Aurora, who was still a baby, didn't realize what she was carrying on her shoulders, but today Aurora knows everything. Carrying a mission from birth, through years of hard work until today, taking on a mission far beyond his years. Will Her Highness willingly accept the choice that everyone made for her in the first place? Aurora's birthday party is over. The witches left one after another. Aurora has proven to them that she has become a hero on her own and no longer needs their care. The house was much colder all of a sudden, and the living room was empty. The little princess dragged her cheeks and gazed up at the stars, but suddenly remembered something and turned her head violently to ask Ryan, "So what happened after that? Sensei, in your original prophecy, you only cut off 50 years after I fell into a deep sleep and the kingdom was covered in thorns, right? So what's further down the road?" Finally, was the curse lifted? The night was so quiet that even the distant chirping of birds was clearly audible. After a long time, Ryan nodded gently and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm sorry that I couldn't consult you back then and took the liberty of making the choice for you. In that case, I think I need to let you know your future even if it's not exactly precise." Aurora's eyes lit up for a moment. Ryan said slowly, "The river of destiny has so many diversions and possibilities. Though I cannot accurately foretell the long future, I can still see some of the tributaries of fate, most of which end less than perfectly, but the curse is indeed lifted. Aurora, since you are interested in the unchosen path, I can now show you the best, the most perfect, the most impeccable ending of them all. It's a right you deserve." Ryan pulled out another silver mirror, the same one he had used 10 years ago when he had shown the future. Aurora stared intently at the smooth mirror, almost holding her breath. "It's an unchosen path." A circle of ripples rippled through the mirror, and the image reappeared in the silver mirror. It was the wasteland of the kingdom covered in thorns and thistles after Aurora had been stabbed by a spindle and the curse had taken place. 10 years later, the images of the prophecy played out once again. A string of text, appearing around the image, serves as a label for the image. About this kingdom such a legend has spread, the legend of a beautiful sleeping princess. Since then, a number of princes have come to explore, and they have tried to cross to the palace with thorns, but none have succeeded. The scene shows prince after prince of thorns and thistles, struggling to cut through the thorns and thistles, trying to get past the wall of hedges and into the palace of the king, which is sealed by layers of plants. The thistles came around as if they were alive, and the bushes changed their position, tripping the princes. The thorns, thistles and bushes seem to have transformed into countless demonic hands, firmly grasping them so that they could not get away. The princes struggled, wailed, and finally died in agony. Another circle of water rippled through the silver mirror, and the image briefly fell into ghostly blackness as new annotated text appeared. Many years passed again. On this day, exactly 100 years passed, and another prince set foot on this cursed land. Chapter 33 The Road Not Taken. Within the mirrored image, a prince clad in fancy clothes appeared. He had an upright figure, but his face was highlighted and his appearance blurred, but judging from the outline, it was probably a handsome prince. When the prince came to the hedgerow, all he saw were shrubs in full bloom with beautiful flowers. He went through the hedge with ease. As he went on ahead, the hedges closed in densely behind him again, as if welcoming the prince. Seeing such a mirror view, Aurora was confused. Why other princes have come, and have been entangled in thorns, thistles, and bushes, and have died miserably in this cursed land. He comes and all these hindrances are gone, and even the hedges will give way of their own accord? Could it be that he's one of the Black Witch's men? That's why the cursed plants not only don't attack him, but instead get out of the way. Your Highness Aurora, you really deserve to be taught by me. And I ventured the same question. But Aurora, your guess is just, well, too damning, isn't it? Why don't you have any poetry at all? Ryan's face was subdued, but she couldn't stop smiling inside. As per the original, Ryan believes this to be a poetic adaptation. some sort of exaggerated interpretation of destined love. After all, in the older version of the story, Sun, Moon, Talia, it is the king of a neighboring country who awakens Sleeping Beauty, a monarch who, upon seeing the long-sleeping Sleeping Beauty, sees fit to have sex with her, and the whole time, Sleeping Beauty is in a state of unconscious slumber. But then, Sleeping Beauty gave birth to 2 children, the sun and the moon. These 2 babies woke up Sleeping Beauty by unconsciously sucking on their mother. Later, Sleeping Beauty marries this neighboring king who indirectly awakens her. In contrast, the adaptations by Charles Perrault and the Brothers Grimm are so much nicer. Compared to the original version, the change to have a heavenly chosen prince instead of a rapist king to wake up the princess is definitely more in line with the beautiful expectations of a prince and princess story in people's hearts. The hedges gave way, the thorns faded, the trees bloomed, and all the beautiful visions were there to express this wonderful moment. However, in a fantasy world that does exist, it is also difficult for Ryan to account for this marvelous phenomenon. Only the teenage wizard shook his head lightly. I don't know, perhaps it is because, after 100 years, the curse of the Black Witch is weak enough to pose a hindrance. Or maybe it's because, he's your destined love, and when he sets foot on this cursed land, even the world gives its blessing. Ha, the destined lover? Aurora's eyes were wide with infinite doubt. But I don't even know him. The image in the mirror continues to change. The prince stepped through the bushes that automatically gave way, weaving through the sea of scarlet flowers as he continued to search inward. Everything was surprisingly quiet. At last he came to the old palace building and pushed open the doorway of the little room in which Princess Aurora had been sleeping. Lying in the room as if she were Princess Aurora, she was sound asleep. The camera immediately gives a close-up of the sleeping Princess Aurora. The Aurora in the picture is a bit larger and closer to a beauty in the traditional sense than the blonde girl of today, as she was 15 years old when she fell into a deep sleep. The Sleeping Beauty in the mirror is as beautiful as the real young girl in front of her. It was as if there was magic in her face that could make people's souls sink, but she didn't have that sharp, ineffable temperament, and was more like a soft flower that one couldn't help but pity. As soon as the prince saw Aurora, his eyes widened and he couldn't even blink. Looking at it, the prince couldn't help but lean down and gently kiss Princess Aurora. The blessing was fulfilled and the curse lifted. In the mirror, Aurora awoke with a start. She opened her eyes and smiled as she gazed with affection at the prince who had saved her. The prince carried her with him out of the palace building. Soon after, the sleeping curse that had enveloped the kingdom gradually ended, and people woke up one after another. Only, after 100 years, the kingdom had long since ceased to look like its original form. There were trees and weeds strewn everywhere, and every house was covered with plants. New text scrolls out of the mirror. Soon the prince and Aurora were married in a great ceremony, and they lived happily and joyfully together until they were old. The colorful images in the silver mirror dimmed and eventually disappeared, returning to obscurity. Ha, it's over. Ha, Aurora reacted then, surprised. Is this all there is to the best and most perfect ending of the many possibilities for the future? Aurora murmured in a slightly spoiled voice. So in the end, the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, who was the culprit, went completely unpunished? She was such a powerful witch who had long ago converted herself into a real dragon and was bound to live for many, many years. What if she rises again and wants to destroy our kingdom one more time? Who can stop her this time? And lastly, that prince. I don't know him, do I? He's a man from the future 100 years from now? Now, his father must not even be born yet. And then we just got together? What kind of strange development is this? Doesn't the blessing say that it takes the kiss of someone you love deeply to lift the curse? But this is the first time he's seen me, and I'm still asleep. He couldn't even say a word to me. Don't feelings take time to develop? Your Highness, your way of thinking is way beyond the current era. Wait, did I teach you all that? How can I explain this to His Majesty the King and Her Majesty the Queen? Ryan laughed lightly. Who knows? Maybe love at first sight counts. Ryan's tone became ethereal and ethereal again. Your Highness, you have seen the path that was not chosen. 10 years ago, on that disastrous night, there were 2 paths before you, one paved with flowers and poetry, the other covered with thorns and storms. At that time, you were still too young, just a baby in swaddling clothes. I was unable to consult you, and could only take the liberty of making a choice on your behalf, choosing the path that you are on now, and burdening you with such a heavy destiny. Over these past years, the witches and I have subjected you to harsh exercises so that you could become the warrior you were prophesied to be. Moreover, we will soon be embarking on an unknown journey traveling the continent, and there may be unforeseen dangers along the way. You have given so much in order to reach your destiny. Hard work, my Princess Highness. For that, I apologize for the unauthorized choices I made. When he finished speaking, Rhine turned to the young princess before her and bowed deeply. Aurora, however, shook her head vigorously and hastily helped Rhine to her feet. No, it's not like that, teacher. It's me who should be thanking you. Thank you also to father and mother and auntie witch and grandmothers. Thank you all. If I had followed the original course of my life, I would have been locked in a palace made of brass, ignorant of the world, ignorant of everything, stupid and incompetent. The tutor who taught me literature taught me that a great man once said that the most unfortunate of all the world's misfortunes is not to be ignorant of one's own. It won't be long before the Enders make the truth of the curse public, and the country will be in chaos, and all I can do is stay deep in the palace, hearing the maids of honor informing everywhere of the disaster, unable to do anything but shed tears, more likely, of course, that I don't understand the so-called disaster at all, since I've never set foot outside the palace doors. It was you, teacher, who gave me the opportunity to change everything with my own hands. Thank you. Once things are settled within the kingdom, we will embark on a journey together to travel the continent and find the whereabouts of the Black Witch. Even if the final result isn't perfect, then I've tried. There's nothing to regret. Aurora and Rhine's concerns were definitely not unfounded. Sometime before Aurora's birthday, a horrible rumor had been sown within the Kingdom of Rose. No one knows where this terrible prophecy began. Perhaps the tavern gossiped about it. Perhaps it was the grandstanding of some astrologer. Or perhaps it was the guest of honor who was present at the christening of the princess that year who gave a speech in person. Within a short period of time, the rumor that the kingdom had been cursed by the Black Witch and would be destroyed in 5 years spread rapidly. Each day the old king was busy with bad news from all over the world. The farmers in the field ceased to toil, the bakeries and winemaking workshops ceased to function, the rich and wealthy fled the kingdom in the night, dragging their families with them, and even the disciplined army began to mutiny. The people in the streets say that the king of the Kingdom of Rose is a terrible, terrible dimwit. Everyone blames the king for offending the dreaded Black Witch and putting the country at risk of extinction. Faced with more and more bad news, the old, gray-haired king is forced to give a speech in which he states that even fleeing the kingdom will not escape the curse. He also promises that there is a way to end the curse before disaster really strikes. The sage of the kingdom, who mysteriously left 10 years ago, is actually working to dispel the curse, and it won't be long before he succeeds. Now, however, the people no longer believe the king's words. The Kingdom of Rose today is no longer the beautiful, quiet and peaceful country it once was. Up and down the country, from the royal capitals to the small towns and villages, there is no place where there is no chaos. Even walking down the street in the daytime, you meet robbers who stop you in your tracks. Why bother with order when the kingdom is 5 years away from destruction? And that's not even the worst of it. In the midst of the kingdom's most chaotic moments, neighboring bandits have come to get a piece of the action and they look like they've been plotting for a long time. The armies of Ender raided the Kingdom of Rose, invading towns, pillaging, raping women and setting fires. Up ahead is the Kingdom of Rose, and you may take as much or as little as you wish. The gold and silver coins in the rich man's house, the statues in the square in the center of the city, the beautiful opposite sex, all of them belong to you. Their soldiers have long since lost their will to fight. They are no longer the same titular army they used to be, and they can't stop our iron cavalry at all. Before departing, the officers of the Endeavor promised this to the soldiers. In fact, they did. And even what the soldiers actually did was 10 times worse and more horrible than what the officers had promised. No, why is that? In the palace, the king was in pain and despair. Today, the old king is even older, and there is not even a single strand of black hair to be found on his head. He wasn't even sure how long he could hold out in the face of so much bad news. It must be the bastards in Germany who deliberately put out the news of the curse. It must be them. Their nobles once participated in the princess christening ceremony extravaganza, saw with their own eyes the process of the Black Witch Marlene Fyson placing the curse, and know all the secrets. Chapter 34, Princess on the Battlefield. The old king was so angry that he yelled at the palace. He tried to order the army to drive out the invaders, but most of the soldiers had stopped obeying his orders. At this point it occurred to the old king that he might yet have recourse to Monsignor Rhine, that sage of the realm. Not long ago, the little wizard had come to the palace once more to tell him of a crime committed by a soldier. Just then, 2 figures walked into the palace and arrived in front of the king and queen. Father, mother, I can lead the army and drive out the invaders. The person who came was naturally Aurora. The blonde girl stood in front of the palace gate against the rising sun, her petite and beautiful figure trailing long shadows on the ground, her face hazy because of the backlight. Seeing their daughter again brought tears to the eyes of the king and queen. Behind the young girl, the silver-haired wizard Rhine walked slowly. The boy's face hadn't changed a bit from back then, and the carving knife called age had failed to carve a single mark on him. The king himself was draped and came to the elite king's guard. The old king had been a brave general in his youth, but now, his aged body could no longer support him in the battlefield. So, he recognized a too young general and asked her to lead the elite to support the army guarding the front line. Every soldier who had met the new general was incredulous and exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that the one who would lead them would be such a young girl who didn't seem to be more than 12 years old, believing it to be an absolute joke. But in less than half a day, before the sun set, Aurora had convinced every general. The king's guard, which had been scattered yesterday, had a one-time change of heart and swore that they would die with their new general. Be that as it may, no one associated the general in front of them with the princess of the kingdom who was imprisoned in the depths of the palace in the legendary story. Aurora then led this elite force to the front. The following day, the bandits of Ender came again. They swooped down from the hillside and easily tore through the shapeless defenses of the Rose Kingdom's army. The master swordsman who had taught Aurora was now an officer in the army, mounted on a mighty warhorse. But in the face of a raging enemy army, even this master swordsman felt a heartfelt sense of powerlessness now. On the battlefield, individual force becomes limited. After learning the truth about the curse, the soldiers of the Rose Kingdom had long lost their fighting spirit to resist. They just raised their weapons, yelled a few words, and put up a little token resistance before scattering and routing in all directions. Such a fragmented army is naturally devoid of any fighting ability. The soldiers of N Germany laughed and waved their scimitars, slaughtering all the enemies they saw. Never in 100 years had the ever-prosperous neighbor been so weak. The master swordsman rode away, trying to prevent himself from hearing the slashing behind him. At that exact moment, at the rear of the battlefield, a troop rushed out. It was reinforcements sent by His Majesty the King. This troop is at first sight a brave elite. They are in neat formation, military discipline, loud slogans and bugles. Every soldier fights heroically and kills the enemy, and in a short time their bodies are covered with their own or the enemy's blood. The commander-in-chief of the troops was at the head of the line. Her mount was not a steed, but a large dog, and the dog's eyes were surprisingly the size of T-bulls. Two other, larger dogs followed the commander-in-chief, one with eyes as big as water wheels and the other with eyes as surprisingly large as the tops of tall towers. The dogs bit the German invaders with their bloody mouths and threw them high in the air, from which they fell either dead or wounded, and those fellows who were thrown the highest were reduced to balls of flesh. The commander-in-chief, with his two marvelous big dogs, hacked and slashed from side to side as if he were a god of heaven, and at once routed a large number of enemy troops. Release the arrows! Release the arrows! The invaders bent their bows and arrows, and for a moment the arrows fell like rain, trying to kill the strong commander. Dozens and hundreds of arrows were shot towards the commander-in-chief, but the moment they touched her, they all turned into flying dust. Artificial or natural weapons shall not injure her. The commander-in-chief rode a tall dog and galloped across the sands. She clutched her weapon in one hand and charged through the enemy lines, while in the other she took out her horn and blew it in front of the routed and disorganized army. The loud and stirring sound of the trumpet cut through the sky. The sound of this trumpet seemed like a battle cry from the heavens, igniting the blood of every general of the Rose Kingdom and shaking the bloodiness in their souls. Go on, drive out the invaders. The soldiers of the Kingdom of Rose, who had long been routed, and the officers of the kingdom, who were fleeing in all directions, heard the sound of this trumpet, and once again revitalized, rekindled their courage, and took on a new look. Rolling hot tears flowed from the eyes of soldiers and officers, tears boiling with anger and wariness. Her voice can sink the body and mind, and make even the heart of stone weep. Charge! Charge! For the kingdom, for His Majesty the King! Neither arrows nor swords can harm our commander-in-chief. This is the refuge of the gods. In the eyes of the generals of the Kingdom of Rose, the commander who rode a big dog and was flanked by two other big dogs was just like a banner that would not fall on the battlefield. If you follow the lead of this commander, victory will surely belong to your side. If he charges, the army will be as strong as a foot. If he does not fall, the war will not be lost. She is so charming that her every move will move the world, and the people of the world will fall for her. In this way, the commander-in-chief, who rode a big dog, led the generals of the kingdom, charging along the way, blood staining the silver-white battle armor. The sun was setting, and the blood-colored twilight dragged her form into long shadows on the ground. The colors of the dusk and the blood spilled by the soldiers mingled and were indistinguishable from each other, staining the river and the hills the same hue. On the far side of the hill, the cloaked old king, listening to the victorious battle cry, had slightly sour eyes. He looked to the center of the battlefield, where his daughter was fighting her way through the setting sun. The old king's thoughts couldn't help but return to the prophecy described by the wizard Rain on the night when the festivities of the nation were interrupted and the terror had just descended upon the country. 10 years ago, When this warrior rides his steed on the sands, even scattered armies succumb to his charms and follow his orders. When this warrior sings his war song before a routed and disorganized army, even a disciplined and deprived band will regroup and willingly die for it. I think such a warrior will be able to lead His Majesty's army, kill the Black Witch, and lift the curse from its roots. The invaders were driven out of the kingdom. For a long time, no one dared to invade the lands of the Kingdom of Rose again. For a divine warrior seared his heroic stance into the minds of every invader. All of the invaders who managed to escape back to their home countries told the story of that epic battle as exaggeratedly as possible, sparing no detail that would make you shudder. They danced around, jumped up and down, and made a big deal out of the great horror they were facing. They said that the gods had sheltered the Kingdom of Rose and sent down a warrior. The divinely gifted warrior was surrounded by 3 monstrous beasts that sharp swords, halberds and arrows could not harm in the slightest. More miracles have been popping up all over the kingdom. Early the next morning after the war, 1,000 flying birds of various colors appeared in the sky of the Kingdom of Rose. The flying birds were the very colors of the rainbow, and they formed various patterns and words in the air to tell the story of the God-given warriors. Someone heard the fox surprisingly talking to himself among the grass at night, and the fox mentioned the God-given warriors and how the curse on the kingdom would surely be lifted. The fishermen go out to sea and meet a horrible storm, but the storm immediately and miraculously calms down. The fishermen catch the fish, cut open the belly of the fish and find a strange note. When they return home, their blind wives are able to see again. People have said that it is the will of the gods. The Kingdom of Rose must be a country blessed by the gods. God bless the king. Few noticed the location of the many miracles as a silver-haired boy clad in a hood burrowed through the crowd. Great! Now people believe that the gods protect the kingdom and the royal family, and that even the terrible curse set by the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, will surely be lifted. Praise your wisdom, Lord Rhine. Deep in the palace, the old king praised the wise sage. It's just something, knowledge from outside the world. The sage thought so. From that day on, a new legend was added to the Kingdom of Rose. In addition to the beautiful princess who was grounded and the magician who grants wishes, in the royal capital, on the first floor of that largest and most imposing of luxury inns, the tavern where the guests come and go to brag, the bartender and the guests discussed the legends of the kingdom once again as they mingled. New guest, have you heard of it? The legend. The bartender suddenly stuttered a bit. You mean, a wizard who can grant wishes? No, not that. You mean, the king's daughter. A beautiful princess who brings together all the best qualities in the world, though no one has ever seen her, for she is imprisoned in a palace cast in bronze, and only the king and queen can go in and out of there. No, not that either. The bartender handed the guest a bottle of ale with an unusually excited expression. I mean, the legend of the Valkyrie sent by the gods to save our kingdom. Chapter 35 The Journey of the Sage and the King. My orders are to find the Black Witch, Marlene Faison. In the clearing, the 3 big dogs looked around and sniffed from side to side after receiving their master's order. Finding nothing, all 3 dogs got down weakly, stuck out their tongues, and looked pitifully ahead at their owner, Rhine, who was holding a lighter box. Sure enough, the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, must be far away, far beyond the searching range of the flaming box dog. Of course, even if Marlene Faison is nearby, she might have a way to keep herself from being found by magic and other supernatural forces. Rhine dismissed the dogs and tossed the flint box back to Aurora. The 2 men walked back to the palace and flipped through a large stack of papers on the table. This is information compiled by His Majesty the King and the witches about where the Black Witch Marlene Faison came from, where she might have gone, and other clues. This information points the way to the journey he and Aurora are about to embark on. According to the records of these intelligence, the Black Witch Marlene Faison was not born in the Kingdom of Rose, but traveled to the kingdom from another country only a dozen years before Aurora's baptismal ceremony, settling here permanently. No one knows how long she has lived and where she learned the horrors of witchcraft. It was simply discovered that Marlene Faison practiced ghastly black magic, was well versed in curses and tormenting techniques, could summon dark beings to her service at any time, and could even take the form of a giant dragon. Also, Marlene Faison's magical attainments seemed to be more masterful than those of any other witch in the kingdom. Of course, it wasn't until after that disastrous night that her power and terror were truly recognized. According to the records of the intelligence, Marlene Faison had mentioned that she had a few sisters outside of the kingdom. Of course, they weren't really sisters, but witches who practiced black magic with her. Marlene Faison and her sisters would occasionally gather, or communicate with each other through magic, to discuss new dark sorceries and how to make new potions. Naturally, the ingredients they use to make their potions are frog's eyes, spider webs, toad's saliva, dead baby's umbilical cords, and other creepy and gruesome things. A coven organization of black magic witches looks like something quite remarkable then. Ryan frowned slightly. Suppose one had to face multiple opponents as powerful as the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and despair at the thought of it. In a continent that mixes so many stories, who would be the magical women who could form a coven with the Black Witch Marlene Faison? Ryan couldn't help but think. He continued to read up on the text at hand. According to the document, Marlene Faison never mentioned the names of the so-called sisters, but only occasionally said that some sisters had become queens of certain countries. Queen of the nations? This range is just too wide to search. Aurora also brought her head over. Ryan's eyes froze and landed on one of the lines of text. The text says that Marlene Faison once bragged to the Violet Fairy that she had a sister who wasn't human, but was a sea hag who lived in the deep sea and specialized in making bizarre potions. This sea ghost woman resides in the land of the mermaids, which lies beneath 10,000 waves, because she seldom went ashore. Marlene Faison and her used magical mirrors to communicate with each other. For this reason, Marlene Faison even complained a couple times. The sea ghost woman who resides in the mermaid kingdom. Perhaps it can be our breakthrough. If Marlene Faison is still in contact with her, this sea ghost woman may know where Marlene Faison has gone nowadays. According to the kingdom's historical documents, below the sea on the south coast is the land of the mermaids, clearly oriented to their first destination. Ryan and Aurora had one last task before they officially embarked on their journey, say goodbye to the king and queen. Deep within the palace complex of the royal palace, behind many walls and many buildings, there is indeed a palace cast in brass here, where the beautiful princess was said to have lived. In fact, it was nothing more than an abandoned palace left over from a previous dynasty, and for the most part, the brass palace was empty. But today, perhaps for the first time in 10 years, the beautiful princess of the kingdom's legend has actually come here, to say goodbye to her parents. The old king nodded gently. This monarch of the kingdom revealed a vicissitude of a smile and removed the crown from his head, moving it slowly to the top of Aurora's head. The action of the aged monarch removing the crown from his head and dangling it over the head of a 10-year-old girl seemed truly comical. The old king gave the kingdom to the warrior who could save the country as the new king of the kingdom, a promise the old king made to the wizard 10 years ago. The old king gestured up at the top of the princess's blonde-covered head, as if to see if the crown's size matched it. "Oh my daughter, I am too old for this crown, and when you return from your travels with the sage, this crown will truly be yours." The old king finished and withdrew his crown. Aurora nodded gently and bowed gracefully to the king and queen, using the court etiquette her etiquette teacher had taught her. "Goodbye, father and mother. I will embark on a journey with the Lord Sage, traveling abroad in search of the Black Witch, Marlene Faison. We will find the Black Witch, vanquish her, and put an end to the cloud that has enveloped this country. One day, I will return to the kingdom with the Sage Lord and succeed you as king of this land. My father, on this journey, I will try to learn how to be an exceptional brave man, and a good king." The queen, who had also aged, took her handkerchief and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes, but did not speak. Next to him, the small wizard wearing a spacious wizard's robe and doing a classical wizard's dress smiled and nodded towards Aurora. "Let's go, my future queen." The sage and the future king, bidding farewell to the present king, left the palace cast in brass. Walking between the palace complexes of the royal palace, Aurora looked out over the distant mountains as she walked. "Sensei, I think that when we return, I will be the king of this country, and you will be a legend in this country." In the past, a special grammar teacher had taught Aurora the intricacies and splendor of grammar and fine rhetoric, and the little princess had been wise enough to learn them all, so that her phrases were like those of a poet's mouth that had been carved and refined. "Father told me that 10 years ago, after you had helped him, you had asked father to spread your story. Spreading the story of the wizard must have done something special for you. So, when I become the new king, I'm going to do the same thing. Teacher, I will extol your story, enshrine your deeds in the annals of history, and hire craftsmen to make a statue of you. I'll bring in clerks to write down every story of our journey, weave them into a book, ask painters to paint the most memorable scenes of the journey in color so they won't be forgotten, and ask bards to tell them between campfires and wells. Many years from now, the things we experienced on our journey will eventually become popular legends and a collection of fairy tales on every child's pillow. It's so exciting to imagine this scene." The young girl raised her head and looked towards the azure sky and snow-white clouds, her eyes glowing with a light called hope. Aurora looked again at the never-growing silver-haired boy in front of her. She was a baby when her teacher was what she is today, and now that she is almost grown up herself, her teacher has not changed. It was as if the years had stopped on the little wizard. The young girl reached out to compare its height, making sure her head was just about shoulder height to Ryan's, and smiled cheekily. "Teacher, you won't grow up, will you?" I guess it won't be 2 or 3 years before the curse is complete and I'll be taller than you. Even when I am old and gray, you remain the same? Ryan didn't say anything, just walked quietly. He could visualize the scene, but was somewhat amazed that a 10-year-old girl would think that far ahead. Who knows what the future holds? After a long moment of silence, Ryan said, once again. Aurora cast her eyes to the distant sky, her thoughts flying freely through the clouds and smiling like a flower. Teacher, one day I will be a white bone and a shovelful of earth, and you will still walk the earth in this form. Then shall the earth be full of thy legends. On this journey, I'm going to learn how to be a good king, and try to become the greatest king in the history of the Kingdom of Rose, and live in infamy. That way, after I leave this world, people will say that the Kingdom of Rose once had a great queen who spread the word about me. So that the length of my story in time can try to catch up with your life itself, impossible to catch up but at least not to be left behind too quickly. Even many centuries from now, as you walk the earth, you will be able to hear, by chance, the people of that time, telling the story of our journey. In the story that belongs to me, it will be said that many years ago, the king of the country was gifted with a 13-fold blessing at birth, charged with a great mission, and that the one who brought her up was a legendary wizard who was wise, learned, and knowledgeable about the future and possessed many magical abilities. Gosh, that sounds really epic. It's like nothing like the epic legends I've heard before. Aurora's eyes grew deeper and darker as she spoke. Is it like King Arthur and Merlin? Ryan thought. You've studied philosophy and grammar well. The perspective is quite unique. Ryan was surprisingly quiet today, trying to look more mature. I see I didn't hire those teachers to teach you for nothing. Ryan tore her gaze away from the young girl and looked up at the snowy white layered clouds in the sky as well. The clouds looked like gentle sheep, pacing lazily in the sunshine in the vast pasture called blue sky. He had also been looking forward to this journey for a long time. This world was big, very big. Countries like the Kingdom of Rose were numerous throughout the western part of the continent. Not to mention, all the way to the east, there was the even more magnificent and mysterious Far East. As a long-lived species with an eternal lifespan, Ryan understood that he was not destined to stop at this bullet-ridden place. Fulfilling the same person's wish over and over again is much less effective. Generally, a destiny protagonist can only provide one or two significantly effective wishes. It's clear to Ryan that to become a legendary wizard matching the epic tales, it's necessary for him to find more faithful protagonists on his journey. Out of nowhere, the silver-haired boy felt a wish as hot as fire ignite beside him. He knew that it was a wish that belonged to Aurora. Learn to be an exceptional warrior and a good king on your journey to defeat the Black Witch and end the curse on the kingdom. It was the heaviest and most burning wish that the Wizard of Wishes and Wonders had taken over. Since he came into this world, the kingdom's former sages, leading the future king, drifted away. Chapter 36 Two Brothers Who Collect Fairy Tales. Over the past 2 months, many people in the several small countries south of the Rose Kingdom had seen such a scene. A silver-haired boy and a blonde girl are traveling together. The boy looked no more than 12 or 13 years old, while the girl was even younger. The boy is a bit bookish, always reading a book in the quiet sunshine. The girl is a bit more lively, but still has the elegance of an aristocrat's child in her jumpiness. Both children are exceptionally beautiful, big and bright eyes as clear as a lake. There is a kind of unclassified out of the dust of the transcendent beauty, as if from the fairy tale book Out of the People. The girl in particular was special, as if she had an innate charm that made her approachable, and her voice was even more pleasant, like a lark singing in spring. There wasn't a single innkeeper or shopkeeper who wouldn't be willing to give this lovely blonde girl a discount when they saw her. The two children were polite, well-behaved, and lovely, and stayed at the inn every night, evidently with a good deal of traveling with them. But no one saw any of the family or servants who were responsible for their care. Many speculate that this is a half-sibling, hence the different hair and pupil colors. It has been suggested that these could be two rich kids who ran away from home, escaped their parents' custody and set out on a journey to a foreign land. Others said that the two children must have suffered some kind of disaster in their hometown, and that both of their parents had passed away before they had to travel far from their original place of residence. But no one knows that they are the erstwhile sages and future kings of some prosperous kingdom. At one point, the kindly innkeeper asked about these two beautiful children. Children, where did you come from? Has something happened to your family? Do you need help? Aurora replied, the day I was born, my hometown suffered a disaster and my family was cursed. So, we had to travel far, far away to find a way to lift the curse in order to save my family. Her answer counted as honest. Thank you for your kindness, kind man. We do not need help. This is a task that must be accomplished by our own hands. Ryan chimed in. Then, may the gods shelter you. The innkeeper offered a blessing for the two children. And may the gods shelter you. Good man, Ryan said, "Do you have any wishes you wish to be granted? Miracles always favor those who are kind." The owner scratched his head and tried to think for a moment. "There's not much to wish for. I was down and out when I was young, but now I run an inn, have my own wife and daughter, and live a happy life. Apart from not having very good legs, there are no regrets." The next morning, just after the innkeeper had risen, he was then informed that the two children had left before the morning sun came. The innkeeper sighed and stood up from the bed, then suddenly froze. He was surprised to find that his leg, which had been limping for more than 10 years, had miraculously healed itself. It was even better, healthier and stronger than when he was young. But the journey isn't all about nice people like innkeepers. Every now and then, there were unsuspecting robbers who wanted to take advantage of the cover of night to rob these two rich children who had no adult to look after them. "Boss, we checked. There are no bodyguards in the neighborhood. No servants. All the characters that maintain the safety of the two children. These two kids, they really did come out to travel by themselves. Great. Let's do it tonight. They look especially rich. Let's finish them off." A few bandits laughed wickedly, a greedy light in their eyes, and drank the last sip of their lives in laughter. Later, no one saw the bandits again. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. Other robbers and traffickers with similar ideas did the same and all disappeared without a trace. Many more days passed and the story of the two children spread, but with word of mouth and repeated processing, the legend has changed shape. People say that there was this brother and sister whose parents were cursed by a demon and were seriously ill. The two children are forced to leave their homes and embark on a journey, trekking through the mountains to a sacred mountain to find a rainbow-colored flower that is said to lift a curse to heal their seriously ill parents. A magical elf is touched by the two children and secretly protects them. When the two children meet a beast that eats people, the elf casts a spell to drive the beast away. When they meet a murderous bandit, the elf turns the bandit into an ugly toad. People who heard this story praised the strength of the two children and wished them a speedy return to their hometown and the cure of their bedridden parents by finding the magical flower. Then, later, two scholarly brothers who specialized in linguistics and history and collected and organized folklore and fairy tales appeared on the continent. They unearthed folktales from different narrators and recorders, made appraisals and linguistic and rhetorical modifications, and organized them into a collection of fairy tales. In their extensive research and study, the erudite brothers came across this story. "Brother, that's an interesting piece of folklore, widely circulated in the southwestern part of the continent. There are several different variants of this story, but the protagonists are basically a brother and sister with the goal of lifting their family's curse. I think we need to record it. Yes, let's call the story Siblings and Rainbow Flowers." Of course, this is all an afterthought. At the end of the second month of the trip, sitting in the rented carriage, Aurora looked out the window at the receding woods and inquired about Ryan. "Sensei, I remember you have the magic to teleport to faraway places. Why do we have to walk and ride like this? I can't teleport to locations I've never been to and am unfamiliar with, so we must either measure the earth with our feet, or ride a horse, cart, or boat." So replied the young wizard, "But once you've been here once, it's much easier to return again. So when we defeat the Black Witch Marlene Phazon, we can return to the Kingdom of Rose that day and tell everyone the happy news?" "Sure." Ryan laughed. Aurora sighed again. "Unfortunately, it's too slow, whether it's by carriage, by boat or on foot. Why isn't there a faster, more convenient mode of transportation?" Faster transportation. Ree's heart froze, and he suddenly felt something. "I think there will be in the future." Ryan said, "Humans are very intelligent and are always inventing new tools. In the very distant past, people could only walk on 2 feet. Then later, people invented wheels to conquer land and boats to conquer the waters." Ryan lifted his chin, his thoughts drifting far away as he thought back to the days before he came to this world. 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 300 years from now, perhaps people will invent oddly shaped vehicles made of metal, driven by the power of flames burning coal, and running without the use of a horse. Aurora chuckled as she imagined the strange tool the wizard had depicted. "Teacher will definitely see that day." Hearing Aurora's words, Ryan's eyes suddenly froze, her body trembled, her back tingling slightly, and she spiraled into a long silence. Ryan didn't speak for the next few minutes, leaning against the back of the wagon. Ryan's thoughts drifted to another thing. Today, the overall level of development on this continent is roughly medieval, but not all fairy tales fit seamlessly into a medieval-like continent. Grimm's Fairy Tales, a collection of folktales compiled by the brothers Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm, do basically take place a long time ago. However, the subsequent Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales are innovative and breakthroughs from traditional culture. The stories generally take place in contemporary times, and many of the connotations of the stories fit into the 19th century historical environment, making it difficult to completely break away from them. Not to mention, there were a number of great writers who followed in its spirit after that, such as Oscar Wilde, who created new fairy tales with the characteristics of the times. From the recorded history of the kingdom, the history of this continent I am on is very similar to that of Earth. What would the future of this continent look like if I did live a long time? Ryan couldn't help but think. After a long journey, the wizard, with the king's daughter in tow, finally traveled to the southern coast and looked out over the endless sea. The water was so blue, like a clean, washed-out blue sky, and it was so clear, like the brightest of jewels. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the water, sparkling, like the sea sprinkled with fine gold leaf. The waves rose and fell, shattering into waves so white they looked like newborn snow. The book says that beneath this sea is the land where mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea live. Aurora said, one of the black magic sisters of the Black Witch, Marlene Felsen, is here in the land of the mermaids, under the waves. Since Marlene Faison, the Black Witch, is in contact with this sea ghost woman, she likely knows where Marlene Faison is today. The princess looked at Raging Potter and was again in trouble. But how do we get down there? And, even if we could get down there, how would we find the realm where the mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea live in the vastness of the sea? And besides, even if we find the land of mermaids, how will we communicate with them? The information I've read says that the mermaids in the China Sea are very hostile to the humans on the ground. They will even deliberately create disasters and attack ships passing through these waters. We two humans, even if we could go into the mermaids' kingdom, we would definitely not be welcome. Perhaps there will even be a fight with them. Chapter 37 Legends of Mermaids and Shipwrecks. Aurora's brow furrowed with worry as she neared this point, realizing how difficult the problem was. Is the first major hurdle of this journey that tricky? Unlike the young girl's worried face, the teenager looked pleasant, as if what the king's daughter said was not a problem. Ryan is well aware that mermaids are quite fearsome and cause havoc. Attacking ships passing through these waters is just an account from the literature of the Kingdom of Rose. The Kingdom of Rose is not near the sea. These accounts involving the Mermaid Kingdom are actually third and fourth-hand information based on falsehoods, mostly from the additive descriptions of sailors from other countries who have fallen overboard, and all sorts of unrealistic fantasies. Upon careful study of the literature on the Mermaid Kingdom, Ryan discovered that the evidence for the so-called mermaids causing havoc and attacking passing ships was in fact this. When certain ships pass through these waters, sailors occasionally see several mermaids floating in the dusk, holding hands and singing a lilting song. That song sounded better than any human singer could sing, but the song was incredibly scary and creepy, and seemed to be praising the depth and beauty of the ocean floor. Again, that song seems to be sung to sailors, with words telling them not to be afraid of sinking into the sea and inviting them to embrace the beautiful ocean floor. However, there is nothing more terrifying to a sailor on a ship than the bottom of the ocean. If it were only some horrible songs, it would be fine. What's even more frightening is that all ships that hear the mermaid song are cursed, and almost without exception, something happens to them right away. Even if the sea had been as calm as a lake, it would be furious in the next second. The sky suddenly turned cloudy. Black clouds covered the sky, and the manic storm roared, lifting huge waves more than 10 meters high, engulfing the ships. The sailors almost all sank to the bottom of the sea, just as the mermaid's ballad had sung. The few crew members who survived the shipwreck tell a horrific story called The Curse of the Mermaid. And then, all the ships that set foot in these waters, from the captain to the sailors, there was not a single one that did not fear the sight of the mermaid's beautiful body, and there was not a single one that did not fear the sound of the mermaid's song. If a mermaid is seen to rise to the surface of the sea and sing that ethereal melody, those on board know that the ship is cursed. Some of the sailors covered their ears and plugged them with wax, not wanting to hear the beautiful but horrible melody, while others let loose with sobs of grief, waiting for the storm to engulf the ship and bury it in the belly of the fish. The sailors' cries mingled with the mermaid's beautiful song, wrapped in the sea breeze. It definitely looks like an image that could give a person nightmares. However, in Rain's opinion, the so-called curse of the mermaid is probably a misunderstanding. According to the Daughter of the Sea, whenever a storm is approaching, the sisters of the Sea King's palace like to float to the surface arm in arm and sing beautiful songs in front of passing ships about how lovely it is under the water, extolling the beauty of the seabed as well as the Sea King's palace. Apparently, the mermaids were not aware of what a horror the sea they inhabited was to humans. The mermaids know the temperament of the ocean too well, and can always correctly predict when a storm is coming, choosing when to sing in front of the ship. But to humans, in a world with magic, it is the song of the mermaids that calls in the storms. You sang of the beauty of the bottom of the sea in front of the sailors who feared shipwreck the most, and then the storms really came. It is no wonder that mankind terrorizes you and treats you as monsters who bring calamity, said Ryan in a silent belly laugh. So, understanding that this was a misunderstanding, Ryan knew that Aurora's concerns were completely redundant. The next second, Aurora's question pulled the teenager out of her thoughts. So, shouldn't we find a guide who is familiar with the world of the sea? The world is so big. Maybe there is a wizard who knows or has even arrived in the Mermaid Kingdom before? Indeed, so have a guide with knowledge of the Mermaid Kingdom, Ryan said. Who? Aurora perked up her ears curiously. Sages of the world beyond, prophets of the future, wizards of miracles and wishes, the kingdom's court wizard of yore, and mentor to the kingdom's future queen, Ryan replied with a smile. You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Aurora rolled her eyes, having long since gotten used to some of her teacher's strange sense of humor. So, honored guide, first question first, how do we get down to the sea? Aurora asked. Ryan flipped her small hand. The flint box that had been on Aurora miraculously appeared in his palm. Rub, rub, rub. He rubbed the lighter box 3 times in a row. Just a whoosh, and the dog with eyes the size of the top of a round tower, the biggest of them all, appeared on the beach. Rain gently stroked the dog's fur and recited a few incantations, only to see the dog's figure change rapidly, turning into a grotesquely large fish. The large fish looked similar to the lantern fish that he had seen in his previous life with the teenager. The big fish opened its mouth, and Ryan, with Aurora in tow, stepped into the belly of the big fish, which took a long leap and dived into the sea with them. Fish have transparent bellies so they can see things in the water. Fish have a chandelier-like thing on their heads that glows in the water, thus illuminating the dark seabed. Aurora raised a second difficulty. But, my guide, how shall we find the land of the mermaids when this sea is so vast that it has no boundaries? Ryan smiled again and ordered the big fish. Go, swim to the land of mermaids. Ryan didn't know exactly what part of the sea the Mermaid Kingdom was in, but that didn't matter much. The walleye is essentially a dog change from a firebox, and has its own magic. Early on, after acquiring the flint box, Ryan had done dozens of experiments with the 3 dogs to find all sorts of different things. No matter how strange the target to be sought, the dogs can always find them if they are within a certain distance. From antiques buried in the ground to a specific person, a dog's nose can always sniff out a target's location. No wonder they were able to find the money for the soldiers, not knowing which treasurer's vault they were stealing from, and no wonder they realized that the princess of the kingdom was not in the palace. Ryan thought, in fairy tales, epics and folklore, many magical supernatural powers are absolute. Rain reckons that the dog summoned by the flint box has the quality of being sure to find its target at a certain distance. The dog-turned-big fish takes the command, senses it, and seeks it out in a certain direction. Before long, the big fish dives down to the bottom of the sea covered with white sand. Chapter 38, Is this human? It's a spectacular sight here. On the bottom of the sea grows seaweed and strange trees that cannot be named, the branches and leaves of which are as soft as silk, gently rippling and swaying in the water as if they were alive. When you look up you can see colorful fish weaving in and out of the layer of sea above you, like birds on the ground looking up into the air. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Aurora looked left and right, her eyes widening the most since she was born. These few seconds of sighting alone were more astounding than all the beauty the young girl had seen since she was born. She believed it also surpassed the sum total of magnificent sights that almost everyone in the Kingdom of Rose had seen from birth to death. All of a sudden, Aurora's mind was struck with some kind of strange emotion. Had her teacher not changed the course of her destiny when she was born, and had the witches chosen a different path for her, one that led to doomed slumber, she certainly would not have been able to see this magnificent, flamboyant dreamscape. At this time, she must still be locked inside the palace cast in brass. The square blue sky and a few different shaped white clouds outside the window were her whole world. The more she thought about it, the more she was glad that the sage of the kingdom had chosen another path for her 10 nights ago. The big fish swam a little longer with Rain and Aurora in his belly, and they saw a palace, a magnificent building of coral, amber, and pearls. It's the first time I've seen so many beautiful, big pearls, and any one of them is rounder and more beautiful than the pearls in Mother's hat. Aurora pressed her palm against the transparent belly of the large fish and stared, unable to contain her exclamation. That is the palace of the Sea King. The gardens outside the palace are divided into many sections that belong to the mermaid princesses. Ryan said, "We have come to the land of the mermaids." Aurora curiously surveyed the teacher whose height had grown closer to her own. "This is the first time we've both been here, isn't it? Why, you're so familiar with it that you're like a guide who's revisiting his hometown." Immediately, though, Aurora accepted the setting. Perhaps wizards were just so erudite, and she didn't have to think about such things as a warrior. It is so similar to the scene depicted in the book in the previous life. No, The picture seen in person is more magnificent and absolutely beautiful than the words, Ryan thought. A giant lanternfish with two humans in its transparent belly. Such a strange sight that it instantly attracted the little mermaids around it. In all directions, dozens of little mermaids swam towards the big fish that Ryan and Aurora were riding on. It's bad. The mermaids are coming. Aurora looked warily at the mermaids swimming from different directions, and darted to draw the sword at her waist, the finest sword in the Kingdom of Rose, which the king and queen had specially commissioned top craftsmen to make for her. But the moment the sword was sheathed, Aurora immediately realized again that her actions seemed to make little sense. What are we going to do if the mermaids attack us with magic or weapons? I can't even fight in the belly of a big fish. If I rip the belly of a big fish, then we are sinking into the deep sea. Aurora panicked as the horror stories of the mermaid curse from the kingdom's literature and folklore echoed in the young girl's mind. However, in those stories, it was nothing more than the songs of 4 or 5 mermaids that brought about the storm of doom and destroyed the giant ship. Now they were in the mermaid kingdom of the deep sea, facing dozens of mermaids at once. No need to panic. Ryan looked pleasantly self-possessed and smiled. In reality, mermaids should be a relatively peaceful race. Those horrible curses and legends should just be misinterpretations of mermaids. Aurora looked skeptically at the silver-haired teenager beside her, and chose to trust the teacher even though her heart was still apprehensive. In no time at all, dozens of small human fish all swam over and surrounded the large lanternfish, poking around curiously, observing the two men in the fish's belly. Aurora was surprised to find that upon seeing the humans in their transparent bellies, none of the mermaids drew weapons, cast magic, or sang songs that called forth huge waves and storms. As the legends said, these strange creatures with fishtails, surprisingly, acted quite kindly. See, I told you. Ryan laughed. The mermaids were seen, sticking in front of the transparent belly of the big fish, watching the two humanoid creatures inside, their eyes filled with amazement and curiosity. It made Aurora feel strange, as if they were circus animals in a glass enclosure for spectators. Y'all come over here and look. This lanternfish has a transparent belly and there are two humanoid creatures inside. Hey, really? These two guys are so ugly and scary looking. Obviously their upper bodies are similar to ours, but they are completely deformed from the waist down. I don't even dare to look at them more than once. Were the tails under both their waists cut open and cut into two ugly, weird pillars of flesh? What do you know? That's called legs. They're humans who live in the upper world. That's how weird human physiology is. Human? Is it really human? How did humans come to the water? I have heard my mother say that only shipwrecked sailors as dead men can come to the palace in the sea. Could these two humans be dead people? Of course they're dead. Is that even a question? Look at both of them. They've been eaten into the stomach by a big fish. The little mermaids murmured. The sight of a big fish taking a human into the sea was a first for all of them. Not good. It's causing a crowd. And, say who doesn't have a tail ugly? You have a tail is ugly. Wait. No. Who is dead? Aurora wanted to argue with the mermaids. The words came out of her mouth, but she didn't know where to start with. Without waiting for Aurora to speak, Ryan struck up a conversation with the mermaids rather naturally. Yes, we come from the upper world. Chapter 39, Lecturing Mermaids on Physics. Ryan chatted fluently with the mermaids gathered around her. The strange creatures without tails gave a brief description of where they came from. After briefly asking a few questions and confirming that the overview of the Undersea Kingdom was not very different from the book, he praised the might of the Sea King, the splendor of the Sea King's palace and gardens, the wisdom of the Sea King's mother, old grandmother, and the beauty and nobility of the mermaid princesses. He traveled with ease, not like a first-time visitor to China, but like a guide who had traveled to and from China often. Within a few moments, the mermaids had gotten quite familiar with Ryan. They talked about the world. Ryan acted like one of those learned wizards in the stories, answering each of the mermaids' strange questions about the earthly world. For example, a mermaid asked, "Why don't you fish in the upper world swim even in water?" At this, Aurora was just confused. There are no fish in the human world that can swim without being in the water. Ryan, for her part, immediately told the little mermaid, "In the human world, instead of calling those creatures fish though they do fly overhead just as the fish do here we call them birds. Birds are able to fly because they have a pair of wings, and wings are to air as the tail and fins of a fish are to water." Aurora was dumbfounded and looked at Ryan suspiciously. "No, how did you know she was asking about birds?" The other little mermaid asked. "I have heard from friends who have been above the sea that in your world the moon and stars would be smaller yet brighter than in ours. And why is that? Do the moon and stars condense when they see you humans? What? The stars and moons in the sea world are bigger than the stars and moons in the human world? Wait, are there stars and moons in the sea world? Aren't they all in the sky?" Aurora was completely baffled. For her part, Rhine beamed and patiently explained to the mermaid. It's an optical illusion that stems from the refraction of light. In other words, the eyes deceive you. When stars and the moon are viewed in the shallow waters of the sea, the light they emit is much fainter, but through a layer of water, the moon can appear much larger in the eyes of a mermaid than in the eyes of a human being. Note 1. He even pulled out a pen and paper on the spot, mapping out the lines of light, the angles of incidence and refraction, explaining the changes triggered when the light traveled into the water, which was used to illustrate the difference between the world in the eyes of the mermaids and the eyes of the humans, as well as the many problems that arose from this difference in perspective. Aurora barely understood the physics Rhine was explaining, marveling both at her teacher's wealth of knowledge and the fact that the world hides such deep secrets. Seeing is not always believing, but the unschooled mermaids could listen in confusion. They just marveled at it again and again, thinking that it was unintelligible but particularly powerful, and necessarily a high level of knowledge. The human teenager who talked to them, definitely a knowledgeable scholar of the upper world. So, although we who live in the sea don't understand the humans in the upper world, the humans understand us so well. I thought that none of us had much contact with humans. Humans know nothing about us, about His Majesty the Sea King, about the kingdoms of this sea, about the world as we see it. The knowledge of humans is really deep and profound. Although I can't read it, it's especially impressive. The mermaids finished chatting with Rain and sighed. Aurora retorted loudly in her mind when she saw the scene. No, that's not true. A teacher can't be an example of a human being. Most humans know nothing of the land of mermaids, nor do they study such marvelous knowledge and explore the differences between mermaid and human perspectives. Turning her head to Rhine, who was talking animatedly with the mermaids, Aurora was puzzled. Teacher, is this really your first time in China? She was sure that the kingdom's records about the kingdom of China were pitifully small. All of them were legendary in nature, and there was no mention of any sea king or mermaid princess at all. Even less likely to be there is the fact that the sea merfolk perceive the world from a very different perspective than humans do. Even a human being who had once traveled to this underwater land could not possibly have such a perspective. As if sensing Aurora's confusion, Rhine explained as she recalled. I used to read a novel that featured the very race that inhabits the sea, and who's provided a different perspective and way of looking at the world by the sea creatures than we humans do. It's the perspective of the mermaids that I'm substituting to understand their problems the way they do. In the novel, the author compares the schools of fish to birds, which is in fact similar. Just as humans look up and see flocks of birds of different colors flying by, so do mermaids look up and see flying birds. The novel also says that the moon seen by sea creatures in the shallows is so much bigger than what humans see. Many years ago, when I first read this paragraph, I was amazed and drew the lines of light with my own knowledge and studied them for a long time before I was sure that the author had not made a mistake. The teenager couldn't help but smile as he said this, his eyes revealing memories and reluctance. It brought back memories of the years before coming to this continent. After their questions were answered, the mermaids were curious about their new friend without a tail. Men of the earth, what is it that you have come to this sea for? Rhine smoothly stated the reason for her visit. We are here to find a sea ghost woman, a sea witch who is skilled in black magic. We need to ask her a small favor. Surely you know where she is? The little mermaids heard the two humans coming and their faces changed suddenly in surprise. No way? I can't believe I'm here for that sea witch. Someone really dared to go to her? We mermaids of the sea don't even dare to go to her. How dare the humans of the earth be so bold? Don't ever go. That's a scary guy who's well versed in black magic. Going to her for help is bound to be no good. Chapter 40, Meeting the Mermaid Princess. Only to see the mermaids change their previous laughter and frantically persuade their two lovely human friends not to meet the sea ghost woman. Aurora asked, surprised by the mermaid's behavior. Why are you all looking so scared all of a sudden? Is there something special about that sea ghost woman? The mermaids spoke in your own words. The sea ghost woman is a witch skilled in black magic, ugly and scary. She lives in a forest in the sea made up of all coral bushes behind a whirlpool, where everything is so horrible that one more look at it will give one nightmares for days. No matter what you approach the sea ghost woman for, even if it's just to ask a small question, you must pay. And it's definitely a big, overwhelming payment for you. I've heard that not many of the people who got her help ended up in a good place, because she would be all about dark magic, more skilled at bringing disaster than bringing happiness, more skilled at making people pay and sacrifice than granting their heart's desires. Yes, only the most desperate of mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea are so likely to want to seek her help when they are at their most desperate. That sounds alright, at best a lionized adulterer, not a bottomless villain, Rhine thought to herself. He remembers the deal between the heroine Little Mermaid and the sea ghost woman in the original work. After saving the prince, the Little Mermaid falls in love with the handsome human. In order to stay with the prince for a long time and gain an immortal soul, the little mermaid prays to the sea ghost woman to turn her fish tail into human legs. The sea ghost woman does grant the little mermaid's wish, but the magic potion she provides has serious side effects. Not only does it continue to bring unbearable pain, but it also carries an even greater risk. If the little mermaid ends up failing to marry the prince and gain an immortal soul, it will turn into a bubble and disappear completely. On top of that, the sea ghost woman demanded the little mermaid's voice as payment. It was the most beautiful song in this ocean, so it definitely counted as expensive. The way to get sound is not as simple as reciting an incantation, either, but an actual gory scene. The sea ghost woman cuts out the little mermaid's tongue with a sharp blade, turning her mute. The excruciating pain of walking, the beautiful singing voice, the risk of turning into a bubble and dying forever. 3 prices for 1 gift. Admittedly, it was a terrible deal, but throughout the transaction, the sea ghost woman was informed of the risks in advance, and there was no concealment or fraud. Compared to what human traders used to do, it wasn't really excessive, even honest, Ryan thought. He said firmly as he listened to the mermaids, "It's fine, we just want to ask her a question, but it's a most simple one. It would be interesting to see what price the sea ghost woman would demand from us. Even if the sea ghost woman did propose something exorbitant that we could hardly afford, we would weigh the pros and cons and reject the deal. No one has anything to lose. At our place, in the world of mankind, there are treacherous merchants who always boast of the benefits of their goods without telling people the price they have to pay, and by the time they react, the price is already too much to bear." Seeing that they couldn't convince the 2 humans, the mermaids stopped dissuading them. Just then, Aurora noticed that one of the mermaids, who seemed to be the prettiest and most gorgeously dressed of the little mermaids, almost like a princess, suddenly fell silent and turned her head away after the mention of the sea ghost woman. Aurora was puzzled. This little mermaid had just been full of curiosity and asked Ryan several questions. Why was she silent at the mention of the sea ghost woman? "What's the matter with you? Did the mention of the sea ghost woman touch you in any way?" Aurora inquired about the most gorgeously dressed mermaid. The other looked not much older than her, and was polite when she inquired about Ryan earlier, giving Aurora no small amount of cordiality. The little mermaid stammered and finally blurted out the answer. I happened to be thinking about it lately, about going to the sea ghost woman." When these words came out, the mermaids on the sidelines, their expressions all exploded. "Why, your noble highness, the 6th princess, how could you have such an idea? Your highness Ariel, you are the princess of this sea kingdom, the youngest daughter of the sea king's favorite, and the most beautiful song in this sea. Could it be that there are still things in this mermaid kingdom that you want but cannot obtain, your highness?" The mermaids were all terrified and discouraged their princess from going into the coral forest where the sea ghost woman lived. They were simply dissuaded much more strongly than when they had just dissuaded the 2 humans. Humans may not know the horror of the sea ghost woman. How can the mermaid princess, who is the daughter of the sea, not know? Besides, why should a noble princess who wants to fulfill any wish go to any witch or magic? The 6th princess? The youngest daughter of the sea king? Is she? Ryan's mind moved in slight surprise. I can't believe I met the mermaid princess here? The protagonist of Daughter of the Sea. Looking at the timeline, it would be now, shortly after the mermaid princess rescued the prince, having just learned the secret of the immortal soul from her old grandmother, and about to seek the help of the sea ghost woman. Chapter 41, The Sea King's Shock. What a coincidental encounter. Even the timing was perfect. Everything was just as fate had planned, Ryan thought, looking aside at Aurora, suddenly having a guess. It was the same girl who was supposed to be Sleeping Beauty that the soldiers in the story The Firebox went to capture. Will the protagonists of Destiny be attracted to each other like magnets? If that's true, does it mean that even if he doesn't interfere with the trajectory of Destiny, the Destiny protagonists will interact with each other and take changes that deviate from the original? Unexpected changes? The mermaid princess Ariel, known as the 6th princess, shook her head helplessly after listening to the other mermaids' discouragement. Thank you all for your kind words, but I have reasons why I have to go to the sea ghost woman, and there are always things that cannot be accomplished unless they rely on magic. Even if I am my old grandmother's favorite little princess, relying on magic to be able to do. Aurora instinctively shifted her gaze to the teenage Rhine. Aside from the Black Witch, who she had only learned about in legends, this teacher was the most powerful wizard with the most powerful magic she had ever seen. Rhine smiled at Ariel, the mermaid princess, through the transparent belly of the big fish. In that case, your highness, let's go to the sea ghost woman together. That way everyone can just make company. The mermaid princess's gaze revealed delight. The boy's talk and profound knowledge just now had deeply impressed the large and small mermaids, including her. It couldn't be better to travel with this learned human scholar. Moreover, she had still seen too few humans, and to be with that handsome prince, she had to understand the rules of the human world. And after that, there must be many questions to inform this human scholar. Seeing that they were unable to dissuade the two humans and Her Highness, the sixth Princess Ariel, the mermaids could only disperse helplessly. They watched Ariel and the two humans in the big fish swim toward the coral forest where the sea ghost woman lived, and disappear into the depths of the azure. Oh yes, I almost forgot. A human has visited our kingdom. News of this magnitude must be told to the others. To His Majesty, the great Sea King. The mermaids wandered around, telling their friends and relatives what they had just seen, reporting back to the guards at the Sea King's palace. In no time, the bombshell news spread throughout the mermaid kingdom. Just finished the ball in the palace of the Sea King. On the gorgeous shell throne, the Sea King with a trident in his hand was surprised to hear the reports from his subordinates. My God, a human actually visited our underwater kingdom. Such a thing has never happened since I was born. No, that's not right. It's never happened in the 3,000 years of our kingdom's history. Also, one of the two humans who came to our kingdom was a scholar of grace and goodwill. Though everyone says he looks like a small child in appearance, perhaps some human children are that knowledgeable. It really didn't occur to me that the human race's understanding of us is so profound as to be this deep, whereas our understanding of the human world is only that much. The Sea King exclaimed. As the king of this sea, the monarch of the mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea, the Sea King also had infinite longings for the world above the sea. The thing he regretted most was that he was unable to establish diplomatic relations with the human kingdom. Physiological limitations prevent mermaids from coming ashore. The occasional humans who might interact with mermaids are sailors on ships on the high seas. However, the sailors on the ships going to and from the city somehow feared and loathed mermaids and always avoided them. That's an odd thing to say. I think I must summon that human scholar, make him the most honored guest in the court of the sea and ask him to tell us more about the human kingdom. This is necessary for us to understand the world of humans and become friends with them. His Majesty the King of the Sea said to the ministers of the court and his old mother. However, the Sea King's old mother, Granny to the mermaid princesses, an honorable mermaid who is proud of her noble birth and wears a dozen oysters on her tail as an adornment, raises objections. Since the beginning of history, mermaids and humans have been separated in two worlds. It can never be a good thing that two humans have come to an underwater kingdom. It would be a mercy not to throw them out, but we can't let them set foot in our magnificent palace. King Neptune didn't quite agree with his stubborn old mother, but didn't dare object to her face. Just as he was contemplating what to do about his differences with his mother, the old grandmother learned bad news from another mermaid guard. What? You guys are saying that Ariel went to that sea ghost woman? Crap! Damn! That ugly witch of the sea will never bring anything good. It only prescribes an unacceptable price. How can my sweet Ariel go to her? Is there any wish that this old grandmother of mine cannot fulfill for her? This old lady who was the mother of the Sea King changed her majestic appearance just now, and the whole person panicked, anxiously wagging her tail from side to side, going up and downstream, and shouting. Everyone in the Sea King's palace knew that although the old grandmother was usually majestic and inviolable, she would immediately change her appearance at the mere mention of Ariel. The old grandmother's favorite is the mermaid princesses, and among the 6 princesses, the smallest and most beautiful Princess Ariel is the jewel of her heart. It's imperative to get Her Highness back, before she meets with that sea ghost woman. The old grandmother and the mermaid guards swam out of the palace in a hurry. Seeing his mother gone, the Sea King was slightly relieved, even though he was also worried about Ariel's situation. He summoned the ministers of the court of the sea and commanded orders. Pass on my word, it is the command of the sovereign of the sea. Summon that learned human to my court as soon as possible, and I will worship him as a most distinguished and honored guest, and ask his advice about the kingdom of mankind to his face. Chapter 42, The Mermaid Princess's Wish. The mermaid princess Ariel led the big fish that Rhine and Aurora were traveling in, through the ocean currents. During this time, Rhine replenished the big fish that the dog had turned into with another morphing spell so that the spell's duration wouldn't end. They passed through swirls of foaming, bubbling mud wastelands and stepped into a hideous forest of coral worms. The humans who had sunk and drowned, and even 1 or 2 mermaids who had died from accidents, hung in the coral forest in the form of grimy white bones. Whenever a water creature passes through the forest, the coral polyps come to life and try to grab them with their arms, trying to keep them here forever. It's a truly horrible sight here. Anyone living in a place like this wouldn't be considered any good, Rhine thought. The mermaid princess Ariel also felt fear, her heart thumping. She kindly reminded up her 2 human friends. The sea ghost woman has a strange temper. When you see her, speak nicely and be polite, but don't ever offend her. She knows horrible black magic, and even my father, the monarch of these seas, would not want to anger such a dangerous sea witch. Ariel feared that the two humans from the land had underestimated the terror of the sea ghost woman. This mermaid princess didn't quite understand the speed of human adulthood, but these two children seemed younger than herself, so she developed a mindset of being an older sister. She wanted to protect these two children, not wanting them to be eaten by the sea ghost woman just because of a slip of the tongue or some other fault. Even though Ariel wasn't sure if the sea ghost woman would do such a thing, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility since everyone said that this sea witch was so scary. What's this? Who doesn't know magic anymore? Who isn't already a big shot who makes the monarch incredibly important? Aurora couldn't help but want to retort when she heard the mermaid princess's words, but after looking at the silent teacher beside her, she still suppressed her competitive nature. Though I only know a little bit of minor juggling myself, but surely the magic of a teacher is more skillful than that of a sea ghost woman, Aurora thought. From all the previous conversations, Aurora sensed that the mermaids didn't seem to have a stronger grasp of magic than the humans on land. This fact is quite different from the legend. The legend that mermaids sing to call down storms and destroy ships and that mermaids lure sailors to their deaths by hitting the reefs seems to be a misunderstanding. Far from being the evil beings written about in human books, the mermaids were as good and as weak as most humans. Is it possible for mermaids and humans to get to know each other a little better? Aurora couldn't stop thinking about it. Ariel, what are you going to the sea ghost woman for again? You're the princess of the sea, so you must be in a great deal of trouble, right? Aurora inquired of the mermaid princess swimming ahead. Ariel's chin lifted slightly, and her eyes were infinitely warm, as if remembering a fond memory. I was given permission to surface after I turned 15, and ever since then I have fallen in love with your world of earthly humans. With you lovely humans. Your world is so much bigger than our heaven and earth. You can swim across oceans in boats. You can climb to the tops of towering mountains. You have forests and fields without borders. Speaking of which, Ariel let a few more moments of loss come through. Unfortunately, I can't really enter your world. You can come to the sea on a big fish, but I can't get to land. She continued. Not long ago, I fell in love with a human. He was an honorable prince, a beautiful young man. Well, he was a bit older than yours truly. I saved him from a shipwreck caused by a storm, but had to leave him. I want to be with him forever, want to share his soul, but my grandmother told me that it was absolutely impossible, and told me to dismiss the idea early and give up this pointless fantasy. How can a mermaid in the sea be with a human on the shore for long? I thought that since the regular way didn't work, the magic of the sea ghost lady might help me by turning me into a real human. Aurora listened to Ariel's answer and roughly understood what had happened. The only thing I didn't understand was what sharing his soul meant, but that's an insignificant detail. I wonder if the teacher can help her. If she could, wouldn't Ariel-san not need to pray for the help of the sea ghost woman? The blonde girl thought to herself. Aurora thought carefully about the dilemma the mermaid princess had encountered, and suddenly her eyes widened and she snapped rather seriously. Sister Ariel, why can't mermaids in the sea and humans on shore stay together for long? That's a strange question to ask, Ariel thought. She was just about to answer, but surprisingly she choked and nearly froze in the water. Yeah, she hadn't thought hard enough about it before. Why can't mermaids in the sea and humans on shore be together? What exactly is the core obstacle preventing me from being with humans? I think it's a fish tail, isn't it? Old grandmother said that all humans think tails are abnormally ugly, and that only legs are normal. Is that really the only reason? Must humans not accept a mermaid's tail? Or that, because I have no legs, I can only stay on the shore but not go deeper inland? Does that mean that if I had fallen in love not with a prince but with a sailor who spent years at sea, we would have been together? Ariel felt her head spinning a bit, but luckily, they had reached their destination, a slimy clearing in the coral forest. There's a house here made of white bones. This is where the sea ghost woman lives. The mermaid princess introduced her two human friends, acted like an older sister even though it was practically her first time here as well. Later, you will first speak your wishes to the sea ghost woman. After that, it will be my turn, Ariel said. You guys just want to ask her a question, so I guess you don't have to pay too heavy a price. Thinking about it, Ariel couldn't help but have a few moments of worry. The wish she asks for is not a simple one. What price will the sea ghost woman ask for? I never thought the day would come when I would find another wizard to grant a wish, Rhine thought to herself, feeling a little funny. Chapter 43, The Reward Demanded by the Sea Ghost Woman. The sea ghost woman was sitting in front of the house, feeding a toad and an obese water snake like a human feeding a canary. Unlike a mermaid, she didn't have a beautiful fishtail, and her limbs were a bit more human-like, as if she were a wrinkled old woman, but with seaweed-like messy green hair and sickly navy blue skin. Seeing the large lantern fish containing Rhine and Aurora, the sea ghost woman looked up. Oh, it's a rarity for two humans to be in the belly of a big fish with a transparent belly and still be alive. If it were any other time, the sixth princess of the mermaids, Ariel, who was the most favored by her old grandmother, coming to see her would certainly be a big event worthy of the sea ghost woman's 12% spirit. But today, the scene was so peculiar that the sea ghost woman even ignored the existence of the mermaid princess Ariel. Hello, witch of the sea, Rhine said. I came here to ask a question, and as you are a profoundly wise woman of the sea, you must know the answer. Nothing in the world is free. Humans, if you've heard of my rules, you should understand that I demand payment for answering even one question. The sea ghost woman said, tell me your question, and I will decide how much the reward will be based on how precious the question is. Rain would smile. I have inquired that you belong to the same group of witches as the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and that you communicate with each other remotely by magic from time to time. Do you know where Marlene Faison is today? Please tell me. As well as, what else do you know about the Black Witch Marlene Faison or that group of witches of yours? For example, what are the weaknesses of the dragon that Marlene Faison turned into, and how should it be defeated? For example, how many members are in that coven of yours? Who are they, and where are they? I would like to know all of the above information. As for the price of each piece of information, you can name as many as you like. What? The sea ghost woman was startled by Rain's question, her cloudy eyes widening at once, and her pet toad was shaken from her thighs. Crazy man, you madman. The sea ghost woman waved her hand roughly. Come on, human, I can't tell you. If I had revealed the secret of the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, or the secret story about our coven, Marlene Faison and the others would have killed me when they found out. Those guys are almost all legendary magic masters who have lived for who knows how many centuries, and destroying a powerful kingdom is as easy as breathing in drinking water. Are you humans crazy? To actually try to pry into their secrets? What a strange description of those guys. Aren't you in league with them? Do you lack self-identification with the group and are just a fringe character? Rhine vaguely guessed something. The sea ghostess's brusque refusal made it slightly tricky for Rhine. He began to prepare himself for the incredibly high price that the sea ghost woman would offer for said information. And then Aurora, who possessed extraordinary charisma, would force a bargain. However, he didn't expect that the sea ghost woman would directly reject the deal. It seems that the coven that Marlene Faison is a part of is indeed unusual. It has the feel of a transcontinental dark villain organization. Rain thought. Ariel was equally shocked. She'd heard too many horror stories of little mermaids searching for this sea witch to grant their wishes, and no matter what kind of grotesque wish it was, the sea ghost woman granted it, at least in the literal sense of the word. Only, there was always a horrible price to pay for granting the wish. She had thought that two humans just asking a question was not a particularly big wish, and that the price demanded by the sea ghost woman would be relatively easy to bear. What he didn't expect was that when the sea ghost woman heard the question, she was so scared that she didn't even make an offer and refused the deal in one breath. I'm afraid this is a first in the history of the Kingdom of China. Destroying a powerful kingdom is as easy as breathing in drinking water. What a terrifying group is this? Ariel listened with increasing alarm. Have these two human friends actually come for such a dangerous purpose? Thinking about this, the mermaid princess became more and more curious about the origins of her two human friends. What kind of status did they have in the human world? Dear Witch of the Sea, Rhine advised, I could have heard your rules before I came here. No matter what the wish, Your Excellency always finds a way to grant it, at least in part. In those legends, His Excellency never offers anything but exorbitant prices without refusing the deal itself. If we don't get an answer from the sea ghost woman, then the clues about the Black Witch Marlene Faison and the coven behind her are simply broken. The sea ghost woman was silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Rain took the opportunity to lightly kick Aurora on her left side with her right foot, as children often do. Aurora immediately understood and began to deal with the sea ghost woman, a young girl with extraordinary charisma. She is a master at both leading battles and bargaining and persuading others. Her voice carries magic as literally. She first lavished praise on the sea ghost woman's magical powers, and then was disappointed that the sea ghost woman was showing a different kind of cowardice than the legend at this point. It wasn't until this time that the mermaid princess on the side realized that the blonde girl, who had remained silent most of the time before and had only said a word or two once in a while, actually had such a beautiful voice, with every word as beautiful as a heavenly ballad. Ariel had once thought that the beautiful song of a mermaid was beyond the reach of any human, even the most common little mermaid in the land of the sea. Only now was she kicking herself for how arrogant her past assertions had been. The humans of the earth are truly crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Two human children, one a profound scholar, the other with such a beautiful voice. Ariel thought, with even more boundless protectiveness for her two beautiful, slender children. Finally, the sea ghost woman was spoken for. Okay, I promise you guys, I can't break my own rules. Here's the deal. Your request is actually two, so I'm going to claim two payments. You will pay the first payment first, and I will tell you everything I know about Marlene Thyssen, including where she herself and the old castle are, the powers she possesses, and her possible weaknesses. Assuming you can pay the second payment, I will tell you the rest about our coven. Rhine laughed with joy in her heart. Go ahead. What kind of payment do we have to make? Rhine was sure that Aurora had tried to finish the bargain with her natural charm, and that the sea ghostess would offer a price that was barely fair. First comes the first payoff. An answer is a valuable gift that speaks of equal exchange. Since you have asked me questions, then I should reciprocate by asking you questions. The sea ghost woman said, I will ask you 3 questions, and if you can give satisfactory answers, you will be considered to have paid the first installment. I will tell you all about Marlene Thyssen. Questions for questions? Does seem like a common form of challenge in the fairy tale world? Rhine thought. From the king and the little shepherd boy to the wise farmer's daughter, being able to answer difficult questions is standard for the wise. Chapter 44, the first question, riddles. I can't believe it's an answer. Great. Ariel was delighted in her heart and introduced Rhine to the sea ghost woman rather confidently. This silver-haired human teenager is a knowledgeable human scholar. I'm afraid there's nothing that can be difficult for him. Luckily it wasn't asking the 2 children to fight a sea monster or gouge out their eyes. Mermaid Princess thought. The sea ghost woman laughed disdainfully. I have traveled to the world above the sea, and have seen many learned human scholars, who are almost always gray-haired old men and stubborn pedants. I have asked hundreds of scholars who claim to be omniscient the very same riddle I am going to ask you next. No one could answer my riddle. No one could give the desired answer. They all fell on the first question. Looks like the first question will be difficult. Rhine's face was serious. The sea ghost woman cleared her throat and stroked the fat sea serpent in a stern voice. I will now announce the rules. First up is the first question, which is a riddle. I will say the riddle and you will give the answer. If you are unable to answer even the initial question, then there is no point in the questions that follow. For the questions that come afterward, take it up. If you answer incorrectly 3 times, or do not give the correct answer within 1 minute after reading the puzzle, you have failed. I will never tell you the whereabouts of Marlene Thyssen, even if you come back to me as many times as you want. Now, listen carefully to the first question, a riddle that has sent countless wise men reeling. 2 chances for trial and error. 1 minute time limit. Pretty harsh conditions. Ariel was still slightly confused and didn't fully understand the rules of this game when the sea ghost woman asked her first question. There is such a precious treasure in the world of men. No one can see it, yet it is praised in countless poems and articles. No one can touch it, yet they can pollute and wash it. It is lighter than the wind, yet more precious than gold. It is softer than fog, yet through the ages it never dies. The humans of the earth possess it, while the mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea do not. There is nothing more bizarre, nothing more strange, about this precious treasure than this. This treasure is more important to the dead than to the living. Now, oh my wise friend, tell me, what is this treasure? The sea ghost woman finished the riddle as if she were chanting a psalm. Ariel, the mermaid princess, is surprised by the quirkiness of the puzzle. This is too much. Such a strange puzzle. Ariel fights for her new friend. The mermaid princess thought to herself, if it were me, even if I were given a few months, I would definitely not be able to answer. Wait, no. Ariel's body shuddered as if she recalled something. She felt vaguely as if she had just heard about the riddle from somewhere not too long ago. The moment the riddle was read, Rhine's eyes froze as if she had thought of something. 50 seconds. The sea ghost woman kept counting down. Aurora's mind was spinning fast. What do the humans of the earth have that the mermaids don't? And what fits that bill? 2 legs? No, not really. The legs can be seen. Ah, the puzzle describes what is obviously some sort of disembodied thing. What could it be without a physical object? Aurora's head was on fire. The witch's blessing only grants her the speed to learn and memorize, which doesn't seem to help when dealing with difficult problems that require improvisation. 30 seconds. The sea ghost woman continued to count down. The countdown was like a wake-up call to Aurora's heart, disrupting the thinking of the future queen of the Kingdom of Rose. No physical baby. Courage? Or maybe some other character like kindness? Aurora's head felt like mush, and she instinctively associated it with this aspect. Courage and kindness are indeed unseen and untouchable and precious, but can these positive characterizations be made to never die through the ages? Oh yes, individuals will eventually pass away, but the spirit can live on. Aurora exclaimed. It would be some sort of positive spiritual quality, I guess. Courage. justice and kindness or something like that. The teenagers suspected that the answer was a concrete thing. For example, courage. Then, a vague answer that covers a wide range, such as some positive spiritual quality, would be great if it was also judged correct by the sea hag. Aurora also purposely made the process of answering vague, like an answer and not like an answer, trying to confuse the questioner and not take up 2 trial and error opportunities. Wrong answer. Sea Ghost Woman's cold and icy voice rang out. Her immediate next words were like a bolt of lightning. 20 seconds. One last chance for error left. No, it isn't. The answer is not some sort of abstract character. Ryan's voice chimed in. Abstract character clearly doesn't fit the last 2 sentences. 15 seconds. Sea Ghostess's cold pronouncement sounded. By this time, Aurora had also realized the reason for her previous wrong answer. Neither courage, nor justice, nor kindness, nor wisdom are uniquely human qualities, and who can deny that mermaids are capable of possessing them? She should have realized the answer was wrong, but strict time constraints made this 10-year-old make the mistake called anxiety. Aurora clenched her fists, sweat having been secreted in her hands, and was walking anxiously from side to side. Does such a thing really exist? A treasure that is not tangible and invisible, that humans have and mermaids do not, and that is more important to the dead than to the living. Aurora instinctively doubted the correctness of the riddle. This witch of the sea couldn't have deliberately given an unanswerable riddle because she wanted to refuse a deal, could she? 10 seconds. The cold timer didn't stop. Mermaid Princess Ariel's tightly locked brow suddenly opened and she suddenly raised her hand. I know. What? Ariel actually guessed. Aurora raised her eyebrows slightly, very surprised. This quiet and refined mermaid princess was obviously not a learned and wise person, or a particularly resourceful child. Could it be that the riddle of the puzzle was something that was hard for ordinary humans to think of, but something that Ariel, the mermaid princess, valued highly because of her own special experiences? Perhaps, even, the mystery was something Ariel had just touched not long before. Aurora's hanging heart, however, dropped a little for the moment. Since Ariel had already thought of the answer to the riddle, the puzzle was sort of solved. Just thank this mermaid princess properly afterward. The answer is... Ariel was about to shout the answer. Stop. What I didn't expect was the sea ghost woman's stern rebuke. Princess, this is a puzzle for 2 humans. You are not allowed to answer or remind them. Ariel had to stop talking, her heart racing. Somehow, she had come to recognize these 2 human friends, to be gripped by their gains and losses. Why? I can't say the answer when I've already thought of it. Ariel wailed mentally. This answer is not at all known to the humans on Earth. Even she herself had not known how to answer until just a short while ago, after learning certain secrets from her old grandmother. It's over. It's all over. Ariel was desperate. It was clear to her that the antecedent information alone necessary to answer the puzzle was hidden knowledge that few people knew. And how did the humans of the upper worlds know about it? Meanwhile, Aurora, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, had her heart clench again after hearing the sea ghost woman order Ariel not to say the answer. Instinctively, she looked to the teacher at her side. Only the silver-haired teenager held his cheeks. No ripples could be seen in his face. Sure enough, no wonder Ariel knows the answer. Ryan said, not sure if she was giving Aurora a hint or talking to herself. The sea ghost woman coldly announced the final countdown. 5 seconds left. You're losing. Humans. Surely, the answer is something that a certain Ariel values? Aurora roared out the answer in the spirit of losing soon and beating a dead horse. Love. Is the answer love? Oh. It's the love of a human for a mermaid. She deliberately emphasized that it was human love for mermaids. So wouldn't that mean that humans have it and mermaids don't? The moment she shouted that answer, the blonde girl's body trembled. She suspected she had answered correctly. Endless joy welled up in Aurora's heart. Yes, love cannot be seen, yet it is praised in countless psalms. It cannot be touched, yet it can be polluted and washed. Because love does not exist physically. It is lighter than the wind and softer than fog. At the same time, love is indeed a treasure more precious than gold, and because love can be recorded and passed down, it can endure through the ages and never perish. Besides, hadn't Ariel recently fallen in love with a human prince? Human love for mermaids is indeed something that we can't think of at first, but Ariel, the mermaid princess, has been craving lately. Right on. It's all right. In that brief second, Aurora's thoughts were in a whirlwind, and she had a sense of gratitude for having been robbed of her life. I think I got it right. It's really this one. Isn't it? Great. I'm caught up. Answered the puzzle in time for the last 3 seconds. Aurora looked over at the sea ghost woman who had fallen into a moment of silence, waiting for this referee to announce the results. When she heard the answer human love for mermaids, she froze in place, her eyes slightly dilated, as if she had turned into a statue. The next second, she announced without emotion, "Wrong answer." One last chance for trial and error was consumed. In a flash of realization, Aurora remembered the last sentence of the puzzle. There is nothing more bizarre, nothing more strange about this precious treasure. This treasure is more important to the dead than to the living. Love doesn't qualify. Love is obviously more important to the living than to the dead, and if people are dead, then love is less important. Aurora thought, even in the minds of those who especially value love, it should be just as important to the living as it is to the dead. Aurora's heart almost hit rock bottom. 2 more seconds and the sea ghost woman would have declared them defeated. And she couldn't think of a better answer. Seeing the look of despair on Aurora's face, the sea ghost woman laughed. She hadn't expected these two humans to give an answer from the start. Just knowing the knowledge necessary to answer the puzzle was extremely rare, let alone actually solving it. Just then, a clear, high teenage voice rang out here. Immortal Souls. Chapter 45, The Mermaid Princess Knows the Answer. No, it isn't. The answer won't be some sort of abstract character, Ryan said. Abstract character obviously doesn't fit the last 2 sentences. To this teenage wizard, the first sentences in the puzzle made sense, and there were quite a few directions of interpretation, but the last 2 sentences were far more bizarre. 1. Humans do and intelligent sea creatures such as mermaids do not. 2. More important for the dead than for the living. Neither courage, nor justice, nor kindness, nor wisdom are uniquely human qualities, and who can deny that mermaids are capable of possessing them? Ryan's face was stoic, but her mind was racing with the urgency of the countdown. He felt he was inching closer to the truth, but the final fog could not be lifted. 15 seconds. Sea Ghostess's cold pronouncement sounded. At this point, Aurora had realized the reason for her previous wrong answer. She should have realized that good qualities didn't fit the puzzle, but the strict time limit made her make the mistake of being anxious. The blonde girl clenched her fists, sweat already secreting from her hands as she anxiously walked from side to side. Does such a thing really exist? A treasure that is not tangible and invisible, that humans have and mermaids do not, and that is more important to the dead than to the living. Aurora instinctively doubted the correctness of the riddle. This witch of the sea couldn't have deliberately given an unanswerable riddle because she wanted to refuse a deal, could she? If that's true, is there any point in their efforts? 10 seconds. The cold timer didn't stop. Mermaid Princess Ariel's tightly locked brow suddenly opened and she suddenly raised her hand. I know. What? Ariel actually guessed. Both Aurora and Ryan raised their eyebrows slightly in surprise. This quiet and refined mermaid princess was obviously not a learned and wise man, or some particularly clever and resourceful child. How is it that she knows and I don't even think about it yet? Both Aurora and Ryan thought of the most likely reason at the same time. The riddle of the puzzle is something that is hard for ordinary humans to think of, but something that Ariel, the mermaid princess, values highly because of her own special experiences. Perhaps, even, the mystery was something Ariel had just touched, or was craving, not long before. Even with this direction of thought, no answer could immediately come to mind, but Aurora's hanging heart dropped a little for the time being. Now that Ariel had figured out the mystery, the puzzle was sort of solved. Just thank the mermaid princess afterwards. The answer is, Ariel was about to shout the answer. Stop. What I didn't expect was the sea ghost woman's stern rebuke. 6th princess, this is a puzzle for 2 humans. You are not allowed to answer or remind them. Ariel had to stop talking, her heart racing. Somehow, she had come to recognize these 2 human friends, to be gripped by their gains and losses. Why? I can't say the answer when I've already thought of it. Ariel wailed mentally. That's an answer that no human on Earth could even come up with. Ha! Even she herself had not known how to answer until just a short while ago, after learning certain secrets from her old grandmother. It's over. It's all over. Ariel was desperate. It was clear to her that the antecedent information alone necessary to answer the puzzle was hidden knowledge that few people knew. So how could a human being possibly know it? What's more, the puzzle itself is so difficult that even if you knew the preliminaries, it would be nearly impossible to come up with them in such a short period of time. Meanwhile, Aurora, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, had her heart clenched once again after hearing the sea ghost woman order Ariel not to say the answer. Instinctively, she looked to the teacher at her side. Only the silver-haired teenager was still bowing his head in contemplation. No ripples could be seen in his countenance. The sea ghost woman coldly announced the final countdown. 5 seconds left. You're losing. Humans, Ariel's valued, recently touched, precious treasures. Aurora roared out the answer in the spirit of losing soon and beating a dead horse. Love. Is the answer love? Oh, it's the love of a human for a mermaid. She deliberately emphasized that it was human love for mermaids. So wouldn't that mean that humans have it and mermaids don't? The moment she shouted that answer, the blonde girl's body trembled. She suspected she had answered correctly. Endless joy welled up in Aurora's heart. Yes, love cannot be seen, yet it is praised in countless psalms. It cannot be touched, yet it can be polluted and washed. Because love does not exist physically, it is lighter than the wind and softer than fog. At the same time, love is indeed a treasure more precious than gold. And because love can be recorded and passed down, it is able to endure through the ages and never perish. Besides, hadn't Ariel recently fallen in love with a human prince? Human love for mermaids is indeed something that we can't think of at first. But Ariel, the mermaid princess, has been craving lately. Right on. It's alright. In that brief second, Aurora's thoughts were in a flurry, and she had a sense of gratitude for having been robbed of her life. I think I got it right. It's really this one, isn't it? Great. I'm caught up. Answered the puzzle in time for the last 3 seconds. Aurora looked over at the sea ghost woman who had fallen into a moment of silence, waiting for this referee to announce the results. When she heard the answer human love for mermaids, she froze in place, her eyes slightly dilated, as if she had turned into a statue. The next second, she announced without emotion, wrong answer. The last chance for trial and error was consumed. How? In a flash of realization, Aurora remembered the last sentence of the puzzle. There is nothing more bizarre, nothing more strange about this precious treasure. This treasure is more important to the dead than to the living. Love doesn't qualify. Love is obviously more important to the living than to the dead, and if people are dead, then love is less important. Aurora thought, even in the minds of those who especially value love, it should be just as important to the living as it is to the dead. Aurora's heart almost hit rock bottom. 2 more seconds and the sea ghost woman would have declared them defeated. And she couldn't think of a better answer. Seeing the look of despair on Aurora's face, the sea ghost woman laughed. She hadn't expected these 2 humans to give an answer from the start. Just knowing the knowledge necessary to answer the puzzle was extremely rare, let alone actually solving it. Just then, a clear, high teenage voice rang out here. Immortal Souls. Chapter 44, The Immortal Soul. Aurora's head was spinning in the face of the puzzle. The witch's blessing only grants her the speed to learn and memorize, which doesn't seem to help much when dealing with difficult problems that require improvisation. This treasure can't be seen or touched. It should have no entity, no physical baby. Courage? Or maybe some other character like kindness? No. Mermaids have those qualities too. Suddenly, the mermaid princess Ariel's tightly locked brow suddenly opened and she raised her hand. I know. What? Ariel actually guessed. Aurora was very surprised. This quiet and refined mermaid princess was obviously not a learned and wise person. Could it be that the riddle of the puzzle was something that was hard for ordinary humans to think of, but something that Ariel, the mermaid princess, valued highly because of her own special experiences? The answer is, Ariel was about to shout the answer. Stop. What I didn't expect was the sea ghost woman's stern rebuke. Princess, this is a puzzle for 2 human children. You are not allowed to answer or remind them. Ariel had to stop talking, her heart racing. Somehow, she had come to recognize these 2 human friends, to be gripped by their gains and losses. Aurora tried to speak the answer. Love. Is the answer love? I mean, the love of a human for a mermaid. She deliberately emphasized that it was human love for mermaids. So wouldn't that mean that humans have it and mermaids don't? The moment she shouted that answer, the blonde girl's heart was glad. Yes, love cannot be seen, yet it is praised in countless psalms. It cannot be touched, yet it can be polluted and washed. Because love does not exist as an entity. It is lighter than the wind and softer than fog. At the same time, love is indeed a treasure more precious than gold. And because love can be recorded and passed down, it can endure through the ages and never perish. Besides, hadn't Ariel recently fallen in love with a human prince? Human love for mermaids is indeed something that I can't think of the first time. But Ariel, the mermaid princess, has been craving for lately. Right on. The sea ghost woman froze. A few seconds later, she announced without emotion, wrong answer. In a flash of realization, Aurora remembered the last sentence of the puzzle. This treasure is more important to the dead than to the living. Love doesn't qualify. How can this be answered? Aurora frowned. Just then, a clear and high teenage voice sounded. Immortal Souls. The silver-haired teenager Rhine, who hadn't been answering, suddenly lifted her chin and repeated the answer she had just given in a single word. Eternal and immortal soul. Ariel's mouth dropped open, first looking at Rhine with wide eyes, then spreading into a smile, breathing a long sigh of relief for her 2 new friends. She knew that the human friend had answered correctly. What does that mean? Aurora didn't get it for a moment. Does this answer fit the question? Ryan explains slowly. The eternal and immortal soul is the riddle of this puzzle. No one can see the soul, but there are countless poems and writings to praise it. No one can touch the soul, but the soul can be contaminated and washed. We have often said that vile teaching contaminates the soul, while holy scenes wash it. The soul has no weight. Therefore it is lighter than the wind. The soul is of inestimable value. Therefore it is more precious than gold. The soul is softer than mist, but because it is eternal and immortal, it never dies, even through the ages. Above all, an immortal soul is, of course, more important for the dead than for the living. Just because the body perishes, the immortality of the soul has meaning. Aurora listened to Ryan's explanation and vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. Did the teacher purposely ignore one of the sentences of the puzzle stem? But doesn't the riddle say? Aurora opened her mouth to question her teacher, but Ryan seemed to know what she wanted to ask. Ryan said calmly, "Yes, Aurora. As the puzzle says, humans have immortal souls. Mermaids and other non-human intelligent beings do not." On the side, the mermaid princess Ariel lowered her head and didn't say a word. "Your answer is correct." The sea ghost woman laughed and laughed out loud. "Human, I really didn't expect you to know. Even in this kingdom in the middle of the sea, only a few elders rich in wisdom know this secret." The aged sea witch added, "Humans have a much shorter lifespan than mermaids and other intelligent beings of the sea. But what you humans have, and we don't, is that gleaming immortal soul. It has been said that when the physical body perishes, the immortal soul flies to the clear sky, to the shining stars, and ascends into the heavenly realms, or, in particularly bad cases, descends infinitely, down into the deepest depths of the earth, lower than the bed of the sea. In short, it's to another world, to a world we'll never see. It is also said that immortal souls will return to the world of men and once again reappear on earth in the form of a newborn child. When an old man passes away, and the first cry is uttered by his relatives in his honor, somewhere in the world another baby cries just as loudly. Death and new life are conjoined twins. They never cling to each other and are never separated. Since the beginning of history, no one has ever really died. Speaking of which, the sea ghost woman laughed a little crazily. All of the above statements are just beautiful poems that you humans have all to yourselves. And we, richly intelligent non-human beings, once we pass away, we simply turn into a bubble, a puddle of slime, and disappear without a trace, because unlike you, we do not have an immortal soul. Sure enough, Ryan sighed softly in her heart. Even if you already know the answer to this question, it's a very different feeling to actually be in this situation. In some of the adapted and simplified versions of the Daughter of the Sea story, or the story adapted to be called The Little Mermaid, the story between the mermaid princess and the prince is just a love story that is well understood by children. The Little Mermaid wants to become human out of love for the prince. Her final sacrifice in a bubble under the rising sun is seen as a martyrdom for love. And this tale officially ends with the poignant sight of the Little Mermaid's body melting into foam. Live for love, die for love. But in Hans Christian Andersen's writing, the story seems to have deeper theological and religious implications. A crucial reason why the Little Mermaid wanted to marry the prince was that she was on a quest for an immortal soul. By falling in love and marrying a human, she wanted to gain an immortal soul for herself as well. This religious connotation extends to the end of the work as well. After being transformed into a bubble, the Little Mermaid is suspected of hearing the voice of an angel and is transformed into a daughter of the sky. God's light is implicit in the text of the story. God, Ryan thoughts are in abundance. He also noticed that there was a huge difference between what the sea ghost woman in front of him told about immortal souls and what the original had said. In the original story, immortal souls were described only as ascending to heaven, and although the wise men of the sea knew of the existence of immortal souls, their whereabouts remained a mystery. As told by the sea ghosts, it may rise, it may fall, it may even be transmuted. When an old man passes away, and the relatives make the first cry for him, somewhere in the world another baby makes an equally loud cry. Death and new life are conjoined twins. They never cling to each other and are never separated. Ryan is convinced that not a single word of this statement is the same as the original. The core connotation, which is also very different from that of Christian scriptural philosophy, does not imply the existence of a single deity, but rather is somewhat similar to the Buddhist idea of reincarnation, which dilutes the original theological flavor. Does this mean that in this fantasy world, the immortality of the human soul is only an objective law of nature, no more special than water flows from high to low and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and the sun rises in the east and sets in the west? The immortal soul of mankind is not a gift from the gods. This world of fantasy and magic may well not have an all-knowing, all-powerful God. Ryan breathed a quiet sigh of relief at the thought. The sea ghost woman snorted coldly. But don't forget, Just solving the first puzzle means nothing. You have to answer the next two questions. Not bad for the price the sea ghost woman demanded. The mermaid princess lamented in her heart and was a little apprehensive. After Ryan and Aurora, she, too, will pray to the sea ghostess to grow human legs, go on land, and be with the prince. So what will be the cost? Next is the second question. Listen up, human. The sea ghost woman raised her voice. Humans, you already know the answer to the riddle of the first question, the eternal and immortal soul. So, tell me, how long is eternity? Is eternity 100 years? Is it 1,000 years? Or is it 10,000 years? Tell me, O wise human, the length of eternity. Chapter 45 answers more before questions. Aurora found this question from the sea ghost woman simply inexplicable. If it's eternal, how can there be a concept of length? This is a complete contradiction in terms. Why does this witch of the sea always ask such strange questions? Aurora replied with the mindset that it wouldn't hurt to try. Eternity, which is infinitely long. The sea ghost woman laughed. Yeah, so how long is eternity, that is, infinity really? The sea ghost woman's sneer-like smile annoyed the still young girl a bit. Seeing Aurora's angry but helpless expression, Ryan laughed. Notice? Just now, when the sea ghost woman was telling us about the specialness of the immortal soul, she used poetic descriptions, just as the last puzzle, too, was like a poem. I think that represents the direction of the answer she wanted. O future king of the kingdom of Rose, most things in the world are not exactly covered by logic and dialectics. Try and go ahead and answer the second question with the mindset of a fairy tale book. Thinking in fairy tale books, Aurora mulled over her teacher's words. While Aurora was still contemplating, the silver-haired teenager took a step forward and, like a bard sitting between campfires telling stories, narrated, above the sea, deep in the land where men live, in a place far, far away, there is a mountain of diamonds. This diamond mountain is huge. If you want to go up it, it will take you a year to climb to the top. If you want to go around the mountain sideways, it will take you a year, and if you just go straight down into the depths to the back of the mountain, it will take you the same year. Every 100 years, a bird flies in from afar, gives that little peck with its beak on Diamond Mountain, and then, fluttering its wings, turns away. Many of those humans who live at the foot of the mountains will never see a bird make such a trip in their entire lives. Only the longest-lived centenarians are likely to have seen the miracle of 2 trips of birds in flight in their entire lives, and to make that experience a capital of pride. The sea ghost woman sighed softly. Yes, human life is just so short compared to us. This is truly a beautiful story about life and about time. But what does this story have to do with my question? Ryan flashed a smile and told the end of the story. The first second of eternity will be over when the whole of Diamond Head is pecked out by that bird. The coral reef forest fell silent. All was silent. The only sounds were the gurgling of water bubbles rising from the cracks and the distant sound of fish swimming in the water. Aurora suddenly had a realization. So it is. The second puzzle is not a literal question, but rather one that allows us to somehow portray the weight of eternal immortality in eternal immortal souls. That's so sneaky. The sea ghost woman laughed out loud. Ha ha, interesting answer. Not bad for a human with an eternal soul to tell me the weight of eternity himself. How did you come up with such an interesting answer, human? Ryan said truthfully. This answer didn't come to me. It is a story depicted in a book I read before. The most I've done is add a little detail to it. This is the beautiful story told in Grimm's fairy tales by the little shepherd boy in answer to the king's question. Of course, what made the story stick with the former Ryan was the fact that it was mentioned in an episode of Doctor Who. I didn't realize that the same answer, here, in a completely different story, would work. Just then, Ryan heard behind her, Aurora lowering her voice to a whisper. The first seconds of the teacher's life passed after he was pecked out by a bird on Diamond Hill, right? Ryan was silent. He didn't know if his self from beyond the world possessed an eternal, immortal soul, but his physical body seemed to be eternal now if he didn't die by accident. Aurora's silvery, clear voice rang out again. Teacher, I was thinking about something. It was only today, after learning such a great secret from your conversation, that I finally figured it out. Teacher, I am as eternal as you are. The sea ghost woman suddenly remembered something and coldly said, to the last question, I would like to add a rule. According to the rules, it is the two of you who answer the questions, but the 2 previous questions were answered by the boy with the silver hair. So, I think the last question should be answered by the blonde girl first. That way it's the 2 of you answering, not one. Ignoring Aurora's cries of it's not fair, the sea ghost woman asked, word for word. So, now for the third and final question. As the sea witch was about to ask her question, Ryan suddenly felt a blast of fiery energy coming from the distant waters, penetrating the belly of the great fish and radiating onto his skin. Destiny's Child's power of wish. Rain understood instantly. Getting the answer to this question is the wish of the sea ghost woman. If anything, the first two questions just test the questioner. The answer to the final question, then, is what the sea ghost woman really craves. Only one who knows the secrets of the immortal soul and clearly understands the portion of eternity is qualified to answer this question. Now, please tell me, how do we, non-human beings, obtain a soul that is as eternal and immortal as yours? Sea Ghostess asked. That's actually the question? Ryan almost didn't believe her ears. You didn't know? Of course Ryan knew the answer. The answer is love. If a human loves a mermaid from the bottom of his heart, he can grant the latter an immortal soul, and the original immortal soul of the human being will not disappear as a result. There's so little description of the sea ghostess in the original, but judging by the fact that she was able to instantly guess the Little Mermaid's intentions in the original, she would have known something about it. Could it be that in this world, the sea ghostess came into contact with the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and that coven behind her, and delved into horrible black magic to the point of being completely ostracized from the kingdom of the sea, before she was denied access to this hidden and beautiful knowledge? Ryan had a guess, and her eyes glanced at Aurora, who was trying to think. Aurora, of course, didn't know the answer. How could she possibly know how a non-human creature could obtain an immortal soul when she had only just learned today that humans had one? The wizard boy had a bright idea and pointed to Aurora, smiling at the sea ghost woman. My friend has spoken the answer. According to the rules drawn up by Your Excellency, all three questions have been answered, and it is time to tell us all about Marlene Faison. What? When did she say that? The sea ghost woman was at a loss. Aurora hadn't said a word since she'd read the question. Ryan swept her eyes over the incredibly confused sea ghostess and mermaid princess and reiterated the sea ghostess rule. That last question should have been answered by that blonde girl first. According to this rule, as long as she says the answer before I do, that's all that matters. Even if the answer comes before the question. The answer came before the question? Ariel didn't understand the teenager's words at all. What's that supposed to mean? How can you possibly say the answer when the question hasn't even been asked yet? Chapter 47, the third question, answers come before questions. When the teenager finished the story, the coral reef forest fell silent. All was silent. The only sounds were the gurgling of water bubbles rising from the cracks and the distant sound of fish swimming in the water. Both Aurora and Ariel, who was listening, clearly felt the weight of eternity. When people speak of infinity and eternity in conversation, they are simply words, a length of time that cannot be described. But once infinity and eternity are visualized, compared and given an image, it takes on a weight heavier than that mountain of diamonds. Aurora suddenly had a realization. So it is. The second puzzle is not a literal question, but rather one that allows us to somehow portray the weight of eternal immortality in eternal immortal souls. That's so sneaky. The sea ghost woman laughed out loud. Ha ha, interesting answer. Not bad for a human with an eternal soul to tell me the weight of eternity himself. How did you come up with such an interesting answer? Human? Ryan said truthfully. This answer didn't come to me. It is a story depicted in a book I read before. The most I've done is add a little detail to it. This is the beautiful story told in Grimm's fairy tales by the little shepherd boy in answer to the king's question. Of course, what made the story stick with the former Ryan was the fact that it was mentioned in an episode of Doctor Who. I didn't realize that the same answer, here, in another completely different fairy tale, would work. Seeing that the sea ghost woman clearly recognized the answer, Rain breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, he heard behind him, Aurora lowering her voice to a whisper. The first seconds of the teacher's life passed after he was pecked out by a bird on Diamond Hill, right? Ryan's body shuddered imperceptibly. He didn't know if he had an eternal immortal soul, but his physical body seemed to be eternal now if he didn't die by accident. Of course, it's too early to think about the end of the world or even the hot silence of the universe. It's better to focus on the present. Just as Ryan perked up her ears and waited for the sea ghost woman to ask the last question, Aurora's silver bell-like clear voice rang out again. Teacher, I was thinking about something. It was only today, after learning such a great secret from your conversation, that I finally figured it out. Teacher, I am as eternal as you are. Ryan shuddered lightly with an electric shock, and then muttered. The sea ghost woman announced in a loud voice. So, humans, now for the third and final question. The questions I'm going to ask are much harder than the previous two. As the sea witch was about to ask her question, Ryan suddenly felt a blast of fiery energy coming from the distant waters, penetrating the belly of the great fish and radiating onto his skin. This blazing sensation is the power of wishing? Destiny's Child's power of wish. In Rhineland's experience, the so-called protagonist of destiny or son of destiny may not necessarily be the main character of the original fairy tale, but may also be a supporting character who plays an important role. For example, Oz before him, like Aurora's father and mother, fall into this category. The sea ghostess is also apparently a Destiny's Child. The silver-haired teenager came to a realization. Getting the answer to this question is the wish of the sea ghost woman. If anything, the first two questions are just testing the questioner and are deliberately difficult. The answer to the final question, then, is what the sea ghost woman really craves. A question that only one who knows the secrets of the immortal soul and clearly understands the portion of eternity is qualified to answer. Suddenly, the sea ghost woman suddenly remembered something and coldly said, "But before I do, I must say that I have just discovered something. Human. Normally, I would never have agreed to reveal to you the secrets of the Black Witch Marlene Faison and the Coven. But just now, I abruptly agreed to make a deal with you. I suspect you have used something magical to warp my mind." Ryan's eyes froze slightly. He doesn't know how to charm or warp minds with magic, theorizing that the sea hag agreed to the deal out of purely her own self-will. Of course, this accusation could not be considered completely unjustified. Aurora's voice was blessed by a witch with extraordinary magical powers. It was she who convinced the sea ghost woman to accept the deal. Just one last question to get the full intel on the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and the sea ghostess won't suddenly ask to give up the deal. Rain thought. As if she knew Rain's concern, the sea ghost woman continued. "I'm not going to suddenly take back my promise at this point, but I'm going to add a rule. According to the rules, it is the two of you who answer the questions, but the two previous questions were answered by the boy with the silver hair. So, I think the last question should be answered by the blonde girl. That way it's the two of you answering, not one." Aurora retorted. "This rule is unreasonable. As you said before, the second and third questions are closely related to the riddle of the first question, the immortal soul. You can tell from my performance that I only just learned the secret of the immortal soul, and I definitely can't answer your last question. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for us." Ryan was also surprised. He couldn't quite believe that the sea ghost woman would prefer not to have an answer, but to prevent herself from answering. This witch of the sea, obviously, thirsted for the answer to the third question herself. The sea ghost woman laughed, as if she had expected a rebuttal, as if she had made much of a sacrifice and laid out a retreat. "So, both of you can answer. However, if it is the blonde girl who first gives the answer to the question, I will tell you the full information normally, everything I know about the Black Witch Marlene Faison, including her possible weaknesses. But if the silver-haired boy had given the answer first, I would not have given you the full answer, but would have told you only one of the pieces of information about Marlene Faison. For example, where was she in person the last time she communicated with me by magic? Or, where her ancient castle was built? I see." Rain immediately understood the sea ghost woman's ploy. She wanted to reveal as little information about Marlene Faison and the Coven as possible without breaking her promise, so as not to invite danger for herself. Is Marlene Faison, the Black Witch at full strength, and that Coven behind her, really so terrifying? Questions, please. One last question. Aurora waited with slight unease for the sea ghost woman to ask her question. She doubted very much that she could give the right answer at all. "It's okay. Even if you only know one piece of information, it's okay. 4.5 years until the prophesied curse comes." The sea ghost woman laughed and asked, word for word, "Now, please tell me, how are we, non-human beings, to obtain a soul that is as eternal and immortal as yours?" Ariel on the side pursed her lips, wanting to reply but unable to interject due to the rules. Her old grandmother had just told her the answer to that question a while ago. How can a human answer that when I've only just learned about it? In this instant, Rain sensed that the power of desire surging out of the sea ghost woman was incomparably hot. "That's actually the question?" Ryan's eyes froze, almost not believing her ears. The answer that the sea ghost woman craved deep down was just this? You didn't know? Of course Ryan knew the answer. The answer to that question is at the very heart of the original work. The answer is love. If a human loves a mermaid from the bottom of his heart, he can grant the latter an immortal soul, and the original immortal soul of the human being will not disappear as a result. There's so little description of the sea ghostess in the original, but judging by the fact that she can instantly guess the Little Mermaid's intentions in the original, she should have knowledge of how a mermaid can obtain an immortal soul. But today, the power of a thirsty, burning desire for answers doesn't lie. Could it be that in this world, the sea ghostess came into contact with the Black Witch, Marlene Faison, and that Coven behind her, and delved into horrible black magic to the point of being completely ostracized from the kingdom of the sea, before she was denied access to this hidden and beautiful knowledge? Rhine had a guess, and her eyes glanced at Aurora, who was trying to think. Aurora, of course, didn't know the answer to the question. How could she possibly know how a non-human creature could obtain an immortal soul when she had only just learned today that humans had one? Why don't I answer it myself? Aurora obviously can't answer that question. But according to the rules, if the last question is still mine to answer, there is only one message to get. Rhine was in a dilemma. Suddenly, the wizard boy had a bright idea. He pointed to Aurora and smiled at the sea ghost woman. My friend has spoken the answer. According to the rules drawn up by Your Excellency, all 3 questions have been answered, and it is time to tell us all about Marlene Faison. What? When did she say that? The sea ghost woman was at a loss. Aurora hadn't said a word since she'd read the question. Rhine swept her eyes over the incredibly confused sea ghostess and mermaid princess and reiterated the sea ghostess rule. If the blonde girl had answered the question first, I would have told you the full information normally. According to this rule, as long as she says the answer before I do, that's all that matters, even if the answer comes before the question. Chapter 46 Reward, The Sea Witch's Art of Alchemy. Aurora immediately understood Rhine's hint. Long before the sea ghostess asked her last question, she had actually spoken the answer once. That answer is love. Aurora said, the answer is love, right? Human love for mermaids. It was the answer to her first question, which she had just answered a few minutes ago. Of course, the answer to the first question is immortal souls, so that's a wrong answer. Rhine laughed. Precisely. Fate, however, is so ingenious that the wrong answer to the first question is the right answer to the last. Learned Witch of the Sea. Long before Your Excellency asked the question, my friend gave the correct answer. How is this not a sign of destiny? It was clear to Rhine that in such a fantastical world of magic, fate was not something nebulous, but truly existed. He personally blessed Aurora with the prophecy of defeating the Black Witch. This prophecy cannot be fulfilled automatically, but fate will always create bizarre coincidences in an effort to bring about this ending. During the question and answer period for the first question, they actually answered 2 questions at the same time. Ariel was also on hand to help her new friend. Yeah. My grandmother just told me a little while ago that while mermaids don't have an immortal soul, as long as a human loves you, they can grant you one, and all the while, the human's own soul remains immortal. She said these things with a smile. The sea ghost woman froze. A moment later, she burst out laughing. So it is. It's amazing that inhuman creatures want an immortal soul in a way that is so simple, yet so difficult as to be nearly impossible. Ariel's expression fluctuated imperceptibly when the sea hag mentioned so difficult that it's almost impossible. At this moment, Ryan felt the fiery, incandescent energy come flying in, surging into his soul and causing his magic to rise a little more. Wish fulfillment. Although the one who nominally spoke the answer was Aurora, the one who essentially answered the answer and unraveled the knot that plagued the sea ghost woman's heart was actually him, the magician. Another Destiny's Child's wish has been granted. I wonder what I'll get this time. Ryan was incredibly excited about the new power. Pounds and pounds of knowledge like an ocean poured into the mind, directly imprinted in the memory and soul. It was knowledge of alchemy, about how to make magic potions from different materials. The memory of the sea ghostess making potions with exotic materials each time flashed through her mind. The alchemy of the sea ghost woman. The reward for granting the wish this time around is surprisingly not a new spell. Rather, a perfect copy of the sea ghost woman's medicine refining technique was given to Ryan. Ryan wouldn't forget that in the original. The way the sea ghost woman granted the Little Mermaid's wish was by making a magic potion that converted a fishtail into human legs. Making magic potions was clearly this witch of the sea's forte. Now, he had also gained the other party's expertise in pill refining. Compared to Ryan's alchemy skills when she had just crossed over into a magician, Sea Ghostess's knowledge of magical pharmacology was undoubtedly too advanced. However, not only did the two magical pharmacology knowledge not conflict, but they were able to complement each other's shortcomings and complement each other. Rain realized that after blending the two together, he was heck of a master of magic potions that surpassed the sea ghost woman. It's really rare that the reward this time isn't a new magic that the content of the wish materializes. Ryan was a little surprised, but immediately figured out why. Previously he granted wishes to many ordinary people, the king and queen of the kingdom of Rose, Oz the magician, and the soldiers who were given flint boxes. None of them had enough expertise to wow the world or anything else special. Thus, the power of the acquired wish manifests itself in its purest form. That is, in the form of the content of the wish itself. If the wishing Destiny's Child is special enough, the reward for granting the wish would be related to the wish grantaire traits. such as directly copying the other person's specialties and talents. That's too much. Ryan couldn't help but marvel at the magic of her wish wizard physique. The more he looked forward to granting a wish for the next fairy tale protagonist. Well, two humans. I don't know whether to brag about your intelligence or your luck. The sea ghostess sighed long and hard. You have answered my 3 questions, and as agreed, I must inform you of everything I know about Marlene Faison. She plucked a seaweed-like hair from her head and scraped a bit of mucus from her pet toad with a dagger, crushed it in a mortar, and mouthed an inaudible incantation. Within moments, a bubble rises from the mortar. Strange images phased across the surface of the bubble. They were patterns of memory. These are my memories of Marlene Faison. Just place the bubble on your brow to read them, the sea ghost woman said. The bubble drifted towards the large fish that Ryan and Aurora were traveling in. The big fish took a bite out of the bubble and swallowed it. The 2 children in the belly of the big fish picked up the rolling bubbles as if they were picking up a ball from the ground. Ryan tossed up a gold coin and performed a simple divination to make sure it was the answer they wanted. Then put the bubble away, not rushing to read the memory. Thank you. Which of the sea who keeps her promises? According to our original agreement, the 3 questions were only the first payment in exchange for secrets about the Black Witch, Marlene Faison. Now, tell me, what is the second payment we are to make? This payment will be exchanged for information about that coven of yours. Ryan believes that the second payment will not be as simple as answering questions. Simple enough to be done on the spot. It might take a long time to reach it. Help me gain the recognition of the Kingdom of the Sea, His Majesty the Sea King and the other sea creatures. The sea ghost woman showed a self-deprecating look. As you know, in this land of the sea, everyone sees me as a nightmare, shuns me, and tells terrible tales of which I am the protagonist. However, I just did what every businessman does, collect payment for goods. I just delved into some black magic even if I never killed any innocents with them, only to be used as a monster to scare children. If you can help me and gain the recognition of the entire Kingdom of the Sea, so that the mermaids of the sea will no longer fear me or dislike me, I will tell you everything about that coven. Ryan sighed softly, once again feeling the blazing power of her wish from the sea ghost woman. In the original Daughter of the Sea, the Witch of the Sea had all the traditional elements of an evil witch: ugly, grotesque, breeding fearful pets, and living in a nightmarish house of white bones. But she is an honest businesswoman, not an evil adulteress. In this poetic and beautiful story, there are not even any real bad guys. Every character has a good side. Of course, perhaps the image was too good to serve as a villain and the story needed an enemy. And in Disney's adapted version of the animated movie The Little Mermaid, the sea hag woman was turned into a straight-up evil villain. Aurora's eyes also showed compassion. She recalled the fear and dislike the mermaids had felt earlier, when they had mentioned the sea ghost woman, and sympathized a little with the Witch of the Sea. Witch of the Sea, this is not a job that can be accomplished overnight. If one day my companions and I fulfill your heart's desire, I will come back to redeem this answer. The deal has been made. The wish has been taken over. When it is reached depends on the future. Ryan finished, pointing in Ariel's direction. Next, it's the turn of this friend of ours, the mermaid princess Ariel, to come to you to fulfill your heart's desire. Chapter 47: Ariel's Request. Ariel took a deep breath of the cold ocean water. It was something that had been planned for a long time, but her heart still thumped when she actually confronted this Witch of the Sea. The 2 human friends went all the way to grant the wish, answering 3 questions that seemed incredibly difficult to her as payment. And what will it cost her? Ariel swam up to the sea ghost woman, hesitant, wanting to voice her wish, but slightly shy. My silly princess, you don't have to say anything. I know what you've come to ask for, the sea ghost woman said. She had a powerful magic when a sea creature wanted her help from the bottom of his heart and stood straight in front of her. The sea ghostess could learn what the other person wanted just by staring at the supplicant for a moment. That's a lot of magic for a sea witch who always grants the wishes of others. And yet, for some reason, this mind-reading technique is useless against humans. Perhaps, thought the sea ghostess, the mermaids have their heart's desires only in their minds and hearts, whereas the humans with their immortal souls hide them in the depths of their immortal souls. There even she could not peer into them. My beautiful princess, ha 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 ha, you have a silly wish. You actually want to remove your fishtail, grow 2 human fleshy legs, and take on the monstrous appearance of a human being to go ashore, to human society. You want a beautiful prince to fall in love with you, to pour his fiery thoughts and emotions into you, and thus gain an immortal soul. I've never heard anything like it. A human in love with a living being in the sea can be a hilarious fantasy. The sea ghost woman laughed out loud when she saw the mermaid princess's wish. After laughing, the sea witch had another twinge of regret. As it turns out, All she had to do was look at the mermaid princess's heart's desire, and she would naturally know how a mermaid should obtain an immortal soul. There's no need to get answers from two humans at all. The sea ghost woman added to the mermaid princess. Silly thing, even though it's a stupid wish, I'll fulfill it. Even if it's unlikely to have a good outcome, I can decoct a potion for you to drink. You take this magic potion with you, swim to the beach at night, and eat the medicine before the first hint of dawn falls. Then your tail splits in half and twists into what humans call pretty legs. It's as if a sharp knife has brutally severed your fish tail in two. That must have hurt, because those legs are changed from your tail. You will also keep the same steps you had when you were swimming, and you will be lighter than any dancer. Ariel could be ecstatic to hear that. Little did she know that her wish could be granted with a single dose of magic potion. But the sea ghost woman's recounting of all the benefits made her worry and ask, "So, what do I have to pay to get these legs?" Sea ghostess said, "Where in this world is it possible to gain only benefits and not pay the price? Your changed legs are not natural human legs after all, but imitations cut with sharp-edged medicine. So every step you take will be like walking on sharp knives. Suppose you can endure these afflictions so that I can help you." Without waiting for the little mermaid princess to respond, Aurora fought for her first. Why is there this side effect? It's like a trick to have empty elegant dance moves but not be able to step on the ground properly and dance naturally. This mermaid princess considered them friends, and Aurora returned the same favor. From the bottom of her heart, she didn't want Ariel to suffer that unbearable pain. Aurora glanced over at Rhine, remembering the teacher shapeshifter, and cooed. "But I've seen wizards morph one creature into another with no side effects. There must be a flaw in your potion," the sea ghost woman retorted in exasperation. "This is not some ephemeral shape-shifting magic. Everything in the world always has their original appearance, and the magic of transformation only puts a thick layer of makeup on them without changing their substance. How magical it looks when wizards turn one thing into another, but it's just a deceptive illusion. It won't take long for things to change back to what they were, and I make medicine that brings about lasting change." Rhine nodded gently, knowing that what the sea ghost woman had said was true. It's like the story of Cinderella. When the clock strikes midnight, everything changes back. Shape-shifting magic always ends. Maybe because it's time, or maybe it's been dispelled by some other magic-breaking contraption. According to tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons, the only effects that can't be dispelled are those that have an immediate duration. Ariel was afraid that Sea Ghostess would quarrel with her human friends, so she hurriedly said to Sea Ghostess, "No problem. I can live with it." Her voice was shaky, but quite firm, for she remembered the handsome prince and the ambition to gain an immortal soul. "That's not all. A mermaid without an immortal soul takes on the image of a human, goes against the laws of nature, and will suffer the curse of the world." The sea ghostess said, "Suppose you fail to gain the love of that prince and gain an immortal soul. On the morning of his marriage to someone else, when the first light of dawn shines on the earth and the sea, your heart will break and you will become a bubble in the water." Aurora, now even more unable to take it, demurred in defense of her mermaid friend. "Why? That sounds too strange too. You just gave her a potion to change her legs. Why would her life or death depend on that prince she loves? If that prince didn't end up with Ariel, why did she have to die? Couldn't she have pursued a different goal and found someone else who loved her? Ariel, she's so beautiful. She must have attracted a tidal wave of admirers when she became human. There are so many handsome and beautiful humans in this world. From another person who truly loves and cares for her, Ariel can gain an immortal soul too." Ariel's heart was half warmed by the concern she felt when she heard Aurora's words, and half surprised by the particularity of Aurora's thoughts. She had never considered such a possibility, not even a thought. From another human being, someone other than that handsome prince, can I also obtain an immortal soul? These two newly made human friends gave her some very different insights and directions of thinking than she had had before, and every now and then it shook Ariel to her core. Chapter 48, Rhine's Free Magic Potion. The sea ghost woman said impatiently, "Magic works exactly like that, with its own strange laws and prohibitions. If every detail could be accounted for, understood, and elaborated upon, it would no longer be magic, and would be no different from your human organs, gears, and other tightly operated instruments." Ariel looked over at the sea ghost woman who was clearly having a fit of rage. "It's okay, I accept the risk of death. I was prepared for it long before I came to you. Please give me the medicine. I'm not afraid." Though her mouth said so, her face was as white as snow. The pain of stepping on a knife, the risk of death if the mission fails, are the two the price to pay? Ariel was willing to put up with the former. As for the latter, wouldn't there be no need to worry as long as you could gain the love and immortal soul of the prince? Ariel knew that she had the most beautiful singing voice on this sea and land. No mermaid could hear her song and not be moved. let alone a human. She could charm the prince with that beautiful song and make him pour out his whole love and soul for her. But don't forget, you still have to pay me, the sea ghost woman said. In exchange for this precious medicine, you'll have to give me a heavy payment for it. What should I give you? Ariel said fearfully. She then remembered that the first two costs were the side effects of the drug itself, and the curse given by the world after turning into human form. Although they alone were already so terrible, she must also pay the sea ghost woman a reward. It's definitely not going to be anything tiny. Your voice, said the sea ghostess, for even of all the fish in the land of the sea, your song is the most beautiful. Only such a reward is worthy of my help. Princess, I will cut out your tongue and take your voice by magic. You will not be able to speak since then. Ariel blushed even more miserably. Without waiting for her to reply, Aurora beside her protested indignantly. It's not fair. Beautiful singing was supposed to be the way Ariel used to attract her sweetheart. How would Ariel gain the prince's affection if she became a mute? You know full well that once she fails, she'll be reduced to a bubble. Yet you claimed the gifts necessary for her success as payment. What's the difference between that and pushing her to the grave? Aurora looked over at Rhine, who for some reason had been silent since a moment ago. Instead, say a word for me, teacher. It's like, in a duel where failure is death, depriving one of the duelists of his weapon as a ticket from the start. That's not a fair deal at all. Rhine, who had been thinking about something, finally spoke up. I don't think there's a problem with the price offered by the sea ghost woman. Aurora froze, momentarily speechless. Why? Rhine turned in the direction of Ariel and the sea ghost woman, seeming to take the latter's side entirely. Oh, honorable witch of the sea, I object to my friend's opinion. I think it's perfectly reasonable for you to ask for a high price. Didn't we know from the beginning that there would be a heavy price to pay for getting your wish granted? If Ariel can't accept the price you're offering, it's perfectly possible to simply refuse the deal and find another merchant with a lower price tag to trade with if she can actually find one. Isn't that right? What kind of talk is that? Aurora was shocked. But if we don't get the magic potion that turns fish tails into human legs from the sea ghost woman, where do we get it from? She was about to ask Rain this when she suddenly stopped. Aurora instantly understood what the teacher was going to say next. The sea ghost woman obviously didn't know what Rain was thinking. She only saw it. The two humans themselves argued, the silver-haired teenager breaking against the blonde girl and making a strong effort to speak up for herself. This witch of the sea laughed out loud and complimented Rhine. I really didn't realize that you still understand things, kid. Not like your friend at all. That friend of yours, who keeps mumbling back and forth, always trying to blame me and put the blame on me, as if Ariel deserves a free pass from me. Mermaids, like humans, are always so insatiable, wanting to fulfill their wishes but not willing to pay the price. And where in the world would there be such a thing? And where are the great wizards and witches who grant people their wishes for free, without paying the price? The reasoning is as you say. This is a deal that the mermaid princess has voluntarily approached me to make. If she doesn't want to, but I've got a clean slate, so I can simply find someone else. For a moment, Rhine and the sea ghost woman actually came to an understanding. This scene made the mermaid princess Ariel a little confused, only to see Rhine look at Ariel again. As I said, didn't you volunteer for all of this? Since you want help, you should naturally pay the price. If you don't want to, then go find someone who is willing to give you a free copy of the same magic potion. Ariel nodded softly with a small white face. Though saddened by the impending loss of her beautiful voice and becoming mute, she also mentally acknowledged that there was nothing wrong with what her human friend had said. It was impossible to expect that anyone would help her change into an adult for free, right? Let's do it. I accept this deal. Ariel gathered her courage and said to the sea ghost woman, stick out your tongue. The sea ghost woman then took out her sharp knife. With this knife she will cut out the mermaid princess's tongue and take the most beautiful song of the sea and land. It's long overdue. Oh my princess. As your human friend said, if you just want to fulfill your heart's desire without paying the price, why not close your eyes and pray that someone will send you a free potion that will allow you to grow human legs as good as the potency of the one I've concocted? Yeah, Rhine echoed up behind him. His tone could be firm, like I'll give away a free copy of the magic potion. Ariel can come to me. Exactly, the sea ghost woman said, just about to agree with Rhine, following a sense that something was wrong. She turned to Rhine in shock and asked in a single word, what are you talking about? Humans. Rhine smiled at Ariel. Now that we've become friends, I can make a free decoction for you. The effects will be the same as what the sea ghost woman said. Not exactly the same. The side effects will be less. That doesn't sound funny. The sea ghost woman looked over at Rhine. What are you talking about? The medicine that makes mermaids grow legs was invented by none other than me. I'm the only one in this sea and land who can decoct it. I believe what you say is true. but what I copied is exactly what you are trying to do with your alchemy skills. The sea ghost woman was furious. Cut the boring jokes. Human, the medicine I'm going to decoct contains powerful magic, and only someone who knows magic can boil it out. Yeah, the silver-haired teen returned a warm smile. Haven't I told you before? I'm a wizard. Ariel looked at her two human friends in surprise. Yes, Aurora also introduced Ryan in a proud tone. He is an exceptionally powerful and very versatile magician. The best magician in the kingdom we come from. Wait, Ariel was taken aback, staring at the silver-haired boy with a look of disbelief. So, this good friend who had been following him for some time was actually a magician. As far as the mermaid princess knew, magic was an esoteric and mysterious learning, and there was only one wise man in the land of the sea who knew about magic, the sea ghost woman. No wonder they were allowed to come to the land of the sea in strange big fish when they were human beings. I always thought that you were a learned human scholar, Ariel said. That's not a contradiction. Ryan smiled. Almost all wizards are a knowledgeable scholar. The sea ghost woman interrupted them. Well, with that strange big fish with the transparent belly, I believe you are indeed a wizard. But what's the point? The magic potion that can cut open a mermaid's tail and turn it into human legs is my invention. I never told anyone about that hidden remedy. No human or sea creature can make a medicine with the same effect except me. With a smile on his lips, the teenager told Ariel. In that case, let's give it a try. Give me a little time. I'll decoct the medicine and give it to you for free. Free? Ariel couldn't believe it. Yes, it's a gift from a friend. Ryan squatted down in the belly of the big fish. A cloud of mist turned up in his hand and out of thin air he conjured up pots of medicine, herbs, mortars, pestles and other props necessary for decocting medicines. It was a magical sight to see, and Ariel was in a state of amazement. Is this magic? It changes so many things at once. Many of the herbs and tools in them were still the same ones that Ryan had touched when she had just crossed over to this world and was treating civilians, and as long as Ryan had ever touched those items with her hands once, she could call them to her hand from a distance. This is the magic that the soldier learned after his wish to find the flint box was granted. The teenage wizard then began to decoct the medicine. His movements light and easy, adding something to the pot every so often. Every now and then odd-shaped vapors wafted out of the tank. The sea ghost woman, however, looked on in awe. This formula for refining medicines, the technique for decocting medicines, how come it all looks so much like me? It was almost as if she herself was frying the medicine. Nope, still a lot of differences. The sea serpent that should have been used for medicine was replaced with a land snake, and the silver-colored seaweed, which was only useful if picked under the moonlight, was replaced with some kind of land herb that the sea ghost woman didn't recognize. Apparently, Ryan had modified the recipe slightly, replacing many of the sea's herbs with land-based, similarly medicinal ingredients. There were herbs from the forest, herbs from the grasslands, and even herbs from the mountains and deserts. There was much more on land than in the vast deep sea. There are also some herbs that Ryan just gives up on and presses to add, for the results of the divination told him that the material, instead of containing the active ingredient, would cause serious poisoning. The original remedy was also flawed. The sea ghost woman saw the oddly shaped steam coming out of the pot and knew that the medicine was almost ready to be decocted. And the color and quality of the medicine was definitely better than the best she could decoct. The best she could. The sea ghost woman was completely unable to accept this fact. She questioned the little wizard in front of her again. Don't think I don't know its pharmacology. To imbue this medicine with magical powers, you also have to pour in a large vial of blood that has magical powers. Are you so kind as to voluntarily give your own blood? With your small body, letting out that much blood, I'm afraid you'll be weak before the medicine is even decocted. Isn't it just blood with magic? Rain smiled. He found a piece of soft flesh in the belly of the big fish and cut it open with his dagger, letting the big fish's blood flow into the potion jar. The sea ghostess had to use her own blood in order to make the magic potion, but he didn't need it. This big fish was transformed by the dog summoned by the firebox, and the blood naturally came from the big dog, containing natural magic power. That big dog has more blood than he does. Shortly afterward, the medicine boiled, and a marvelous sound came out of it, not the crocodile cry of the original, but like the gentle song of a lark. The medication is just decocted. The jar of magic potion was colorless and transparent, looking like clear water. Jesus, how could this have happened? This can't be. The sea ghost woman shrieked. She didn't even need to watch the mermaid princess try to drink the medicine down. Just by hearing the sound coming from the medicine as it was being decocted, she knew that Ryan's medicine had to be better than her magic potion. Please take this medicine to the coast and drink it before the sun comes up, Rain said. This magic potion of mine has a similar effect to the one from the sea ghost woman. It will also make you grow human legs, but the side effects will be much less. Chapter 49, A Gift from the Mermaid Princess. The big fish that Ryan and Aurora were riding on spit out the pot of medicine. The young wizard introduced himself. My magic potion is not like a sharp knife roughly cutting the tail of a fish and dividing it into legs. Rather, it is as if warm sunlight shines on the fish tail and slowly melts it into legs. This process does not cause injury or pain. The newly born legs are as perfect as those of a real human being. Not so perfect that every step is like walking on the tip of a knife. So you can show off your beautiful dance, lighter than any dancer, to charm that prince. It is so mild because I added the golden sunflower to the medicine, a flower that can only grow in the sunny wilderness. Noble girls on land like to wear it on their chests, and you can't find such a flower in the sea. By combining the knowledge of the two magic potions, improving the original prescription with divination, and surpassing the magic level of the sea ghost woman after accumulating a large number of wishes over the past 10 years, and then incorporating some of his own magic power of healing arts, the magic potion that Ryan made could be much better than the original magic potion of the sea ghost woman. Thank you, my friend. Ariel was grateful. She doesn't have to lose her beautiful voice and become a mute who can't express her love anymore. Ariel was pitying her future when she accepted the terms of the sea ghost woman's deal and waited for the latter to cut out her tongue with a sharp knife. Even if, in the end, she reaped the prince's love and immortal soul, she would never be able to speak of that love herself, only as a mute, blinking and staring blearily at the young prince's timeless and stunning face. Even if she became a member of the human race, she had longed for the human world since she was a little girl. She would never be able to enjoy running and singing freely, talking to her human friends, and fitting in with them completely, as a healthy human would. But the help of a wizard friend makes it so that all this sad big preconception doesn't have to be a reality. Of course, Ryan reminded again, the curse of the world still exists. It's not something that can be fixed by tweaking the remedy. When a mermaid is given human form without an immortal soul to go with the form, it suffers the curse of the world. If the one you love, that is, the prince, marries someone else, at the next dawn your heart will still break, still turn to foam in the water. The only way to break this curse is to have an immortal soul. So if you can succeed in gaining the love of the prince, this curse is banished. The little mermaid princess nodded firmly. With heavenly singing and stunningly beautiful dancing, what human heart can't be conquered? I'll remember your kindness, kind and good human. Ariel took the potion jar with a shudder. But I can't accept your free help with a clear conscience. As the sea ghost woman said, how can you just enjoy the benefits without paying anything? I am the princess of the mermaids, the sixth granddaughter most favored by my old grandmother. Please tell me what you need. I will do my best to accomplish it. The moment the mermaid princess took the potion jar, Ryan felt a steady stream of wish power converging, like a pet that saw its master and was ready to embrace Ryan's arms. He knew that when Ariel drank the potion and her wish to grow human legs was officially granted, the power of this wish would truly belong to him. The fulfillment of your heart's desire, as far as I'm concerned, is my best reward. Ryan smiled. I don't want anything in particular for now, so why don't you send me a piece of your fish scale as a souvenir before your beautiful fishtail disappears? With this piece of mermaid scale, I will be able to learn how to briefly transform myself and my companions into mermaids, and I will also be able to rely on divination to know where you are right now. Ariel then did as she was told. She broke off a small piece of fish scale from her pretty tail and gave it to Ryan as a gift. This was the first time in the entire history of the land of the sea that a mermaid had given a gift to a human. My wizard friend, I will remember your help and always remember the favor I owe today. In the future, if you have any need, I will provide you with equal help once. Ariel excitedly made a vow. At the end of the story, the mermaid princess leaves the ugly coral forest, leading two human children in a big fish. The sea ghost woman looked at them as they disappeared into the depths of the sea. A human magician? Very powerful indeed. The sea ghost woman's heart at this time, instead of being robbed of business and the loss of a failed deal, it was instead a spring of joy. Is it possible for such a human magician from the land to, possibly, grant the wish I spoke of before? The sea ghostess had not forgotten that the human magician, in exchange for information about the coven, was considering a second payment to her. Help me to gain the recognition and acceptance of the entire kingdom of the sea. Let the mermaids and other sea creatures of the sea never fear or dislike me again. This is the second payment I claim. Why would she ask for the beautiful voice of the mermaid princess if not to fulfill her wish to become as popular as Ariel? Chapter 50, Excited Mermaid Grandmother. Ariel, do you intend to go to shore and drink the magic potion now? Aurora asked the mermaid princess swimming ahead. It's still hours before the sun rises, so let's wait a little longer. Ariel's tone was slightly sad. I want to take one last look at my father's palace and my sister's gardens. The mermaid princess knew that when she grew legs, She guessed that she would never have the chance to return to her father, her old grandmother and her sisters. Next, she has to face a serious challenge alone. If she doesn't gain the prince's affections, the curse will still rip out her heart and make her melt into foam in the sea. Yes, parting is always sad. Take one more look at the palace and gardens. Rhine agreed. We'll follow you and look at you from afar. Bless you. Ariel and two friends swam for a while longer in the big lanternfish. The Sea King's palace appeared before their eyes. When the mermaid princess left, the palace was still hosting the pageant and was lit up. And when she came back, the prom lights were out. The Sea King's palace is like a sleeping beast, lying quietly in the deep blue seawater. Gorgeous, solemn and silent. Father and sister and the others, they're probably already asleep. Not daring to disturb them, Ariel, the mermaid princess, quietly swam into her sister's garden. She wanted to pick a few flowers from the blooming bed before she quietly left. Oh, my little princess, I have found you. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Ariel turned around and it was none other than her old grandmother, who was adorned with countless pearls and shells. She led a large group of mermaid attendants with a panicked expression, and immediately rejoiced at the sight of Ariel. My goodness, my beautiful princess. I heard that you went to the dreadful coral forest to find that ugly old witch. How could you do such a foolish thing? The old grandmother was terrified, and she came to her granddaughter's side, moving her eyes from the mermaid princess's beautiful tail all the way down to her long, beautiful hair, making sure that nothing had been reduced from her granddaughter's body before she let go. This elderly mermaid was so excited that she didn't even notice that there was a large lanternfish with a transparent belly above her head with two humans inside. Why would you go to the sea hag? In the land of the sea, all the mermaid children grow up listening to the wicked stories of this old hag, well aware of her horrors, and seeking her wish fulfillment never ends well. The old grandmother held the mermaid princess's hand, and she held it so tightly, as if she was afraid her granddaughter would run away. You should have seen that sea ghost woman, right? But definitely don't make a deal with that witch. That will surely come with an extremely heavy price. Don't worry, my grandmother. The mermaid princess took her grandmother's hand as well. I'm fine. The old grandmother patted her chest, her hanging heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, nothing happened to you, my little princess. Looks like you didn't find the old hag. I don't think. She's always on the move, not always at home. And it's not easy to find her house of white bones in the labyrinthine coral forest. It's lucky you didn't find her. It's a blessing. A blessing. The grandmother guessed that just by going through the whirlpool of the rapid current and seeing the strange and monstrous coral forest and the white bones hanging from the coral trees, the dainty little princess was so frightened that she ran home on the spot and didn't run into the old hag. Don't go there again in the future. My little princess, where in this ocean is there a wish that your father and I can't help you fulfill? The old grandmother stroked Ariel's hair. The mermaid princess's hair was as soft as the sea. No, Grandma, I found the sea ghost woman, and talked to her a lot, Ariel said. She's not as scary as they say. The mermaid princess's words scared the old grandmother so much that she almost shook the oyster decoration off her tail. No way, right? My little princess, did that old hag cost you anything? Did she hurt you? Ariel laughed. It was supposed to be, but I didn't end up dealing with the sea ghost woman, and a kind human friend helped me. He was a kindly wizard who was willing to grant my heart's desire without charging a price. Ariel didn't elaborate on the specifics of the wish. That should be a challenge she faces alone. A human friend? The old grandmother was stunned. How can a mermaid be friends with a human? In the history of the Great Sea Kingdom, such a thing had never been heard of. Look, there they are. The mermaid princess pointed behind her old grandmother. The large fish swam over with a swaying body, and inside its transparent stomach were none other than two human children. None other than a silver-haired boy and a blonde girl. You are, as rumor has it, two humans who have come to the land of the sea. It is said to be a human scholar and his squire. All at once, the old grandmother remembered the rumors she had just heard and was stunned. You are Ariel's human friends? Rhine nodded gently and greeted the queen mother of the kingdom of the sea. No matter what, since you have helped Ariel, you are my friends and honored guests of the deep sea palace. From now on, as long as you set foot in this sea, you are welcome in the kingdom of the sea, the old grandmother declared. These are my words in the name of the queen mother, and they are always valid. A few of the maids who had followed the old grandmother in her search for the mermaid princess heard this and whispered, hasn't the queen mother never believed that the worlds of mermaids and humans should be forever separated and should not intersect? Yes, just now in the palace, she objected to His Majesty the Sea King summoning these two humans. Normally it is, but don't you guys know? The queen mother has never favored the mermaid princesses more, especially her highness Ariel, who is the apple of her eye. Yes, The old lady usually keeps a stern face, so serious, and when she mentions Her Highness Ariel, she changes her look. The old grandmother invited Ryan and Aurora with a big smile. My two friends, isn't this a coincidence? I have heard that my son, the king of this sea, is trying to invite you to be his guests at his palace. It is late now. You will return here tomorrow when the sun rises and the warmth of the sun shines into the waters, illuminating this gilded palace. I'll personally lead you to your guests. Chapter 51, I Pity for the Mermaids. Ryan and Aurora smiled and agreed to their grandmother's invitation. So the old grandmother left. Ariel swam again, thanked Ryan and Aurora once more, and was about to bid them farewell, taking the potion with her to the world above. After that, come back to me for help if you run into any difficulties in pursuing that prince, Rain said. He then gave Ariel a silver mirror. I have attached magic to this mirror. You turn toward the mirror and voice your plight. I can hear you even if it is several kingdoms away. Since leaving the kingdom of Rose, Ryan had never heard the prayers chanting his name. Obviously, perception that relies on a name also has strict distance limitations, and is far from adequate on this vast continent. So, for this mermaid friend, he had prepared this special gift of contacting him. Thank you guys, I'll never forget you. Grateful beyond words, Ariel waved goodbye and floated off to the world above. Within moments, Ryan sensed that Ariel's wish power merged into the soul as if a small stream had merged into the sea. Apparently, at this point on the shore, the mermaid princess grew human legs, while absorbing the wish power. A beautiful melody vaguely resounded in Ryan's ears. The beautiful song, which was like the rising and falling of an ocean tide, rushed through his veins and into his soul. Mermaid princess singing, that's the reward you get for this wish fulfillment. According to the knowledge that surfaced in her mind when she drew on the power of her wish, the mermaid princess's song served two purposes. First of all, the beauty of this song crowns the land and the sea. It can make the heart of anyone who hears it throb. And secondly, the song soothes the fish and sea creatures of the sea. The sea creatures will be close to him and see him as a dear friend as soon as they hear this song. He could even use the song to drive these sea creatures to help. For example, to get the fish to point out where the fast currents are, or to command the sea animals to pull away the ships. Of course, as a wizard, Ryan didn't have to actually open her mouth and sing herself. It was perfectly possible to play the song out with magic. For example, all he has to do is clap a shell and it opens its mouth and sings this beautiful song. Just throw the 7-stringed lute in the air, and the 7-stringed lute plays this marvelous music. A useful ability whether performing as a band or sailing at sea. What a surprise! I ended up getting the same payment as what the sea ghost woman demanded, which was Ariel's song. Rain thought, only being the wizard of wishes, the power of wishes paid for Ariel herself. At that moment, Aurora seemed to think of something and said, by the way, teacher, even though we've already obtained information about the Black Witch Marlene Fyson, but can we not rush to her first? I want to see with my own eyes that Ariel has been loved by the prince and received an immortal soul before we set off. Of course. Anyway, right now, even if you find Marlene Fyson, you won't be able to defeat that dragon, Rain said. Besides, I have my own arrangements. There was no doubt that getting an immortal soul was exactly Ariel's greater desire. Ryan also wanted to wait until this wish was realized before leaving. He was quite looking forward to how the mermaid princess, who had retained her beautiful singing voice and ability to speak, as well as her ability to perfectly display her light dance without being affected by pain, would behave in the rest of the story. Aurora looked at the deep blue, nearly black waters overhead and thought of something else, slightly sad. I kind of feel sorry for the mermaids. Unfortunately what? I sincerely hope that Ariel will succeed in obtaining the love of that handsome prince. But even if Princess Ariel succeeds in obtaining an immortal soul, that will only redeem her. All the other fish in this sea will still end up turning into unrecognized bubbles, and not even a grave will be left for them. Aurora sighed. This task is so difficult even for the most favored little mermaid princess, let alone for thousands of other ordinary mermaids. Spending years with Ryan and being raised by this teacher from out of this world had always made Aurora think about things from some fresher perspective. Ryan flashed a smile. Very interesting direction of thinking. You are the crown prince of the kingdom, yet you grew up without knowing who you were. A child who grows up playing with ordinary commoner children and ends up becoming the new king of the kingdom is bound to think more than those who grow up within the splendor of a palace. When you think in terms of the bigger picture, when you can see millions of people behind one person, you're learning to be a good king, and that's one of the purposes of this journey. Even though Ryan didn't look much older than the 10-year-old girl next to her, there was always an effort to act a little more mature, a little more like a wise man and a teacher on such occasions. So what do you mean, Sensei? Aurora asked, again vaguely guessing something. Let's all look forward to the end of this story. The end of Ariel. the mermaid princess, and this land of the sea. Rhine lifted her chin and looked up into the deep blue, nearly black, thick waters above. In another 2 hours, the light of dawn would have pierced the deep sea. The sun shines equally on the kingdoms of men on earth, and on the kingdoms under these 10,000 waters. The rising sun rises in the east. The sunlight penetrated the seawater and poured over the palace of the Sea King. To greet the dawn in the land of the sea is a magnificent sight that all human beings can never see in their entire lives. The sunlight appeared mild and not harsh as it penetrated the seawater, coloring the entire sea a rose color. And the court of the Sea King gradually awoke in this beautiful morning. As promised, the old grandmother entered the Sea King's palace with Rhine and Aurora, who had already finished reading the information about the black witch Marlene Faison. When the large lantern fish with a transparent belly and 2 human beings in the belly swam into the gate of the palace, the princes and nobles were shocked by such a marvelous scene. This is amazing. They're the 2 humans who first set foot in the Sea Kingdom in history, aren't they? No matter how much one prides oneself on being a knowledgeable mermaid scholar, one must admit that such a thing has never happened before. Ha ha, this is the fairy tale version of a submarine. You guys probably haven't seen it before. Rhine thought to herself as she looked out through the transparent belly of the large fish at one of the wide-eyed mermaids. And no one was more shocked than His Majesty the Sea King. The monarch of the sea was not so much surprised by the peculiar appearance of the 2 humans. The scene had long been carefully portrayed to him by many of his subordinates. The Sea King was surprised that it was his old mother who led the 2 humans as guests. Wasn't it only last night that she had just objected to the intersection of the worlds of humans and mermaids, on land and underwater? About shelf time. Tentatively, it's scheduled to go up at midnight on Saturday, the day after tomorrow. There will be a shelving event at Starting Point at that time, with a first booking bonus, the details of which I'm not sure. Updates will definitely be faster after the release than before. The Wizard of Fairytale Land is in the middle of a hand-typing process, so please wait a few moments while it's up. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 52, Crazy Ideas. These 2 humans are the friends of my granddaughter, Her Highness Ariel, and of course, the friends of High China. The old grandmother introduced them grandly to the princes and nobles, and she added in a boastful tone, pointing at Rhine, moreover, this human boy is also a powerful magician. A wizard from the human world. The princes and ministers were even more amazed. Rain then demonstrated a few spells live. He first brought to life the sculptures in the palace, and then transformed the belly of the great fish into the likeness of various land animals. This is the bird. This is the horse. This is deer. This is cow. This is sheep. This is rabbit. All sorts of strange land creatures, looking at the princes and ministers and Ariel's sisters in awe. The mermaid court painter quickly seized the opportunity to paint all the various land animal appearances. Honorable wizard, learned wise one, there are many questions everyone wants to ask you about the land, the Sea King said. So Rhine and Aurora set out again to answer one of the strange questions of the princes and ministers about the earthly world. They told many stories of the land, of the starry, hundreds of kingdoms of the western continent, and of the legends he had heard, from the Far East, from brutal sultans to emperors of eastern empires. Rhine also pulled out a mirror and showed many of the images. As the sage of the Kingdom of Rose, Rhine knew much more than most people in the world. Many princes and nobles realized today that the world up there was richer and more diverse than the world in the sea. The land is covered with mountains, forests, the Gobi and grasslands, snow-capped ice fields and deserts where no grass grows. Just as Aurora from the land was shocked by the beauty of the deep sea when she saw it for the first time, so were the people of China in the sea when they first learned about the many landscapes of the land. The court scholars have had a busy day. They took pens made from inkjet octopuses and recorded what Rhine and Aurora said moment by moment, draining the octopus of its ink. The records of the world of mankind in the last 1,000 years of the Sea-China degree are not as rich as what the 2 children are saying today. It's a pity that with such special scenery on the earth, we can't build friendships with the humans on the earth. The Sea King couldn't help but lament. The humans of the earth always seem to fear and dislike us mermaids. Sometimes the sailors on the ships would attack as soon as they saw the mermaids appear, attacking my people with extracted poison arrows. Rhine, who had learned the whole cause and effect, couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Or is it that you mermaids are bored and like to sing about the beauty of the sea before a storm, on the surface and in front of human ships? Rhine explained in detail the reasons for this. It was emphasized how much human sailors feared the sea and were afraid of huge waves and storms. In order to bless their sea voyage, every sailor would superstitiously pray to the gods of the sea everywhere that the storms would not swallow them up before they sailed. As I said, it seemed to the humans that either the mermaid's song had summoned the storm, or that it had lured the crew into dangerous waters, causing the ship to run aground and get caught in the undertow. In either case, mermaids are seen as the embodiment of bringing disaster, not as a warning of storms. His Majesty the Sea King came to a realization. Alas, there is too much lack of understanding between us and the human world to cause such misunderstandings. Instead of the majestic look she had before, this monarch of the sea gently lifted her chin, revealing a beautiful look of longing for the future, similar to that of her daughter. Wouldn't it be nice if someday in the future, humans and us, the creatures of the sea, could understand each other and live in harmony? Unfortunately, we can't get to shore. We can only wander the coast, but not deep inland. Hearing the Sea King's words, Aurora froze, suddenly remembering her own sentiments and Rhine's words from last night. Does it mean that? Aurora could vaguely guess in which direction the end of the story that Rhine was talking about would go. The silver-haired teenager was seen laughing in the belly of the big fish. It is not impossible. His Majesty's daughter and youngest princess, Her Highness Ariel, is attempting to do so. She fell in love with a human prince and wanted his love and immortal soul. To this end, Her Highness Ariel approached the only witch in your kingdom of the sea and asked for a vial of magic potion that would grow legs. That sea ghost woman wanted to take away the voice of His Majesty's daughter as payment, and I happened to be around to give Her Highness Ariel a free bottle of a more effective magic potion. Rhine recounted last night's events briefly again. The old grandmother, who had been smiling a moment ago, was now pale. Oh dear, my little princess has traveled to land? How could she do such a stupid thing? I even advised her earlier to give up her boring fantasies of being with humans. I thought she'd forgotten about it long ago. What can we do now? The Sea King and Ariel's sisters, the other 5 mermaid princesses, were equally anxious as ants on a hot pan, murmuring worriedly after hearing that Ariel would turn into sea foam if she failed. Seeing the concern of the mermaid princes, Rain was also suddenly touched, though the original movie didn't mention how her relatives behaved after the Little Mermaid went ashore. Ariel's family, no doubt, cared about her well-being, judging by the ending where her sisters traded their hair to the sea witch in exchange for a way to turn back into a mermaid and return to the sea. Honorable Wizard Sir, since you can turn Ariel into human form, you must be able to change her back. It's too dangerous. Let her change back and return to us. We can pay you for it. Pearls of the sea or beautiful hair, take it all. The Sea King, the old grandmother, and the other mermaid princesses gathered around Rhine and asked for his help. It was as if Rhine had seen a scene not described in the original. When the mermaid princess came ashore, her relatives were incredibly anxious and eventually found the sea witch again, and her sisters made a deal with the witch of the sea, exchanging their hair for a way to bring their sister back. Your Majesty, I can indeed do that, Rhine said, but I wouldn't recommend doing it now. At the confused gazes of the Sea King and the mermaid princesses, Rhine explained, I think that Her Highness Ariel's attempt this time does not represent her alone. This adventure to land, though fraught with danger, may also point the way to the future for the kingdom of the sea. The Sea King seemed to understand. What does Your Excellency mean? The voice of this former sage of the realm was impassioned, high and full of tone. Imagine if Her Highness Ariel had succeeded. Wouldn't it mean that mermaids and humans might also have love and be together for a long time? This is an opportunity for friendship between the kingdom of the sea and the kingdom of the land. It's a match made in heaven when the two parties who happen to be in love are a prince and a princess. Honorable monarch of the sea, surely you know the secret of the immortal soul. Had Her Highness Ariel succeeded, it would have been a shining example. After Ariel and that prince are married, let all humans who bless them know that Ariel is a mermaid from the land of the sea. There is no difference between mermaids and humans except for physical differences. Before the greatness of magic, there was no separation between the sea and the land, as I could make the mermaids of the sea grow legs and come to the land. So naturally I could make mankind take the form of mermaids and come to this land of the sea. Since then, any of the most common mermaids in these vast seas have been able to follow the example of what Her Highness Ariel has done, and seek a mate amongst the humans in order to reap an immortal soul. Testimonials. It goes up at 0 on Saturday, and the Friday afternoon chapter is moved over. There will be a shelving event at starting point at that time with prizes, the details of which I'm not sure. Updates will definitely be faster after it hits the shelves than before. For a while before it hit the shelves, I was doing 1,500 chapters a day, or a single 3,000 chapter, which is still a bit short and not very good for catching up on reading. The main starting point requires no breaks, but the capacity can't keep up. The author has a life too. JPG. It certainly won't be that short when it hits the shelves. There will be a 10,000 word update the day it hits the shelves. Many readers, including me in the past, have the misconception that novels are made by authors typing away at their computers on keyboards. This perception is not entirely wrong, but the fact is, authors aren't coders. Novels are made up in the author's head. and then the author types up what his or her head has made up. Bottlenecks encountered in writing. This one is still pretty exhausting to write. Crazy Cavan. Mainly, it's almost impossible to find an accomplished, or at least on 3 Rivers, book on the same subject to draw from. The kind of book that has a mediocre pre-grade and wrote 1,000,000 words before getting up doesn't make sense for me to learn either. I can't sweep the list for 1,000,000 words per book and still write myself. Honestly, I wasn't even looking for a fairy tale as a subject to begin with, wanting to write a mythological stream. So the style of language in this book, especially in the early part, retains the flavor of the mythological text in a number of places. In the end, it turned out that all the mythological directions that could be written had been written by others, and there was no point in writing them again. While some of the myths were too niche to be used as background, it was only in the end that the subject, which is now almost a blank slate, was chosen. It's only when you actually put pen to paper that you realize that this blank slate of subject matter highlights one that no one can refer to. You have absolutely no idea where to go. One of the big reasons why novels have things like themes is that a particular theme basically has ready-made sets, ready-made core stems, ready-made plot templates, and ready-made unfolding ideas that can be directly borrowed from. This includes for the reader as well. Readers have already read a lot of books on the same topic, and will have a natural expectation of what happens next, without being crowdsourced. For example, in the Immortal Cultivation text, the reader knows that there must be clans with secret realms, and that cultivation levels are important, and will expect the protagonist to upgrade and reap rewards such as magic treasures, pills, talismans, spirit stones, and immortal pets. For example, in the 4th Cataclysm, it is common for the core storyline to be the collision between the player's mind and the natives of the other world and the player's shock at the high fidelity of the game, with the expectation of upgrading and treasure hunting being relatively unimportant. To put a finer point on it, such as Lumingfi returning from XX, the reader immediately knows that Lumingfi is definitely going to use the abilities gained in XX to rise up and change the life of a scrapper. What if you can't find a book that's readily available and that you can learn from? You can only try one direction at a time on your own, adjusting based on how you feel after writing the text. So you in this book a short new book period. You can see the starting point: wind, flying deer, wind, west, tomato, wind, cat, war, wind, metaphysical flow, upgrading flow, diabolic flow, emotional flow, story flow, behind the scenes flow, adventure text, game text, highway text, viewing the body of the Homo sapiens, writing, original writing, Greek mythology, spiritual dominion, I am the god, 10 days, end of the day, highlighting a variety of all kinds of all-inclusive omnipresent. After each time you write an episode, read it again for yourself, from the reader's point of view. If you think it's interesting, jot this down and send these out. If you don't find it interesting, or go off on a tangent, write that down too, and send that out, remembering to pull it back afterward. Wait, did you say deleted? You're crazy, you're not updating today? And there must be a current storyline to take on the subsequent storylines that have been devised, not something that can just be changed. It's also not something that can be solved by having an outline. Some readers will think that an outline is some kind of godly thing. Essentially, I write the outline as well. And did I have a deeper understanding of the story 2 weeks ago than I do now? The intended development in an outline can also be boring to read yourself. Changing outlines while writing is the norm. The attempts that were found to be ineffective and slightly wayward have been about a dozen as of now, including some that were changed when the book was officially released. If you've read the first draft of my book that I sent to my editor, you'd be surprised, huh? So the protagonist used to have such a weird gold finger? Examples of various attempts. I'll just give a few random examples of trying directions. Example 1. For example, a typical homoerotic and homoerotic-like thrill is to travel back in time to before. Does the reader know of a particularly powerful bigot in the future, made her fortune, and interact with her on an equal footing? For example, Lumpy meets Sun Wukong before Bodhi's ancestor, meets Liu Bei when he was selling straw sandals, and he shares the same interests, and becomes a brother, encounters Zhu Yuanzhang when he was a beggar, and gives him alms for his meal, and points out a clear path, and bumps into Bruce Wayne, the Batman, whose parents just died when he was a young boy, in order to give him a teacher. Because readers know this big brother future is special, even if the plot is incredibly boring and it's just two people having an awkward conversation over dinner and drinks. It's going to be interesting because of it. I tried this method in this article, that is, meet Oz before going to Oz in advance, and after writing and rereading it myself, I found that the effect is average, and it is difficult to pull up the expectation. After summarizing, I think it's because the fairy tale lacks Liu Bei, Zhu Yuanzhang, Monkey King, Batman and so on. Batman, or Liu Bei, Zhu Yuanzhang, Sun Wukong, or Batman. The bases are different and the sets are the same. instead of becoming a liability. This is why so many great authors turn to subjects they're not familiar with and turn into puff pieces. Similarly, many of the common tropes used for homoerotic and homoerotic-like, e.g., historical texts, I found after trying them out, didn't work well in this book. Example 2. And then another example. As I said, I wanted to write a mythological text at first, so I also tried to mimic the Greek mythology spiritual dominators book. One of the core stems of the book is that it takes elements from various Earth-civic works and transports them to the world of mythology. What a magic net! What a god-denying sequence! What a 9 hells! This selling point has similarities to both Two-World Stream and Fourth Heavenly Plague, where earthly elements collide with the otherwise normalcy of the otherworld. The collision of earthly elements and otherworldly worlds, which I also tried in this book, is the Rhine gives herself a 3-part honorific name episode. This one is totally a plot set up in the initial outline. In the end it didn't feel like it worked very well. Might have something to do with the title blurb. This title blurb has already screened the reader and preset some of the expectations, essentially limiting the directions the book can take. Readers who come to this title blurb are not primarily looking for this. As a follow-up, I'm considering that there can be a little bit of modern Earth-related elements, but not too much. Also, it has to fit in with the story's drawing style and not seem out of place. This is not like the books I cited, where the more differently they are drawn, the more appealing the collision is instead. In books where the collision is a selling point. Also, this collision could be emphasized more in terms of ideas, that is, the ideas of modern Earthlings, and the ideas of the original fairy tale characters. For example, the original fairy tale, because of the specific historical background, would not consider questions such as, is it possible for Sleeping Beauty to become a warrior? Did the soldier with the firebox go too far? Or is it possible for ordinary mermaids, except for the mermaid princess, to obtain immortal souls? Is it possible for an ordinary mermaid other than a mermaid princess to obtain an immortal soul? And so on. But the intervention of the protagonist can introduce more possibilities, ideas for the future. After trying many directions over and over again, I finally finalized the core stems of the book by combining my personal preferences, interacting with original characters and influencing their destinies. For a homo author, summarizing this sounds like it would be easy, but I'm a writer of originals, not a homo author. Plus this book isn't exactly homo. The core terrier is just a backbone that represents the main thread that will revolve around it. But in addition to the main stem there are tons of side branches, so other elements will and must be present. Otherwise there's only one trope repeated more than once and it gets boring right away. This is the reason why a lot of emo streams are boring right after they hit the shelves. It's like an action game with cool boss fights as the core selling point. There will also be miscellaneous battles, exploration elements, plot branches, in-game text for discussion, and upgrades to various weapons, equipment, and drugs. There may also be puzzle elements, or various built-in minigames. It's just a difference between primary and secondary, core and branch. Also incidentally, the title of the book is The Wizard of Fairy Tales. Much attention is given to the fairy tale world in the first half of the book, and the word wizard is often overlooked. But I did want the main character, the wizard, to have his own flavor and image, not D&D line mages, not wizards where the interests of the wizarding text are paramount, not elemental turret mages. They focus on knowledge, but have no academy. They were the original wizards. They are prophets, tutors, and scholars. They are learned, command magical animals, and are mysterious, because they do not differentiate between professions. They are at the same time druids, religious priests, and even close to deities. They are Merlin, Hermes, Baba Yaga, Mogava, and the mysterious Taoists and immortals of Oriental mythology. They themselves are the golden fingers of the protagonists of ancient and early cool texts. And when they come, all tragedies are reversed. Directions after shelving. I'm currently writing, mostly based on how I feel and listening to my editor, and some words from my group mates in the group. When it hits the shelves, there will be a few more details based on actual subscriptions. As per my editor's advice, I stopped reading reviews most of a month ago. Since I'm an extremely emotionally sensitive person, I can't let other external things affect my mind. If you have any suggestions, come talk to me in the group and I'll update it right away to a word count that will allow me to join the group. I think writing is actually a very personal thing. Essentially, it's the author and the reader pairing up on the airwaves across time and space. As the saying goes, an author is a bus. A bus will go some places and not others, and passengers can get on and off whenever they want. Some writers find that this bus won't go where they want to go, so they naturally switch to another bus. This is a very normal thing, nothing to feel guilty about. There are some authors I really like, but I don't read every single one of their books, because taste is a very, very personal thing, and I'm not going to read a book in a genre I don't like just because I like you as a person. There are also some authors that I'm a huge fan of their work, but I don't always keep up with it, but rather feed it once in a while because the process of laying out each chapter is rather lengthy, and it's better to save up for a while to read it in one sitting to get a better sense of the viewer's point of view. I don't rely on writing books to eat, don't need any friendship subscription, just write the story in my heart. Can have some readers who can get on the airwaves with me? It's very good. Before our free period, just about to shelves. If you feel that the writing can be right on the airwaves, then subscribe. Do not feel the taste, but also completely can change a book, as if the passenger off the bus for another bus. This is all very normal. In a nutshell, the author is the bus. Future updates. The writing of this book is often a case of writing 7,000 or 8,000 a day when you're inspired. And when you're not inspired you can't hold a word for a whole day. Of course the actual update of the new book period to break the 7,000 to 2 or 3 days. After all, you can't break a shift. You can't rest 2 days and take a day off. While I don't write books for a living, authors have a life, too, JPG, and just write them as a hobby. I will be spending some more time on this book every day after it hits the shelves. Write as much as you can. There will be a 10,000 word update on Saturday, the day it hits the shelves. Will update as fast as I can the first week on the shelf. There will be a shelving event at the start. There are rewards for subscribing. The cover art for that event is pretty good. I've had a lot of insomnia the last few days, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Shelf sacrifice session. It's time for another shelf offering. The testimonials on the shelf are too long, so it's good to start a single chapter for the dedication book list. Sacrifice book list. 1. The Lord of the Pueblo. The protagonist, Li Yanfeng, comes to the state of prosperity, which is stuck in the age of steam, and encounters the confidant in the jukebox, the absolute beauty in the monthly card, the swinging beauty in the old seat clock, and the worldly master in the wine gourd. There are food cultivators who eat more and more fiercely, cigarette cultivators who smoke more and more strongly, martial arts cultivators who kill more and more ruthlessly, and wine cultivators who drink more and more wildly. Hundreds of sects under the sky. Who will compete with them? Who is the leader of the universal cultivators? 2. Who hid my body? You know what? I was once the most powerful person in this world. Even the gods could do nothing to me. And if I can get my body back, I can be resurrected again. So, who hid my body? 3. Tianjin people never lose a say-in. Inside the steamy bar, the cultists were talking about the sacrificial mass when the door opened and a disheveled Tianjin man opened his mouth and asked, "Brothers, which part do you want to hear today?" 4. This star just wants to raise money. On Su Feng awakened the entertainment mercenary system, mercenary in the entertainment industry. From now on dynamic adjustment of acting. Give how much money to do more big things. 5. Behind the scenes, my words are evil to the point of insanity. By dark text, the opening single game and real-time overlap. The protagonist inherited the extreme evil organization, upgrading the evil word, degenerate into the behind-the-scenes villain boss, high martial arts fusion secretive style. 6. The way of the knocking immortals. A mortal boy mistakenly enters the path of immortality due to an accident, and struggles forward on the path of seeking immortality. The road to immortality is more difficult than climbing up to heaven, and in the face of numerous obstacles, his heart to seek the way remains undiminished. When I look back again, the green hills are still there, but the old ones are all white bones. Chapter 53 Ariel, I can sing too. Whether it was the Sea King, the old grandmother, the other mermaid princesses, or the princes and nobles, they were all stiff as statues at this moment. Silence ruled the magnificent deep-sea palace. The distant gurgle of an undersea volcano spitting out bubbles and the clatter of fish churning the current outside the palace were clearly audible. Even Aurora, who had long been guessing, had to admit it. What a crazy idea that is. If the original destiny had been followed, Ariel, the mermaid princess, would have succeeded no matter what, until enough to cut 7 or 8 pieces of raw stone. No more green. Lu Dong is even more resentful of Lin Mo. All of his bad luck today comes from Lin Mo. What kind of existence is it? Could it be that it's really the remnants of the Ice Shin Lord's body? It hasn't decayed for thousands of years? This is a joke. Is this Ice Master a saint? Is he a saint? If it's really a saint, then why did he perish 1,000 years ago? Liao Qing sneered. The handsome teenager backed up. He gritted his teeth, and with a single reach, he pulled out a fire-folding like silver shaking thing from his pocket, and threw it up into the mid-air against the wind. Inruwashi knew what the Guardian was, and when she had first made a contract with her soul, She had been killed by that godforsaken guardian in the netherworld because she didn't care about her MO. After nearly half a pillar of incense, another melodious and volatile bell sounded in the martial arts arena. Electricity flashed and crisscrossed, and the 7 stars of the Big Dipper seemed to be dominated by the man, automatically connecting into a river of 7 colored stars. Ahem, 7 brother, how? Time is not long. After those 2 red bone beasts, no sound. Sparse, 2 violent coughing. Mutual support of the tall figure from not far away from the jungle out. Yun Mengyao glared fiercely at Lin Mo and Lu Haotian. Her pretty face was scarlet. She naturally knew what the reaction Lin Mo was talking about was. She had been practicing her gongfu earlier, but in a flash, she sensed a commotion. When she came out to take a look, she actually saw many people gathered here. Her heart made her come over to take a look, and she actually found Qin Jian's trail, and she felt a sense of fulfillment within her heart. Do chow because the milk is too full. The arms are now like putting 2 soccer balls. Hold up her screaming bitterly. Zhang Mang see in the eyes of the anxious in the heart. Doctor, you think of a way this sucker suck out not much, did not play any role Zhang Meng face anxious pestered to find the bed of the doctor asked. The stone shell spider that Luca had subdued earlier, although it was huge in size, it could still be seen when it raised its head. This one was different. Its one leg was as big as the entire body of the spider just now. Franchising is not just about being responsible for yourself. More importantly, it is responsible for the customer. In Dragon's franchise concept, first let the franchisee earn money, and then say that they make money this thing. P.S. Historically, Emperor Hyakken did have an emotional and debauched life, and was surrounded by many male favorites. Not a fabrication. Hey, but whoever seeks knowledge and truth may come through this door, and we will treat them with courtesy as written on your front door. Luca exclaimed. This is no longer the age where you are completely self-sufficient. Do you really dare to pat yourself on the back and say responsibly to all goblins that you don't need to trade at all? Luca asked. A huge crack appeared in the location where it was cleaved. Unfortunately, since it was on the side and not a critical part, it wouldn't hinder the opponent's next attack or action. The island is small, and the distance from the pier to the town hall, where the mayor is located, is less than 2 kilometers away, connected by a large, flat road. And the magnificent roof of the town hall can be seen from the sea on a clear day like the present. He knew that from this moment on, the basketball team of the Longjing Physical Education University attached high school would no longer have a place for him. Hu Yuan looked at this old man who was killed in court afterward and really did not know where his confidence came from. Chapter 54 The King's Vision. The king of the kingdom of Xia yawned lazily when he saw the prince smiling warmly at Ariel and inviting her to play songs in his court. Hey, after all, they're youngsters, and their minds are always filled with romantic fantasies. Letting an unidentified girl sing in my court? What nonsense. Let's just let him be for now. When Eric is a little older and looks back on what he's going through now, he'll realize how ridiculous this relationship is. Xiao Chao also looked toward the Void Goddess Hall with a somewhat excited, joyful, and unfamiliar expression. Lin Chuanyuan gave her a very different feeling. The previous Lin Chuanyuan, at first, let a person feel courteous, is a modest gentleman-like character. But after familiarizing himself with it, he is a talkative and smiling nature. At this time to see, although talking, the eyes still contain a smile, but the face of the look, but it is difficult to hide its nobility. Naturally, the official side formed such a clear-cut attitude with Chu Yi and Xiao Qingsuan. Chu Yi drank his tea unhurriedly, as if he hadn't heard the other party's obviously ill-intentioned question. The result, of course, was that the evil god of fear took effect and deliberately manipulated the legions of bloodshedders in Batonia who now licked their blades and looked at the lambs to be slaughtered with a grim look of butcher's greed in their eyes. Just want to leave like that? With a cold grunt Latu popped out, a move grabbing at Tendo who was at the very back of the line. The choices he had made had been in the man's calculations, and he had paved the other side's victory with his own death. Good, Mr. Zhou, I will definitely go to your and Enran's wedding. I wish you and Enran a happy marriage. Lin Xianyu had a decent smile on her face the whole time, and as she made her decision, Lin Xianyu felt a bit relieved. After those 2 vans, an Audi A8 drove up, and inside, Sun Yulon was thinking about the content of today's lesson, as he aspired to be just like his dad. Young master, someone is following us. They definitely don't have good intentions. We might have to fight in a while, so don't come out. Young master, Star 151 said. Yes. If the previous batch of rebels had the same training as today's, it's possible that Noid would have fallen. Bell lamented, but it doesn't matter. He was only a martial king before, and in these 3 years, he had to take the 100 races sacred water to enhance his talent. and he had to switch to cultivation techniques, so he must have used up a lot of time. There wasn't much time to use to improve his strength. Humph. Tion, who had nothing to say, had no choice but to snort coldly and jumped away from the topic to continue agonizing over what she was wearing. Which one should I wear anyway? Tion's eyes swept over her large closet, her eyes filled with distress. The battle between guardianship and destruction has finally begun in earnest, and one of the two sides is bound to fall, to be used as sustenance for the other's advancement or survival and evolution. I don't know how long it took, perhaps just an instant, but Hu Daiyuan put down his wineglass, and the oppressive force disappeared with it. Gu Feng heard a sharp whistling sound in the air from a long distance away, a sound that made one's scalp tingle and the soles of one's feet go weak. Blood Spirit Pearl. It was definitely the aura of the Blood Spirit Pearl. How did that Blood Spirit Pearl appear here? It was only after Deathwing flew up tenaciously once more that all the people realized that there were countless more wounds on his body that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Gu Feng nodded. The descendants of the gods. It was true that some of the meanings were unclear. Giants were taller than ordinary people, stronger, and possessed power. But it was not easy to say whether this counted as the power of the gods or not. What's wrong? He Qingyu's puzzled voice interrupted Gu Feng, causing him to snap back to his senses. It was indeed him all right, Hajime said. Who else could this be but Uncle Snake's doing? As for the captured horses, cows and sheep, they will be driven back to Hadong along the way. Along the way as rations for the generals, in addition to those eaten on the road, fell dead. The rest can also be used as trophies, to enrich the Hadong official cattle. Horses. Chapter 55. Find out where this girl came from. Requesting first order. The prince's eyes were slightly bleak, as expected. What the father cared about was still his own face and political necessity. The amnesiac girl with the most beautiful singing voice in the world is just another tool. Prince Eric is only 15 years old, and he doesn't like the grown-up, pragmatic stuff. He loved to hunt, to sail, to read romantic novels, magnificent epics, and magnificent tales of elves and monsters, and to yearn for self. He was an elder of Mount Shu, but there were dozens of elders of Mount Shu at his level. Here the old man left sigh. The 7 heroes and the other people are all look emotional. Only they can understand the meaning of it. The years like flying knife urge people old. Alas, they are no longer young. The future of the world is afraid to test the young people to undertake. Unconsciously, Li Mo Ran actually fell asleep, and in her sleep, it seemed that someone had draped a piece of clothing over her, causing her to instantly wake up, only to see Meng waking up in front of her. As he got closer and closer to the place that was said to be the great selfless heavenly palace, Lei Joker could feel the temperature around him dropping more and more. Halfway there, Han Yenro's attention was again attracted by a silver-white Land Rover SUV, took out her cell phone and walked up to take a few pictures, and pulled open the door with the intention of sitting in it to try to feel it. Now it's good. It's causing a lot of trouble. And if Song Xiao really goes to jail because of these things, Meng Hai is really a little overjoyed. When these words came out, all the nearby drinkers who heard them looked over. Some of them shook their heads and laughed disdainfully. This one looked drunk, and the words he said were clearly drunken words. Old Song. Meng Hai calmed his anger, trying to calm his old friend beside him. Over there, seeing Lu Zichen escaping, Fu Wei was furious, and even his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Lu Ao, walking along the road. You can see a large area in front of you that is being demolished, and next to this area is a large pond. He saw a man in a black jacket with a 9-dragon belt strapped to his body standing like a mountain in the moonlight, the gun in his hand glinting with a sheen that was not ostentatious but by no means negligible. Although to some extent, Yi Ling was worried about herself. This worry didn't make Lin Yi happy. On the contrary, it became more and more unpleasant. But the team's tough player Dejan looked for the media to complain for a while, saying that he could not stand the horror of Kaisa. Playing against Kaisa was like seeing the devil, and dared not challenge again. He chose to leave on the verge of a 1.5 million euros to transfer to the Bundesliga club Hamburg, without giving Nadona a reason to refuse. Lotus simply wrapped Nadona in shadow and banished her from the shadow world. Yu Mingho also took the opportunity to venture out. After stealing a ghost, Lu Jenner was just about to get up. The ghosts on the end of the machine gun that had been set up long ago, directly threw out a sliver of bullets, and the people completely spared no expense in rushing to the mountain to start a covering shot. After stepping into the land divine immortal realm, the lifespan had been greatly lengthened. Chu Xiu didn't know how much lifespan he had right now, but a few hundred years should be no problem. He didn't finish his words, and in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared from the explosion, still as calm as ever, with an infuriating smile on his face. It was just that the fire phoenix was wrapped in blazing flames right after it was wounded, and Loda could feel the rolling heat waves even without getting close. Lucius instinctively followed suit, shifting his weight to his right foot and turning his body sideways in preparation for a defensive move. Besides, their Ling Xiao sword sect was a Jianghu power, and although they secretly supported Chu Li, they had never confronted Chu Xia. What was even more frightening was that what he had performed was not a true illusionary body technique. No matter how many variations there was only one true body beginning Zhong, the light and shadow in the field. Any one of them can be transformed into a solid body at any time. Launching a fatal blow, people cannot be defended, and there is no place to defend. Chapter 56, A Bizarre Match. The king of the Kingdom of Western Asia himself set a test to recruit renowned soothsayers, which was a new thing. People from all over the country and even from many foreign countries, who claimed to be soothsayers, came. Some of them called themselves sorcerers, some prophets, some called themselves seers, and some astrologers, and some of them were commoners, and some of them were noblemen or advisors to noblemen. Whatever their name, they are good at fiddling with crystal balls, tarot cards, and tea leaves. Today, the director of the teaching staff do not know what madness. The morning exercise is not done. Want all the students to run 2 laps, saying that their batch of students are too weak to strengthen the body. Big brother is not even married yet. He should learn from big brother. A man has to do something first. Grandpa Shen's whole life was fond of Chinese medicine, dedicating all his passion to Chinese medicine. And now Shen Ziyou is also studying Chinese medicine and loves this matter. Walking his old man's old path, which is also considered a gratifying thing, right? But whenever I find out that you guys dare to be half disobedient, I will detonate this essence blood. And I'm sure you guys know the consequences, Zhou Yuan coldly said. Alas, Gu Shijin involuntarily sighed along with her as she had a feeling. I want to be like you, just pick up and put down, emotionally dry. It wouldn't be so bad that someone would have to wait a long time for the result. The reason for this was that Yanxi had walked out of the check room and sat down on the bed in the bedroom, and the handheld camera had been temporarily placed on the bed. Under Yan Ruoshi's patient and hands-on teaching, Yan Lei's dumplings finally look like dumplings. On the next road, the group didn't stop again, and at full speed, when it was nearly sunset, they finally saw a somewhat huge city on that empty plain. Yu Hao took out the devil-absorbing bottle and absorbed the demonic essence of the leader, and quickly threw himself into the battle around him. Lu Jingheng went straight to Chang Yiqian's room. He knocked on the door and after a while, the door was opened. Get lost. Chao Gu was like the embodiment of a monarch. The simple word he spat out in a domineering manner was very lethal. Looking coldly at the drunkard in front of him, there are martyrs among humans, and for System 203, its path is the path chosen by Zhao Ruoming. Yu Hongdo looked at her mother staring at her father with eyes full of admiration, feeling that she had just eaten a little too much pheasant. Out of sight, out of mind, simply turned around and went to point that sign and icon. Lu Shuqing was casually strolling in the park with a young man who looked shrewd and who didn't say much. Why work on the soul level when you can just kill people? There's almost no magic that can resurrect the dead anyway. Now, the first news of the Dark Blood Feast, Theodore would notify Zhao Ruoming at the first opportunity. The man known as Xia Yan cast a sidelong glance at Xin Jie, who immediately stopped talking and lowered his head. This time, Zhang Ji really couldn't calm down. His insides were exclaiming in shock. His breathing was instantly ragged, and both of his eyes released a blazing light. Second Aunt, I do have something to say. Would it be alright to ask a few honored guests to take shelter for a while? Zhongman spoke slowly, her voice unable to hear any joy or anger. She actually can't help but want to be more intimate with Jiang Yang lately, and she's starting to think a lot less rationally about what's going to happen in the future, and making more emotional decisions. Vacation? Speaking of white tea, Lin Ange then remembered that she had seen white tea during the time she lost her memory, but after recovering her memory, she hadn't seen her yet. Dynasty Immortal Sect although the ban on flight, but the 2 running speed really not slow, a step more than 10 feet away. See, there are obstacles, directly head-on smash, the slightest will not stop for a moment. When really in half a column of incense time, came to the top of the mountain of the Xianyu Palace, these words were like a signal flare. Xue Mingchan hurriedly picked up the thin blanket and rushed into the room with a brain, closing the door tightly against it with his back. Chapter 57 Ariel's Worry. The mermaids, who had been waiting there for a long time, heard the flute and knew what to do. The mermaids viewed the fish of the sea as people on land viewed animals such as cows and sheep. The difference is that it is much easier for them to tame the fish than for humans to tame their domestic animals, for the mermaids only need to sing a song, and the fish in the sea will follow their call. The mermaids from China's sea countries greeted each other. It is the signal of Wizard Rhine. According to the covenant, In these 20 years, there hadn't been many confrontations with the village chief over the colorful butterfly. Now, looking at this scene, Soyu Qian thought that in all the past confrontations, the winning party should have been Ming Che without a doubt. So, Ri Chenbai hoped that he would have a good future. If it's really like what Zui Yuqian said, it should be the best ending. Those anxious black eyes transformed, in a flash, into those crystal clear eyes. Those eyes that gave themselves light in the endless darkness. Although the child was Chu Molin's, and she hadn't done anything to apologize to Chu Molin, but people's words could be feared, and 3 people made a tiger. And the things she had experienced and suffered in her previous life, she didn't want her child to go through it once as well. Suddenly, she thought of the shy dream she had that night. Her heart dramatically jumped twice, could not help but once again secretly scolded herself. He, as if the immortal left behind, can only be seen from afar but not profane play? How she dreamed of the person on the. This is also too unofficial. Looking at the dark brown round pellet in her hand, the second elder and Su Yunhui retreated back propped up on the ground in horror. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the city, she saw young Master Hidden's downcast appearance, and she couldn't help but feel amusement in her heart, as well as some pity for him. Having accomplished a lot for this institute over the years, at the age of 35, he was now the head of the Institute's School of Life Sciences. I'm her boyfriend, but I haven't seen you uncle as far as I can remember. A polite smile spread on the boy's lips, but his wrists turned relentlessly twice, and his bone joints rattled, which belonged to the warm-up before exercise. At that time, Dai Chenglei thought that Cheng Zihan was quite knowledgeable, and Cheng Zihan came to Dai Dongjie 3 times over the weekend, so he agreed. This moment of white Qingchun can no longer hold back. Peace for the family to do so much, but simply cannot get the family's gratitude, and even their own mother still every day scolded the piece's waist, but also all the time want to drive him out of the house. Lu Yu just wanted to ask if she was sent by Li Shangfeng. The words did not have time to say. The other party has hurriedly hung up the phone only beeping blind sound. He dialed again, but no one answered. Chen Duan was speechless. Mu Orange's tail was tickling him too much, so he had to give up this position and sleep on the sofa alone. Basically fine. Thanks for asking. What's up? Your company is having another event? Shin Xinyun asked with a smile. Elder Lu's gaze swept over Lu Yu and rested on Anren for a few seconds before he got up and took the lead to walk to the living room. However, the opposite side also seems to have some defense. Jinji body back. The 3 major skills tears like a spring. Size running water. Lu Ocean descending without reservation directly thrown out. At once the big dragon pit into a puddle of water capable of freezing everything. Kai and Arthur directly be frozen. Well, just this one sentence. Scared Li Miao and Crazy rushed to the inn where his mother temporarily stayed. When she went in, she saw her mom lying on the bed with a pale face and a depressed expression. Li Miao was so anxious that tears were coming out. How is it possible? Why were you able to block this sword of mine? Mu Orange couldn't believe that Captain's reaction speed, because Hua Tingshan didn't stop him from proposing to Jiang Huayun. In just about 10 minutes, quite a few people in the entire Zheng city knew about it. I was 13 years old on the battlefield, and the Rongdi to fight, in the eyes of the Rongdi, has never seen my way people as people. Chapter 58, Why don't they look alike? Ryan nodded. Of course, finding the girl was not a difficult task for me. Divination isn't everything. It requires a medium and antecedent information. But your highness has provided enough information, and your highness himself, standing here, is the perfect medium. Besides, not a lot of time has passed. What he didn't say was that the antecedent information he needed for his own divination came not just from the prince's telling, but more from having advanced the. Seriously, when it came to analyzing her opponent's technical strength, Ana's vision was still quite accurate, and Su Linghan had always trusted her. Wu Nundong put down the bowl, and finally couldn't resist peeling 2 eggs, one for each of them on their plates. Li Ying's obesity, concentrated in the belly-waist piece, like this, generally because of long-term constipation caused by the intestines have toxins and garbage is not discharged, resulting in the abdomen is getting bigger and bigger. The accumulation of fat layer. Su Chen nodded his head. Internally he was really curious about this alliance mystery office. This scene only turned Yun Chang and Yun Duo's siblings into stone statues, both of them with their eyes and mouths wide open, unable to say anything at all except for the shock they couldn't hide. Jeannie felt some reluctance, but in the end pinched the storage bag, turned around and also left this garden. In the world of NPC, Nangong Meng has Nangong Meng's way to go. In the player's world, Jeannie also has her own way to go. The soulmate is hard to find, but there has been is enough. With a loud bang, the tennis ball flew off in the blink of an eye, over the net and then sped relentlessly toward the outside corner of the first zone. After saying that, Mingyu turned around and walked out. The Lame and Spring Flower who were waiting at the door saw her walk in from inside with a lost face. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other, and then followed closely behind. Today is also because by Beijing he discovered his feelings for Jin Yi. Sheng Yigu had to come out from that mansion again. However, as soon as he came out, he met the matchmaking banquet arranged by the Sheng family for him, and at this moment, Sheng Yiji's heart was as heavy as a huge and incomparable stone was pressed, and it was heavy to the point of being too heavy to be true. This is called out of the teacher is not quick body first death. The copy has not begun to brush it, the first dead teammates, or the death of the most important doctor. Hiding behind the wigwam Jin Yi, Ruthless stomped his foot. She forgot, in the dock of the Ming Mao building, to give the crowd to say a word about this peach blossom tree. Ha ha. Just then, Long Massey laughed crazily, and the calm scene was broken by his laughter on his back. Although the dust hadn't settled on Alsace yet, there was no way that Lian Yu could foolishly wait until Alsace awoke. Besides, it was only when he left Nasiric that King Wu Miao could be crowned king. Anyway, there was nothing particularly important until Monday's appointment with Madoka, so Lian Yu took Shikono out for a stroll, and Bailey Aoyun obviously smelled the smell of vinegar, gently smiled. Jade-like face is full of tenderness, almost let a side of Han Yen stay away. All these years, she has never understood. She is so good, so outstanding, and on the talent on the appearance of Han Ning are high a big cut. The man in front of you can't see where their own light is. I came here because I also want to hear what you mean, brother Ma. Su De said as he looked at Ma Yenchang. No. Disciple Lu Xiang kowtowed to the master. Lu Xiang hastily got up and kneeled down to worship the teacher. These paths he still understands. Usually on the street those who sing in the opera are like this. That's right, his strength has already reached the Xianshan realm. It's time to equip him with a competent weapon. But although there are quite a few people who can refine weapons in the entire divine realm and demon realm, it's only the weapons you've refined that I can take a look at. And isn't that why I'm looking for you? Smiling blandly, the soul-devouring beast said in a loud voice. Sleepy Wang Chen's suddenly ears rang a pig-like shouts, so that Wang Chen's goosebumps immediately spread all over the body. Wang Chen turned toward Wang Ling said, next time I sleep under the bed, said ruthlessly declared open their own quilt to go scrubbing away. Chapter 59, The Prince Who Learned the Truth. Prince Eric will never forget that girl's face, the amnesiac girl he picked up from the coast. Why is she there? He never expected to see the amnesiac girl again in this scene. Waves of shock rose within him, much bigger than the pitch-black giant waves in the crystal ball image. He saw that the girl in the crystal ball image had the same lithe form and beautiful face as today. Mr. Wang, what do you think of my suit today? After the laughter, the Lord President of the GH Nation suddenly said at Wang Bin. Wang Zhu take him no way, said. Brother, loyalty is not high IQ, cannot see 4 or 6. This point then Jiangxi eunuch is far worse. Suhan stopped his feet and still did not turn back, only his line of sight shifted slightly upward, looking flatly ahead, with a few dryness in his eyes. Li Xian had studied the map when he came here, and with his vision as a professional soldier, the place that Wang Zhu pointed out does not have any strategic elements at all. Xiang Yu will definitely not send his troops there. She was now used to seeing Mo Chen every day, and she didn't know what would happen if she couldn't see him. At the moment she was huddled under the covers, sound asleep, only to have her dreams interrupted by a series of sharp knocks on the door. Captain Wan was just about to say that this might be a misunderstanding and hoped that the other party would let him explain, when a stern cry came into his ears. Misty introduced that the 6 black lands outside could grow all kinds of plants, vegetables and so on, because the black soil is full of vitality. The growth time of plants will be greatly shortened. As for how short the shortening time would be, it would have to be known under the Man test. The closest thing to Shi Chang was an arm. From the shattered flesh at the arm's broken point, it appeared that this arm had been ripped off from the shoulder in a hard way, and not far from this arm was the body that had been disemboweled and had no head or limbs. From the clothes worn on the body, this body should be Wang Yang's. Originally in the kitchen cooking Xiaoyu was heard in the living room there is a movement, so that has not yet come and put down the hands of the kitchen knife in a hurry from the kitchen ran out. Aggressive look. If Nidus and Sarah couldn't walk away, she didn't expect to pick herself clean, she just hoped Nidus would stay out of it. I've booked a private room. 4Cs, eating hot pot. It's more atmospheric. Where are you guys? Xia Zishi staggered on the phone. Ghost Butterfly looked at the distance below and briefly calculated the time, then quickly took out a grappling hook from his waist and threw it towards the cliff. The reason why Cheng Biaojin had gathered so many martial arts experts into one ministry was to utilize the powerful cultivation of these martial arts experts to carry out important tasks such as killing the enemy's main generals, cutting down the enemy's flag in the midst of the chaos, and attacking the enemy's marquee, all of which were relatively dangerous but could affect the outcome of the war. It wasn't so much that he was frightened by the bloody vines, which were too dense and hideous, and looked like a red snake, which made him look particularly appalling. Ghost Butterfly cupped her chin with one hand and propped up her body with the other. Her dark eyes were deep and unseeing, making it even more difficult to see what she was thinking. Die for me. Pang Donglai looked hideous. His eyes were red, almost radiating bloodlight, and together with the beasts, he rushed towards the fake me. Pan Haodong guessed correctly. He was indeed a Five Elements sect outcast. He was brushed off by the sect back then due to his poor talent. This was his age-old scar and a lifelong pain. Seeing that Schwer was safe and sound, Kiki, who had been anxiously waiting outside the door for half the night, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. I had planned to slowly impress her with my sincerity, telling her that the so-called ideals of the Eternal Life Organization were in fact of no use at all, and that now that we were all alive and well and the force of the national government was very strong, even if the Jioli clan really rejoined the earthly realm, it might not be able to curry any favors. Chapter 60, I love you, whether you're human or mermaid. Inside the palace, Ariel's room. Ariel, the mermaid princess, waited with trepidation for the arrival of the winning soothsayer, the sage from the kingdom of Rose who was responsible for revealing her birth. Her small, slender hands rubbed together, her heart pounding, her newborn feet rubbing the ground uncontrollably as if she were about to walk to the execution ground. Ariel, the prince pushed open the door to the room and embraced her in his arms. He hugged so tightly, not daring to let go for a moment. So, what a big mouth. What else do you really have by virtue of not being able to do? The old man's eyes flickered as he looked at Ling Feng and then Kur, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, leaving without a word, wondering if Vivi would miss him. It didn't take long to think about it. A few minutes would be enough for now. Michelle didn't ask a single more question, and after silently finishing her breakfast, she went upstairs to change her clothes, and then drove out the door to the office. As time passed by, a bizarre black elixir appeared suddenly in the palms of a group of black-clothed men, and was directly sent into their mouths under the gaze of Elder Song Yen. The fireball came swiftly, but Salinger's reflexes were clearly better, and he managed to dodge the fireball, which struck a wooden pillar, and the flames quickly spread over this one. Yi Chenfeng lay like this until he didn't know when he fell asleep, only knowing that when he woke up it was already the dawn of the next day, and even the sun came out. Ka-ching! With the crisp sound of gold and iron clanking together, the white-robed man could hardly believe his eyes. The silver spear he had swung out with all his might, the silver spear he had always relied on for his self-confidence, and the heavenly sword in Ling Feng's hand had only struck each other 3 times, and had actually transformed into dozens of fragments. As soon as Yu Guo's words fell, he was the first to leave first, followed by Bai Qi who looked at Su Jinru and Yi Chenfeng and smiled before leaving as well. The 3 monkeys, on the other hand, were chilled to the bone, and they were heading towards the fact that if they were to replace themselves as stone monkeys, they might not be able to escape Ice's continuous attacks. And look at the roof. Casually threw a fireball over, after the 2 only far away, heard aloud behind us. The roof was blown a big hole, burning up. The whole house was plunged into smoke and flames for a time. As soon as I heard him say this, I immediately remembered that disgusting scene from today again, and hurriedly stepped aside to pack up my things and go to sleep. When Sun Jianqing realizes that Li Lixing has the same character as himself, he says that it's fate between them. I support Big Brother Kong. Lin Yijia wasted no time in stating her position while giving Lin Jiakong a wink. To say that Yang's at the beginning is indeed to let young Jichang seduce Junli, so that Junli in the love of adultery hot, in turn, crying and begging to be married to the Yang family, to marry Yang Jichang to go, and then let her marry over, and let her with how much dowry to marry over, but can only be by their own mother and aunt to say the words of the XINR. Good point about picking them up. Do you think it's better for everyone to live in Chang'an or Luoyang? Lu Feng's fatigue after the great battle of the Panjandrum was instantly eliminated and he was in high spirits. Pang Lai Tangled Bird. She just arrived here. Yunchuan Continent. This name is still the first time to hear, including the Great Liang Country, Cold Clouds Valley. These, for her, are very strange. How this place of cultivators hear Pang Lai this name instead of a pair of thunderstruck ears heard the name of a very admiring expression. Xian Beauty turned her watery eyes to her huge belly, and the corner of her mouth picked up a light smile. Dull and melodious drum beats slowly came. Ma Huang's vice-general Pan Hai used his hand to cover his eyes to look over, but he saw a dark and pressurized piece of black shadows lifting the dust and sweeping in. Then she asked me how I got here. So I told her what happened. Just not the part about the antidote. Chapter 61, The Witches Association's Membership Requirements. Aurora said this without worrying that anyone in the Endeavor's mission would recognize her. At the time, when fighting off the German invaders, she wore a helmet and mask, and had the witches attach some illusionary camouflage to herself. Aurora's concern, Rhine's identity is now public. Many people in the royal palace had heard that the diviner the king had recruited was a magician from the northern kingdom of Rose, as a sage of the kingdom of Rose, and a former resistance. After that, this withered shadow was quite serious, and then he waved his withered palm, only to feel that in this darkness, a chilling cold wind actually rolled up, and a faint light surfaced at the end, reflecting into Qin Shi's eyes. Cough. I haven't even drank any water after walking for so long. Zhao Yan at this time but suddenly sold out and said. Zhu Yu Yuan nodded without moving. Fan Xianyang opened his stride and led the way in front. Zhu Yu Yuan followed behind him unhurriedly. The two of them passed through the front yard and entered the front hall. Fan Xianyang didn't stop, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the center court. Bullhead is S2 period of popular hero, originally active in the wild area. Because of the strong control, coupled with injury-free fielding, as well as the effect of the big move of the damage reduction, Bullhead has always been the favorite of the wild area, and then by the big kata knife, can only be reduced to the position of auxiliary. Just out of the pine fragrance courtyard, I saw a man in the distance striding over. Handsome appearance, sword eyebrow star eyes, long body standing jade, God Ming Kai Jun. Between the eyebrows there are 3 points of cool like Ding Yuan Marquis. She evening guess, he should be the Qin Zhizhang. In the future, even more expensive. Jishan old brother's fish will not be less. You do not know this time your family died but gave me a good idea. Auntie whose voice rang out, and then she told her about the idea that day that Dai had given her. So many. You guys can't be planning to capture all the natives in the southern ocean to do hard labor on the grasslands. Hu Yanqing couldn't help but be surprised to hear this as well. Those fire phoenixes kept spitting out flames towards Fang Yu, causing the entire cliff wall to be set ablaze by the flames. Fang Yu, and even Fang Yu's body was also set ablaze. Humph, how dare the light of a grain of rice compete with the white moon? Looking at the several people who looked at death as if they were at home, Wang Yin maneuvered the lightning in the sky and earth, striking several people again, one after another. Feeny from the yawning child period was ingested near the Tong Tianche Di Pagoda. Countless years rely on the inhalation of space permeated by the power of faith before today's achievements. Although promoted to the great emperor realm, but from the thorough comprehension of the power of faith there is still a very long way to go. There is no lack of smart people here. Some of them have already identified the mystery after just a moment of contemplation. She didn't know what she should do, even if she cultivated herself. There was nothing she could do at all now, since this set of supreme palm techniques only had the stance part, and the line of action part was missing. This inevitably caused Lin Yizhi a certain amount of trouble in his comprehension. However, after these several months of comprehension, Lin Yizhi had finally scratched the surface of the first Yanggu Tianjun. Right in the depths of the mists, a towering spire loomed. The second fate had never seen a spire of this shape before, all grayish-white in color, with the outside resembling water rippling with waves, of which there were 9 layers, each with a dark and light entrance. The void beast saw those dozens of Dao weapons rushing to its mouth, and it instinctively swallowed them with force, and immediately a dozen of them scratched into his body, interconnecting with those hundreds of stars inside his body. In the end, Ling Zuotian could only shake his own head and once again enter a state of research. Yu Zisher fixed his eyes on a large pile of white gauze and tape thrown by the bedside, as well as Suin's clothes that were previously on her body. While sweeping, Yu Zisher wondered. The gauze and other things brought by Dailu were clearly still in the tray. So where did all this gauze and tape by the feet come from? There's number 62 chapters missing. Just the wrong chapter title. When I posted it just now, the title after chapter 61 was called chapter 63. It was just the wrong chapter name. Now the chapter name is changed to normal. The Wizard of Fairy Tale World isn't missing 62 chapters. It's just that the chapter name is wrong, it's being hand-typed. So please wait a few moments. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 62. Throw the sage Rhine out. In the great hall of the palace, the king, queen, and Prince Eric are summoning the envoys of Ender. The envoys of Germany looked formidable. Half of them were strong warriors in armor, their fine armor showing off their force. There was no stranger fellow in the whole embassy than an old witch. She was a typical witch at first sight, old and ugly, with frightfully sharp eyes, dressed in a classical wizard's hat and witch's robe, and holding a. There might be some things delayed. Those elders spoke politely in the face of Li Yunfeng, not daring to carry the stance of an elder in the slightest, and as they were speaking, they saw a flash of spiritual light in the distance, and a large group of people had rushed over. Not only can't they, but they have to show more to show how she and the Empress are virtuous inner helpers who can keep the Emperor's inner palace free of hidden dangers. After the Red Earth automatically came out, Luo CCC did not lose the ability to control and sense the Red Earth. Only, now it was not generally difficult to control the Red Earth. Luo CCC simply let go completely, no matter what Lu Ying had done to hurt her, but in the end, she was just a poor person, due to love and not being able to do so, just a momentary rush, and how could she bear to refuse her last prayer before her death? Then what do you really want to Crumb saw Yun Shishi still that look, suddenly anxious again, this every moment Luo also more a point of danger. This Yun Shishi how so not slow look, Hazura gave everything to guard the world below, and since he instructed his descendants to guard the world below for him, then you deserve to do your duty, Li Yunyan said expressionlessly. Li Yunjan did not say anything. He knew that Red Dog did have the ability to turn a burst of islands into lava all over the place when he was at full power. While the city lord was hesitating, several terrifying energy fluctuations came from the distance, which, in an instant, reached the front of his eyes. Instead, the bloody killings and swords within the battlefield made her blood boil, and an unexplained excitement welled up from the depths of her body. What's wrong? Yu Qingyao was very strange, realizing that her father was looking at her with a strange gaze. A gaze that didn't look like he was shocked by her suddenly revealing her ability to imitate handwriting, but rather as if it was for something else. What could it be? No, this isn't the Holy Spirit Stone. It's already surpassed the Holy Spirit Stone. It's too much better than the Holy Spirit Stone's attributes. True immortal Tsangdao murmured again. Chen Guohua said this is his tried and true words, equivalent to give others a step down. Previously, there are officials to his gifts to make a gesture of refusal, but he said that the officials will immediately no longer feel guilty. Downhill will accept the gift. The rest of the nearly 300 men, all of them were added to the Huanghai subordinates, to teach the 1st Battalion of the left post as the backbone of the formation of the 3 battalions of teaching, the temporary organization of the 2 posts. Huanghai was promoted from deputy commander to commander of the 3rd Battalion. If I'm not wrong, it should be the one that was colored by the old professor. Chu Feng suddenly said with a smile. Yes, you are correct Lord Wraith. You are now a free man, but right now you are on our military base, so you need to follow our rules here. The general explained as he seemed to want to do something. If it wasn't for the Shao sect's rules that had stipulated that no one could directly join the Shao sect and become an inner sect disciple, even Xiao Yu shattered the force measuring stone with the strength of the middle stage of Qi Ni, but he was only able to enter the 9th level directly. This was what the Tsong Dome True Immortal asked subconsciously. His tone didn't seem to fluctuate too much, but in his heart, he had already set off shockwaves. He tried to move his limbs and torso, but he suddenly realized that he was still a skeleton, and with a sudden shock, he noticed that Li Xiuchang had disappeared, and thinking back to the previous battle in the cultivation mystery realm, he couldn't remember how he fainted, but what impressed him deeply was that big, evil mouth. Chapter 63, I already have my heart in the right place, the palace hall. Why get angry over such a trivial matter? Friends from afar, the king was making peace. As it happens, within my court, there is a songstress who possesses a beautiful and stunning singing voice. I swear, it's definitely the most ebullient singing voice I've ever heard. You guys are going to love it. The king smiled and looked at Ariel again. Quickly, present a song for the honored guests of N Germany. He had faith in Ariel's singing voice. Very exciting. Now I'm at the point where it's pretty much, surprised? I feel like I'm going crazy, but I feel like I still have a little bit of sanity, so I tell myself to calm down. At that moment, the terrifying power of the laws of the Tao of the Sword rolled out, and countless swords of laws instantly emerged from Xiao Feng's surroundings. In an instant, the entire day's heaven and earth transformed into a world of laws, and Xiao Feng was able to wipe out an ordinary half-step realm emperor powerhouse with a single sword at the drop of a hat. It's cold at night, wear some clothes. Xia Yu put a jacket on Lin Rue, then stood quietly behind him. West City to Kyoto is not very far, just 600 kilometers, so half a day's time to Kyoto. The car is driven directly to the foot of the spiritual mountain. Master Ancestor, please speak. I frowned, although it was a little disgusted, but still to continue to listen. Wu Peining said this makes the heart feel very sorry for these wives. Even take them back home to see the in-laws cannot. As soon as he heard Lu Weigua say this, Shiman calmed down a lot. After taking a deep breath he carefully checked up. Lin Ming looked at the expression on Night One's face, and was about able to understand a few points. After all, Night One had already been in contact with Lin Ming for so long. What was in the cat's stomach? Not to say that it was clear. Lin Ming was able to guess a few points at this point, and the Dowager Empress Catherine, who was already furious when she learned that Prince Condé had made the letter public in spite of her, was even more furious when she heard that the Protestants had entered into this treaty of treason with England, and she saw that Condé was as odious as guys. Yi Zixuan was in hot pursuit, the 7-star Longquan sword in his hand chopped out in a smooth manner, and 3 sword-ons shot out like shooting stars. Cheng Jin is the kind of person who is very meticulous. He knows how to open the napkin and hand it to Su Yan. He knows how to use the disinfectant towel to wipe the already clean tableware again and again. He knows how to give Su Yan a dish when eating, and his eyes are so sharp that he can tell at a glance which one Su Yan likes to eat. Go! Just as the old man in the tang suit was confused and distracted by this, Yan Hanyuan took the opportunity to drive the golden divine needle to make a surprise attack on him. In an instant, those countless golden needles suspended around his body were immediately like discharged bullets, carrying infinite killing intent, surging towards him furiously from all directions. And the horseman whacked his arm, sat his butt down in a chair, drank water, and then watched the teenager go about his business. The entire meal lay mastered performance rules, without any physical touch, much less to accompany the wine. But I do not know why. The other side of the more so, her heart is more and more uneasy. Han Yen wanted to say something, but couldn't, and finally simply flipped his hand over and grabbed Kai Yan's hands in his palms. The news is 1,000 times true. You are not to know how wonderful the scene was, Pisa's seductive tone said. Zhuang Lao honestly couldn't have imagined that Tang Chen would actually be the son of a fengshui family, and was confused for a moment. Thank you. The elder brother slightly lowered his head, not letting Chen Haiba see the near-crazy excitement in his eyes. By the way, the construction and production of the pharmaceutical factory is to be grasped. The promotion and marketing of the product is likewise a very important matter. You're not going to tell me that you don't have any relevant plans right now, are you? Nyatanchi looked at Ling Xiao and said. Sure, his words seemed to still have internal energy in them, and with a low drink he made Li Yi sway twice, but he didn't have the slightest bit of fear, and remained steadily blocking there. Chapter 64, The Endeavors of Germany. The prince continued. The matter of the alliance between the two nations can still move forward as normal, and I rejoice beyond measure that my country has entered into an alliance with the Indian Empire, but it is not necessary for my marriage to be associated with this. Silence fell upon the palace hall. No one, neither the princes nor the king and queen, dared to say the first word. Ariel offstage covered her mouth and held her breath. She felt her eyes get a little moist, and hot liquid rolled in them. Lilais didn't think it was necessary to go to all that trouble, but Julie insisted. The tragic experience caused by the newspaper mourners breaking into the house had been too much, and it was better not to have a third. And Iruashue even directly rejected the command of the imperial historian, just sent people to set up sacrifices to worship, but did not dare to exterminate the locusts. The importance is so great that there has been an official emergence of online commentators, competing with online vloggers for the right to guide netizens. In the face of this tidal wave of fierce curses, the navy behind Sakaski was quick to return the favor. Sure enough, after 2 days of silence, Jiayu specifically called to tell Wang Qinyu a good news. The bid without surprise by him. Jiayu urged Wang Qinyu to hurry to sign a contract with him and prepare the goods. At this moment, when she saw Huan Yan send back these, her heart inevitably itched. And when she heard Gu Juling say that there was no portion for her, how could she not be annoyed? Thinking about what? Xia Anlin walked in to see Huan Yan looking like she was lost in thought. However, it is impossible to take comfort from attorney Iwahashi. She calmed her mind and analyzed the situation. All situations were bad, but among the bad, there was the worst. Of course, there were different ways to diffuse different situations, but the most important chapter was nowhere to be found, and nothing could be said about it. After settling on what he was going to buy, afterward, Shinichi Iwahashi received an invitation to visit Nikon Lark's house and write his name on the prepared roster. Chisato Moritaka, who couldn't resist but had to accept it, turned to the next question. What was that Iwahashi producer going to do? However, just as he was about to resign himself to his fate, a mournful scream accompanied by the sound of flames burning suddenly rang out from the side. The world's 8 pains, old age, sickness and death is God, love, hate and separation, but because of a love word, cannot let go of the people, are suffering, too deep obsession, cannot be sought. The tycoons suddenly regretted a little. They regretted being so reckless and following Mr. Wuda force Liang to hand over his business. As the words landed, a series of crunching sounds suddenly appeared as Bronsky, who had been crippled by Banner's kick, actually broke free of the surveillance equipment on his body and stood up. This matter did not make a big wave because it was deliberately suppressed by Governor Wang, not to mention the fact that later on, Prince Wang directly monopolized the rouge in Shuangfeng town. You found her? Shi Yu's peach blossom eyes were exceptionally bright, looking at Xian for an instant. Sure enough, these words managed to catch Ji Zili's attention. Walking over to the man in white, sweeping over him for a second. This is indeed a bit of a resemblance. The general outline as well as between the eyebrows are extremely similar. Look at these people in front of you. Do you think those people are still qualified to live in this world? I asked with fierce eyes. Also don't know what the hell this bitch is made of. Shinlushu this thought leaned against the pillar and stretched his waist. Her eyes were hot with tears in her eyes. And after blinking she turned and walked out of the house in search of scissors and gauze and some medicine for her injuries. When he walked outside to the living room, he met with the realization that something seemed to have fallen on the sofa that Renquina had sat against earlier. Inherited beasts had always been the best of the war beasts, which was mainly due to the strange instincts they were born with. And it was due to this instinct that their strength would climb as if they were rocketing in actual combat. Since the captain had issued the order for the raid, the three of them had disappeared as if they had disappeared, leaving Xiaoyu a little less aware of each other's whereabouts. Chapter 65. Which club? Viper. Assassination. As long as I complete my plan and succeed in turning the crown prince of the Kingdom of West Asia, Prince Eric, into my puppet, I will be able to join you as a member of the Witches' Guild in place of that witch of the deep sea, right? The old witch asked with a smile. This means that it's only a matter of time before I have complete control over the Kingdom of West Asia. Yes. The Black Witch Marlene Fison was emotionally calm at the moment, and her aura was in a state of darkness and coldness, with wit and magic. He put his jacket on again in passing and was just about to go downstairs when he saw Yuan Shu getting off a yellow car and striding into the tea house. Obviously two completely different character men, but War Rin in the first time to see Uz, in front of the door of the heavenly prison, but in the Uz body to see the shadow of 1,000 Imperial, and then, a hair out of control addicted to it. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on Ying Zi's lap. Ying Zi, who had a sweaty face and 2 tears in her eyes, finally broke into tears when she saw him waking up. Humph. While Suehua was thinking, the door to the room was kicked open, and Suehua didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Speaking eagerly, Morong Tang looked as if he wanted to get up, but halfway through, he rubbed his forehead and sat back in a squatting position, with a look of dizziness and weakness. Right. Song Rongyan returned to her senses and pushed open the glass door to walk over. She stretched out her arms to hug Fu Yuyan from behind, burying her face in Fu Yuyan's broad back. Brother, today is really a good day. Your trouble has come again. Dong Yu bloated and laughed. Song Rongyan is right. In this relationship as Fu Yuyan chose Lin Hanjin and betrayed Song Rongyan, Song Qifan don't know Fu Yuyan exactly want to do. He is worried that Fu Yuyan will be on Song Rongyan belly child, then should absolutely hide Fu Yuyan. And also to protect Song Rongyan. Immediately after that is a heavy bang planted on the ground, and so Fu Bingsheng a few people came in, only to see a full body wrapped in gauze. Fu Yuyan fell to the ground. Fu Bingsheng face changed greatly. A few steps forward shouted Fu Yuyan's name, and turned back to immediately let the Shang Yushao call the doctor. After rushing into the bedroom on the 2nd floor, he heaved Mrs. EY onto the tatami mat while riding on top of her and reaching down to rip the buttons off her kimono. Mrs. EY had been looking at him with an inexplicable look that was neither fearful and panicked, nor aroused or reproachful or angry. Wu Xia barely managed to grab a hold of the chair, and with the assistance of the ponytailed man under him, this kept him from falling over. I do not know why. Zhou Ling always have a feeling. The radio gymnastic forging technique used in the brothers and sisters, in the end, may end up a basket of water, full of enthusiasm or wasted. Sweet and sour milk tea quickly moved in a direction away from the boss. And Li Duan also made a sustained displacement, pulling away a certain distance when the opponent's arms began to rotate, and then the air currents rose up, and the cyclone skill that flew through the sand and stones reappeared. After the distribution of the family's only property, Grandpa can be seen in the castle at all times. The video picks up and the face of a young man appears, with a brow somewhat similar to happiness within reach, and behind him is a white wall with no other furniture in sight. Before going back, Shot dispersed the smell of blood, led by a few security guards, back to a villa in the clubhouse, saw that the lights on the 2nd floor were still on, and went straight to the bedroom. When he thought of Chen Muching's stunning looks, coupled with her flirtatious and incomparable figure, his mouth was watering. All she could see was that the 2 figures she had longed for were slowly waving towards her as the sun set. But David's retaliation was also timely. And not a drop of the remaining potion was wasted, it was splashed all over his face. The graves here are different from the ones outside, but the graves here are all one single grave. Chapter 66 Rhine's Reversal. The emerald green, slender viper struggled desperately. It tries to break free through agility and amazing strength granted by magic. Despite its seemingly small stature, the viper's strength is no less than that of a bull, not to mention its supreme agility. Even a keen hunter can't catch the trajectory of its movements with his eyes. Yet, even with such strength and dexterity, the girl's hand remained motionless, holding the viper so tightly that it could not get out of the young general stood outside the deadly city, looking up at the chaotic layout of the city and the lifeless people on the streets, with occasional screams and shrieks, and the hissing and laughing of street thugs. I understand, Ener, let's go mobilize the shadow guards. Imo Zhengtian didn't say anything more, and neither did mother and son Imo Jojoin. Thinking of this, Lang Yi decided to retreat temporarily. The high intensity of the battle, with Lang Yi's so powerful body is also a little tired. Nowadays, it is the era of the end of martial arts. Martial arts in the high, in front of high-tech weapons is still not enough to see. Lang Yi's strength is not yet to the point of no fear of any weapon. The Chinese fans at the scene were stretching their necks and staring at the flying soccer ball, praying in their hearts that the ball must be scored, and that the damn referee must be slapped in the face. However, Qin Hao's side possessed a magical archer, only to see Dawn strike a thunder arrow, and nearly a dozen thieves on the opposite side who were trying to rush out directly put 3 negative statuses on this magic. However, He Chuyazwa also some fortunately only so shallow provocation a little, not face to face to tear the kind of. If that were the case, I'm afraid that today would not be able to end. As Emperor Son's golden dragon patterned longsword chopped out, a dragon's roar pierced out, followed by a long golden dragon with an even more powerful aura than before pouncing toward Xiaoning. The mood of Galatasaray fans now is like riding a roller coaster, up and down. It's just too exciting for them. However, regarding that current situation with the ant nest, there was no way to get through there now for the time being, so Qin Hao could only take a break in the boar territory, repair his equipment with the repair hammer, and then look around here to see if there was any place he could practice his life skills. Over the years, the Chaos Front has conquered the East and the West, not for resources and population, nor for wealth and territory. Capturing or killing strong people beyond the limits of humanity is the main purpose, whether it is the Russians who used to be the target of the Chaos Front's conquests, or the black sorcerers in Africa. As for what your name is, you don't have to tell me. I only came out to hear that someone blocked my door. The sudden intentional reminder from central urgency caused Ikari's exposed body to stiffen, causing her to look at the person in front of her in consternation. It was just that she hadn't come yet to show the love in her heart to Li Yuanxiu, the fifth of the evil emperors. A few rounds down, Zhu Jiuxing only know what Yu Zhangwei said is not wrong. Just now Suhertai is really false defeat and go. This moment Suhertai full attack. Force fierce stick sink. A time Zhu Jiuxing cannot take advantage of a little advantage. As the head of the 28 heavenly palace emperors of the heavenly martial realm, a symbol of condescension and majesty, he had such a soft side inside. The leadership of the North Film Studio is anxious to curse the factory this year. Said it is not too much to say that the green and yellow bar, the water worm didn't have wings, but several spirit lines would appear on its body surface after level 5, and these spirit lines were the reason why it could fly, or even, if she wanted to stand on her tiptoes a little, to kiss him intimately on the lips, as she had done in the past. The peak great emperors that had gathered in the true martial realm had all left Lingjia Mountain, each going back to their own martial worlds. Jiang Yun did not open a new cave after becoming the controller of Spirit Beast Mountain, and still used Yunjun Peak as his cultivation dojo. Chapter 67, The Sea King's Secret Mission. The old hag, strangled and hanging in the air, couldn't stop kicking and struggling in the air. She tried to save herself by reciting a self-inflicted spell, or by calling for help from the strong warriors of the Endeavor in the other rooms, but these attempts failed because the vocal cords and trachea were strangled. Like she said 10 minutes ago, a wizard who lacks the protection of an escort is indeed vulnerable. That's really not true at all. After several successive kicks to the legs, what's the point of fighting when you're bouncing around like a monkey? Void Nightmare Moon said wryly. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, in this chaotic world with many heroes, the one who can really do this, except for Bao Chu, I am afraid that it is Lu Bu among people. And with the emergence of these towns, the collection of land rent alone can provide a large amount of wealth. Not to mention that after the successful construction of the roads, the merchant caravans of the human race will run on these newly constructed roads, bringing in a large amount of wealth for the human race, which can undoubtedly solve the human race's financial problems. So naturally, George was strongly supportive of the idea. Ibai slowly put on his shoes, jumped down from the bed, and slowly walked across to the trio. At this time, the door suddenly opened, and Lu Yao Yao reflexively looked over. And then she met Qin Xiu Yuan, who opened the door and came in. "You, who is the master?" The old man was curious to know how in the world Qin Feng had gotten such a powerful skill. In just 2 days' time, the news that Zhang Le had the ability to slay the evil dragon had spread to all these newly built major cities on the land of Dao creation, and Zhang Le had heard it on the edge of the city of Battle Glory. Lin Xue's ears finally subsided, glancing at the marinated meat in front of her, which she had eaten a third of it. Strangely, in their previous 8 games, they have played a number of tough teams, but have beaten their opponents by 15 points or more. Qin Feng also discovered it, and after his Yuan soul wandered around here and there, he once again returned to his body and then continued to swallow the heavenly Yuan stone. "That was not an accident," Zhang Jersey said slowly, finished and looked down at everyone, his eyes full of apologies. With that, he saw Haotian handing the iron tripod to Zhang Yang, and then he struck a black aura in front of his body and rushed towards the front. Originally, this was something that was 9 out of 10. However, it was because of Ji Yuchen's sudden outburst of powerful and incomparable battle strength that he actually shattered the saint's huge palm. Do. Zhang Zekin jaws, good-looking peach blossom eyes waiting for the faintly bright screen. Qian Yuehan's harmless smiling face, a belly full of aggression and a brain full of bewilderment. In other words, it was most likely sent by the people who were keeping an eye on the Yu clan, and it seemed that the people on that side were quite something. "When you came here today, didn't you see that there were a lot of people at the school entrance?" Su Muo said as she glanced at the boy. When she stood in line on Monday morning, Zhao Hui stood in her class's line, and when Li Guo walked past her, she acted as if she hadn't seen him, wanting to keep her feelings even and not care too much about him. He spent the night upgrading in the 9 Dragons Tower while Tangshi and the others went offline to rest. His side constantly rotated teammates, and he was the only one who remained unchanged. At 8 in the morning, after he went offline to eat, he didn't listen to Tangshi and the others and remained online to continue leveling. To hold on to her feelings, she had to mature and not give anyone else an opportunity to take advantage of her. "You're welcome. If there's nothing else, then I'll go and watch the fun first." After saying that, this person walked towards the outside of the city gates. He took out his cell phone and placed his finger on that name of Beijuanrua for a long time before he finally, as if he had made up his mind, gently dialed out the phone. "There's something on my coworker's side, so I'm at her house. Let's forget about it today. It's inconvenient." Gu Shanyu coldly refused. The man's indifferent gaze swept over the people present, and did not pause for a moment when he passed Wei Yanning, and after sweeping around, he sat down in the first seat of the left row. Chapter 68, You're eloping? Early the next morning, the envoys from Endeavor showed surprising calmness, at least it seemed so. They didn't make a loud noise about the old hag being attacked and killed. They just meet with the king normally, do all the things that missions are supposed to do, and claim that the wise courtesan is unwell and is recuperating in her room. Those emissaries from the land of robbers must have been in a hurry, knowing in their hearts that the old hag was killed in return for her murder. At one time she had only felt that he was violent and unkind, cruel and vicious, and had never explored the depth of his feelings for her. Yang Jian immediately denied Jiang Zia's speculation, although he was not sure what exactly had happened. But Guang Changzi, as the head of the hierarchy's 12 golden immortals, would not have chosen to do so. After all, in Mosquito Taoist thought, he couldn't leave the East China Sea waters in Shentang Pass area. He had to keep an eye on this place, and as for tracking or needing to leave this place, they would do it for him. You see, let go of Lin Qingxian. This matter was his fault. Since it was wrong, he would bear the mistake. In recent times, she was always inexplicably uneasy, and the better Hyun Junho treated her, the more she was afraid. Pressed against the man's warm chest, smelling the burst of familiar mint fragrance on his body, the feeling of déjà vu surfaced again. Such a feeling made Mo Ningran very uncomfortable. "You," Lin Chaoga just wanted to point to his nose and say, "You belong to the daytime proclamation/promotion." His hand will be tightly clutched by him and placed on his waist to caress. Shini Jean was a public figure and naturally couldn't walk with them, so she had to leave first. What's more, now the appetite can eat, as long as more to eat. If to the back of the harm of joy harms serious, I'm afraid that as wanna eat also cannot eat down. Now eat a little bit more. To the body to nourish the good is the important thing. Seeing that everyone was giving gifts and stating the value of the gifts, Shi Qingxin was a little embarrassed and her face flushed red. Zhao Ling collected his legs and retreated a few sentences, steadily based, elegantly put down the robe. The corners of his mouth held a hint of a smile. His eyes flooded with a faint as the cold light of the Ling moon, Formation has been formed. The first to attack. His hand is a red as blood soft sword. Body as swift as a ghost to pounce on He Yunyang. Once he moved, the 11 people who had already surrounded He Yunyang in a semicircle were fully cohesive. As long as He Yunyang and Zhang Yue were on the move, they would have their own powerful backhand to deal with him. There's about 20 minutes left. As a question from the adventurer who saved his life, how could the captain not answer anymore? As for what the consequences would be, he didn't know, but he couldn't wait to find out what that meant. The people gathered around the table all collapsed in the same position on the backrests of their chairs. Everyone's faces were bruised, their round eyes were covered in blood, and their arms were hanging stiffly to the ground. Although she didn't walk over to make sure, Miao Xin knew they were all dead, and the only one still sitting there was the unknown boy. Tianjing, I'm going to call my emperor's name Rui Feng. Do you think it's good? You can change it if you think it's bad. I don't want to think of another year. Just the same as the emperor's name. That's right. After the wall of chaos is over, it's a peerless backfire that kills all enemies in seconds. I'm already invincible, the Chaos Angel said with incomparable complacency, and the countless players around them became increasingly curious as to why something so good hadn't happened to them. Thiefly, Morone Kaoro silently recited this name. These days she deliberately ignored. Deliberately do not think. She thought she could forget. It turns out that everything is just self-deception. That name will always jump out inadvertently. Give her heart a hard blow. Xia Diamo looked at the confident and calm Xingyicheng on the stage, and in a trance seemed to go back to the beginning. Also in this auditorium, only then she and Xingyicheng were just the audience under the stage. Chapter 69 Prince wants to become a mermaid? Prince Eric smiled as he lifted the mermaid princess's hand high in the air and held it in front of his face. So let's elope to the sea. Wouldn't that be just right for you to go back to your sister and father? Your family will see that their princess has returned and brought a handsome prince with her. What? Ariel froze. But you're a human. You can't go to the sea. For humans too. The sacred mother Wudang opened her mouth and said, just now when the city was broken. The sacred mother Wudang had already received the news from the front line, and immediately went to the front line to inspect it, wanting to see what was going on at the front line, and as a result, she saw the bad news that the demon race seemed to be really going to launch a large-scale attack on the human race at this juncture. Finally the river broke through the gates and surged out, and an aura more than 10 times more powerful than the original rose from Yangshang and Ranmin at the same time, and even the surrounding evil spirits were rushed to a temporary halt. On the other hand, on the Japanese side, there was a somewhat hilarious, but logical change of events. That is, the Tokugawa Yasushi family invited other nobles and prepared to join forces to fight against Lu Xian's army. No one could understand the excitement in his heart. He stared at Levi's departing figure with bloodshot eyes, refused Suzuki's assistance, and waited until Levi disappeared into the cover of the building. In just a single glance, the then Qin Feng didn't even have the time to react before he was directly blasted through the abdomen and eventually died in the cavern. Fujiwara Sawai didn't realize this young man's doubt, but was silent. His mind was all sunk into this game. He constructed this trap with supreme mind power. How will you respond? However, it was just a trial anyway, so Qin Feng directly clicked on the apply for enhancement option. Thinking of her and everything, treating her so well. What kind of good deeds did he do in his past life to be so blessed to meet him in this life? Emperor Fushi opened his mouth and said. Only after hearing his voice did Yin Jun sort of react. The previous one had been immersed in memories of his homeland and was nostalgic for the past. Empty hall. Yang Shang mood cannot help but a stirring. The battlefield is the paradise of the men. Yang Shang just broke through the scorched heat realm of a body of strength is trying to find a rival to try. The Morong family of 3 scorched heat realm amount of taste is also enough positive is just right. There were several kinds of worms and diseases among the 10 plagues, and in those days, Egypt was hotter than it is now, so that led to more epidemics and corruption in those days. This collision over, crashing through Zhang Pingyi's frame and connecting with the Qi Tian combo, would directly beat this unreinforced to the point of not being able to crawl up, whether it was the beast god materials or the flowing gold age sand. Both were existences that they found surprising. Huayangguoji has a clear record. CD is called CD because 500 years ago the state of Shu moved forward, 1 year to become a gathering, 2 years to become a euphony, 3 years to become AD. Before that, the seat of the state was in Shuangliu. Without waiting for Qin Feng to take a closer look, a ray of light also landed on Qin Feng's body, causing his body to appear in the ring. Students, please get off the vehicle in an orderly manner and line up in front of the door. I'll lead you to move in unison later. Lei Yi smiled as she led the new trainees out of the hovercar. Of course not, my lord. Everything Liang just said was based on 2 premises. Zhuge Liang denied. Even if the clansmen are angry, even if they are worried, they all still know how to be quiet and calm. But is Pao able to be bullied by the current Sun clan? The lives of the clansmen are still in his hands. Do you know the difference? Old Lady Sun once again angrily rebuked. Lu Wei followed Pei Yuanqing and Zhou Wu beside the front. Hu San Yang and Tang Ji helped He-Ho to follow behind. And together they entered the big fortress. Her name is Xiong Kursen, is not a person in Yang Yi's class, but it seems that she has a good relationship with Guo Qianshan, 19 years old, with a very good figure, with a motherly glow, and a very gentle person. Chapter 70, Has the king changed his mind? Rhine shook her head. I do not recommend that you drink this magic potion now and immediately elope to the sea. I prophesied last night that you might meet a turn of fate soon. You can absolutely wait a few more days to see what this twist of fate is before making a decision. Prince Eric and Ariel nodded and once again thanked the wizard who had helped them repeatedly. Afterward, Ariel talked to Aurora again. Li Haolong suddenly remembered that Zhang Sanfeng taught himself the internal energy. Li Haolong sat on top of the motorcycle and immediately swung his palm at the trees next to the highway and hit them. This does not hit nothing. A hit. Li Haolong realized that there is no internal energy. There is no reaction at all. And this Tianlong temple place, is the 5 tigers set up by the Forbidden Land? Whether it is outsiders, or the 5 tigers door people, cannot be close to this valley half a step, such as Violator, Grizzly. Therefore, thousands of years later, Tianlong's sect is growing stronger and stronger. This Tianlong temple of the valley, but also the 5 tigers door people said that the Forbidden Land, do not dare to enter. Yan Nanfei also did not dare to confront the demon in close quarters, and could only use his speed to temporarily tangle with it and slowly find out the other party's weaknesses. Li Qiu Xiong at this time and the primitive is playing chess, the art of gaming, although it is used by humans for recreation and entertainment, but to the extent of their wisdom, they can also follow suit to pass the time. For their purple inner Dan of the beasts, the years are just numbers, and will not be a threat to their lives. Although Yusong Tian was already a unique priestess, he still had great respect for Dong Wudao, and he hastily nodded his head to indicate that he would keep his mouth shut. Looking at this senior sister who always had a bland face, after hearing his words, she also curiously sensed that there was indeed no aura of the sect leader, and her heart was also a bit surprised. Reasonably speaking, in this situation now, the sect leader wouldn't be in any trouble? Could it be that there is something going on? Such a gale might still have a great impact on Tianyu City, but at least there wouldn't be any large-scale casualties, and now all that was left was the beast tied in front of them. Hearing what she said, Long Xiaochen's breath stagnated and his expression froze on his face in a daze. As for Lin Yiyun, he did not have any abnormal attitude when he heard it, but instead smiled dotingly and reached out to help Long Yanhua straighten the slightly messy broken hair in front of his forehead. It seemed as if he had acquiesced to her words. A middle-aged man, about 45 or 60 years old, with some bald hair on his head, was the landlord Wang Dan's husband, Coordinator Zhang. At this moment, when he saw Lin Feng walk into the house with Xia Xinyan, he said with some embarrassment, although I do have some disputes with the Karma Empire, I don't think there would be such a big sight for them to send someone over to call your bluff. Could it be that you haven't thought about it being someone in your royal family who is combining inside and outside? Although Wei Wei's words were said with a very straightforward and even a bit out of place, she did guess the point. A bloody odor came to his face. Lin Yu almost vomited. He swept over with a glance, only to see that there was actually a pool of blood in the cave, and it was from it that the bloody odor came. Said then scurried up from the ground, hung his head down and took Li Laoshi, half running, half upside down toward the Hebrew drunk to go. The only joy she had in her life was getting the same treatment as Guru Washui before she died, dying in Zhong Liyu's arms. I am Wuhan loss. I evil sprint contract morning. No involve Yashan. I card deadlines. Countless fact is. Wuhan property tax is. I almost is on is. What is the reason for your mother's sad face? But have you encountered something troubling? Saying that, Zhong Liyu hugged the slightly thin body under the red veil from behind. You were just possessed by an infant spirit and wanted to attack us. It was Big Brother who saved you by peeing. Xia Yuhua explained to Third Fatty. What? I'll be right there. Lin Yu directly hung up the phone, but in his heart, he pondered who it could be, knowing that there was no need for Ding Hao to lie to himself. Chapter 71, Prophecy. The prince will marry the princess of the neighboring country. This sage of the kingdom of Rose answered truthfully. Ariel comes from a kingdom that your majesty has never known. In that ethereal blue kingdom, every national had a heavenly singing voice and a dance as light as a butterfly. Of course, even in that kingdom, Ariel was one of the most outstanding people in singing and dancing. So, said the king, slightly disappointed, it seems that Ariel's singing ability is only a gift. And not. The re-encounter with Lu Song caused Ling Hai's mind, which had been calm before, to rise and fall. To be honest, Ling Hai was more worried about Lu Song than himself. Obviously, when Guo Qiang didn't really believe Chen An's words, so he dialed Fan Tianlei's number again. Yan and Dinyo yanked Shenlani and Ajwa's arms and fished the two out of the foul-smelling water prison, roughly dropping them back onto the ground. Don't forget, buy 3 years, and cultivate well with Lord Lonely Moon. Jing Tianwen stroked Wu Bai's hair. But thinking about it, how could Master be her real father? Her real parents were the ones who wanted to kill her, but Master was the one who saved her from the cliff. In fact, it wasn't that Long Xianjing was good-tempered and never got angry, but he never let Shi Shuang see that side of him. He always tried his best to give her all the tenderness he could, and it was too late to show her his best side. So how could he show his anger in front of her? What's the point of wasting words with him? Take him down directly and then let the 5th prince and gang master Yang deal with him. Almost all of those dozens of people thought that Jing Tianwen was trying to beg for mercy and surrender in order to survive. After all, with such a disparity in numbers, no one would believe that Jing Tianwen was interrupting them at this point just to stall for time. Indeed, this pearl hairpin is Feng Huanrong's mother consort left to the future daughter-in-law. Feng Huanrong had intended to take the time to go to the Yudu personally to give the Shi Shuang. But who knows that tender out of that gear thing? Frost child. Only when all of the Luo Frost Godflower's spiritual power returns to your body will your abilities be fully released. The Wind God frowned and said. The warder opened it and read it, a letter from whoever wrote it. And judging by the handwriting it was from a long time ago. In Latin. At this time, Jane sure. As if the devil, hell plopped out of the devil. Jane Wei what wind and waves have not seen. At this time, actually fear. Lin Xiaoyang was about to open his mouth when Mu Yucheng, who was being held by him, shook off his hand in a flash. Lin Xiaoyan lowered his eyes and looked at his empty hand, which seemed to still have Mu Yucheng's warmth on it, but his heart cooled down a great deal. I've already planned it. Zhao Yu was lying on the noble consort couch, leisurely eating grapes, the grape skins thrown all over the place. Then, just at this time Gu Ning came and took out his black card and asked the front desk if there were any more rooms. The front desk said yes. Then the couple was not happy when they heard that, and then they questioned the front desk. The man said favorably, "That's not true. You say this marriage is our own business. How they always blindly worry. Make everyone unhappy." Alas, he drank another large glass, talking with spittle. Fengyang city head was cheering. The battle that everyone thought could not be won was actually won. The result of the battle reached Dongfang Shangyang's ears, making him happy. He immediately ordered to commend the soldiers at the city head. Everyone thought that with the artillery, Fengyang city must be as solid as gold. However, they were not the only ones who wanted to deal with the Chang family, but instead, the situation of the Chang family had caused quite a few family forces to attack, all wanting to replace it, so all of these family forces would deal with each other in addition to dealing with the Chang family. I'll reconsider this matter. To pick up the child back, we also need to take care of all these messy things at home before we can pick up the child back, Knight Zishu said. At 5:55. Tang Xiaoxiao and Xiao Hanchen came hand in hand, because they were both big names. Once they came, they naturally attracted the attention of the media reporters. So the reporters also surrounded towards Tang Xiaoxiao and Xiao Hanchen. Chapter 72, A Pact to the Sea. The old witch of Endeavor was overjoyed to hear that the Prince of Endeavor was coming by ship. She had known from early on that the young princess from Endeavor was the same woman who had saved the prince in the shipwreck, an encounter she had deliberately arranged. And the Ariel of today was nothing more than an emotional substitute. When the prince meets the princess, all destinies are sealed. That ignorant little princess was originally in a temple far away, practicing the rites necessary for royalty. Glenn returned to Viscount Kevorkian after showing his face to the upper echelons of Milton. The art of the imperial sword instantly thousands of miles. The wind suddenly rose, a falling leaf in a flash. Mu Yuncheng has appeared in the Yi Feiyu letter about the location of the meeting. Yi Chonglang reached out to yank her but failed to yank her back, and as soon as he turned to gather her in his arms, with a thud, Yi Chonglang's chest and abdomen tightened, and a mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Jingyang finally realized that his plan had already been recognized by Shenran, or else the large box that he had sent someone to secretly transport and hide with animal limbs that attracted zombies would not have been sent back earlier and still be placed near their resting place. Come to the hallway. As soon as she lifted the suitcase, a large hand reached out and picked the suitcase up. She jerked her head up. An all too familiar face appeared in front of her eyes. Zhang Yu was unsuitable and embarrassed at first, but in Shen Ran's stance of, "If you don't open your mouth, I'll wait all the time," he had to open his mouth and ate that porridge. The sound of talking outside came to an abrupt halt. The atmosphere was clearly off. Jean Yuting lowered his long, hiked-up legs. He pushed back his chair and got up, walked over to the veil and lifted it with one hand. When I heard this, I felt where I was going. This guy should have attacked me. Why did he run away? This person has been injured. By virtue of the strength of the other party has been unable to escape his. But in the next second, I realized the other party's real purpose. Inside the hall, there were dozens of humans of various ages cowering. The magistrates of the city. Boss Su, you see this matter. Just let it go? Today's Zhuo Ling, with the usual unruly and untamed image, is very different. Today's him, low voice, and even a little humble. In February, Injin picked a day to do the East. Feast 13 Argosy in Xiang and 17 Argosy in Li, since also invited in Maltese. Then he saw that the stall next to him seemed to be very busy, so he went over and strolled around, at least the ones that weren't open yet. Su Wan looked at the name written on the sign. It was quite peculiar. She hadn't even eaten much of it. The reality is that someone found them difficult and knew about them, but because it was out of order. Gulen wasn't informed of the event either. Yuan Xing had always been disdainful in his heart for high and pampered generals like them. Lu Qingfeng, who had been listening halfway in the corner, suddenly stepped out from the shadows and asked the crowd, but his eyes were focused on Li Da's body. This gazebo has stone benches and tables that are just right for food, and the picnic mats that were brought in are not used. In front of the gazebo, there is a very open and flat area, which is perfect for setting up a tent. Why? He did improper things. Dynasty Cheng wasn't going to say anymore and went down with a salute. Shu Manglei, because she never ate the crunchy cone with the ice cream in it. She always ate the cone that way for convenience. Chi, nonsense, have you got your head caught in the door? Don't ask such a low-level question, okay? Shang Xiaoqing's eyes signaled Lian Xiao, so Lian Xiao handed the 2 account books to the hands of the Zhong Pal mistress. The expression on Sun's face seemed to be a smile or not. A pair of gorgeous eyes staring at the hanging plaque on the hall. Luo Beiying listened to the old lady's topic, ran off course, and coughed lowly to show a reminder. Mo Xuanqi was his best friend, no matter how he was the cheapest in the past, but to the point where he treated everyone with sincerity. If it is only a sacrifice that comes out of the world, then is it safe not to come out of the world? Chapter 73. That girl is a mermaid. Prince Eric, do you remember me? It was I who awakened you when your body lost its warmth and lay on the shore. Ah, I have been deeply in love with you ever since that day. The princess was thrilled. I never knew that the teenager I saved turned out to be the prince of the kingdom of Sia, and was actually engaged to me. I never dared to hope that I would ever see you again, and the most wonderful thing, which I never dared to hope for in my daydreams, has now become the Jing Mo arranged the floating jade sect here. In fact, he also had the intention in this regard. After all, this time, the resident, only the closest to the 9 tripod peaks of the mountain, is the only one. The other places are several plans mixed. Looking at Guangxi's nervous face, but the holy monk Jin Shi was relieved. At this moment, he was looking at Guangxi with more and more eyes. Apprentice brother, you must hate master right now. Fengling's voice also carried a hint of sadness, but no remorse. Wei Renwu looked at the back of Mr. Manhwa left. Always feel his eyes like blind. A dim, so many years. Mr. Manhwa has been acting as a pair of Wei Renwu's eyes, but Wei Renwu now lost this pair of eyes. Xiao Yifei was at a loss for words, although he knew that Fu Kaiyuan had always been very hostile to him, but pointlessly having to gamble with him right in front of him made it hard for Xiao Yifei to accept for a while. Courage to go forward is a kind of not show the mountain, do not show the water, a kind of tough quality, even if the front is a mountain of knives, is also the sea of fire. Should be with such a quality, to go through the mountain of knives, through the sea of fire. Mansplainer mused. Within eternity was still within their control for the time being, as long as the handles were well placed on the trail of heaven, nothing would be difficult. Quicksilver, as a person from the heavenly domain, had been lurking in the core part of the formation, and knew everything here like the back of his hand, except that he basically didn't care about anything. The world of martial arts, a self-contained system. Almost all martial artists follow this system towards the road to the top. Of course, some demonic disciples out of their own martial arts road. He couldn't pinpoint what was going on with Kane and Vivian's souls, so he didn't dare to make a move. Long, shoulder-length hair, black trench coat, white shirt, black pants, and a pair of long, military hook-style shoes. Yi Hanqing's words were like a slap on my cheeks, hurting me with tears in my eyes. Then he picked up a sharp fruit knife from the coffee table and slowly walked over to the side of my head and crouched down. Looking at the knife in his hand, my heart went numb. Xiao Anming in the side to see the heart jumping. If it is not concerned about the presence of people eyes mixed, he must have grabbed the tie personally for Du Rua bandage. The streetlight wasn't bright enough. but now it started flashing and shaking my eyes so much that I couldn't react. Looking at her sleeping face like this that looked like a baby, Gong Xiaoshua's mouth kept a light smile hanging at the corners of his mouth, which even he himself didn't notice. Yi Qingqing's voice was extremely loud, shaking the eardrums of Yi Changcheng beside her. The moment she learned that there was an assassin, she had been scared out of her wits, and now that Yi Qingcheng had shouted, she instantly came to her senses, not only because she had found the boy she liked, but also because, over there, Yi Xianya knew that the man she liked also liked her, a feeling that was really, really wonderful. Digging the groove, it's so damn exciting. Xia Guanhai straight away felt his blood boiling and couldn't restrain himself from yelling. Is it useful for her to go and pray to the God Star, which is the great ball of fire at the center of the world, and the Star God, which is the descendant of the God Star, which is going to destroy the world? Riching's eyes glowed red and he hastily swept all the things on the table to the side. Looking at the mess all over the place, he became even more furious in his heart. You're shameless. You even gave me a godfather. You're not decent. I looked at old Zhang with aggression and cursed angrily. After another half hour, although Geng Haoshi was still weak, he was finally able to move his muscles at last. Chapter 74, Deceiving Fate. The old witch found the sad princess who was hiding in her room and crying. Oh my little princess, there is no need to be sad. I have long heard that Prince Eric of the Kingdom of West Asia is a rebellious teenager. Perhaps he is deceiving you? Maybe he's just making up a non-existent lover off the top of his head to reject father's arrangement. The princess stopped crying and raised her head, her crystalline azure eyes staring at the court sorceress in disbelief. Really? Li Pingan didn't know how to judge. For upper-class fairs such as Yongqing Fong, there were fewer accidental deaths, and the corpse collectors didn't always make enough for food. The handbag that was already prepared to be given to Shu Lan was turned around and sent to Bai Xiaoye. With that, Hinata Inaba passed the water knife forward again, causing the last of Kakuto's heart to clench further. If the effects of such a boost continue, I believe that my goal of doubling my synthesis steadily is just around the corner. Besides, people live off the land, but he himself doesn't live off the land, so he doesn't bother people as much as possible. Governor Chen glanced at him and nodded his head in a salty manner. There was no intention of shaking his hand at all. When she frowned and looked over, she saw only the slightly reddened side of the man's face with the clear gentleness of a velvet spring. When he opened his eyes again, the one manipulating this body was no longer himself, but Meng Zhou. The Xia family, the Xin family, and the Lin family, all three of them went out together and searched for her for 3 whole days before they finally found her. He went from being a not-so-elite assassin to a truly terrifying god of killers in an instant. This huge two-headed double-bladed sword, as soon as it suddenly appeared, erupted with 10,000 rays of light, silver light like snow, tantalizing the heartstrings, and blood light demonic, shocking to the eyes. Mr. Assassin, you've been following me all the way to Suedo, and then what do you want to do when you enter this great hall? Kiki's tone suddenly became a bit gloomy. It seems that the one being calculated wasn't them, but me. I think we'd better hurry up and leave here. Elder Red Cloud, who hadn't spoken much, suddenly opened his mouth at this time. He was the one with the highest cultivation among the 5 elders, touching the threshold of the divine separation stage, and was also the one with the most profound knowledge. A soft scolding sound came. A huge giant woke up from within the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace. He stepped on the gate of the Cloud Sea Heavenly Palace and opened his mouth and sucked violently. Several ancient experts were instantly swallowed into his stomach as blood food. It was in the earlier years that people were scrambling to develop their styles. Was it not also for the sake of getting promoted and getting rich without suffering? But when Xiao Tianyao really waits for him to implement his plan step by step, Lin Shujiu realizes that using military power to force courtiers to submit is not the same as letting courtiers willingly invite Xiao Tianyao back to the court. Dark Phantom then understood. Sinking Oath was originally an exceptionally intelligent person. Once he heard Darkness say that, he himself understood. Li Feng was instead the last to understand. I sat on the roof of the house, running the Taoist axioms of the Thunder God technique. Lightning flickered in my hands, and when a dazzling thunderbolt appeared in my eyes, the clear night sky suddenly clouded up with treacherous waves. Miss, who are you two? Luma naturally did not recognize the two at the courtyard entrance. She was boiling snow water in the cauldron in the courtyard to prepare pork roasted goose. When she heard someone shouting outside, she walked over. Yi Yefeng was silent for a long time. A room of darkness. Lin Hanshi could not see Yi Yefeng's face. All the sadness. Yi Shuetian looked dumbfounded. Although he had the intention to help brother De Wang, but young Lethan's strength was too formidable. He ruthlessly did not extend a helping hand, and pretended that he did not see anything. Although the distance is a little far away, but Scar saw. heart a burst of nervousness, over and over again to ask themselves whether they are wrong, but also a strong consolation, to calm down, calm down. The Empress Dowager's voice wasn't very loud, but the people on the stage were paying attention to every move on the stage, and when they heard the Empress Dowager's words, they couldn't help but all put their eyes on Mushimi's body. Chapter 75, The Prince is Getting Married. Seeing the prince's drunken appearance, little Princess N. German hurriedly asked, "Your Royal Highness Prince Eric, can you tell me, do you really have a sweetheart? One for whom you love her far more than you love me? What are you talking about?" The prince's dark eyes were thick with drunkenness, the effects of alcohol, the shock to his mind from the loss of his memories, and the eerie, soul-eroding aroma emanating from the princess all working together to make him dizzy and delirious. The main general of the ancient feather battle formation coldly looked at the Mercedes-Benz coming from the Horcan cavalry. Sneer, right hand forward wave. In its two wings will cavalry at the same time will be the lance raised high. With a command, the lance out of the hand, drew an arc into the other party's queue. However, with the abilities of the three shopkeepers, unless the three shopkeepers disappeared overnight, there really wasn't anything that needed to be worried about by Hannah Shangxue. Mad Shang hurriedly thanked, just berserkers arch his hand, but was that yellow eyebrow immortal stopped, once again said, "This is the hell after the trip to the ghost country of the blessing. Do not need to thank others. This is your life creation. I hope you in the future good for yourself," said. The shadow of a sheikh disappeared. "Danger!" Mushue suddenly called out. When Li Mu turned back, the zombie's face was already less than 10 meters away from his own face. This distance was close to nothing. The golden flames in Li Mu's hand came out of his hand and smashed on the zombie's body, and actually directly engulfed the zombie in it, and turned it into ashes. According to the agreed time, Mad Dragon really stayed in the hotel waiting for Zhao Yan, who found Mad Dragon after looking for a few hotels. Li Guangwei's hand rose up and resolved the cavalryman who had fallen from his horse, and that cavalryman disappeared along with his own mount and went back to the city to respawn. Sitting cross-legged on top of the Reef Fire Spirit Stone, Sanbao checked the efficacy of the Reef Fire Spirit Stone while recovering the spiritual energy he had just lost from the great battle. When finishing this sentence, Li Mu realized with a sudden rush that he was dropped into a blood-red ocean, which was endlessly straight and large, with endless red cocoons floating on the surface, which could about fit a baby. Lu Xiaoqiang walked around the field with his hands held high, seeing that no one had declared him the winner yet. His heart was dissatisfied and his face was gloomy again. Looking at the motionless Shenfeng, he hummed contemptuously and slowly walked over. "Why?" Su Yan shook his head. To this he was also curious. He had also been very eager to ask, but if asked would certainly be a bit rude, so it had been asked had said. The others might not have seen it, but Liege noticed just now that when In Kaihong was speaking, the ring she was wearing on her finger shook slightly for a few moments, and some colorless powder was emitted from it and drifted into the air. Li Gu came to Wang Jianlu, and before he walked into the box, a slutty, bone-chilling, heart-stirring voice came out from inside. Yulio came to a conclusion after surveying for a while. Just as she was about to turn into her human form with the intention of going out to take a look, she suddenly felt that something was not right above her head, and when she looked up, a gigantic shadow was silently floating in the azure sky. However, when Huang Shan extended his hand towards Wang Kai, he found that Wang Kai was simply ignoring him, only to see that Wang Kai was using a pair of strong and powerful giant claws to pinch a formation flag, and from time to time sliding up and down with the sharp corners of the flag's upper head towards his mouth. Shang Bai looked at him like an idiot. A person who understands can see that between Pei Yu and Gu Chengxian, it is clear that Pei Yu listens more to Gu Chengshuan's words, so it may not be who was the master of the house. It turned out that when they went to clear the Red Willow village of those few stubborn elements, they themselves have self-awareness. In addition to two ran to hide in the deep mountains, the character of the milder ones are in the account of the aftermath. After drilling in with great difficulty, the other party fell to the ground, his head bumping right into Su Qingqing's feet. The world turned black and white in front of her eyes. They were still walking in the passageway out at this point. It was all black and white. The only one who was different was Zhu Yi, who was walking in front of Yulu. Chapter 76, The Sea King's Actions. On board the ship of the Kingdom of Western Asia, Ariel heard the news of the engagement, heard the crier's shouts from his horse, and heard the people in the boats mingling and discussing the prince's marriage. "Have you heard? Prince Eric will soon be marrying that beautiful little princess from Ender. It's tonight." The court's entourage celebrated the fact that their rebellious prince had finally accepted his father's arrangement and was willing to marry the neighboring princess. Being looked at by a room full of people, Xin Yuechuan had been waiting for this sentence from the old lady in her heart. So now, Winko is also suffering like this, right? And all the pain is caused by her father? I was already happy to hear the news, more happy. In front of this Mr. Chen seems to have become a comrade Lei Feng as much as good deeds. The intent of this message was clear, as was the intent of saying the 3 words Quan no worries out loud. By all accounts, based on her posture, it was almost a complete impossibility for her to make any attempts on Zhu Jintang, and at her age, it would be more or less embarrassing to be placed in the inner court. What are you guys going to do? That person was really naive and cute. Being led by the nose by these 2 old guys, a moment of bullishness and a moment of abasement, a moment of complacency and a moment of fear. His emotions had been completely dominated. Bedside manner? I think I'm second, no one dares to be first, but it's a pity, Musha said playfully. Sometimes, she would inadvertently see some shadows of herself that she once had in Ingzhu's body. After listening to Beitang Che's introduction, Xu Haotian and Lian Tianqi both flashed a look of surprise within their pupils, as if they had already known who the visitor was. Boom! I directly fell on my head. Shit, how is the waistband of my pants undone? When I walked out, my pants directly fell off, tripped me, and fell on my head. Really unlucky. Now to be able to gather and build a projection of this information through the butler is definitely too good to be true, especially with their obsession with antiques. Lu Jinping's eyes certainly couldn't see more clearly and in detail than others, except that he had a microscope. Under the microscope, a rope in a strong state, and a rope in a slack state. The same scissors cut the breaks differently. The 3 housemates, Wu Chan, Feng Ming and Chen Mu, came to the school, and before they could go out for a good meal, they were called by Chao Qi, the berserk lion. It is undeniable that the military family has always had a high position in the hearts of the generals leading the army, and even if they are now in a hostile relationship, they cannot reverse the situation where the military generals have opened their eyes for the people in the military family. Kim Jong-kook shook his head breathlessly at Li Xinhyang's childishness and turned to leave the kitchen, heading for the 2nd floor, playing with what is not good, preferring to play with the trick of slumber. This state of the Lord God Creator is equivalent to abandoning the physical body and traveling outside the world. Without making super specialized moves on her body, it is impossible for her to wake up on her own accord. In this world, the only one who can fight against the Bellamy Independent Kingdom is the big country in this world. And if the nuclear weapons owned by them are projected towards the Bellamy Independent Kingdom, then even if they can be defended, the whole world will eventually become broken. And it's by no means what Lu Yuan wants to see. Even though Fu Tianqiu and Fu Qingfeng glanced at Fu Yueqi as if they were blaming him, there was no way to take back the words after they were already spoken. They also expected Zhang Hao to answer. But the temple in the place is not impartial. Happens to be in the most center of the lonely island. Lu Hong wants to avoid will have to go around. At this time under the scene to go around, really is not a good choice. Gu Zichen looked at the thunderbolt being formed in the sky, a horrified look appearing in his eyes as he muttered to himself incredulously. Shilin Chen was quite patient when answering these questions, and even though some of the reporter's inquiries were completely exciting, he still smiled from beginning to end. Chapter 77, A Familiar Song. The voice of the monarch of the sea was passionate. For more than a dozen centuries we have been regarded as cursed monsters by the men of the earth, who have mistakenly thought, it is our songs that bring storms, or confuse sailors, and deliberately lead ships into dangerous seas strewn with deadly undercurrents and reefs. When ships pass over our kingdom, if any sailor sees us, he will shoot at us hardened arrows, for in their minds we are the. Walking out of the cave, they made it back to luncheon before dark, and de Juran promised to take Vinay to a big dinner, so they went to the restaurant next to the Adventurers Guild. After Huafeng came back to his senses to learn more about more secrets of this marvelous feathered planet, after saying that Du Feng released a few piles of spiritual herbs, those were the ones that someone had called Du Feng to prepare. And then he started to prepare the spiritual herbs that the next cultivator needed. But in a short while, Du Feng had already released a bunch of piles of spiritual herbs that were needed by the medicine refiners. The stalwarts organized a meeting here. 3 meetings in one day. Enough to see how critical the situation was. Chinese mathematician and linguist Zhou Haizhong also pointed out that the language of mathematics is characterized by scientificity, accuracy, simplicity, abstraction and universality, making it an ideal tool for cosmic communication. It seems that every accident comes without warning, just as you can never imagine what will suddenly happen tomorrow that will affect the entire course of your life. He drew several circles on the ground and wrote the character Jiang in one circle and the character Wang in another. At first, it was Feng Zhangmin's subordinates who came to persuade him, with the clear meaning that either don't waste time or dispose of Zhao Ziyuan on the spot. This author doesn't intend to sell movie and television rights for the time being. Shuigang had to truthfully relay Du Mingyue's original words. Why should he bother to forgive his parents, even if they gave him life? If you are not a good parent, the child is no longer your own. You, Li Shaoqi speechless, just about to speak. The man's footsteps suddenly stopped, and signaled Li Shaoqi also stopped. Li Shaoqi closed his mouth and looked puzzled. Back to young master. That person is by no means a nameless casual cultivator without a background. No matter his technique or his style of striking, he is extremely similar to the disciples of the Lingfeng sect, so my subordinate thought that the other party might be a certain Lingfeng sect cultivator who traveled here. Huang'an truthfully stated the guesses in his mind. This kind of heavenly punishment did not give people hope to directly exterminate them, and it was never something that a celestial realm could block, forming a horrifying heaven and earth phenomenon, as if the heavens were angry, tearing apart all things. Jun Wuxie silently hugged her. She knew Chu Lingyue's heart, but she was destined to be unable to respond. Normally, letters sent by fans to a particular cartoonist are not delivered directly to that cartoonist. As for Zhou An's identity, he will be Pan Yuanyu's cousin, Pan Yuanyu's uncle's son, named Su Bing. Jun Wuxie did not say a word, but only swept a glance at Lord Baba who was following her, and Lord Baba raised his head to meet Jun Wuxie's cold and icy eyes, and his anti-circular body shook violently. Big brother, what do we do next? Ape Wind asked very anxiously. Don't look at its usual frequent conflicts with Qingming. In fact, the feelings between the three demons were very deep. It was not too much to say that they were blood brothers, for this Li's group too also did not refuse. In their view, smartphones are definitely the future mainstream. Such core technology less a no. Then for their competitive pressure is also less. He originally wanted to say that he was sure, but looking at Bufan's gaze with certainty inexplicably made him a little weak. After someone took the lead to open the business, other people came to buy more. Yan Shi and Wang Qi were too busy for the two of them. Lu Hong also jumped down from the ox cart on the other side to help buy and sell and collect money. The group explored around the lake some more, again allowing them to find several divine immortal leaves, all of which they helped Shu Tong collect. Chapter 78 Rhine's Help. The ghostly light on the mirror went out instantly. It looks like nothing happened. At the window, however, the song that had drifted in from the harbor disappeared, including the clamor of the city, the sound of the cannon roaring. All the noises outside have disappeared. The only sacred music in the temple was the sacred music played for the wedding. The joyful songs overflowed, completely replacing the sad and bitter but romantic songs that had originally floated in the window. Outside, currently third in the league and with the world's best manager, Josep Guardiola's Blue Moon, Manchester City. Shen Ao remembered that when he was in Beeching Walled City, he was also circling the mountains with Tian Fei Hu of Tian Ma Gang. It was a bit funny to think that today, after becoming a great general, he actually had to return to the mountains to fight guerrillas again. Thank you all for your support for the newspaper and Master Jean. On behalf of the newspaper and Master Jean, I thank you all in advance. These works, I will prioritize them later, Shinwaner said in a crisp voice, saying a deep bow, full of everyone's style, elegant and atmospheric. The emperor's tone was surprisingly loving, as if he was now the emperor of Dechu, but rather just one of Julin's elders. Second Duke. Ague lowered his head in shame when he saw his own son come out of the carriage and walk over. The godfather as a martial arts master. This body is extremely strong, prancing between them to avoid the vast majority of the two people's attacks, but there are still a lot of attacks landed on the godfather, so that the godfather's injuries are even more serious, and it was not easy to stabilize the position. But I saw the old man drank, while the male youth did not hear the sound. He suddenly saw a terrifying iron-faced man appear in front of him. His mind went blank at that moment, and he didn't even have time to make any movements before being pressed by He Hao with an iron palm on the chair. This is true. If not, the demon warriors bravely kill the enemy, to solve the Emperor Jun and other people's worries, wholeheartedly into the battle with the ancestral witch. I'm afraid that at the moment the witch tribe did not have the opportunity to destroy the demon tribe. Dragons have 9 sons, and they're still different from each other? Since they're all called poisonous dragons, it's still considered normal for something like this to occur. Lu Long replied while putting the cut meat into the iron box, but the number of zombies was as many as 4 or 5. He Hao was also tired of fighting. After killing about 2 of them, he didn't dare to fight. He took out his pistol to repel the remaining zombies. Unfortunately, his marksmanship is quite poor, and his bullets don't have much lethality. On the contrary, the number of zombies catching up is increasing. Jogwoyu in the end is easy to change the nature of the river and mountain, or really clean up. Now no one can say. However, just in terms of appearance, today's him, with this Huang Jianyang is a full good match. Jia Sadeo some speechless. This is just the most commonly used brand effect in chain stores in the latter part of the world. If the advertisement and what not to take out, you are not shocked off the jaw? Was I the one who got caught up in his special charm? This peculiar rhinoceros between us, which had been silently waiting for the day when his knuckleheads would break, turned out to be me who broke the hold first? Don't worry, master. Please move to the Sephora private room first. Let Hunchback handle it here. Hunchback Zo similarly lowered his voice to an extremely low level and respectfully said, Then, Feng Lin, we agreed to leave Western River King City together. Duan Qingyan was a little hesitant. This was not a chaotic world, yet there were still mountains of swords and seas of fire all around. He was the son of the Qin royal family, and he knew from birth that his path was different from that of ordinary people. Wu You glared at him. Brother, really? Is there any need to ask? After saying that, she fluttered her big eyes and looked at him expectantly. Remember, in the underground palace, there was a man who couldn't stand the tattered body after being humiliated and begged Chu Zihang to kill him, and then Chu Zihang asked him for the address saying that he wanted to send his ashes home. Han Chaiyang understood what he meant in a second, but didn't say anything and just nodded lightly. Chapter 79 Mermaids Make a Havoc in the Harbor. Mirror World. Inside the replicated temple. Eric, are you alright? The princess tapped Prince Eric on the shoulder. Are you not feeling well? Do you need to rest? She had just clearly seen Prince Eric's agonized look and was worried for the beloved. Everything about today is odd. This rushed, hasty wedding, the ever-muddled Prince Eric, so beautiful that I can barely breathe in the... Li Tianxian said in his heart. However, they were here to realize the mysteries of the sundial world, and their spiritual power must have improved a lot. You guys are kidding, right? Hearing the numbers reported out by the referee, Bald Yang's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit, and his gaze landed on the referee's face for a moment with a look of suspicion. The Mu family experts chose to retreat inside the Western Continent Spirit Courtyard. The tragic death of their clansmen and the breakup of the Tianmu mansion caused each of them to be grief-stricken and vowed to fight to the end. Oh, although it sounds like a good, but Yun Frost's heart is incredibly clear. The current situation in Donghua province is so turbulent, no one will invest in them, especially this huge investment involving tens of billions of dollars. Who dares to invest? Almost all of them are to take their own lives to fight. The risk is too great to be cost-effective. Luckily, he started his career early and acted in several hit dramas when he was young, so he can be considered as someone with old insurance. Ms. Wu said that he was unconventional, not bound by worldly thinking, and extremely romantic. After saying that, he pulled Chu Qiling and left the Imperial Hospital without looking back, and for the unwilling call of Consort Hui inside the gate to him, he didn't hear it as if he hadn't heard it at all. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary Nirvana realm expert, the strongest person in the three-step Nirvana realm, or the giant of the celestial realm. So all of them were staring at some of the native jade slips, because there was still just one last one left, the last expert sent down from the clan. There were several palace masters of the Nine Sacred Palace, another grand protector of the Interceptor sect, and some other super experts from some other sect forces, all celestial realm experts without exception. Falling close to the bat leader, Lin Feng was surprised to find that this guy was actually still holding on hard, without the slightest rhythm of dying. Not only that, in several places on its body that were stabbed by Lin Feng's tail needles, there was also a mist that was a ghostly blue color that intersected with white. Ji Hanshao, however, his face became more and more cold. His eyes were heavy that made people more and more alarmed. He violently got up, and a circle of power light wave instantly rippled around him, vibrating the surrounding trees and rocks of the last 10 meters, all into powder. The man was in a hurry to do something bad when suddenly the fierce man poked him from behind and was startled into a cold sweat. Based on this alone, not to mention the emperor, even ordinary dignitaries are afraid that they cannot do this. What do you think is the role you played in this matter? Putting down his teacup, the wolf prince asked directly. Seeing that the old lady was really short of words and couldn't make it up, Lin Miaoqing then exited, giving her a step down. Xia Chenin clenched her teeth and it took a great deal of effort to move Fu Zhao's body to the bed within the screen. However, this was a very good effect for Sun Wu's hammering, and it only took 20 years for Sun Wu to break through from a martial master to a late martial general, and even in Haotian City, he could be considered a strong person on one side. Win Hook, holding the dryad, had only just left the doorway when Lai Luck turned around and fumbled for his cell phone, starting to make one call after another and heading towards the top floor. Now that the majority of the strongest people from the Ministry of Wuan had gathered in the Kunlun mountain area, if there was a collective attack by those demon Zuns of the demon race, together with the guys from the Indie Free State, there was a real possibility that they could take advantage of their unpreparedness to inflict harm on Lu Yu. Luckily, you didn't inherit the Sea God's inheritance in the first place, or else where would your son have a share in Lord Sea God's divine position now? The Sea Dragon lamented. Chapter 80, The Future of the Sea State. Ariel hadn't seen her family since arriving on this shore. Whether it was her old grandmother with her silver crown and antiquated but deep-sea self, or the majestic but benevolent Sea King, or her beautiful sisters. Ryan laughed. Since the beginning, all the people of the Kingdom of the Sea, including your sisters, your old grandmother, and your father, have closely followed your developments with Prince Eric, ready to help you at any time. I use magic. Mubai guessed that this person is Zhuotiani, and that deep valley, but also as the place of its healing, that deep valley side of the peak top, the same as the place where Song Yinqing body fell. Chu Sang was however smiling with her eyebrows. The Master Sama, who had always been very strict towards her, did not show too much hostility towards Hua Jitian. Chu Sang was very happy. Don't give me any mischief. If you can't practice Dan, you won't be an immortal weapon in the future. Hua Jitian laughed. He didn't care if the Kuei Longding heard him or not, but that was what he intended to do. Everyone giggled inwardly as they heard the sigh, and then their tense bodies slumped into their chairs. Going out for half a day earned me this back? Zhang Jingchu asked as she received the check folder that Nasher Jie had given herself and opened it before looking at Warrior Sky with a shocked expression. I thought that saying these words Hua Jidu's face would ease, but I didn't expect his emotions to wind up, and then he rudely opened the car door and walked to my side. All day long, on edge, with my cell phone squeezed in my dead hand, I remained unsettled as the night came on. The 4 or 5 boys were also glaring at me menacingly, eager to beat me up right away. Hua Jidu's exceptionally sharp hand crossed and stuck me dead under the quilt, unable to move. The current situation of the Loyalty Alliance is at the threshold of this step. If it can't take a step further, then it is the abyss of 10,000 feet. Watching her cry made my heart inexplicably hurt, and I couldn't help the tears that mixed with the rain and quietly crossed my face. At noon the king arranged a banquet, but Chen Letian really did not like that kind of banquet, so he found a good excuse to catch up with his robes and swordsman to sneak into the courtyard. Is to see everyone in the sweaty panting like a cow? Lu Lieutenant shouted to more than 1,300. Well, in short, in addition to a nothing to do, only responsible for accepting people into the sect of the master, the rest of all the functions of the sect you have, that is to say, the sect only 2 NPCs, oh my god, even if the waste of the sect also has a limit, okay? He had already blended into his surroundings, and even his breathing was in the same rhythm as his surroundings. Ha ha, good. As long as you come often, I will definitely instruct you often. The big man laughed and walked away. So Meng Chenjun, who was standing on the road, suddenly had 2 shoulders that shrank, feeling as if someone was cursing him behind his back. When Chen Letian led the crowd up to the city, every one of the several hundred Cultivation Academy students sucked in a breath of cool air. Choi Yuri had to do some skincare preparations for herself before she went to bed at night, so she subconsciously looked at the table to see that there was no headband, and casually took a sandalwood hairpin to put her hair up. Although the rest of the team members had just broken through the chi practicing realm one by one, they were newborns and had no idea how powerful the dead soldiers were. Lin Forge was even more disgusted with Yi Linshen for the way he had just acted, but she just pretended that nothing had happened. June Repentance and Yen Yi in Gu Chen's arms were also pale at this time. The two kept gasping for air. If it wasn't for Gu Chen, maybe the two had already been swallowed up by that huge vortex. Such intensity of collision. Let my arm cannot stand. Want to get rid of holding the dragon tattoo knife, but how to let go cannot let go. The dragon tattoo knife as if stuck in the hand. I secretly screamed in my heart. This time, I can only hard against the pressure brought by that impact. I do not know how many times I have to collide. Immediately after that, Zhang Yaoguan swung up his fist and punched Zhang Changsu's face. Zhang Changsu didn't dodge and didn't defend himself, so he was knocked to the ground by Zhang Yaoguan's punch with full force. Chapter 81, Something Unprecedented. The ship lurched suddenly. The sky seemed to darken a little. The tranquil moonlight that had been showering the faces of the people disappeared. When people looked up they realized that a huge dark cloud was covering the silver moon. The sea was suddenly angry. The waves were rising. Heavy clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed in the distance. Ah! A great and terrible storm is coming. The sailors cried out in alarm and hurried to stow the sails. Inside the branch of the Church of Light was not as opulent as Lei Yu had imagined. It could be described as simple, with monotonous decorations sporadically dotting the main hall. That smile rather than a smile, sort of let thin in the side as a human background plate Moehan see what is called the real cold-blooded ruthlessness. The force must not be exhausted. The momentum must not be exhausted, leaving a part of it unwritten to pave the way for the next time you are alone. This is the basic strategy of a relationship. No, if Yang Shimen goes to the company, then the two of them will spend more time together. The feelings between the two of them will surely get sublimated, She can't let Yang Shimen be by Shangwan Ao's side. When the two of them have feelings for each other, it's useless no matter how much she tries. As soon as the rabbit demon appeared, it immediately caused a large chunk of ordinary players to discuss the sound. Although the rabbit demon was only the lowest monster in the Kunlun Mountain, but the reputation of the Kunlun Mountain was a forbidden place in the Chinese region. Just after the introduction, Li Xiaojie carried the box and went upstairs. Li Lufei had to follow behind. Bring the film to me to see. After all, Li Lufei himself is a very professional surgeon. Rather than concerned about the inquiry of a sentence, "Are you okay?" it is better to look at the bone imaging film as more intuitive. The first thing you need to do is to take a look at the bone imaging film. The city guard's residence has not been as lively as today for a long time, with lanterns hanging high everywhere, and in the hall, it is even more brightly lit. Xue Xingying according to the main seat and sit. On both sides are Xue Shengxian and He, and then down is Zhang Luan and Qiu San and other military generals. On and off the stage, there was a bustling scene of singing and dancing, drinking and singing, and Mu Yun's sad and heartbreaking heart at the moment formed a strong contrasting picture. While the crowd was secretly speculating about Mu Yun's mind, they suddenly heard the sound of notification ringing out from the outside of Changchun Garden. On the contrary, the more Sangli appeared to be well-behaved and obedient in front of Su Zichuan and the crowd, the more Mu Yun's heart became angry and jealous, and the anger in his heart had no place to be vented, just waiting for the moment of final outburst. On top of the payer and the date, there was a seal that Ji Wei had never seen before. The seal was a black seal script, which Ji Wei recognized as the character Li. The news that Liu Chang was transitioning to directing and would be starring as the male lead in his first directorial work attracted a lot of attention from the media once it was announced. Jianghu martial artists have their own martial artists' pride, can fight alone as much as possible, really can't before they will be surrounded by the force. If Feng Yun ventured forward, not only can't get Xie Ziyun's thanks, but instead of getting grudges on some of the accounts, thinking about the boss's instructions, only let him follow without restricting the scope of activities. The red hair agreed. However, Xin Yan came every day, not for any other reason, but precisely to influence the bottom of the brocade guards in a subtle way. Allowing Tang Yanqi to steal sex every other day had become a tacit agreement between the two that didn't need to be explicitly stated. That was why Tang Yanqi's covering up tonight made Feng Lingling feel deliberate. Leaping down from the duplex, Lu Taizhu handed the rope to Huang Yi inquiringly, the catman behind him being pulled and wailing to follow. On the roof of the villa, Tang Ruffing had a Bluetooth earpiece hanging from his ear, binoculars in his hand. Looking at this scene and only feeling strange in his heart, Ji Wei kept coming out with the scissors, and Liu Chang saw her losing miserably, so he let the water out and let her win once. 5 consecutive rounds were played before it was Ji Wei's turn to win. Chapter 82 Rhine's Assurance. Our enemies have learned of Ariel's mermaid identity. The reason for this hasty wedding is to turn her into early morning foam. The other side is endeavoring to prevent the meeting of us, especially Ariel, with Prince Eric. Apparently, as soon as we are able to meet, it will bring about a positive turn of fate, so that her schemes, and Endy's plots, will automatically dissolve. Despite this, Rhine remained calm. Teacher. Yes, well, it's a difficult question, so I wanted to make sure that you wanted to hear it, rather than hear it and then not act on it. You said to Dilindar with a smile, I had so many bad dreams that I didn't sleep well, and the last one was like falling from a great height and waking up with a start. Ha ha, that's good. Seeing him agree, Chen Jian directly picked up his cell phone and went to contact the other party. Wu Xing endlessly howled, his whole body desperately twitching, his 2 eyeballs practically glaring beyond their sockets, looking extremely appalling. That weapon. With that, he immediately lowered his voice, almost mumbling, when he felt that he had lost some words. With those words a group of men headed towards the Konoha village, but knew that what awaited Tsunade would be news that would make her despair, and that this would be the beginning of the departure of the 3 ninja from Konoha, and behind them were the ninjas of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, and further back were the medical units responsible for transporting the ashes of the war dead and wounded soldiers. Look at you, that out of breath. Lin Chengho is more and more speechless. Help. Lin Yuchen tucked the corner of the quilt, and then glanced at Lin Yuchen, but a burst of sighs. Well, you have a good rest. The body first. Well, Lin Chengho said and turned around to leave. Poor Chui Shun does not know is that Lu Zhi called him to a separate light words. The real purpose is only to want to divide them these families, and persuade Chui Shun is only incidental. Can persuade the best, cannot be persuaded also does not matter. Zhao Yun was not only passively defending, but while defending, he also took the time to return fire, not allowing Huang Zhong to attack so carelessly. However, what makes Huang Zhong's heart at ease is that the front can already see only the Yangtze River, only half a mile away. As long as you get on the boat and cross the river you can get rid of the pursuers behind you. After all, hearing is not believing. The real Li Lingi is not only not a fierce look, but also very handsome and friendly, and its soldiers have not harassed the civilians, not to mention robbed anything, but quickly organize the chaotic streets, and order maintenance and security patrols throughout the city. Song Jianyan 4 years, the world situation is still a big mess. Seems to be the deep black night as if it cannot see the end. Ganso, who was about to strike, jerked his head back, and the sound of a young ghostly voice coming from the cabin took everyone by surprise. And above Deliora's head, a pillar of purple light projected down, shining directly on Deliora's head, for some unknown reason, but anyone in their right mind could tell that it was definitely not a good thing. Speaking of which, the people in the world holding the communicator at this time all showed surprise. Was this really something a criminal would do? Both thought of the inside and outside, but also prepared for both. The Four Seas Dragon Palace has always been the same gas, but the West Sea Dragon Palace AO run this move, so that the East Sea Dragon Palace line how to deal with things, how to intermingle with the Xianmen lineage. This matter let AO Li heart worry, and Turtle Treasure also disregarded his own safety and immediately drove the eagle to search for the whereabouts of Ruan Yurun, whose life, in his opinion, was more important than his own. He looked at Ren Chichio who steered his horse away, coldly grunted, and then his hands were fired continuously, under the remnant of the sun, but he saw the flashing of green light. Dozens of concealed weapons had been shot out. According to you, in the ancient times, both the witch and demon clans were like wild beasts. Daoist Chengqing sneered at Yu Qing. Although he didn't understand what had happened and didn't have more time to think about it, Wang Hao didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly devoted himself to cultivation. Chapter 83, The Prince Becomes a Mermaid. Ryan's words were calm, yet they oozed confidence that one could trust unconditionally. Why? Ryan said I'd be fine? Why did you say it so quietly? Ariel couldn't make sense of Ryan's words, but chose to believe them. Teacher. An anxious Aurora looked to Rain. It's a hand-to-mouth situation for me now. Please help. Ryan said calmly. At the time, I was trying to see if I could successfully formulate something that would put human legs. Very well. Then I think we can already go for a second sweep in the middle of the cold forest again. I'm going to beat the Crotters so much that they won't dare to go south. Reiner clenched his fists and looked up at the sky with immense ambition in his heart. She manages this piece with 6 under her belt, and if she puts her mind to evaluating the program at the Trinity plant, she's afraid of delaying the running of the office. But the College of Agriculture's visiting group wasn't on a tour. They were on a mission and had a lead professor who came to help. Gu Yu, who was dressed in a waiter's uniform, turned back and did a spinning kick, hitting the stunned Li Liang squarely in the abdomen, and the latter flew backward and fell to the ground amidst wailing sounds. Okay. Chen Ailing's eyes instantly became mesmerized, and her body shuddered imperceptibly. Then she took a deep breath and summoned enough strength to slowly open her voice. Xiao Hui had just gotten $100,000 from Lu Qing in her fanny pack, and thinking that she could finally buy the new cosmetics that she had been coveting for a long time, she had been instigating Lu Qing to take her out during dinner. The police car stopped in front of a single building with a yard on the outskirts of the city, at which time, Roger saw the sign erected in front of the door, Bridge City Social Welfare Institute, and many mysteries in his mind were solved. With ready-made castles to defend, why would one risk defeat and heavy losses to engage the enemy in a field battle? In this instant half a big boy saw the body of the corporation suddenly began to slowly become transparent, and those fragments also began to little by little outward diffusion of all kinds of smoke. Smoke among the countless rational and irrational righteousness directly began to erupt. Eruption after the silence. Zhao Xiang immediately felt that Xiao Hui must be hiding something unseemly, and sure enough, the moment Xiao Hui took out her clothes, Zhao Xiang's face froze. As we continued to talk, she learned that I could draw again and expressed her admiration for me. When I asked why, she said it was because she didn't know how to do any of those things. Then my love of reasoning disease kicked in again. I stated, what if she can and I can't? Phew, it's a disease, but there is some truth to it. The atmosphere was once again cohesive. All the people were too late to grieve, blame themselves, regret. Now they are most important is to think of a good way to deal with what should be done next. Wu Ruitao, who set out later but arrived first, heard that Fan was wanted and was so frightened that his legs went limp and, pulled by inertia, he directly knelt on the ground. His voice was so faint in the silence of the house that it seemed like a light breeze passing through, as if it were just the shape of his mouth. Pei Shirin's thoughts were mixed, and it wasn't long before the car finally arrived at the Chang family mansion. The embroidery needle that had just broken off suddenly sprouted red gas, renewing a new embroidery needle, and then against the tip of the Feng Tianhua halberd before it stopped the unbreakable Edelman alloy hard. Ponton was surprised when he opened his mouth so rudely. After the boy stirred the spoon to take note, he scooped up a spoonful and passed it to Pang Tong's mouth without a care in the world. Due to his words just now and his now straightforward behavior, it made Pang Tong feel as if he was feeding a pig. In his heart, he could not help but feel a bit angry. On a hot day, she was particularly fond of wearing shorts. Those slender white legs were so bright in the sunlight. It's good to have some bright eyes of the opposite sex in the office. At least, it doesn't feel so monotonous, dyeing the azure sea into black, transforming the original creatures into magical beasts. All of this tragedy is the result of the Star Tower. Even if the environment here is restored to its original state, and all the magical beasts are decimated, but the Star Tower exists for one day, all of this will be repeated. Chapter 84, Destiny's Arrangement. Princess Endy and Prince Eric saw the tightly sealed gate and all at once understood in their minds. This wedding was, indeed, a conspiracy from beginning to end. Prince Eric remembered the curse Ariel was carrying, looked at the festive wedding arrangements, and instantly understood the enemy's plan, and was so furious that he couldn't wait to slash the man behind the scenes with his sword. The girl I loved carried a terrible curse in order to walk on land. When I was married to someone else, the biggest benefit of the Rui Bodhi bead is that it can change its appearance at will, but Louis has never been able to figure out its truest use, so he has been using it as a flying magic weapon. But the higher the cultivation, the more he feels that this thing is extraordinary. But it is said that only the land of the Western state, there are traces of the Buddhists. The moonlight gilded him with a layer of illusory and unreal light. His skin was white and close to transparent. She watched him and he watched her, their eyes facing each other, deeply in love with each other. One by one, the vampires, either piled up under the leadership of their own family or gang leaders, or those who were not led, gathered together spontaneously, but they were all in the same mood at this time. That is, they could not wait to enjoy the Chinese cultivator in front of them. Now even that young man was stunned, and Mayor Fu was speechless, his brows deeply furrowed. It's been a day and a night. Why isn't that young envoy long back yet? I wonder how Wang Mu is doing. The phantom cat paced back and forth, muttering to himself as he walked. Monkey disguises himself as a skinny old man, and Bamboo Green is still a silly man. The two of them bid farewell to Su Liang and left the Northwest administration and came straight to Ishui town. It was already sunset, and the whole sky and earth became darker. Wang Mu's gaze swept towards the bottom of the mountain, and finally locked onto a small valley. The scene returned to quiet. The waves rolled sound, the wind, the nameless rustle and return, like just that all the shocking but a big dream. Yun Xiao grabbed Painting's one sense and carried Painting in one hand and the injured man in the other, bringing them both up in the air. At the same time, the surrounding beasts pounced together and surrounded the four men. She was silent again once more, and in her heart she actually understood, so clearly, the reason for her silence, but she couldn't help it as the pain began to set in again. Poof! A cold laugh popped out of the Oni's mouth. He was certainly hurt badly, but his opponent didn't get the better of him either. Seeing everyone else fall into a deep sleep while she alone was awake, her heart did not have a trace of joy, but more uneasiness. Qin Wei squinted his drunken eyes, his body strangely floating in the air, and by how hard the 5 magic treasures tried, they were unable to stain the corners of Qin Wei's clothes. Disa lowered his eyes to look at the fire she in Yun Weiyang's arms, his face as cold as 1,000 years of frost. Uncle Cohen, what's the matter? A voice came from the other side, and the person listening to this voice should be around 50 years old. Time was like water, and the years were like a song. Hu Ao had been immersed in recovery, not noticing the passage of time in the slightest. Either way, the whole unintentional welfare handout thing is incredibly embarrassing, let alone being on the opposite side of a teammate you spend a lot of time with. In fact, they are also clear in their hearts. Kuinyue City is the capital of South Cloud Province, the population of millions of people, to Liqiu phone consumption of people like Crucian Carp. People come and go, they are just ordinary consumers. Yuan Tianping and intentionally want to set up the Mai, so the possibility of him letting other people to see their own hidden drugs is very slim. The two of them snuggled in silence, and time seemed to have stopped spinning as the ebonite on the side flickered brightly and dimly, as if countless fireflies surrounded them. The two Hans looked at each other and were also bluffed by Yun Weiyang's calmness and composure. When they couldn't help but slow down their pace slightly, the Heavenly Fox would never be careless when facing such a strong enemy as Gao Xian. For Gao Xian to be able to kill his way into the Heavenly Fox Palace to resolve the Heavenly Fox, there would never be any fluke here. Chapter 85, Slasher's Learning Speed. What kind of monster is this? Before that warrior could react, the blonde girl shot out like an arrow off the string and rushed in front of the warrior, while the sword on her waist was already sheathed. Dang it! In a flash of lightning, The two super warriors had exchanged blows several times. The two sides look evenly matched. As for the old hag and Rain, the two wizards faced each other, wary of each other, both tacitly not yet making a move. That, Brother Lin, I will go by myself, although Mr. Feng's cultivation is mediocre, but I ask myself that I am not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. My generation of cultivators, how can I abandon my brother? Feng Lin's voice was flat, but his tone was filled with a fervor. His eyes were bright and firm. Allies hate losers, and losers who run back, and at all times, their allies are only lovers of victory. Side by side, the two people on the body of the Buddha light flashed, no longer the appearance of the Taoist costume, but became robed in the Buddhist sect, and then the two people disappeared away. The scene inside the cloud mist divine mountain, which had suffered a great deal of damage, was suddenly reflected in everyone's eyes. No one knows what will happen in the future, so no one wants to leave any regrets for the present. In a roar, he instantly struck out with a palm as well, rolling demonic chi surging and heading straight for the cursed saint. At this moment, he was somewhat unconcerned about Hao Tian, and under his anger, he was prepared to defeat the cursed saint first. In the face of such a situation, Hao Tian's face was unchanged, but there was a cold light flashing in his eyes, and he faintly glanced at the Tai Bai Jinxing below whose eyes were flashing with essence. And this glance immediately made Tai Bai Jinxing's body quake as if it had gotten some kind of signal and instantly understood Hao Tian's will in general. Su Bad secretly said a fluke, quickly gave up taking the initiative, continued to concentrate and hold his breath, lying on the tree trunk like a dead thing, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the changes in the open space. Before his words fell, the star tripod of the heavens appeared to cover all of them, while a large snow-white palm flew out from Jisu's heavenly soul cover. At first, it was fine, but after a long time, everyone realized that there was no movement within the formation for a long time, so the people were once again restless and worried, fearing that something might happen to Lone Cloud. I'm not sure if I'm a good cat, but I'm a good cat. Feeling the softness around her, Jing Tian quietly opened those beautiful cat eyes, only to meet Xian Li's eyes just as she opened them. Turning her eyes and realizing that she was lying on top of him, she hurriedly used her fleshy cat pads to point the ground and leave. Only then did Chang Yamo go downstairs, and long after Chang Yamo pushed Jing Shen upstairs, Feng Yan didn't stay in the hospital room for a moment, saying that he was going to ask the doctor about the situation, and went out from the hospital room. From the beginning of this drama to now, Jing Shen did not express any attitude towards Yi Weijin. It is not a matter of concern. The only thing is that when Yi Yuanzhou almost hit the cool water bottle on his head under the emotional indignation, he pulled Yi Yuanzhou a hand, and then pressed the back of his neck, and then pressed to the side of the sofa to sit honestly. Chang Mo's lips pursed, and then raised his eyes to look at Kongshi. Perhaps it was not an illusion. Kongshi vaguely saw a very shallow watery light rippling in his eyes. Li Xia also understood the meaning of Lai Miaomiao's sanitary eye and hurriedly cooperated with Lai Miaomiao to drag Jiang Cheng away. Song Mirror, such a dramatic scene cannot stop. The other rushed into the restroom to see that a massive hair silhouette like shock. There are a few more cannot help but vomit out at that time. This Jiangwu Emperor was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, a legend of an era, and if he didn't have to, Shinmu really wasn't willing to touch the ancient tomb of this Jiangwu Emperor for a single point. However, at this moment, when it came to the immortal ascension tree fragment, Shinmu had no other way. Jiang Beiji's face condensed. Nan Zhao and Jiang Beiji looked at each other and went out to the outer room. The house was already white. At this time, from the middle of the hall, a majestic voice came out, and then the heavenly Misty Sect Supreme Hall Patriarch, Yun Shenke, walked out with great strides. Chapter 86, The Embrace of a Human and a Mermaid. Thanks for telling me what you can do. Ryan smiled. In a fantasy world that mixes the flavors of fairy tales and epic stories, supernatural confrontations are many times just that. Many magicians and supernatural monsters are only as strong as one or two special mechanisms. Once the mechanism is broken, it's easy to deal with. Use whatever other skills you have. The old hag was horrified and ready to borrow the grounds in advance of the. After getting off the pirate ship, Zhang Chu pulled Shin Mengjun to the door of the horror house called Horror Hospital without stopping. He touched the white silk in front of him, his fingertips reaching between it and his eyes and tugging gently. His blood bar was only 30 points, and he had some blood aura on him. So he should have only learned some martial arts and not be an arcane artist. Luo Beixia was only slightly surprised at this, and after Shin Kite had built her foundation and summoned her to the front of the hall, he handed her a sword. Just as Zhang Chu took a long breath of relief and was about to take back his cell phone, a beep suddenly came from the top of his cell phone. It was strange. He was obviously walking in the middle of the icy sky and snow, but with every approach he made, he gave off a feeling of loneliness of the desert sands and the ravages of age. No, I killed you for the way. I was following the destiny of heaven. I'm not a demon. No. His eyes were bloodshot and his description was insane. And Zhang Chu stretched out his fingers to keep groping between his cousin's fingers, which caused Sun Qinglan's cheeks to be tinted with a blush as if she was drunk as well. Chen Sun was speechless for a while, saying that it seemed to make sense, while Long Xiu on the side proudly wrapped her arms around her son and gave him an affirmative look. The earth burst open, and a pair of terrifyingly huge hands of chakra stretched out from underneath Michio's feet and grabbed at him fiercely. The spirit shadow looked at Zhuang Jian's dying body, which was already like a wind candle, except for the fact that his gaze was still sharp. In front of him, the Dragon Emperor's gaze, but instantly hot, for the Red Flame Demon's secret stash, is its calculated thing? Although now there are humans stirring up the situation, but as long as it will quickly control it to restore the power of the real body, these ants, one cannot run. It was the Vice Hall Master of the Penalty Hall who came down from the stands and personally drew lots against each other. As a result, Cheng Hong faced Cheng Zhengfian, Qing Zhengqi faced Qing Yu, Qing Zhengshan faced Lone Drop, and Qing Yuanchuan faced Qing Yuqi. The Zen spirit resided in the intersection corner of these 7 domains, attempting to strengthen itself with the power of dozens of saints, and although Chen Xuanmai had already gotten down from the ring, she was nevertheless still affected by the explosion she had just received, not having thought that her opponent would be able to use such strength. I didn't tell old Tang about your injury. I'm afraid he'll be anxious, so I won't go back. You call him sometime. He's quite lonely at home alone, Milan said. This is a combo to use if hijacker is bloodied and has the enemy AP pinned under the tower and is looking for a strong kill. This Tiger Fury crocodile personally marshaled the army to stir up the river, making the Great Prince they could not determine whether the enemy in front is the enemy's main force, and had to lead the Dragon Water Division Legion to strengthen the precautionary measures, so as not to let the water beasts and demons have the opportunity to take advantage of. The soldiers seized the gap and immediately counterattacked. The ghosts never thought that the 8th Route Army still had so much ammunition, which shook their eyes, and the bullets flew to their noses. Ouyang Wufei, who was swept up into the sky by the tornado, fell down from the air, and at this time, his appearance was already dying. Later, Captain Tang suddenly thought that since there was a landlady in the cave, there might be something deeper, and struck a torch, wanting to go in. Lan Yu's eyebrows then involuntarily knit up. When did he learn to smoke? Lan Yu's eyelashes fluttered a few times. Then he lifted his eyelids to look at Jai Jin. Madao's ashes with his move turned on fired off a single shot and caved in towards the blind monk at a speed that far exceeded the movement speed of his family's fighters. There's no such thing as a draw in League of Legends. There's only winners and losers. If you give your opponent a chance to live, isn't that the same as asking for death? Chapter 87, The Chessboard of the Emperor of Germany. Rhine teleported, disappearing and reappearing out of nowhere. At other times, her mouth suddenly sang the same song as Ariel's, driving schools of fish in the sea to surround the tuna that the old witch had turned into, and at other times, she transformed back into her original form, pulling out her crystal ball and finding the old witch, who had turned into a mouse and was hiding from an abandoned residential building. As the two chased through the streets of the imperial city, the old hag transformed back into her original form several times and tried to command the nearby soldiers against Rhine, but because of the riots created by the harbor mermaids, the area has been in D City. The person who can stop me, Zhang Tsong, hasn't been born yet. Face written all over the crazy. Close the car door. Zhang Tsong, hands in the pocket leading the boy behind them, will run to the door of the Petroleum Management Bureau to go. Zhang Yang and Wu Yu returned to the stone room and began to read the rules of the assassin organization, taking a long time to memorize the key rules. Similarly, in another obese middle-aged man were the interrogation room. The man also explained that he was in a hurry to drive, which makes the police officers in charge of interrogation for a time cannot find any handle to convict the man. The interrogation stalled. At this time, it would still take some time before the sea market, so I hoped that during this period of time, I would be able to cultivate the golden battle force to a new height. With her good looks, strength, and intelligence, many martial artists were in love with Zhou Yin, and this 6-star martial artist was one of them. That Taoist see the body are close. Hand raised, fly out a rope to. This rope is extremely thin, just fly out when look not long, but a fly up actually endless. These corpses one next to one connected, so watching them get closer and closer, and at the same time, as the 3 words Han Ying were spread out, all of a sudden, the number of people who were leaning towards this was also increasing. There also seemed to be the presence of reporters, and in the distance, there were cameras that kept flashing their strobes. Nowadays, Zhang Yang just knew that he was in Wu Yu's arms, knew that both of them were safe. Everything else was a bit of a blur. Constantly injured, and in a violent battle, after running for a day, his lungs were hurt very badly, and now he was coughing up blood non-stop, something he couldn't even control. The other party is also angry, gnashing teeth. This fat man, this is what kind of defense? He thinks his attack should be effective. But this fat man hard not to give a little reaction, but also a strong turn back to taunt. Ching Feng threw over a clear-cut look of contempt, so angry that the monkey bared his teeth, only to look expectantly to Chu Qingyan, who thought that the girl's cultivation, although high, that insight than the monkey is not as good, only timidly shook his head. If the demonic yuan sherry was directly refined, it could be practiced to produce a azzy pill that would increase one's longevity by 60 years. Is he going to be alright? Looking at the pale and completely unconscious Tang Chen in the treatment cabin, Ma Jianyao asked with a gloomy face. Fang Yuro and Zhou Mei wrapped their arms around Yi Tian left and right in a deadly embrace, seemingly wanting to rub their bodies into Yi Tian's body. Mu Tianchen felt the teenager's eyes completely unconcerned, just drinking the wine in his own hands, everything as if he did not see the general. Hallmaster? The three people's faces changed when they heard this. The so-called Hallmaster should be this bloodthirsty demon and queen, but why did they want to see them? Pulling up a set of software he'd written himself, he tried to put the pieces of the face together to see if he could assemble a complete face. Isn't it supposed to come as a taunt when there's revenge and ethnic music students win a rare match? What kind of game is this? Zhang Yi hadn't even planned to charge interest, but if there was no cost to borrowing, no one would take it seriously over time. Immortal cultivators have a special physique and their pregnancy will take longer. The higher their cultivation level, the longer it will take. If both Hua Lao and Tom could cure Su Lao, and Su Hao was asked to choose between Hua Lao and Tom, Su Hao would inevitably choose Hua Lao. The reason was simple, it was a matter of attitude. With a golden pocket watch hanging on his chest, Xiao Long tilted his head, his vision looking towards the endless tunnel of time and space destruction. When the two knights stopped, Xiao Long looked sideways. Chapter 88, The Strange Death of the Old Witch. An uninhabited desert island near the route between the Kingdom of Western Asia and Endeavor. The king leaned against a tree and looked around at the soaking wet soldiers, thinking that what had just happened was like a dream. This monarch of the Kingdom of Western Asia cannot even believe that he is alive today. The howling winds, the cold rain, the deafening thunder, all the horrors seem as if they are still far away, showing up over and over again in the memory. I didn't realize that a group of mermaids, Amit Ba Buddha, be compassionate. Emporian Abbot opened his mouth, trying to get Zhang Wuji to stop holding a grudge against him. When Lu Pingan arrived, the faces of the crowd first looked a little less than right. Then the assistant director Zhang Jigong first rose to welcome him. A simple shot of being tortured is simply unbelievable that this is something an iconic actor could perform. After hearing this, Zhu Yilong's heart warmed up. He knew that Pang Pretty was comforting him. After all, he was super excited when he received Star's reply email in the beginning, and as a result, after sharing his joy with Peng Guanying, he realized that this was Star's unified reply. Leave the traveling guard to me, and you go forward. Bill bellowed in a tone of death watchfulness, as if he had a marvelous opponent to tackle. In the end, at Ichigaya-sensei's invitation, the embarrassed Hayano Hoshiko couldn't help but refuse, and could only follow the two of them to the school history wall of honor. About the face of 500 spirit stones, that teenager did not get angry at all. Instead, he felt that this pretty sister's smile was really nice. The crowd didn't dare to get close to its horns, but it was covered with scales that were so hard that it looked like it was wearing an impenetrable armor. Mr. Ferrari, who couldn't get enough of the Heitzman Prize, dragged a few more of his friends, Adam, Martin and others, to run to Yevgeny's office for more specific pointers. The world scolded him. He was powerless to refute. Just if things were put in front of him again, he would still make the same choice, because he is the frontier guarding general of Daki, and even more so, he is the door god of the people of Daki. There were strange noises that could now be heard beyond the walls, sounding like some kind of creature screaming, and there were a lot of them. The assassin knew that the old man had shattered his meridians and stimulated all of his internal cultivation, and he had chosen the same death move in order to kill himself. The man in black fell straight down, his body's red light flashed and quickly dimmed, and the magical beast, too, gradually lost its voice. Ancient to look at its demeanor, listen to its words and deeds, concluded that this son is not like his father is a cunning generation, but to listen to the good to say is the integrity of the character of the simple-minded good people, which is not good to listen to the ancient one of the literacy of some of the words he can't say. In short, it is a little ode. A sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The green short sword was chopped into two by the white giant sword, which pierced through Shirayu's body. A few seconds later Bug 2 began to climb the bamboo slice again. and a phrase appeared behind his butt, the heavenly Tao tripod of good and evil. He slowly walked on the cold and clear streets, completely ignoring the surrounding people seemingly casting gazes towards him. The way he appeared in their eyes must be nothing less than a myth. It is only right that he would look at them twice more. Not to mention that these ordinary people are like the gazes of the people. What is there to care about? As the saying goes, a glimpse of a spot reveals the whole picture. To be able to perform this kind of tactic that is bound to be a high person. No wonder yesterday Kriya said, that fly after offending him can still go back in one piece. It is already his mercy. If it really was synthesized, it would have been synthesized on land and then propelled into the water. It's fine. I've killed not one or two heavenly saint-ranked cultivators. No big deal. Lin Luo waved his hand. He'd been to all the really big forests, so the forest park was nothing in his eyes. And at home, Papa Fong and Mama Fong also have something to do today, which is to accompany He Luqing to go shopping and buy some daily necessities for the new house. Everyone is busy with something. Chapter 89 Aurora's Love. Listening to this line of conversation, looking at Marlene Faison in the mirror showing a variety of expressions, Rhine, whose suspicions had finally been verified thoughtfully, muttered that word under her breath. The Witch Club. He had a feeling that with the influence of this organization, he was afraid that he would have to deal with this organization less on his future journey. That old hag is a reserve member of the Witch Council. When the news of her death is known to the Witch Council, Aurora and I will surely also be. Wind blowing spring rain, tilted sword momentum, is no longer able to trap Yu Yang this fierce dragon. The trend out of the big Liang sword gas, but also wantonly with the wind rises, the fire instantly the spring rain sword gas to suppress. Whoosh, the bow shot up. This one arrow was different from the usual ones used in combat, longer, made of iron throughout, and shot from below directly above the wall above, with a cloth behind it. This information was not even known to Zwabi, or he probably wouldn't have rushed back to Earth. With Awakur's military might, it would be an impossible task to pull a tiger out of a tiger's mouth with the Ninth Fleet escorting him. It's better to wait. I'll just take a rest, only Luo Tian said awkwardly. Regarding the rescue, this is Monica's mission. Only she has the ability to take Captain Morgan away in plain sight. Everyone can figure out that Monica can create the illusion of a missing person by unleashing her illusion power and making everyone around her turn a blind eye to Captain Morgan. Chow Chow is in the middle of a trap. Knowing that Chow Ren's home formation has been in great disarray, Xiahou Dun has brought his death squads to support Chow Ren, causing the second formation to be a bit loose as well. And now Chow Ren's first formation can't hold it all. But if he orders Chow Ren to retreat, Xiahou Dun's second formation may even be broken through. A flash of the huge sword chi did not enter the water. The middle of the narrow water world will appear as a crack, as if the beast was cut open wounds. The turbulent water encountered the wound will be diverted. The wound continues to expand in the countercurrent along the water world. Fox Macian suddenly reminded Yifan that the expression on her face was ambiguous, causing him to be a bit stunned, not understanding what this vixen was up to. Nian Li, Iron Fist Shenwei struck out with a series of punches towards the iron cannons that flew over in front of him, dispersing these iron cannons directly. Now this terrifying fluctuation heralds the opening of another demonic domain by the demonic love palace. Does this herald another strife of? A party past this time really wanna punch Lin Xiu. Originally thought Lin Xiu face serious is going to say what important topic. The result is that he actually said strong snap this kind of serious topic. With his current power, even a piece of 100 refined steel could be pinched into powder with only 1% of his power, ensuring that not even a tiny bit of slightly larger iron powder could be found. But now, he used 50% of his power, and actually only left a white mark on this piece of iron. The old man is the king of Lu Zhuyan caste. This year has been 62 years old. In this era, is considered to be a high life expectancy. King Lu well maintained, although it is the age of old age, but the beard and hair is not half as black. Looks kind. A pair of eyes have a few vicissitudes of life. Look at Zhu Hojiao, two people's eyes with a smile. Wang Yu's power seeped into the body of the god slaughtering gun inch by inch. Wang Yu's power and the power of this god slaughtering gun gradually fused into one. Although the god slaughtering gun had been silent for a long time, but in the body of the gun there were still a lot of residual divine elemental power. With a cost of 35 million, a watery lineup of newcomers, and such an impressive record, Jinlong's glory can be said to be momentary. Something even Xiang Huasheng is not as good at as he is. The most difficult thing for Wang Jing is that the invisible pressure exerted by Zhang Jin makes him breathless, and it is like a fishbone in his throat, stabbing and scratching his sleep and food. Zhang Jun, Zhang Er, when they heard this voice, their faces were completely shocked beyond belief, as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 90 Alliance with the Sea State. Prince Eric moved over wagging his mermaid tail as well, stroking up the girl's blonde hair and uttering many words of thanks to her. Seeing this, everyone remembered that Prince Eric hadn't changed back yet. Ryan took out another bottle of mermaid to human magic potion and poured it into Prince Eric, so that he could grow human feet again, so as not to have a hard time explaining himself when he met the king. Honorable Wizard Ryan, I have a question. At this time the time is but 8:30. A round of the rising sun rose to the mid-air, illuminating the entire mountain wall golden as if plated with gold. I am not very clear about what exactly happened, and this history has long been lost in a sea of years. The three were united in what they were thinking, and in what they were looking at, and all of them coincidentally looked at Julie with a puzzled gaze. Mr. Feng, is there something wrong? The young security guard knew Feng Manlu's great name and immediately ran over attentively. Originally, Se Xingha had already prepared to use the best heavenly materials to repair his Dantian, but right at this juncture, Yi Chentian suddenly killed the heavenly god mountain, making his Nangong family once again a bereaved dog. First of all, Zhao Yang no. Founded the college even if the people again scattered to the back is also part of the people will be united after all. The alma mater is their own harbor. Although the mode of such schooling compared to other clans such as the family then may not be so compact relationship will not have too good results. Alas, don't mention it. The hidden sects have the most complete transmission of martial arts for 1,000 years of inheritance, capable of releasing their internal force outwardly and crossing the river with a single reed. Compared to them, we ordinary sects are just going through the motions. Bai Junji laughed bitterly. While the crowd was talking, the demon blood heavenly centipede's shadow suddenly rose up into the sky and was gone in an instant. The other three seemed, as if, to be able to communicate, and even Crow had tried to gift them out. This field that stabilized the city was so strong that even Mu Qin couldn't completely see through it, and it was clearly a heavenly master-level field. Your Excellency, Miss Feng said that you will definitely have fun, the man added, not knowing when he pulled out a silk handkerchief from his sleeve and spread it out in front of Ming Zheye's eyes. A hesitant yet firm call finally made Wen Runji temporarily divert his attention from his mental awareness, and his gaze fell to Xiang Yang's face, not bothering to question the other party's call, but simply throwing his hand and tossing the crystals towards him. Rarely having seen such an oddball, Don Moore spoke with Victor during the evening's poker game. The steward stumbled and nearly fell to the ground on his feet, but luckily he finally stabilized himself. Lost the chase. Ningen sat down on a chair and directly picked up the teapot and poured a bellyful of overnight tea into her stomach. Flying Dragon, you're really good. With your skill, we'll definitely catch the red pig next time we go out. Another sharp voice appeared, and a young man with strange green hair appeared from among the hidden forest trees. Gu Xiaoxi is still the first time to return to the door. Think about it or have some excitement, especially after the carriage. See the Gu house of the crow's feet kneeling a lot of people, is more excited. Even though Yuan Nuan wanted to do so in her heart, she still held back when she wanted to open her mouth to request several times. Suli spat out her tongue. Today she had to let Zhou Shin go, and if she didn't he would definitely be even more unlikely to let her go. She knew that she was indeed too careless, or else she wouldn't have been taken away that day, when she did not have a figure. Xia Demon to Shi Chensi after sending WeChat is about to exit. Cha Bai Chi sent a message. She casually clicked on it, is a photo, and then zoomed in. A moment stunned. It didn't occur to me that it would follow him across now, but why hadn't it been activated for the previous 10 years? At the entrance of the Heavenly Wind restaurant, on top of the 3 tiers of steps, Lin Wolf and the others who had already gotten the news were already waiting here. It's me, Master, Yang Ji hemmed and hawed. Actually, he had just followed Liao Qingjie and their car all the way to the construction site. Then he bypassed Liao Qingjie and the others into the depths of the construction site. Chapter 91, The King Repents. The king intended, as soon as he returned to his country, to devote all his energies to the preparation of this matter. As for forming an alliance with Ender, let's put that on hold for now. The king was even a little resentful at the thought. Why did Prince Eric agree to marry Princess Endeavor at this time? It's hard to delay an alliance with Germany. Eric should have been given the freedom to marry in the first place. The Sea King again led the king and his retainers in the great fish that. Lin Shuiwei was petrified on the spot, her originally soft face turning from red to purple, from purple to green, colorful, as if she was opening a dye house. Li still heard and did not ask anything more, but rushed into the emergency surgery room at the first opportunity. Song Yunfei frowned. What he was talking about should be a pill refiner. Only a pill refiner could make them become so hyper. But even if the two people skin to skin, naked and sincere, her legs do not dare to relax at all. Her hand is still around the regent's neck, like ivy leaves haunting the branches of the tree wrapped around the regent's fit and majestic body. Gently towards the regent's ear slightly exhaled orchid breath. Hearing Lin Shuyue mention this matter, Morong Yunfan was greatly embarrassed on the spot, his face as pale as paper, and he refused on the spot. Liang Shui just wanted to answer, but was cut off by Huyen Xiude. But once he said this, Liang Shui's identity was guessed by Huyen Tingyu. Among their pupils, the silhouettes of Ling Fan Yu's 5 people speeding towards this side were being reflected. With a lifeless look on his face, Lin Bolt leaned on top of the chair and retreated with both hands holding the handle. Looking at the appearance of the ancient gods on the screen, Lin Bolt silently went to the character selection screen, and then chose to delete the character and recreate a more normal human. It wouldn't work if he didn't respond. He hadn't come to the realization until now that he probably wasn't going to be able to get rid of Pei Yin, and it wouldn't even help if his mom and dad came. Hearing the doctor say this, Han Zekin's hanging heart dropped, and so did Yin Shengyu, but he still looked at Bai Lushan with heartache. At the command, the 7 fragrant cars turned to the west again. Immediately after that, DXIN gave orders one after another, and the 7 scented cars all turned in the right direction one after another, which made DXIN and Su Daji have a lot of fun. Moreover, Li Dong also gave Sun Cheng a formation disc, a very practical one, a second-order spirit transformation formation. Spirit transformation formation was different from spirit gathering formation. Generally speaking, spirit gathering formation was used in combination with spirit transformation formation. Spirit transformation formation's function was to dissolve away the pure spirit chi in the spirit stones, while spirit gathering formation was to gather the spirit chi of the heaven and earth in the vicinity. Mu Chulan sees that Zhou's face looks a bit off and her hair seems to be a bit disheveled, so she can't help but speak out in concern. Dean Han, what are you, not feeling well? Even though she had already confirmed it with Wei Ran, Yu Yue still wanted to ask for clarification. Mu Huayin surreptitiously observed Xia Yichen's every expression, fully prepared to immediately kneel down and admit her mistake as soon as the emperor started to get angry. Since this place was not suitable for Li Dong to refine the astral crystals, it was impossible for him to continue wasting time here. Li Yulo's sense of existence was always very, very low. At first it was probably because he didn't want to attract others' attention. After a long time, the people around him instead got used to ignoring his existence. Anyway, he always bowed his head without saying a word. Whoever spoke to him, he rarely answered. Over time, everyone got used to ignoring his existence. Towards the end, Chen Yang was already tongue-tied, only wanting to use a provocative method to provoke this mysterious person out so that he could kill him with his own hands. This monster did not feel any pain. Instead it looked at the black mist that had been separated out suspiciously. The red aura on its body turned red and detached itself from its body and approached in a direction at great speed. Wang Baolian took her eyes and looked at Jian Laotai, knowing that she was talking about her own heartless father. Wang Lao Tu. Yi Chen waved his hand, pointing at Zheng Feng's mechanical body that had lost its camouflage at this point and was revealed, and said softly,